This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Harvest Moon. Mice County, Goldhire Town, Habsburg Manor's outer fortress. A thin, black-haired boy sat in a corner of the outer fortress, one hand covering a large bump on his head as he stared blankly at the empty field before him and the towering castle in the distance. Hiss! Where is this? Ryan asked, enduring the excruciating pain in his head as he looked around. On the field, a group of teenage boys in coarse outerwear sat obediently in a semicircle, watching a tall, strong adult man trimming the hooves of a black donkey. Is this a donkey hoof repair? Ryan was stunned. Then, a flood of memories flooded his mind, flashing through it like a slideshow. Now my name is Ryan. An hour ago, I got accidentally kicked in the head by a donkey, and the bump on my forehead hasn't gone away yet. The adult repairing the donkey's hoof is the blacksmith from the Habsburg estate. Suddenly, still in a daze, Ryan heard the hoof repairman's loud scolding. You little bastards, haven't you eaten yet? You can't even hold down the donkey's hoof. Hurry up, hold it down. Two of the servants were sweating profusely as they worked on the donkey's hoof, but they were too young and were swayed by the powerful hoof. Ryan shook his head. These two servants, like his own body, were both tiny dogs, naturally uncontrollable. According to his memory, his original self had joined the servant training organized by this Habsburg manor the day before yesterday. He had only managed to secure the position by squeezing out most of his family's savings and using the connections of the manor's head butler. In this world, it's customary for nobles who own lands to train and assess child servants, then select a small number of them as official servants, nurturing them from a young age. Generally speaking, official male servants are categorized as grooms, guards, cooks, bakers, butchers, brewers, blacksmiths, dog trainers, falconers, and so on. 3 months later, the manor will hold an assessment to recruit 5 outstanding child servants to become official household servants, 2 blacksmith apprentices, 2 guards, and 1 dog trainer. Thus, the training for this batch of male child servants is designed around these 3 roles. An alien version of the civil service exam? A thought suddenly popped into Ryan's mind. Traveling through time is fine, but what the hell is the purpose of striving for advancement just to become a servant? What the hell? At this moment, a flurry of chattering intensified Ryan's headache, which had been punctured by a donkey's kick. Fighting a headache, Ryan glanced sideways to see several tall servants in clean linen coats pointing and laughing not far from him. Getting kicked by a donkey is hilarious. Seeing them, memories of his original self slowly surfaced in Ryan's mind. These high-class servants turned out to be the children of various shop owners in town, considered the rich second generation. They formed a clique and often bullied the other servants. Ryan was no exception. Upon arriving, they made him responsible for cleaning the dormitory every day. According to regulations, this job was supposed to be rotated among the servants. This one with thick eyebrows and big eyes is the youngest son of the town tavern owner, nicknamed Thick Eyebrows. The one with freckles is the son of the town innkeeper, nicknamed Freckles. The one wearing brown linen shorts is the son of the town tanner. Luckily, he doesn't have a nickname. What a loser. Bullied by a bunch of kids? Ryan looked down at his slender frame and shook his head helplessly. After mocking Ryan, the other party launched into a series of small talk. Ryan, needing to understand the world, lowered his head and feigned indifference, but in reality, he was listening intently. Have you heard? The town of Alborough, not far from our Goldhire town, was attacked by wandering ogres last night, resulting in numerous casualties, the freckled boy whispered. Freckles' family owned an inn, making him one of the only 2 well-informed members of the wealthy second generation. Really? Why is this the only news lately? A few days ago, I heard from the caravan that there seemed to be a cult sacrifice in the town of Monum, and quite a few people died, the boy with thick eyebrows said in fear. His family owned a tavern, making him another well-informed source. Oh! If only I had the chance to go to the county town. Living there would be much safer. The tanner's son sighed. It's not that easy. Unless I can pass the selection this time and become an official guard, and then be valued by the higher-ups and transferred to the county town's main house, that's too difficult. The freckled-faced man shook his head. Yes, but in any case, passing the manor selection and becoming an official guard is the first step. The boy with thick eyebrows said confidently, waving his strong arms. Hearing this, Ryan fell into deep thought. Ogre? Cult? Could this be a supernatural world? Ryan couldn't help but feel a mixture of excitement, worry, and anticipation. But he didn't know what kind of supernatural world this was. His memory held very little information. Because his original self had never ventured beyond the confines of this small town, he had never encountered monsters or other mysterious entities. However, the wandering bards and mercenaries from afar often brought all sorts of bizarre news: monsters roaming the night, giant sea monsters roaming the ocean, haunted houses in busy cities, plagues with a high mortality rate, and so on. Until now, he had treated these stories as fairy tales. From the tone of these wealthy second generations, could this be true? Ryan rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment. Next group, Ryan George? Barr shouted. Upon hearing his name, Ryan immediately stood up and, along with a boy with short, flaxen hair, began laboriously manipulating the donkey's hoof. At this moment, the blacksmith, Ball, stepped forward, effortlessly picking up a large iron shovel and beginning to trim the hoof, which had become excessively bent. However, the center of the hoof seemed slightly inflamed, and a faint trace of pus and blood oozed out during the trimming process. Phew! The strong black donkey suddenly howled in pain during the trimming, its entire body shaking and struggling violently. Ryan desperately tried to hold the hoof steady, preventing it from moving and interfering with Ball's trimming. In less than 2 minutes, Ryan's forehead was already covered in sweat, and his black hair began to stick to his forehead in clumps. He was practically exhausted. Luckily, this is the last hoof for this donkey. After this black donkey, the next group of servants will take over, so I can rest and relax. Watch carefully. When trimming a donkey's hoof, you must be bold but careful, and keep your wrists loose. Ball explained, as he demonstrated. When the last hoof was trimmed, Ryan and George collapsed to the ground like deflated balls. Their dejected appearance immediately drew laughter from the rich second-generation crowd. George's face flushed at the ridicule, but Ryan ignored it and froze. A transparent frame suddenly appeared on his retina, automatically turning to the second page. On the second page were several lines of small text and a bunch of icons. You assisted in the work of hoof trimming a donkey, and your comprehension has increased. You have learned a new skill. Hoof trimming. Your hoof trimming skill has been improved, adding 1 experience point. Congratulations. You have activated the class panel. Blacksmith Apprentice. Chapter 2. The first line of the page had a title in large letters: Blacksmith Apprentice Level 1, 0/100. Below it were a dense array of icons. Aside from the bottommost icon, which was lit up, the others were dim. Even after Ryan strained his eyes to examine them, he found he couldn't make them out. The icon that was lit up was the hoof trimming skill that had just been announced. The icon was a rounded square, and its content was vivid. In the center was a hoof facing up, and on one side was a black shovel, a lifelike image. Below the icon were a few small words: Hoof Trimming Level 1, 1/100. However, Ryan was still a little confused. Logically, if hoofing a donkey would trigger a class panel, shouldn't it be the veterinarian class panel? Why did it trigger the blacksmith apprentice class panel? Could it be because the servants were taught hoofing by a blacksmith? Or is it because in this world, hoofing and shoeing horses are the work of blacksmith apprentices? Ryan shook his head slightly, confused. But regardless, being able to trigger the blacksmith apprentice class panel was good. What was the status of blacksmiths in the era of cold weapons? Those who understand will understand. Ryan touched his chin, a smile suddenly appearing on his lips. Hey Ryan, what are you grinning at? George beside him pulled him aside. George, with short blonde hair and the same slender build, was Ryan's only close friend. Come on, do you want another round? It's someone else's turn now, George said, raising his chin. Ryan pondered for a moment. Master Ball, I want another round. Ryan turned to Master Ball, as the servant stared in surprise. His best friend, George, kept tugging at his rags behind him, whispering anxiously, Ryan, did a donkey kick you in the head? Then his voice abruptly stopped. Stop tugging. You can't wear my clothes if you keep pulling, Ryan said, lifting his rags, which were almost in tatters. Ryan's willingness surprised Ball. After carefully examining Ryan's expression, which didn't seem like a joke, he nodded and said, okay. Engels, you can go next round. Engels was the man in the brown linen shorts, the son of the town tanner. Upon hearing he could rest, he beamed again and walked off to chat. Before leaving, Engels patted Ryan on the shoulder and said, good sense. This wasn't against the rules. After all, it was Ryan who had suggested another round. Besides, Engels' goal was to be a manor guard, not a blacksmith's apprentice. He didn't even want to touch a job like mending donkey hoofs. After working all morning, Ryan reluctantly stopped to rest only when he could no longer. This body was truly too weak, Otherwise, Ryan probably could have held on a little longer. Looking up at the control panel, even though his hands were shaking from exhaustion, the sight of the screen full of experience points increasing by 1 still made Ryan feel as sweet as honey. You assisted in hoof repair, and your understanding of the relevant skills improved. Your hoof repair skill improved, and you gained 1 experience point. You focused on learning hoof repair for 1 hour, and gained 1 experience point for the Blacksmith Apprentice class. Your hoof repair skill improved, and you gained 1 experience point. Your hoof repair skill improved, and you gained 1 experience point. Circle this point. The experience point increase of 1 is different from the experience point increase of 1 for the Blacksmith Apprentice class. The rate at which skill experience points increase is far greater than the rate at which the Blacksmith Apprentice class gains experience points. Looking at the skill, hoof trimming level, 12 out of 100, Ryan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He'd already gained 12 experience points in just this morning. That's quite a fast rate of experience gain. After all, he was merely helping to hold down the donkey's hoof, not personally trimming it. But there were only a few dozen donkeys in Hapsburg Manor. So at most, I could trim the donkey's hoof for another day tomorrow, and that would be the end of the job. If I wanted to level up my hoof trimming skill again, I'd have to wait until next month or even the month after. So judging by this, his hoof trimming skill wouldn't be able to level up in the near future. What's more, Ryan glanced at the experience bar at the bottom right of the Blacksmith Apprentice words on the class panel. Level 1, 2/100. Only 2 points of professional experience were gained. Could it be that the correlation between hoof repair and the Blacksmith Apprentice profession is so low? Ryan sighed inwardly. This is a bit of a dilemma. How long will it take for the Blacksmith Apprentice to advance to the next level? The assessment is in 3 months. If I can't advance before then, I still won't make it. Thinking for a moment, Ryan flipped back to the front page. Huh? The first page is the attribute panel? Name, Ryan Kalin. Occupation, Blacksmith Apprentice Level 1. Constitution, 5. Strength, 4. Agility, 6. Spirit, 8. Note, the average adult male has all attributes at 6. Only 4 points of strength. Amazing, such a puny attribute. No wonder he can't even hold down a donkey hoof. Ryan sighed in frustration. His energy was at its highest, a staggering 8 points, higher than an average adult. Could it be due to the fusion of himself and his original self? Ryan, come on, stop daydreaming. Let's go to lunch, his best friend George called out. What's wrong with you today? Why are you so daydreaming? George asked with concern. Ryan smiled faintly and said casually, maybe it's just the injury that's been causing me to have a lot of random thoughts. Let's go, let's eat. George was stunned. Come to think of it, he did have random thoughts sometimes too. Besides, his best friend Ryan was also given by the donkey. The Hapsburg Manor treated the servants well. At least they could get a fairly sumptuous meal. A piece of black bread, half a smoked fish, and a large bowl of vegetable soup constituted Ryan and his servants' lunch. Looking at the food, which didn't whet Ryan's appetite at all, his friends beside him began to gulp, their Adam's apples bobbing. A regular servant shouted, "Eat!" Everyone began to devour their food. Ryan touched the brick-sized piece of black bread. Its rough texture and hard crust, wow! Could it be a brick stained black? Tilting his head slightly, he saw his companions already tearing the bread apart, then mashing it up again, adding it to the bland vegetable broth. Soon, it had transformed into a thick vegetable soup. Ryan nodded slightly. He knew how to eat it. It was similar to how you eat naan. After doing so, Ryan also began to devour it with big mouthfuls. PSST. There are wood chips in the black bread. It's not fit for human consumption. Ryan was speechless. It was like ordering takeout in his previous life. You never knew what kind of meat you were eating. That was already miserable enough. I didn't expect this world to be even worse, with no meat to eat. Ryan struggled to swallow, his thoughts drifting. This servant training is a bit like military training in my previous life, except it lasts much longer, a full 3 months, and then comes the assessment that the original body has been so obsessed with. Although I have the dashboard, my current progress is still too slow. If I want to successfully pass the assessment and become a blacksmith's apprentice, I have to find a way to speed it up. As for guarding? Of course I want to. Wielding a shield and a sword, clad in armor, the thought of it makes my blood boil. But I've never learned swordsmanship in my 2 lifetimes combined. I need to find an opportunity. But this situation must change. Ryan glanced at his best friend, George, who was staring blankly to the side, as if yearning for something. Ryan followed his gaze, and saw a girl in a gray linen-made outfit, bent over to clear a table, her slightly raised hips framing an alluring curve. So this is what captured the young man's heart. Suddenly, memories of his original self surfaced. The girl before him was named Sophia, about their age, and also a servant at the manor. However, the training for girls as servants differed significantly from that for boys, typically starting with washing, cleaning, and laundry. Girls generally develop and mature much earlier than boys, and Sophia, at this moment, was a bud ready to bloom. Ryan looked around and realized that Sophia wasn't the only young man to have caught the eye of George. But for the seasoned Ryan, the allure of a young girl in a maid outfit was nothing. However, for a young man in love, with hormones surging, this was a delightful treat that could make him forget about food and sleep. "George, what are you looking at?" George was stunned, his face flushing. He held up the half loaf of black bread and said, "Nothing, Ryan. By the way, you've worked hard all morning. If you're not full, I give you half." "Are you sure you have enough?" Ryan asked, looking up at George in surprise. "I'm almost full." "You can have it," George said reluctantly. In reality, he could still stuff this little bit of black bread into his stomach. He was trying to silence Ryan with this. Besides, he felt that Ryan needed some energy after being injured yesterday and working so hard today. Ryan nodded, silently giving his best friend George the nice guy card. However, he could only politely decline the black bread mixed with sawdust. After a moment, Ryan thought for a moment and decided he needed to remind his best friend. Without even looking up, he whispered, "George, even if you look at her 100 times, she won't be yours. Instead, think about how to pass the test. Once you pass, she'd be yours." George's face flushed crimson. He glanced around in panic before anxiously saying, "Ryan, even though we're best friends, we can't say anything." "I wasn't peeking at Sophia." He. "I didn't say who it was." "You were the one who mentioned Sophia." George was stunned. He realized that after being kicked in the head by a donkey, his best friend seemed to have become much smarter. Getting kicked in the head by a donkey has these benefits? In the afternoon, a group of servants continued to learn how to trim donkey hooves. After lunch, Ryan's strength had mostly recovered. Although his back and waist still ached, he watched his experience points tick by. Ryan was full of energy. However, they hadn't trimmed many donkeys that afternoon when the servants saw a group of more than 20 young men and women, mostly men, arriving in the center of the outer fortress. Though they looked about the same age as Ryan and the others, the men were tall, while the women were youthful, beautiful, and elegantly dressed, looking like the masters of the castle. As they drew closer, Ryan's original body's memories revealed that these people were the sons of lower-ranking nobles and wealthy merchants under Count Habsburg, training as knight squires at Habsburg Manor. Because Habsburg Manor was only a half-day's journey from the county town, or even less than an hour by horseback, and as the birthplace of the Habsburg family, it was a tradition to train knight squires there. Ryan glanced back at the wealthy second generations around him. After all this time, it turned out they were just fake second generations. Those were the real second generations. The outer fortress was a large fenced or walled area within the castle, generally used for training for knight squires and guards. Of course, a small area was sometimes cleared for other purposes. In other words, these servants were usurping the throne. The outer fortress was the training ground for the real second generations. "Paw! Ouch!" A servant who was staring at a real second generation was slapped on the head by Ball. Bar said disdainfully, "Don't be so envious, you little bastards. They're born into a world you never reach, no matter how hard you try. You all learn a skill, and you have a comfortable life." Ryan agreed with Bar's statement. In this era, social advancement was practically unrealistic. Learning a skill or two was enough for a child servant to make a living. Huh? Ryan's pupil shrank, as if he had witnessed something remarkable. Chapter 3. A burly man, at least 1.9 meters tall, clad in gray metal armor, yet still able to walk with agility, wielded a two-handed sword, no wider than a palm, and struck down fiercely, striking a standing stone bar. Wow! A flash of silver light flashed. Snap! The top half of the stone bar slid off at an angle, landing heavily on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The cut surface of the stone bar was smooth and burr-free. The true second generation immediately applauded. Amazing! Instructor Perez is truly amazing. Wow! Is this the strength of a full-fledged knight? I wonder when I ever reach that level. Ryan rubbed his eyes in disbelief as he watched the scene. A massive stone slab that one person could barely carry, chopped off with a single sword? Is that something a human could do? If his previous memories of the supernatural and the unknown were merely hearsay from troubadours and mercenaries, now, this very scene was actually happening before Ryan's eyes. For a modern person, the visual impact was like seeing Iron Man land on his balcony, leaving Ryan stunned. After a long pause, Ryan glanced at his transparent panel and realized it wasn't that exciting anymore. Even if he truly became a blacksmith, he'd still be just an ordinary person. This world is truly supernatural. Those rich second generations weren't bragging. The hearsay in his original body's memories was all true. No! Now that I've arrived in this supernatural world, if I ever have the chance to become supernatural, I must strive for it. Otherwise, what's the difference between you and a salted fish? Ryan was shocked, but he secretly made up his mind. At this moment, another shift occurred in the center of the training ground. It seemed that among the group of Shinjidai, a noble girl in hunting attire offered to challenge the burly, fully armored swordsman, Perez, to a sword fight. From his vantage point, Ryan couldn't see the girl's face, but from the side, he could tell she must be beautiful, with a slender figure, like a female leopard poised for action. Sure enough, Perez agreed, and the two quickly engaged. Clang! Sparks flew. The curvy noble girl opened the fight with a leaping slash, wielding her two-handed greatsword. The swordsman's two-handed greatsword collided head-on with Perez's. This blow struck Ryan hard in the heart. While Perez's strike that shattered the stone slab just now might have been due to a slight chance of individual talent, the sparks that flew from that collision proved the sheer power of both opponents. For a noble girl to possess such immense strength, this world must undoubtedly be extraordinary. Ryan could think of no other plausible explanation. Ding ding dang dang. Although the noble girl wielded a heavy metal sword, she moved with incredible speed, like a gazelle. With a touch of her toes, she could swiftly change positions, attacking the swordsman Perez from various angles. A chestnut ponytail bounced behind her. Perez, the swordsmanship instructor, stood firm like a reef in the ocean, not launching any counterattacks. Instead, he stood firmly in his place, constantly blocking the noble girl's attacks. Chop! With a tender cry, the noble girl leaped several meters high. Her vibrant body tensed in midair, like a fully drawn bowstring, bursting with explosive power. Instantly, the girl swiftly swung her massive two-handed sword, at least 1.5 meters long, in a semicircular arc, slashing downward at a 45-degree angle, fiercely targeting Perez, the swordsmanship instructor. Clang! A tooth-wrenching sound of metal rubbing echoed. Even the servants like Ryan, at least 20 or 30 meters away, felt their ears sting and their gums numb from the collision. Many of the true second generation in front of them couldn't resist, frowning and covering their ears. Only 4 or 5 of them remained calm as they watched the exchange. Suddenly, a thin streak of gray light shot from the point where the two swords collided, splashing onto the ground about a meter in front of Ryan. Since it landed so close to him, he could clearly see that the gray light resembled a small piece of metal, likely from the gap in the two-handed great sword wielded by either sword instructor Perez or the noble girl. At this moment, sword instructor Perez and the noble girl glanced in Ryan's direction almost simultaneously. Instantly, Ryan's heart, standing beside the fragment, suddenly sank to his knees. He felt as if he were being watched by a ferocious beast, and his hair stood on end. This oppressive feeling. However, after a casual glance, the two turned their heads away, no longer paying attention to the fragment, seemingly only concerned to see if it had caused any harm. The noble girl's glance finally allowed Ryan to see her face clearly. For words, heroic. Her oval face and slightly thick eyebrows gave her a heroic air, while her bright brown-gray eyes sparkled. Paired with a tight-fitting hunting outfit, her figure seemed incredibly agile. She looked a great deal like a foreign actress from Ryan's past life. Christiana Yeri, in her youth. Fencing instructor Perez glanced at the two-handed great sword in his hand, the irregular triangular cut on it, and a slight pang of pain welled up in his heart. He'd carried this sword for years, and he'd never imagined. Instructor Perez. I'm so sorry. I was so engrossed in the fighting just now that I didn't stop. Your great sword might need repairs. I speak to Master Valentin. The noble girl, perceptive and discerning, immediately offered her advice upon noticing the slight frown on Instructor Perez's brow. After the sparring session, the true second generation began learning some advanced sword techniques under the guidance of swordsmanship instructor Perez. Standing nearby, Ryan lowered his head, lost in thought as he stared at the small piece of metal stuck in the ground. After a while, noticing the other party showed no intention of coming forward to retrieve it, he reached out and dug it out. The first sensation was heaviness. The tiny fragment felt heavy in his hand, quite substantial. Clearly not bronze, but it didn't look like ordinary steel either. With this, Ryan could roughly estimate the weight of the other party's two-handed sword, over 1.5 meters long, wielding a weapon weighing 70 or 80 pounds. That's several times the weight of the cold weapons of his previous life. Ryan realized instantly. It's understandable that the burly swordsman Perez could wield it, but what about that slender noble girl? Is it some secret technique, acquired through training? Or is it a natural talent, something that comes from our bloodline? If it's the former, then I should have a chance. Ryan thought to himself. Has she never learned any swordsmanship, and is too old to embark on the path of transcendence? That makes sense. But that's for ordinary people. But I'm different. Since the system can trigger a daily profession panel, like the Blacksmith Apprentice, shouldn't it also trigger a combat profession panel? I heard that this year's child servant training will include learning basic swordsmanship. Will that trigger the swordsman panel? Or the warrior panel? Ryan's eyes slowly lit up. Chapter 4. Besides that, the fragment looked like it had been hammered through countless times. Because it was a fragment from the blade, Ryan could clearly see some of the scale-like hammering marks. Although it was hand-forged, the layers of scale patterns proved the masterful craftsmanship of the greatsword's craftsman. Ryan never underestimated handcrafting. In his previous life, an 8th-level fitter crafted an atomic bomb casing. It seemed that even the forging techniques of this world were far more advanced than he had imagined. Change! Bale's cry instantly brought Ryan back to his wandering thoughts. Wrapping the small fragment in a rag, Ryan placed it in his jacket pocket. Patting his butt and dusting himself off, Ryan stood up and resumed his work of shaving the donkey's hoof. You assisted with the hoof-shaving work, and your understanding has improved. Your hoof-shaving skill has improved, and you gain 1 experience point. You focus on learning hoof-shaving for 1 hour, and gained 1 experience point in the Blacksmith Apprentice class. Your hoof-shaving skill has improved, and you gain 1 experience point. In the evening, after a hard day's work, Ryan returned to the servants' quarters. For ease of management, the servants' quarters consisted of large bunk beds. A dozen people slept in each bunk, and Ryan and his best friend George didn't share a dormitory. Naturally, the best spots in the middle were occupied by the fake second generations, while Ryan and the other boys slept on the edges. Ryan! Hurry up! Sweep the floor, wipe the bed, and wipe the cabinets, Brow commanded. According to regulations, it was his job to clean the place today. Ryan glanced at Brow and cursed inwardly, fuck. I'm exhausted all day, and I have to help you clean? What are you looking at? Hurry up, you want a beating? Thick Eyebrows raised his eyebrows, forming a splayed figure, and walked forward aggressively, grabbing Ryan by the collar. Ryan was about to engage him in a fight, but just as he reached out, he remembered that he had skinny arms and legs, and was half a head shorter than Thick Eyebrow. If he attacked now, he would definitely be in trouble. He was thinking, this is an alien version of school bullying, huh? Just wait. Just bear with it for a few days, and then I see how I deal with you. But what he said was, isn't that what I'm looking for, a rag? I do it right away. Thick Eyebrows looked suspiciously in the direction of Ryan's finger. Sure enough, the rag was there, so he shoved Ryan with a curse and walked away. Ryan picked up the rag and wiped over 10 beds. Then sweeping, fetching water, mopping, a series of tasks that left him exhausted. As he worked, he wondered what triggered the profession panel. Previously, the Blacksmith Apprentice had triggered. Was it because he was learning how to repair donkey hooves? But now, after sweeping, mopping, and wiping the table for over an hour, the servant profession hadn't triggered. Is it because there's no such profession? Or is it because they didn't sweep long enough? After a long day of exhaustion, the servants had no interest in chatting. After a few brief chats, they fell into a deep sleep. Ryan, who had been furious, tossed and turned, unable to sleep, his mind a mess. Ryan was thinking about how to make a quick change. He didn't want to live like this anymore. He wanted to teach Anthony Davis a lesson. A few ideas flashed through his mind. For example, could he use his knowledge to obtain a gunpowder formula and present it to Count Habsburg? After some thought, it was impossible. According to my original body's memories, even the steward of the Habsburg estate, let alone the Count, was a knightly figure, a figure like Ryan's. Through the butler? Not to mention the butler's reliability, even if he would report it to the higher authorities, how could I, a child of a poor family, explain the source of my knowledge? Furthermore, if something went wrong, my life might be in danger. After all, money can be a powerful asset. Since this is a transcendental world, force is paramount. Quickly find a way to level up, take the first step, that's the way to go. But speaking of force, That noble girl is truly impressive, cool, and beautiful. From what others are calling her, it seems she's Miss Claire. Was she the daughter of an earl? Or some other noble family? Ryan couldn't help but picture the noble girl's heroic presence. Her skin-tight hunting outfit highlighted her exquisite figure, especially her taut, perky hips. Dazed, Ryan drifted off to sleep. The next morning, at dawn, the servants were called to work. Today was another day of learning to repair donkey hooves, but after today, the training would be over, and they wouldn't be able to do it again until next month. This made Ryan anxious. I finally had the golden finger, and now the hoof is gone. How about just ask Master Ball and have him repair it myself? Ryan glanced at his frail arms and shook his head. He lacked experience and strength, and even if he agreed, he probably wouldn't be able to do it properly. Things went wrong, and it backfired. The true second generation hadn't come to the outer keep for training all day, which made Ryan a little regretful. After another day of hoof trimming, Ryan looked at the skill. Hoof trimming, 32/100, and couldn't help but ponder what to do tomorrow. Another day passed. The next morning, it was Bar again, standing in front of the servants lined up in 2 rows, and he shouted, "Today, we're learning horseshoeing. But before we shoe, we need to trim the hooves." Ryan couldn't hear the rest of the words. Hoof trimming? This should also count as hoof trimming. Slightly excited, Ryan quickly flipped the transparent box to the second page and checked the skills again. It says hoof trimming, but it doesn't specify whether it's a donkey's hoof or a horse's hoof. And judging by the vivid hoof icon, it should count for all perissodactyls. Donkeys and horses are one family. However, whether this actually works remains to be verified. A short while later, Ryan and the other servants were led to the northeast corner of the outer fortress, near the stables. Looking at the tall horses in the stables, all the servants except Ryan couldn't help but look bitter, which caused the pseudo-second-generation masters, who were half a head taller than the average, to complain. Clearly, donkey hooves are so difficult to press, so these steed hooves, which are a full circle taller than donkeys, are obviously even more difficult to fix. Except for Ryan, of course. Ryan was now filled with anticipation, yearning, excitement, and anticipation for shoeing horses. He couldn't wait to start shoeing horses, so he could verify his suspicions. Soon, the first horse was led out of the stable by Master Ball. Judging from its size, it was probably one of the shorter horses in the stable, but still a good bit larger than the strongest black donkey. This is a nag. Let's start with the nag. Come on, first team, Ryan and George, get up there and hold the horse's hooves. Bar roared with full force. Ryan and George immediately filed out and began to hold the horse's hooves according to the master's instructions. The master took a pre-made inverted U-shaped horseshoe and measured it on the fixed hoof. After gauging the approximate range for shoeing, he began to trim the hoof with a click, click sound. When he felt the trimming was almost complete, he nailed the horseshoe onto the hoof. The key to shoeing horses is to first roughly measure the horseshoe on the hoof, Bar explained to the servants, demonstrating. Ryan saw clearly that the horseshoe had 7 holes, and Bar had nailed it 7 times. Each time they hammered in a nail, the horse's struggles intensified, requiring Ryan and the others to exert greater effort to secure it. After finishing, Ball trimmed the rough edges once more, completing the shoeing of one horse's hoof. After pressing all 4 hooves of the horse, Ryan, sweating profusely, suddenly froze. The system notification just came. You assisted in shoeing the horse's hoof, and your understanding of the relevant skills has improved. Your hoofing skill has improved, gaining 4 experience points. You focus on learning horseshoeing for a quarter of an hour, gaining 1 experience point in the Blacksmith Apprentice class. Watching the hoofing skills experience points increase again, Ryan felt a subtle thrill. Although he had expected horse hoofing to also increase experience points, he was still a little excited to see it. More importantly, the experience point increase this time was much faster than when hoofing a donkey. Ryan discovered that he seemed to have mastered the secret to rapid improvement. Previously, when he was repairing donkey hoofs, he'd only need to focus for an hour to gain 1 Blacksmith Apprentice professional experience point. But this time, after just a quarter of an hour, his Blacksmith Apprentice professional experience points increased slightly. And now, the experience bar to the right below the words Blacksmith Apprentice read 8/100. Ryan concluded that this was likely because horseshoeing was more relevant to the Blacksmith Apprentice profession than repairing donkey hoofs. Thus, the professional experience points awarded were higher. While this was just Ryan's guess, he believed it was roughly correct. This gave Ryan a sense of hope. That's a sure thing. Chapter 5. Just before noon, a strange system notification suddenly appeared. You assisted with horseshoeing, and your comprehension has improved. You have learned a new skill. Horseshoeing. Your horseshoeing skill has been improved, and your experience points have increased by 1. Huh? Ryan immediately flipped the transparent frame to the second page, which was the Blacksmith Apprentice class panel. Aside from the densely packed skill chart, a single icon for hoofing lit up. Now, another icon lit up in the position above it. Horseshoeing level 1, 1 out of 100. The icon was simple, a horseshoe in the shape of an inverted U, with 7 tiny holes clearly visible. The other icons on the class panel remained dim. Could it be that after a period of diligent study, the skills associated with the profession will be triggered and activated, and through continuous practice, the skill level can be increased? At present, it seems so. This new discovery made Ryan devote himself to horseshoeing. Even the reappearance of the noble girl in the center of the outer fortress did not make him look up twice. During lunch, his best friend George looked at Ryan strangely and said, "Ryan, I see you've changed." This immediately startled Ryan. Could it be that his former friend had already noticed something was wrong with him? George continued, "Ryan, why do you work so hard? You only stop when you're completely exhausted, both hoofing and shoeing." Ryan breathed a sigh of relief. So that's what it was. He thought to himself, that's because you don't have a golden finger. Otherwise, George, you might be even more diligent than me. Haha, maybe it just clicked. You realize the importance of learning a trade, Ryan said with a smile. Really? George glanced at Ryan suspiciously. He had a feeling something had changed about his best friend, but he couldn't put his finger on it. But when Ryan said he understood the importance of learning a trade, George agreed. Although George's family wasn't well off, his parents were landed freemen with a stable source of income, so his circumstances were much better than Ryan's. Unlike Ryan's family, his father was a farmer working for the estate, his mother didn't have a stable source of income, and he had a younger sister. So Ryan was even more eager to learn a trade than he was, and he understood. After lunch, the servants took a short break before continuing to learn horseshoeing with Ball. Horseshoeing initially held the boys' attention, but after a bit of familiarity, the pseudo-second-generation boys grew impatient. After all, their goal was to become guards, so learning horseshoeing was irrelevant. Soon, the pseudo-second-generation boys began to chat. This was always Ryan's chance to catch up on the outside world, so he immediately pricked up his ears. Hey, have you heard? Things have been pretty rough lately. I heard a group of ferocious pirates have landed, Thick Eyebrows announced, breaking the news. Pirates? While Goldhire isn't far from the coast, it's still quite a distance, right? What does a pirate landing have to do with us? Freckles asked. I'm not sure. I heard from Billy, the caravan guard who just arrived in Goldhire to deliver goods, that a group of pirates called the Black Sail have come ashore. They don't seem to dare attack the county town, but are mainly targeting nearby towns. I heard that the fishing port town closest to the coast suffered heavy losses, and even the town sheriff was killed. Thick Eyebrows continued. No way. Small town sheriffs are usually only considered quasi-knights? Are pirates that powerful? The baker's child asked in astonishment. Yes, the Black Sail pirates are very powerful. Moreover, I heard that our Goldhire sheriff, Lord Kuzma, is being transferred to the fishing port town as sheriff. Also, our town's new sheriff is said to be a man transferred from the county town. I think his name is Lord Hamilton. I can't remember, but it should be that name. Freckles agreed, and also revealed another piece of important news. Ryan, who was listening beside him, also agreed. He was indeed well informed. Huh? You heard this news too? It seems to be true. Thick Eyebrows nodded to Freckles. By the way, Fishing Harbor Town doesn't seem too far from our Goldhire town, only about 2 days' journey. Do you think the pirates will attack our town? Freckles continued to ask worriedly. Don't worry, pirates usually retreat after looting the coast and won't go too far. Otherwise, they wouldn't be pirates, Thick Eyebrows reassured. It was a bit of a rush of information. Pirates? New sheriff? Ryan was stunned, almost losing his grip on the horseshoe. Master Ball asked with concern, Ryan, if you're tired, take a break. Ryan's enthusiasm for learning has been high these past 2 days, and his talent is quite impressive. Ball noticed this, and his impression of him has improved considerably. Hard work can often inadvertently change the perceptions of those around you. It's okay, I can hold on a little longer. Ryan shook his head, rejecting Ball's offer. I must seize every opportunity to improve my skills, otherwise, this golden finger will be wasted. Still, the pirate incident had still touched Ryan somewhat. This world doesn't seem so stable. I must seize the opportunity to become stronger. And so, George noticed that his best friend, Ryan, seemed even more enthusiastic about his work than yesterday. All day, he barely rested, constantly helping to press the horseshoes, his eyes fixed on Master Ball's shoeing. This passion for learning is simply incomprehensible. After 2 days of shoeing, Ryan was lost in thought as he stared at the skill. Hoof Trimmer Level 1, 99/100. Looks like I can take my hoofing skill to the next level today. I wonder what happens after I reach Level 2. Ryan didn't have to wait long. After watching Ball trim a horseshoe to a perfectly smooth finish, the long-awaited system notification finally appeared. You assisted with shoeing, and your understanding of the skill has improved. Your hoofing skill has been upgraded, and your experience points have increased by 1. Congratulations, your hoofing skill has been upgraded to Level 2. Looking at the hoofing Level 2, 1/300. Suddenly, Ryan felt as if he had gained a different understanding of hoofing. It was as if fragments of memory had appeared in his mind, as if he had been trimming horseshoes for months. When Ryan watched Ball trimming the horseshoe again, he felt a deeper understanding dawn on him. For example, why did Ball give a flick of his wrist every time he trimmed the hoof to its fullest curve? Or why did Ball give a flick of his wrist every time he scraped off the excess with the shovel? It all seemed so natural, so effortless. He had it. Ryan had a feeling that, although his strength hadn't increased, he was beginning to master the art of hoof trimming. He couldn't yet do the full shoeing. But hoof trimming was something he could try. Although it seemed a bit unusual for him to bring this up with Master Ball, after all, even the fastest learning boy couldn't trim the hoof independently. But if he wanted to gain more experience, the trick might lie in getting his hands dirty. Ryan glanced at the experience bar, 22/100, below the words Blacksmith Apprentice Level 1 on the class panel, and thought to himself, what a shame. Currently, skill upgrades are easy, but raising class levels is much more difficult. He made a rough estimate. Based on the current progress, it would take at least 5 more days for the Blacksmith Apprentice to reach a higher class level. After a moment's hesitation, Ryan said, Master Ball, could you let me try trimming a hoof? I think I can do it. Ball looked at Ryan, carefully studying his expression. After confirming that he wasn't joking, and recalling Ryan's hard work over the past few days, he nodded and said, okay, then give it a try. All the servants stared at Ryan in amazement, their thoughts turning to him. You've only learned it for a few days, and you've already mastered it. Even the pseudo-second generations resting nearby stopped chatting and looked towards Ryan, even though their goal wasn't to become the Manor's blacksmith apprentice. This kind of pretentious behavior was clearly unbearable for them. What the hell is Ryan doing? He's trying to show off? He had to be given a good beating tonight. Thick eyebrows spat out the grass stems in his mouth and cursed. To attract Ball's attention. I hate this kind of flattery. Damn it! Give him a good lesson tonight. Freckles echoed. Chapter 6. However, when Ryan took the sharp shovel from the donkey hoof shovel master, he misjudged its weight and stumbled. This immediately drew another round of laughter from the fake second generations. They seemed to be mocking Ryan's presumption. Ryan's face flushed. He had misjudged the weight of the shovel, not that he couldn't even lift it. Ball, standing beside him, shook his head slightly, seemingly unconvinced that Ryan could fix the hoof. After all, Ryan's thin frame meant he was far too weak. Ryan, you. George, standing beside him, also felt that Ryan's current behavior was too impulsive, making him a laughing stock for the surrounding boys. This made him, as a good friend, feel a little embarrassed. But the friendship between the young men was relatively pure and honest. George didn't say anything, but instead used all his strength to help Ryan hold down the hoof. Ryan nodded at George without saying anything. Swish. Thanks to George's vigorous pressure, Ryan's left hand didn't have to exert much strength to hold the hoof in place. The shovel in his right hand, though still a little unfamiliar and choppy, managed to trim the burrs cleanly. A master's skill is instantly recognizable. Ball, standing by, was immediately impressed. He thought to himself, not bad. Ryan, though a little skinny, has mastered the art of hoof trimming. He uses the weight of the shovel to trim along the hoof's contour. The fake second generations fell silent at this point. Anyone could see that Ryan had truly mastered hoof trimming. Although he was a little unskilled, that was compared to Master Ball. George's eyes widened as he watched Ryan trimming a donkey's hoof, his gaze fixed on him. My God! Ryan, you've mastered it in just a few days. That's amazing. Freckle-faced man, upon hearing George's praise of Ryan, seemed rather disdainful, saying TSK. What's there to be proud of? Trimming a hoof isn't swordsmanship. Yeah. The pseudo-second generation standing nearby were naturally even more upset when they saw Ryan stealing the show. Ryan, however, paid no attention to what was happening around him. At that moment, his mind was already absorbed by the system prompts. You performed horse hoof trimming, and your comprehension has improved. Your hoof trimming skill has been upgraded, adding 5 experience points. You focused on hoof trimming, adding 2 experience points to your Blacksmith Apprentice class. Shoo! Hands-on experience alone can actually add so much experience. Just as I suspected. At this rate, Blacksmith Apprentice class level advancement is just around the corner. No! Not just around the corner. It's very possible I can reach Blacksmith Apprentice class level 2 today. After trimming 4 horses' hooves, Ryan was sweating, but his eyes sparkled. Not bad, Ryan. You can trim hoofs independently now. Ball, standing by, nodded with satisfaction, praising Ryan's skills. Thank you, Master Ball. Ryan nodded earnestly. And you? If you want to apply for the blacksmith apprenticeship, study hard. Ball turned to the servants, his face darkening, and shouted. Facing Ball, the pseudo-second generations naturally didn't dare to get angry, but the look they gave Ryan became much more vicious. Previously, they hadn't cared much about Ryan's diligence, as the pseudo-second generations were driven more by a sense of superiority. But now, Ryan had quietly earned Master Ball's recognition and become the center of attention. This was a bit too much for them. During lunch, Ryan felt the atmosphere around him was a bit oppressive. Except for his best friend George, even the other boys from ordinary families stopped talking to him. Jealousy? Or were they instigated by the pseudo-second generations? Ryan wasn't sure, but he didn't care. He couldn't slow down his progress just because of other people's opinions. The pseudo-second generations, on the other hand, were deeply dissatisfied with Ryan's attention-seeking behavior. Ryan, they can't stand seeing you do well, George said soothingly, knowing what was going on. I know, George. Don't worry, I'm fine. Since he was starting to stand out, this situation was inevitable. But with his golden finger, he was bound to encounter such a day sooner or later. In his previous life, Ryan had been accustomed to such situations. Bullying at school. Workplace oppression. The principle is the same. In the afternoon, the servants continued shoeing. After Ryan finished shoeing the horse's hoof, Master Ball put on the shoe. With the work split into 2 parts, Ball naturally found it much easier, and he looked at Ryan with increasing favor. Toward evening, Ryan finally received the system notification indicating his class level had increased. You performed horse hoofing, and your comprehension has increased. Your hoofing skill has increased, adding 5 experience points. You have specialized in horse hoofing, adding 2 experience points to your Blacksmith Apprentice class. Congratulations, your Blacksmith Apprentice class level has increased. The Blacksmith Apprentice has leveled up? Ryan was overjoyed. He impatiently flipped the transparent box to the second page and examined it carefully. Blacksmith Apprentice Level 2, 0/300, Hoof Trimmer Level 2, 255/300, Horseshoeing Level 1, 45/100, Attribute Points remaining, 1. Skill Points remaining, 1. Sure enough. Even though Ryan knew his class level would increase today, seeing this in person, he couldn't contain his joy. Furthermore, it looked like the Hoof Trimmer skill was about to reach Level 3. But none of that mattered. What mattered was the attribute points, 1, and the skill points, 1 displayed at the bottom of the panel. This was the biggest gain from this Blacksmith Apprentice class level increase. Adding points means becoming stronger? No, it's because of my hard work that I earned these points. So, it's not about adding points to become stronger, it's about effort equals becoming stronger. After a moment's thought, Ryan flipped the transparent box back to the first page, the attributes page. Name, Ryan Kalin. Occupation, Blacksmith Apprentice Level 2. Constitution, 5. Strength, 4. Agility, 6. Spirit, 8. Clearly, Ryan's strength attribute is the lowest. It can't be helped. With such a small physique, strength is naturally weak. But things are different now. Regarding how to add attribute points, Ryan saw no reason to hesitate. He would address his weaknesses first. He didn't want to be a weakling anymore, nor did he want to be bullied anymore. Adding some strength was the inevitable choice at this stage. A little strength might not be enough, but at least he would have some ability to fight back. After a moment's thought, Ryan added a little to his strength. Strength instantly reached 5. Instantly, Ryan felt a surge of warmth from his heart, spreading throughout his limbs. He felt as comfortable as if soaking in a hot spring, and all the fatigue in his body vanished. Furthermore, that slight increase in strength made Ryan feel as if his entire body was filled with energy, ready to fight hundreds of horse hooves without stopping. Adding a point to recovery? This effect was incredible. Next, it was skill points. Ryan was about to add a point to the horseshoeing when he suddenly stopped. If each class level only gave one skill point, this skill point would be very valuable. Ryan noticed that the experience required to upgrade from level 2 to level 3 for the Blacksmith Apprentice class had increased from 100 to 300. This meant that the difficulty of the upgrade was increasing. I haven't yet learned any other skills of the Blacksmith's Apprentice. If I learn a skill that's extremely difficult to improve, like weapon forging, wouldn't it be helpful to add points to it? After a moment's thought, Ryan decided to keep this one skill point for now. When Ryan returned to the game, his spirits truly surprised everyone. With his increased strength, Ryan's fluency improved by at least 20% when he trimmed the horse's hooves. While still not as good as Ball, it was a noticeable improvement compared to the beginning. The servants closest to Ryan were stunned. For dinner, Ryan ate 3.5 bricks of brown bread, refilled his vegetable soup 3 times, and finally licked the soup bowl clean. The servants were stunned by this sight. Ryan found that after adding a little strength, the boost was truly noticeable, but hunger also quickly set in. After a satisfying meal, Ryan returned to the dorm, only to be blocked by Brow and Freckles. "Ryan, you're a good kid. You're really showing off today." Brow stepped forward and patted Ryan's face with a provocative expression. "Yesterday I had to endure it, but today it's different." Ryan's eyes suddenly changed from gentle to fierce. Smack! Ryan used all his strength and slapped Brow hard across the face. Brow's head was buzzing, and he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. This slap stunned Freckles and the other spectators who were watching the show. All they could think was, "How dare Ryan?" Brow, meanwhile, was stunned for a long time by Ryan's slap. But this was only the beginning. Bang! Ryan's knee struck Brow hard in the stomach, just below the diaphragm. Brow vomited his dinner all over the floor. A sour, foul smell filled the air. "Go on. Beat that brat Ryan to death. How dare you fight back?" Freckles shouted, and the other spectators rushed forward and began to assault Ryan. But Ryan ignored it, hunching his neck and burying his head, and continued to punch the retching thick eyebrows to death. The ferocity of his punches was truly terrifying. Chapter 7. However, the incident was quickly reported by the other servants. A short while later, a head butler from the manor arrived, and the men were quickly separated. As luck would have it, this head butler happened to be someone the Ryan family had a connection with. So, for the fight, Ryan and Brow were each given 50 lashes, and sentenced to sweeping and mopping the floor for a week. Meanwhile, Ryan, with a bruised face, was moved to George's dormitory. But this matter clearly wasn't going to end there. Brow was tall and strong, but he hadn't anticipated Ryan's sneak attack and was completely taken aback. But that night, Brow came to his senses, his eyes red with anger. As the bully among the servants, he had never suffered such a loss before. The next day, while shoeing the horses, Brow stared at Ryan with a murderous look on his face. "Brow, how are you going to get revenge?" Freckles asked nearby. Freckles' question caused the other pseudo-second generations to turn their attention to Brow. Brow actually had an idea. If he and Ryan got into a fight again at the manor, they would both be punished, possibly even expelled. That would be more trouble than it's worth. Sword training starts next week. I've heard there'll be a sparring session. That kid's going to have a hard time, Brow said through gritted teeth. "Wow! Brow, you've learned swordsmanship? You're amazing. Luckily, I learned from my uncle for 2 years. By then, I beat him until his mother can't recognize him." Brow clenched his fists, demonstrating his determination to win. Unlike Brow, Ryan was sweating profusely as he trimmed a hoof and explained the tricks to hoof trimming to the other servants. For example, he could use the weight of the shovel to trim along the contours of the hoof. This attracted many servants interested in becoming blacksmith apprentices to Ryan. Ryan thus successfully divided the servants, who had been instigated by the pseudo-second generations. A great man in the past once said, "Make many friends and few enemies." As for worrying that the servants would surpass him after learning the art, even with a cheat code, why worry about being surpassed? Forget it. As long as you progress faster than others, you never have to worry about being surpassed. After finishing the last horse in the stable, Ryan wiped his sweat and opened his class panel. Blacksmith Apprentice Level 2, 27/300. There's still some distance to go before the Blacksmith Apprentice class reaches Level 3, but Ryan is already very satisfied with the current progress. Hoofing Level 2, 295/300. Shoeing Level 1, 56 out of 100. Remaining skill points, 1. Ryan had already decided not to use this skill point for now. At this point, improving both hoofing and shoeing skills was simply a matter of time. Given enough time, Ryan could easily level up. In that case, the later a skill point was used, the more cost-effective it would be. Besides, all the horses in the stable had already been shod. Adding a point to the shoeing skill now would be foolish. Wait until the skill level was no longer sufficient, or when a massive amount of experience points were required to level up. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a neat gray linen robe approached the servant boy, seemingly with something to announce. According to the original body's memories, the man before him was an official Habsburg manor servant, responsible for arranging matters related to the training of the servant boys. He greeted Ball, coughed twice, and said, "Tomorrow is Sunday, so you have a day off. You can go home later. Remember to return to the manor on time tomorrow evening. Starting the day after tomorrow, you will practice basic swordsmanship, and Mr. Humbert, the manor guard, will give you lessons. I hope you will seize this opportunity and study diligently." The servant boys had 1 day off per week during their training, which was the day of church service. The other 6 days were spent at the manor. With that, the middle-aged man leisurely departed. But his words instantly ignited the servant boys' enthusiasm, like adding fuel to a raging fire. The servant boys' discussion suddenly grew louder. "Ryan, did you hear that? We're going to have swordsmanship training." George grabbed Ryan's arm and said with a look of longing, "Of course I heard. I'm excited too. Let's work hard together, young man." Ryan replied with a smile. The fake second generations were also happy, because they knew that next week's swordsmanship training would be when Thick Eyebrows would give Ryan a good lesson. They were in for a good show. Clearly, the past few days had not been a happy time for the fake second generations. Ryan's brilliance overshadowed them. But they didn't really care. A genius at repairing donkey hooves and shoeing horses? Nothing. But swordsmanship was different. And like any normal boy, Ryan was looking forward to the basic swordsmanship training next week. After all, what boy doesn't love the thrill of passion, the swinging of swords, the slashing and slashing of battles? But he was even more eager to see if sword training would trigger new panels, like the swordsman panel, the guard panel, or even the warrior panel. However, right now, he wasn't thinking about sword training, because he was about to go home to see his original incarnation's parents. Not only his parents, but his original incarnation also had a 7-year-old sister. Suddenly, Ryan couldn't help but think of his parents in his previous life. He wondered what had become of them. Alas! For a moment, Ryan's eyes looked a little lonely. Just then George walked over, glanced at the second generations, and asked, "By the way, Ryan, what are you going to do tomorrow when you get home? How about we go pick nuts in the woods together?" Interrupted from his thoughts, Ryan thought for a moment. "Well, just to relax. Besides, it's autumn, the season when nuts are plentiful. Nuts are nutritious, perfect for replenishing the nutrients your body needs." However, according to his original memory, there weren't many nuts for them to pick in the town's public woodlands. Because it was public woodland, the townspeople had long been clearing it daily. Before Ryan could ask, George looked around and whispered, "Ryan, let's go to the woodlands belonging to the Habsburg estate. There are plenty of nuts there. Uncle Guillaume, the forest ranger, is a relative of mine. We can go there secretly, no problem. But don't tell anyone." So that was George's idea. "Great, young man, you have a future." Ryan smiled and said, "Okay. It's settled then." The town's forests are divided into 2 types. One is the public woodland, where anyone can collect firewood, nuts, and hunt. The other is the manor woodland, which belongs to the Habsburg estate, and is not permitted for ordinary people. What George had just mentioned was his plan to secretly go to the manor woodland with him to collect nuts. In the evening, with a pleasant breeze, Ryan walked home alone. George had already arrived home. Ryan's home was located in the south of the town, just north of the Harrisburg estate. This meant that Ryan's way home basically had to cross the town along the busiest street. This was a bakery. This was an inn, the same inn that Freckles had owned. It seemed as if the sight of the place brought back memories. Every time he passed a familiar shop, memories of the original owner would flood back, slowly merging into Ryan's memory. However, as he passed the town square, he saw many townspeople pausing to look at the bulletin board. Intrigued, Ryan couldn't help but step forward to take a look. There were many wanted posters posted on the bulletin board. One, nicknamed Scarface, was the latest. He had long blonde hair, a horse face, and a scar running diagonally from his forehead across his nose to his right cheek. Real name, unknown. Criminal records: raped 3 women in Peterstown, repeatedly robbed passers-by, and is suspected of being connected to the recent spate of missing children. Reward: 5 imperial gold coins. Note: Rewards can be claimed from sheriffs in small towns and above for the body or head. Hiss. 5 imperial gold coins. Ryan's eyes lit up. With that money, But immediately, Ryan shook his head, sighed, and dismissed this somewhat unrealistic idea, continuing his walk home. This is a blacksmith shop. Huh? Wait. Chapter 8. I could work at the town's blacksmith shop and gain experience as a blacksmith apprentice. However, according to my original memories, the blacksmith and owner of this shop, Boris, was a stingy man. Unless you were an experienced helper, learning any craft required a hefty apprenticeship fee. 5 or 10 silver coins, I think. Ryan's family definitely couldn't afford that kind of money right now. I guess I had to think of another way. Hello, Aunt Seema. Hello, little Ryan. After a week as a boy servant, I see you look more energetic and stronger. Aunt Seema greeted Ryan kindly. She was familiar with Ryan's mother. Oh, really? At first, Ryan thought Aunt Seema was just being polite. But he raised his arm, and saw that his once slender arms now had a slight bulge of muscle, especially his biceps. Ryan immediately lifted his shirt to examine his abs, vaguely catching sight of his 8-pack. You know, while thin people tend to develop abdominal muscles, this body originally had absolutely none, not even a hint of one. But now, with a little exercise, I'd probably have noticeable abdominal muscles. It seems the effect of this little bit of strength boost is immediate. Ryan stopped in front of a 2-story, gabled house. The roof was sloping and thatched, and aside from the mud walls, the rest was made of wood. There were open spaces in front and behind the house, where onions and vegetables were planted. A woman, bent over pulling something out of the open space, seemed to sense someone approaching and straightened up. Ryan, is that Ryan back? Looking at the woman's kind and dignified face, memories flooded back like a spring, heartwarming scenes streaming through Ryan's mind like slideshows. Ryan blurted out, Mother, it's me. I'm back. Let me see, Ryan, you've grown stronger in the past few days. It seems the Manor's food for your servants is quite good, said his mother, Emma, smiling and hugging Ryan. For a moment, Ryan felt an inexplicable emotion. He didn't know if this emotion was a natural reaction of his body, or perhaps just an instinct of being human. But he knew it came from the heart, from the depths of his soul. This other person was the original body's mother, and now his mother. Brother. Is that brother back? A pretty little girl with long hair suddenly ran in from the backyard, picking a handful of chopped green onions. Ryan instantly superimposed the scene before him with a little girl named Mint. This was Mint, his sister. Mint. Ryan picked up his sister and spun her around, making Mint giggle nonstop. Not long after, Ryan's father returned. He was a simple-looking, burly man with a square face, though his forehead was a bit wrinkled, as if he was often worried. Seeing Ryan, he smiled faintly and patted his shoulder with his thick, calloused hand. Ryan, you've grown stronger. And even a little taller. Dad. You've worked so hard. Ryan hugged his father tightly. Although old Ryan didn't know why his child was suddenly so sentimental, he still smiled and hugged Ryan. That evening, the family of 4 gathered cozily around a wooden table, enjoying dinner together. Dinner consisted of a plate of bacon, a large plate of mashed potatoes, some rye bread, and a bottle of milk. In an ordinary household, this would have been considered a feast. Clearly, this was because today was Ryan's day home. Normally, old Ryan wouldn't have ate such a good meal. But after quickly devouring his portion, Ryan realized he was only half full. He was currently in a period of rapid physical growth, so he could eat a lot. There was a saying in his past life, a young boy will eat his father out of poverty. What's more, Ryan had also gained some attributes. Since gaining that little bit of strength, it seemed as if he had drained the last bit of his body's nutritional reserves. Ryan felt like he had been eating a lot more these past 2 days. Moreover, the urge to eat meat kept lingering in his mind. So, after finishing his portion, Ryan swallowed hard and forced his gaze away from the food. His mother took a look and immediately noticed something. Ryan, aren't you full? I give you these 2 slices of bacon. I'm full. Brother, I'm still young. You can have this mashed potatoes. Little Mint pushed a bowl of mashed potatoes in front of Ryan. Ryan, here. Old Ryan said. This. Looking at the scene before him, Ryan was deeply moved. If Ryan's previous efforts were driven by his desire to change his current situation as a time traveler and his longing for this extraordinary world. But from this moment on, Ryan's motivation would require a significant overhaul. Finally, Ryan accepted his mother and Little Mint's bacon and mashed potatoes, but refused his father's bread. He knew his father, who worked physically, needed more nutrition than he did. That night, Ryan slept soundly. The next morning, old Ryan declined Ryan's request to help in the fields and left early. His mother also went to work at the town inn. Only Ryan and his sister, Mint, were left at home. Following his sister's voice, Ryan found Mint planting carrots in their yard with a young girl. "Brother, are you up?" "I'm planting carrots with Sister Anna," little Mint greeted with a smile. "Anna?" Yes, that was their neighbor. A quiet little girl who, it was said, had come to live in Gold Hire with her mother. But a year earlier, her mother had mysteriously disappeared. Now, she lived alone in the cabin next door to Ryan's. The girl turned around. Her features were beautiful, but her complexion had a sallow look. She seemed to have been malnourished for years, her light yellow hair a little dry and split, but her deep brown eyes revealed a resolute beauty. "Hello, Ryan," the girl said shyly, lowering her head. Ryan seemed a few months older than the girl. From his memory, the girl always looked shy of strangers. "Hello, Anna." Just as Ryan was about to help them, his best friend George's voice came from the doorway. "Ryan, let's go pick some nuts." "Brother, I want to go too," Mint excitedly exclaimed upon hearing Ryan was going to pick nuts. Anna, standing beside him, seemed to have a look of eagerness in her eyes. But after some thought, Ryan declined. After all, this time they were going to the woods of the Habsburg estate, and he was going with George. It would be inappropriate to bring anyone else there himself. So, Ryan shook his head and said, "Mint, stay home with Sister Anna. I bring you nuts." "Okay," Mint said pitifully, reluctantly but obediently. As expected, children from poor families grow up early. So sensible at such a young age. Ryan patted little Mint's head and left with George. After walking for a while, George suddenly said with a puzzled look on his face, "Ryan, why is your sister with Anna? Haven't you heard? She's an unlucky person." "An unlucky person?" Ryan asked, puzzled. "I also happen to hear from my father that Anna's mother isn't missing, but seems to have been abducted. But I don't know the details," George said mysteriously after glancing around and finding no one around. "Don't tell anyone." "Who abducted her?" Ryan asked, puzzled. "I really don't know." George's words were vague. "By the way, Ryan, have you heard? 2 children from civilian families north of our town have gone missing recently. Remember to remind Mint to stay out of the house." "Huh? That's true? Didn't they say the children disappeared in other towns before, so our Gold Hire town was safe? Now it's spreading?" Ryan was surprised. "I'm not sure about that." George thought for a moment. This was another question that touched on his blind spot. Chapter 9. By the time they both returned home, Ryan had a basket full of wild blueberries, hazelnuts, and chestnuts. Thanks to George's connections, the two of them were able to sneak into the estate woodland and pick a variety of nuts and berries. What a bountiful harvest! About 70% of the forest surrounding the town belonged to the Habsburg estate, with the remaining 30% being public woodland. But the wild fruits and nuts in the public woodland had long been picked by the townspeople. It was lunchtime, and the autumn sun was exceptionally warm. As Ryan neared his doorstep, he could already see the white smoke rising from his own chimney in the distance, which brightened his mood. However, when he glanced at the house next door, he was stunned. A little girl in a gray linen coat was sitting on the wooden steps of her house, basking in the sun and nibbling on a bran cake. Although the bran cakes were inferior to black bread, the little girl ate them with extraordinary care. She held the bran cake in one hand and caught the falling crumbs with the other, tucking them into her mouth, unwilling to waste a single bit. After a few bites, the girl, bathed in the sunlight, narrowed her eyes, seemingly content with just a single bran cake. The girl was Anna. Ryan froze in place, staring blankly at the girl's cautious eating. His heart suddenly clenched. It took someone who had endured so much misfortune to find such a taste of happiness in a bran cake. Ryan looked down at the wild fruit in his hand, his lips trembling, but he didn't know what to say. He wasn't familiar with the girl, and if he rashly offered her some nuts, she might not accept his kindness. After a moment's thought, Ryan went into his room, poured out half the wild fruits and nuts he had gathered, and handed the remaining half to his sister, Mint. "Mint, go give this half basket of wild fruits to Sister Anna over there. Remember to make sure she accepts it," Ryan said, squatting down and patting Mint's head. As if sensing something from her brother's serious look, Mint nodded vigorously and said, "Yes." Sister Anna must have had a really hard time living alone. She definitely liked these wild fruits. "Don't worry, brother. I make sure Sister Anna accepts them. If she doesn't, I cry." Mint fluttered her eyes and waved her little hand vigorously. "Yes." "So good." A moment later, Mint came running back, her face brimming with excitement. Brother, Sister Anna accepted it. She asked me to thank you. We've agreed to continue planting in the garden this afternoon. The mint is wonderful. Ryan felt relieved upon hearing Anna accepted it, and gave his sister a thumbs up in praise. After lunch, Ryan headed for the blacksmith shop in Gold Hire. The shop was located on the town's main thoroughfare. Before Ryan even approached, he could hear the distant clanging of iron hammering. As soon as he entered the shop, Ryan was immediately hit by a wave of heat. Inside, he saw several sturdy men who looked like helpers and apprentices busy at work, while the blacksmith, Boris Patton, was forging an iron pot. Several apprentices looked at Ryan with confusion as he approached Boris. "Uncle Boris, can I come help out at the blacksmith shop?" "Anything is fine." Boris turned and looked over at the voice. He looked Ryan up and down and said, "Little Ryan, you seem a lot stronger than before." "Sorry, the blacksmith shop is full of people right now." "Ha ha, Uncle Boris, I help you for free. You can ask me to do anything you want." "Huh? Free help? Is there such a good thing?" Blacksmith Boris was stunned at first, then his eyes focused on Ryan again, his gaze burning, as if he was pondering what to do with Ryan. It wouldn't let Ryan steal any skills, and he could still make good use of his free labor. At this moment, a blacksmith's apprentice raised his eyebrows and said, "Master, let Ryan help me operate the blower." Boris glanced at the man and thought. The blower was fine. No skills were required, just some strength would be enough. "All right. Ryan, remember not to mess with anything in the smithy. You be operating the blower this afternoon. Drews teach Ryan." Of course, Ryan had no objection. A blower is a blower, as long as it takes experience. Even repairing a donkey's hoof can increase a blacksmith's apprentice's experience, so how much more so with a blower? Sitting in front of the blower, Ryan, under Drew's guidance, pulled the blower vigorously. Several sturdy apprentices nearby glanced up at Ryan. With his skinny arms and legs, he probably couldn't pull it much. But once Ryan mastered the basic techniques of the blower, he began to work tirelessly. "You've practiced bellows, and your understanding of the relevant aspects has improved. You've mastered a new skill. Bellows." Ryan was delighted. It was just as he'd imagined. Every time he pulled the bellows, his bellows experience increased by 1. The blacksmith apprentice's professional experience soon showed up as well. Ryan's brows lit up with joy. Suddenly, Ryan began to work like a perpetual motion machine. The apprentices beside him stared at him in amazement. They were completely baffled as to why this new kid was so enthusiastic and worked so hard on such a mechanical, tedious task. Does this brat even know what free help means? Is it necessary for him to work harder than the regular blacksmith apprentices? I've never seen anything like this. Ryan worked until dark. His breaks were few and far between. This impressed the blacksmith, Boris, even more. At the same time, Boris took the opportunity to scold several of the blacksmith apprentices, telling them to learn from him. Suddenly, several blacksmith apprentices exchanged glances, each sensing a sense of urgency in their eyes. Although the work of blacksmith apprentices was tough compared to apprentices in other trades, their pay was top-notch. While they didn't express it, they deeply cherished it. Instantly, several of them quickened their movements. Blacksmith Boris couldn't help but laugh at the scene before him. He hadn't expected that agreeing to let Ryan do the bellows work would have such an unexpected result. Soon, Ryan received a system notification indicating his class level had increased. "You have performed bellows work, and your understanding has improved. Your bellows skill has increased, gaining 3 experience points. You have specialized in blowers, gaining 1 experience point in your blacksmith apprentice class. Congratulations, your blacksmith apprentice class level has increased." Impatiently flipping to the second page of the transparent box, Ryan examined it carefully. The first item on the panel indicated that the blacksmith apprentice had been promoted to level 3. Blacksmith apprentice level 3, 0/500, belling level 2, 245/300, hoof trimming level 2, 295/300, horseshoeing level 1, 56 out of 100, attribute points remaining, 1. Skill points remaining, 2. Even though he knew his class level would likely increase today, seeing this scene, Ryan couldn't contain his joy. Although he was working for free at Boris's blacksmith shop this time, the 1 attribute point and 1 skill point added at the bottom of the attribute panel were his best reward for this free work. Chapter 10. As evening approached, an exhausted Ryan bid farewell to the blacksmith, Boris, and returned to the Habsburg estate. After a quick dinner, he fell into a deep sleep in his dormitories. The next morning, after the servants had been gathered, a tall, burly man approached. The man had golden hair, each strand standing up like wild boar bristles. He had thick eyebrows and large eyes, a resolute face, and a half-sword slung at his waist. His stride exuded a calm and composed air. "I am Humbert, your fencing instructor. This time, you will learn the basics of fencing, which all militiamen must master. Has anyone among you learned fencing?" After saying this, the burly man glanced around. Thick Eyebrow excitedly raised his right hand and said, "Instructor Humbert, I've learned it." "What kind of swordsmanship did you learn? How long?" "Basic swordsmanship, too." "Probably. About 2 years." Thick Eyebrow seemed to recall his own learning process. It had been intermittent for about 2 years. He had wanted to downplay his practice time to highlight his talent for swordsmanship, but under Humbert's piercing gaze, he suddenly revealed the truth. Humbert nodded and said, "Is there anyone else?" No one responded. "If there's no one else, then you, come up and demonstrate the basic swordsmanship you've learned." "Ah? I demonstrate? Okay." Thick Eyebrow was clearly nervous facing the sturdy instructor Humbert. After accepting the ironwood sword Humbert handed him, Thick Eyebrow assumed a swordsmanship stance and began slashing. Ryan and the other servants, having never learned basic swordsmanship, watched with rapt interest, thinking that Thick Eyebrow's basic skills were quite impressive. "Stop. Very good. You can leave now," Humbert said, frowning slightly and waving his hand. "Oh, okay, instructor." Thick Eyebrow beamed with joy at the instructor's praise. But Ryan could see that Humbert didn't seem satisfied with Thick Eyebrow's demonstration of basic swordsmanship. However, Ryan secretly believed that Thick Eyebrow's strength and mastery of the moves were quite impressive, at least much better than his own, since he had never learned basic swordsmanship. Thick Eyebrow returned to the team with a look of joy. Apparently, receiving praise from the instructor on the first day of swordsmanship training had made him very happy. Led by Humbert, the servants arrived at the training ground in the center of the outer fortress. The true second generation hadn't been there today. This was the first time for the servants at the training ground, and they couldn't help but look around curiously. Under the awning, there were unsharpened two-handed and one-handed swords, shields, lances, and other unsharpened training gear, as well as training armor, heavy cloth armor, and other training implements. But none of this had anything to do with the servants. The instructor led them to a spot where only wooden daggers were hanging. He pointed and said, "Here. Each of you gets a dagger. Once you've taken them, line up." Instantly, a group of people rushed over, each holding one. "What? Using a wooden sword like this? A child's toy? Only my 5-year-old brother uses that stuff," Freckles said, looking at the wooden sword with disdain. "Thick Eyebrows, your swordsmanship just now was quite good. I felt it was much better than mine." "Huh, Freckles, have you learned basic swordsmanship before?" Thick Eyebrows asked in surprise. "Of course. My uncle was a mercenary. I learned a little from him when I was little, but I've mostly forgotten it," Freckles said proudly. After all, in his opinion, among all the servants, he was second only to Thick Eyebrows in swordsmanship. "Not bad. Thick Eyebrows and Freckles, it looks like you two are going to shine," the baker's son boasted. "Yeah, now I can't just rely on hoof trimming to attract attention anymore. A man should prioritize force," Freckles said, glancing at Ryan. "You?" George was a little fed up. But Ryan shook his head, stopping George from arguing. After all, it was just idle talk. He wasn't going to lose a hair, so arguing with a bunch of fake second generations was pointless. Besides, who says just because you have a foundation in swordsmanship, I can't catch up? Ryan glanced at the 2 reserved skill points on his dashboard, his eyes flickering slightly. This wooden sword isn't what I expected." Ryan's eyes lit up as he held the wooden sword. This wooden sword seemed to be made of oiled ironwood. Not only was it tough and durable, but its weight was comparable to a real iron sword, making it arguably the best training sword. As expected, the group of pseudo-second generations realized it after handling the sword. "I was wondering, how could the Earl's family use ordinary wooden swords? Turns out they're made of ironwood." After the servants each received an ironwood sword, the swordsmanship instructor, Humbert, began to speak loudly. "Now, let me demonstrate the basic swordsmanship you need to master. Basic swordplay, first move, step and thrust. Basic swordplay, second move, step and slash. Basic swordplay, third move, step and slash." There are only 3 moves in basic swordplay, but Humbert's movements are much faster and more powerful than those of Thick Eyebrows. The same set of moves, yet the effects of the 2 men's execution are worlds apart. The servants watched Humbert's demonstration intently, and soon began wielding their ironwood swords, following his instructions. You never know until you try, and you'd be surprised. Although the 3 moves of basic swordplay appear simple, they are still quite difficult for most servants, including ordinary people like Ryan, who have never practiced swordsmanship in their lifetimes. Not only does the sword swing need to be in place, but the footwork must also be coordinated, meaning the hands and feet must work in unison. This kind of physical coordination cannot be mastered in a short period of time without extensive practice. So, under the scorching sun, a group of young men, sweating and roaring, diligently wielded their ironwood swords, practicing the basics of swordsmanship. Do you want to survive when faced with danger? Humbert, the swordsmanship instructor, corrected everyone's movements while shouting words of encouragement in his raspy voice. He seemed quite accustomed to this training method. Yes. The young men, who had never been subjected to PUA before, exclaimed in unison, their blood boiling. Excellent. Practice the key points I just explained over and over again. Practice non-stop. Practice until it becomes second nature. Humbert encouraged the young servants as he continued to explain the basics of swordsmanship. The key to a stride thrust sword strike is to use the force of your legs to transfer the power of your lower body through your waist to your sword swinging arm. Therefore, you must master the coordination of all your muscles. You have completed basic swordsmanship training, and your understanding of the relevant skills has improved. You have mastered a new skill. Basic swordsmanship. Your basic swordsmanship skill has been improved, and your experience points have increased by 1. Congratulations, you have activated the class panel. Militia? Shouldn't it be swordsman or guard? It only activated the militia class panel? Ryan was both happy and disappointed. The good news was that he had finally activated the combat class panel, not just the Blacksmith Apprentice class panel. This meant he had taken a welcome first step towards becoming a force of arms. The bad news was that this combat class sounded weak. The name clearly indicated that the militia was not a formal military force, and its upper limit of strength should be very low. But, for someone with 0 experience, triggering the militia panel isn't necessarily a bad thing, because it might also mean that raising my class level won't be that difficult. After Ryan figured it out, he couldn't help but laugh, his disappointment vanishing. Chapter 11. Within the transparent frame on the retina, you can now turn to the 3rd page. The title is Militia, and the content is still densely packed with icons. Among the numerous icons, only one is lit, Basic Swordsmanship. After practicing swordsmanship for a while, Ryan discovered that the difficulty of upgrading basic swordsmanship skills is even greater than that of horseshoeing in the Blacksmith's Apprentice panel. You have trained in basic swordsmanship, and your understanding of the relevant skills has increased. Your basic swordsmanship skill has been improved, and your experience points have increased by 1. After 2 hours, only 1 point has been improved, basic swordsmanship level 1, 2/100. Ryan made a quick estimate. That means if I practice 8 hours a day, it'd take me nearly a month to reach level 2. No, if you average it out, I don't have 8 hours of practice time at all. I heard dog trainer introductory training starts next week, and archery training the week after. This cycle repeats for 3 months. That means, on average, I only practice swordsmanship 1 week a month. That's equivalent to 2 hours of swordsmanship a day, so it'd take me at least 3 months to raise my basic swordsmanship to level 2. Clearly, this rate of improvement wasn't enough for Ryan, because the servant assessment would be in 3 months. Since the manor guard position offered the opportunity to embark on the path to transcendence, Ryan would definitely prioritize applying for the position. After a moment's thought, Ryan decided to invest his precious skill points in basic swordsmanship and see how it would work. In this transcendental world, if I want to make a name for myself, a swordsmanship prodigy is undoubtedly a better choice than a blacksmithing prodigy. So, Ryan silently recited the thought and immediately added 1 point to his basic swordsmanship. As the basic swordsmanship screen displayed on the panel, it upgraded from level 1 to level 2, 0/300, instantly. A wave of memories of his basic swordsmanship training flooded into Ryan's mind. These memories, fragmented fragments of training, flashed through Ryan's mind like slideshows, becoming embedded in his muscle memory. When Ryan opened his eyes again and began to perform basic swordsmanship, it was as if he had practiced basic swordsmanship for 8 hours daily for a month straight. Each strike became increasingly smoother. Your basic swordsmanship skill has improved, and you gain 1 experience point. For 1 hour of dedicated practice in basic swordsmanship, you gain 1 experience point in your militia class. Phew! Ryan noticed that after his basic swordsmanship reached level 2, his militia class level seemed to increase at a faster rate. Could it be that the level 2 swordsmanship boosted the level 1 militia stats? Ryan, when did you learn basic swordsmanship? You're so mean. secretly learning it behind my back. Ryan only then realized that George, who had been practicing diligently beside him, was now staring at him blankly. Just now, George had noticed that his best friend, Ryan, could actually perform basic swordsmanship with considerable skill, and asked in confusion. Ryan shook his head. Of course not. Where would I get the money to learn that? George thought about it and nodded. That's right. Huh? That's not right. Why does that sound so wrong? Ah! Ryan, so that means you're a swordsmanship genius? George's eyes widened as he looked at Ryan in surprise. Well, not really. I just have a feel for the basics of swordsmanship. George thought for a moment and nodded. Well, basic swordsmanship is just the simplest entry-level swordsmanship. I can't say you're a swordsmanship genius. I've heard from my brother that nobles practice swordsmanship passed down from their families, which is much more difficult than basic swordsmanship. Oh, really? Ryan was taken aback, but after thinking it over, he didn't really care. After all, he had just started learning the basics of swordsmanship, and he needed to eat one bite at a time. He should practice the basics first. A towering building rises from the ground. So, Ryan stopped chatting and continued to sweat profusely. Watching the ever-increasing +1+1 experience points, Ryan was completely focused, brimming with motivation. George, standing by, was stunned. Is this still his lazy best friend? Isn't he tired? Back when he was repairing the donkey's hoof, Ryan was just as driven, a young man who was pumped up every day. George kept encouraging himself, determined to emulate his best friend. But after practicing for a while, he found it truly boring, tedious, tiring, and difficult to persevere. At this point, the pseudo-second generation standing nearby also noticed the change in Ryan. Big eyebrow, look, there's something wrong with Ryan. I saw him stumbling at first, but now, after just over an hour, he seems to be getting the hang of it. Big eyebrow followed Freckles' gaze, and, after observing Ryan's movements for a few moments, a look of astonishment crossed his face. This damn Ryan has definitely practiced before. He's almost as good as me. What? So impressive. Aren't the Ryans just tenant farmers? Where would they get the money to learn basic swordsmanship? Yeah, and look at that kid George. He and Ryan are close friends. It doesn't make sense that Ryan, who's less advantaged, would learn swordsmanship while George, who's better off, wouldn't. Freckles, watching George still clumsily wield his wooden sword, pointed out a crucial point. In contrast, Ryan's skill was almost blinding. The group of pseudo-second generation warriors fell into deep thought. Could it be that Ryan was a swordsmanship genius? Absolutely not. Perhaps they were willing to admit that there were geniuses in the world, but that genius couldn't be a farmer's son like Ryan. Humbert, the swordsmanship instructor, naturally noticed the change in Ryan and was deeply surprised. For a manor guard who had trained boy servants for years, if Ryan truly had never learned basic swordsmanship before, then his current skill level might not be the highest, but he was definitely the one making the most progress. At first, when Ryan executed those 3 basic moves, they were awkward and clumsy, a clear novice. But now, he seemed to have mastered them, as if after a month or 2 of diligent practice. Could it be that Ryan possessed an exceptionally high comprehension of swordsmanship? Or did he simply possess an innate rapport with the sword? Humbert planned to observe further. After all, some people enjoy playing tricks. This had happened before during the boy servant training. Some boy servants had deliberately concealed their previous experience with basic swordsmanship, which had initially delighted him, but their progress had subsequently stagnated. Thus, the lie was quickly exposed, because it's easy to distinguish between prior training and genuine talent in the days ahead. In fact, Ryan had already restrained himself, deliberately slowing down the speed and accuracy of his ironwood sword strikes. Otherwise, his performance would have been even more impressive. While the servants were practicing basic swordsmanship, the sons of lower-ranking nobles and wealthy merchants also arrived at the center of the outer fortress to begin practicing swordsmanship. Leading the way was none other than the noble girl with the chestnut ponytail. As the youngest daughter of the Habsburg Count, Claire was the center of attention wherever she went. From a distance, Claire spotted the servants practicing basic swordsmanship. She nodded inwardly. Not bad. The manor's servant training was thoroughly implemented. Knight Lloyd was truly dedicated. Huh? Claire casually glanced at the servants and immediately noticed that 2 or 3 of them stood out from the crowd in swordsmanship. First, there was a freckled boy, diligently practicing the 3 basic sword techniques. He looked quite competent, perhaps the best among the servants. Next, there was the tall man with thick eyebrows and large eyes. His basic sword techniques were the most proficient of all the servants, but his execution seemed stagnant, and after several sessions, he hadn't made any significant progress. This likely stemmed from prior practice in basic sword techniques. We can skip this one. Last, there was the skinny, black-haired boy at the far edge of the group, sweating profusely as he practiced. Although Claire's form was far from standard, and even the consistency of his power was a bit questionable, it was clear he was working hard. What struck Claire was that after several repetitions, each of the other person's movements became visibly more accurate. This rate of improvement. This seems like a promising prospect. Claire tilted her head slightly, waved to the head maid, Shadia, and asked, "Shadia, who is that, the black-haired boy on the far right?" "That's Ryan, a farmer's son. His parents are tenants of the estate." "What about the freckled boy?" "That's Leonard, the son of the owner of the Beechwood Inn in Gold Hire." Claire nodded and said nothing more. At this moment, a nobleman who had been watching Claire from the side saw this and couldn't help but say, "Miss Claire, they are just a bunch of lowly commoners, unworthy of your attention." "Dennis! These are Habsburgs, not the pariahs you're calling them," Claire said unhappily, glancing at the nobleman beside her. "I heard that in the Eagle Federation over in the New World, commoners are now running for parliament. However, many nobles in the ancient empire still believe their nobility is innate, while commoners are inherently lowly and ugly." This bad habit left Claire feeling frustrated. After being rebuked by Claire, the noble boy named Dennis showed a hint of anger, but he dared not react and could only endure silently. Behind Dennis, a young man in silk clothes looked from Claire to Dennis, his lips curled slightly, as if he had thought of something amusing. Chapter 12. 5 days later. As Ryan gradually unleashed his level 2 swordsmanship, Humbert, the swordsmanship instructor, who was observing from the side, was certain that Ryan possessed an exceptionally high level of comprehension. To be frank, Ryan was a swordsmanship genius. Of course, he was only an average swordsman, 1 in 100. But this made Humbert take a new look at Ryan. With proper training, he'd be a guard, or even a captain. "Today, we're going to begin swordsmanship sparring. To rapidly improve in swordsmanship, you need a sparring partner. And your sparring partner shouldn't be too casual. It's best if they're of equal strength. That way, your swordsmanship will improve the most." Humbert's resonant voice echoed across the training ground. "Ryan, Richard, you two come up and demonstrate your sparring skills. Everyone else, keep an eye on us," Humbert called out. The thick-browed man's name was Richard. "Yes, instructor," the two men said in unison. With that, the two of them quickly stepped out of the formation and simultaneously assumed the opening stance of basic swordplay at the front of the team, the tips of their ironwood swords pointed at each other. Thick Eyebrows felt an indescribable anxiety and irritation at Ryan's recent changes. When Ryan had previously stood out, while trimming donkey hooves and shoeing horses, he hadn't cared at all. Because his goal was to become a manor guard, this was evident from the fact that he had been learning basic swordplay with relatives in the past 2 years. But he hadn't expected that during swordplay training, Ryan would once again attract the attention of the swordsmanship instructor, Humbert. This was a bit too much for him to accept. If this continued, Ryan would sooner or later become his formidable competitor. Besides, Ryan had fought him before, and he'd suffered a loss. So, Brow had been thinking, during their sparring session, if he could accidentally injure Ryan, ideally rendering him unable to even grasp the sword. "Begin." As soon as Humbert finished speaking, Ryan and Brow thrust their swords simultaneously, but Ryan immediately noticed that Brow's sword was slightly faster. This was due to his opponent's height, longer arms, and more proficient basic swordsmanship. Ryan quickly shifted his tactics, blocking the opponent's thrust with his sturdy sword. Bang! The iron and wood swords clashed with a dull sound. Ryan retreated 3 steps, while Brow only 1, clearly holding the upper hand. Brow's face lit up with satisfaction. "No matter how talented you are, it will take at least 6 months for you to defeat me." But Ryan remained calm. He had anticipated this situation. First, in terms of height, Anthony Davis was nearly a head taller than him, and his arm span was naturally much longer. This was a significant advantage in a sword fight. Second, Anthony Davis had been studying basic swordsmanship for nearly 2 years, and his current level 2 skills were no match for him. Ryan estimated that Anthony Davis's swordsmanship, converted to the system's displayed swordsmanship level, should be at or near level 3. Ryan continuously fended off Anthony Davis's attacks, facing a dangerous situation. While his life wasn't in danger, a powerful blow from the ironwood sword could still be excruciating. "If I don't improve my swordsmanship, I'm definitely going to lose this fight." What was Coach Humbert's purpose in having me practice with Anthony Davis this time? Was it to allow me to fail, so I could catch up, or was it to further unleash my potential? Bang! 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 The dull clash of ironwood clashed repeatedly. Humbert, standing by, folded his arms across his chest, watching the two men fight expressionlessly. Although he had already made up his mind that, if nothing unexpected happened, this fight would be won by Brow. Then Ryan, having endured a minor setback, would surely rise to the occasion. Even good iron needs to be hammered to make good steel. At this moment, the tall Clare took the lead, leading a group of nobles and wealthy merchants' sons, who rode their steeds into the outer fortress from outside, seemingly fresh from equestrian training. From their vantage point, they could clearly see two of the servants sparring. Ryan, sweating profusely, also sensed Brow's hostility. He made several deliberate moves to attack his vital points. Fuck. Is he planning something bad? No wonder this bastard's been so quiet these past few days. He's been waiting for me. Seriously injure me? Make me lay down for a month or two? This is intolerable. Ryan's face gleamed with rage. Add points. With a decisive use of skill points, his basic swordsmanship instantly advanced from level 2 to level 3. Simultaneously, fragments of his training memories about basic swordsmanship were infused into his mind. The thick eyebrows across from him noticed Ryan's momentary sluggishness. Good opportunity. Instantly, with a ruthless look on his face, he swooped down and slashed at Ryan's right shoulder. If this hit, he'd be lying down for at least 10 days, or half a month, and he'd likely be unable to learn swordsmanship for a month or two. Facing the thick eyebrows' attack, Ryan felt the ironwood sword in his hand suddenly feel like the wielder of his arm. It felt as if the long sword in his hand were an extension of his own arm. In a flash, Ryan blocked again with his powerful blade. Bang! The two ironwood swords clashed, making another dull sound. But this time, Ryan caught it firmly, and didn't retreat. Thick eyebrows, using the recoil from the collision, turned and slashed downward, striking Ryan's face and eyes again with incredible swiftness. At this moment, Thick Eyebrows was in high spirits. This move was a superb display of his current swordsmanship. In his opinion, there was absolutely no way Ryan could resist it. Then, he would just have to pretend to accidentally injure him, and put on a show. Hee, the nickname One-Eyed Ryan wasn't bad either. Thick Eyebrows' lips curled up slightly. And this downward strike immediately caused the surrounding boys to exclaim in surprise. George looked at Ryan with even greater worry, wondering if his best friend could counter it. Humbert, the swordsman, was poised to strike, intending to block the blow. Ryan, startled, instantly exerted force from his waist, instinctively leaning back and using the blade's powerful blade to block the blow. Then, using his abdominal muscles to exert force, he suddenly rose and swiftly counterattacked. Snap! Ryan struck the wrist of Thick Eyebrows' sword with a sharp blow, sending the ironwood sword crashing down. The swift reversal of fortune stunned the servants. For a moment, a complete silence fell. This almost instinctive swordsmanship instinct, it seems I've underestimated it before. Humbert was surprised and slightly excited. In the distance, Claire, the youngest daughter of the Habsburg Count, also had a gleam in her beautiful eyes. I remember Shadia said this black-haired boy seems to be called Ryan, and his father is a tenant of the manor. He's quite good, with a clean background. Perhaps we could train him? If he truly has talent, she wouldn't hesitate to give him a chance. However, whether he can seize the opportunity depends on his performance. Ryan wins. Humbert, the fencing instructor, immediately announced loudly, his face full of approval. Thick Eyebrows watched Ryan's back expressionlessly as he turned and left the stage, a trace of resentment rising in his heart. Ryan, you're so smug. Just wait. He had just thought of another way to deal with Ryan. Originally, he disdained such a move. But Ryan's progress was too rapid. So rapid that it made him a little apprehensive. His family had run the tavern for many years, and Thick Eyebrows himself knew many people from all walks of life. For example, Drunkard Jack is a great candidate. He was once a mercenary with extraordinary skills. Walker was stunned as he walked off the field. Then, he was overwhelmed with surprise. The system prompts the following: your basic swordsmanship skill has been improved, and your experience points have increased by 17. You have participated in a battle, and your militia class experience points have increased by 9. A short sparring session has actually increased your class experience points by 9 points. That's almost the effect of 2 days of training. It seems that Instructor Humbert was right. Constantly sparring with opponents of similar skill is the fastest way to improve your swordsmanship. For a moment, Ryan felt that Thick Eyebrows wasn't so intimidating after all. Chapter 13. But, after that recent defeat, Brow clearly knows that even if he offers a sparring match, His opponent will definitely refuse. What a pity. Ryan turned and glanced at the servants. The only one of comparable skill was Brow. So what about Freckles? Just as Ryan was pondering this, fencing instructor Humbert shouted, "Pair up in pairs and practice." Brow immediately challenged Freckles for a sparring match. This left Ryan with no choice but to spar with George. But a single strike from Ryan would almost certainly defeat George, greatly reducing the effectiveness of Ryan's sparring. This scene had evidently been witnessed by Humbert, who had been keeping an eye on Ryan. After a moment's thought, Humbert, excited by the prospect, stepped forward and said, "Ryan, come here. Let's spar." Fencing instructor Humbert's words startled the many servants present. The looks from Brow and the other fake second generations at Ryan were filled with even more envy. This clearly surprised Ryan. Although he had raised his basic swordsmanship to level 3, he certainly couldn't match Humbert's strength. But on second thought, Ryan was overjoyed. Instructor Humbert was planning to teach him some moves. Ryan glanced at his militia class panel again. Basic swordsmanship level 3, 20/500, was still a long way from being upgraded, but his current militia level was already militia level 1, 69 out of 100. If he could find a skilled sparring partner, Ryan was certain he could quickly raise his militia class level to level 2. "Yes, Instructor Humbert." "Ryan, don't be nervous." "Attack me," Humbert said with a smile. Ryan nodded, bowed slightly to Instructor Humbert, and then assumed the opening stance of basic swordplay. Then, Ryan held the ironwood dagger in his right hand horizontally before his chest, the tip pointing outward. He took a step forward with his right foot, and with a powerful push of his toes, he launched himself at Humbert like an arrow from a bow. It was a standard step thrust stab. Facing Instructor Humbert, Ryan didn't hold back, unleashing his full force. Bang! A dull sound of iron and wood clashing could be heard. Humbert swung his sword to block Ryan's thrust, then swiftly struck upward, forcing Ryan to step back and block. From the moment they engaged, Ryan realized that Instructor Humbert controlled his strength to a remarkable degree. Almost every strike was as powerful as Ryan's maximum strength. The two exchanged blows at breakneck speed, exchanging over 10 blows in just over 10 seconds. Bang! After another exchange of blows, the two quickly separated. The sparring session was over. Excellent! Ryan, take a break. Humbert was very pleased with Ryan's performance. The servants in the audience could easily see that Instructor Humbert was teaching Ryan some moves. This was like the special training from a previous life. A treatment only afforded to top students. Now, all the servants looked at Ryan with envy. Not only was this kid talented at hoof trimming, but now he was also gifted in swordsmanship. Truly. Among them, Thick Eyebrows was the most jealous, his eyes red with anger. Damn Ryan. If it weren't for that brat, Instructor Humbert would be focusing on me. And I would be the sparring partner, too. Meanwhile, Ryan was panting heavily, beads of sweat covering his forehead. Huff, huff. The brief battle with fencing Instructor Humbert had just taken a toll on Ryan's energy and spirit, because Instructor Humbert put far more pressure on him than Brow. After recovering a bit, he checked the system notification again. Your basic swordsmanship skill has been improved, with 21 experience points added. You have participated in a battle, with 12 experience points added to your militia class. Wow! So much experience. Less than half a minute of sparring, and I've gained almost 3 days of hard training. Of course, this is the result of Instructor Humbert deliberately suppressing his own strength and feeding him moves. Seeing that Ryan seemed to have recovered, Humbert, with a smile on his face, slowly stepped forward and said, "Ryan, your basic swordsmanship is now on par with that of an ordinary militiaman. But don't be too proud, and keep training." "Thank you for the compliment, Instructor." "I keep working hard," Ryan replied respectfully. Humbert smiled and nodded. He glanced at the setting sun. Today was Saturday, and the servants could go home. He turned to the servants and announced, "That's all for today's swordplay practice." "All right, dismissed." The exhausted servants cheered, and many sat down on the ground to rest. Humbert, taking a leisurely walk, prepared to leave the outer fort. At that moment, he caught sight of Ryan staring at him intently. Curious, he asked, "Ryan, what's wrong?" "What's wrong?" Humbert had a fondness for this talented swordsman. The perseverance displayed by his diligent practice was a stark reminder of his own youth. "Well, Instructor Humbert, can I spar with you again?" Ryan asked eagerly. It would be a waste of talent if he didn't seize such a good opportunity to gain experience. Humbert naturally had no idea what Ryan was thinking at the moment, assuming that Ryan, as a young man, was just getting his kicks. He looked him up and down with a smile and said, "Sure. But Ryan, Don't you really need to rest first? I can practice with you as long as you want. Really? Instructor? Ryan's face was filled with joy. Ryan was nearly exhausted at this point, but the opportunity to practice alone with Instructor Humbert was too good to miss. Besides, the introductory dog trainer training would begin next week. So, without hesitation, Ryan added the few attribute points he'd saved from upgrading the blacksmith shop directly to his strength. Instantly, a warm current surged from his heart and spread throughout his body. All at once, Ryan's fatigue was gone. Adding points means recovery. Awesome. After this upgrade, Ryan's strength reached 6, roughly on par with an average adult male in this world. Name, Ryan Kalin. Occupation, Blacksmith Apprentice Level 3, 0/500, Militiaman Level 1, 81/100, Constitution, 5. Strength, 6. Agility, 6. Spirit, 8. The sparring began again. After 3 rounds of sparring, Humbert was sweating profusely, but Ryan still looked at him eagerly, his eyes burning with desire. This immediately made his scalp tingle. Ryan, sometimes overtraining isn't always a good thing. A balance of work and rest is key. Teacher, I'm not tired, Ryan said firmly. Looking at the Militia Level 1, 99 out of 100, dashboard, Ryan clearly didn't want to be stuck just 1 point away from reaching his goal. Just 1 point away from upgrading my militia class. Instructor, help me, Ryan cried inwardly. Humbert was silent for a moment, then said softly, Ahem, Ryan, it's getting dark, and I have some things to do back home. Faced with Humbert's polite refusal, Ryan was helpless. He could only watch with deep reluctance as his swordsmanship instructor, Humbert, quickly departed. Chapter 14. Just as Ryan was feeling frustrated about that 1 point of experience, a beautiful maid in a gray maid outfit approached him and said, Ryan, head maid Shadia wants you to go to the back garden. Ryan was startled, but after a brief hesitation, he nodded and said, Okay, I'll be right there. George, then you should go back first. Remember to tell my parents that I might be late, so they can have dinner first and not wait for me. George, who had been waiting for a long time, nodded, but he was still puzzled as to how Ryan had met head maid Shadia. You know, the head maid was a high-ranking servant, second only to the butler and the treasurer in the Habsburg Manor. Soon, Ryan followed the maid, passed through the tall back gate of the castle, and arrived at the castle's back garden for the first time. Ryan, please come in. Head maid Shadia is inside. The beautiful maid smiled and withdrew. Ryan bowed slightly, thanking the maid for showing him the way. At this point, he already had some guesses. But some things could only be confirmed when they were revealed. When Ryan entered the back garden, he saw a woman, about 40 years old, standing by the flowers. It was none other than the manor's head maid, Shadia. Dressed in a black maid's outfit, and with a stern expression, she looked a bit serious. But the main character in the back garden wasn't the head maid. It was the aristocratic girl in a tight hunting outfit standing not far from her, in the center of the garden. She was wielding a two-handed great sword with complete concentration, seemingly mastering some sword technique. This immediately filled Ryan with immense surprise. He hadn't expected to catch the attention of such a prominent figure. He had always thought it was impressive to even receive the attention of Humbert, his swordsmanship instructor. To exaggerate further, to even receive the attention of Lord Lloyd, the steward and knight of the Habsburg Manor, would have been even better. But he hadn't expected to even receive the attention of a noblewoman. Ryan had heard of her identity. She was the Earl's youngest daughter, far more distinguished than Lord Lloyd, the steward and knight of the Habsburg Manor. Ryan, there are swords there. Pick one and attack me. The noblewoman, Claire, paused and turned to Ryan. If Ryan hadn't anticipated this, he would have been in a state of panic. Yes, Miss Claire. When Ryan walked to the weapon rack nearby, he realized the swords were all sharpened steel long swords. There were daggers, knights' long swords, half swords, and even two-handed great swords. Everything was available, and they all looked quite high quality. After a moment's thought, Ryan selected a knight's long sword, roughly the same length as his ironwood training sword, and stepped into the center of the garden. This was the first time, in either his past or present lives, that he had ever wielded such a sharp weapon. And since he was about to fight, it was impossible not to feel nervous. If you're ready, let's begin. Claire smiled faintly, having just swapped her two-handed great sword for a 1.5-handed sword. Ryan nodded. Swish. Claire swung her sword downward, and Ryan instinctively blocked it with his powerful blade. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out. But that was just the beginning. Claire followed with a swift, 3-hit combo. Ryan's pupil shrank, and he retreated violently. But even with his continuous retreat, he was still struggling to resist, leaving him no chance to counterattack. 3 seconds later, Claire's sword lodged at Ryan's neck. 3 seconds. Just 3 seconds. In this sparring match with Claire, Ryan resisted for a mere 3 seconds before being swiftly defeated. This was the result of Claire deliberately letting him go, keeping her physical fitness similar to Ryan's. Ryan sensed this too. After all, he had seen her wield a 70 or 80-pound two-handed sword, and it looked no different than a wooden stick. But the 3-second sparring session brought Ryan the following: your basic swordsmanship skill has been improved, and your experience points have increased by 15. You have participated in a battle, and your militia class experience points have increased by 4. Congratulations, your militia class level has been increased. Remaining attribute points, 1. Remaining skill points, 1. You've learned basic swordsmanship quite well, which is quite rare for a servant. You have a certain talent for swordsmanship, but I wouldn't call it top tier, the girl said, looking up at Ryan. Unfortunately, your physical fitness is quite lacking. Your chances of becoming a full knight aren't very high. It seems I was overthinking it. It's really difficult to find someone with knightly potential among ordinary people, Claire said with a hint of disappointment. Wait, who is she looking down on? The way the noble girl looked at him made Ryan understand why women are the driving force behind men's ambitions. Wait a minute, Miss Claire, I want to try again. Can you give me another chance? Ryan raised his head, his eyes blazing as he looked at the girl seriously. Oh, are you still okay? The girl gave Ryan a half smile. At this moment, Ryan really wanted to tell Claire loudly, when a beautiful woman asks a man if he's okay, is there any chance he give another answer? Of course he is. Without hesitation, Ryan immediately added the 1 attribute point he had just upgraded to militia level 2 to agility. The only thing that can defeat martial arts is speed. Just now, it was because Claire's sword speed was so fast that he had no time to react. When his agility increased from 6 to 7, a surge of heat suddenly surged from his heart, rapidly flowing through his body. In an instant, Ryan felt his whole body filled with strength again. That's the benefit of adding points. Full stamina is restored every time. The girl wanted to refuse, but seeing the resolute look in Ryan's eyes, as he climbed back to his feet, she nodded and said, all right. But this is your last chance. Ryan bowed slightly, and the next second, swish. Ryan's stride speed increased by at least 20%, which gave Claire a slight start. Ding! Ryan's stamina had been fully restored, and his agility had increased slightly. Furthermore, he had become familiar with the steel sword from the previous battle. Under these multiple influences, his combat effectiveness this time was a whole level higher than before. Huh? Such strength. The girl became more and more surprised as the fight went on. Ding 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 ding. The two exchanged blows at a rapid speed. The head maid, Shadia, beside her, also looked at Ryan with a change of expression, from calm to surprise. Stop, the girl said after shaking her sword and repelling Ryan. Very good, Ryan, you can go back now. Ryan was now confused. Was this approval or disapproval? He had even reserved a few skill points, so if Claire wasn't satisfied, then he would. But now that she had stated this, Ryan could only bow slightly and say, goodbye, Miss Claire. Then, Ryan turned and left. The girl cast a long glance at Ryan's departing figure. She had almost given up, but Ryan suddenly surprised her. Judging from his expression, even the strength he had just displayed seemed to be beyond his limit. It seemed he still had some reservations. Interesting. If that's the case, he's a promising knight, but wait, we still need to investigate his background. At this moment, Shadia, standing nearby, pondered for a moment and asked with a hint of doubt, Miss, why do you value this Ryan? Although Ryan appears to have considerable talent, both Master Dennis and Master Marcos are already third-level knight squires, far superior to Ryan, who is roughly the same age. In the eyes of the head maid, Ryan might have considerable talent, but starting knight training now was far too late. She didn't believe Ryan had a chance of catching up to Dennis and Marcos. But if Ryan's future consisted of training him solely as an ordinary guard, then it wasn't worth her young lady's concern. Shadia, Ryan is fundamentally different from them. Dennis is the son of Baron Norman and has practiced the family's inherited knightly breathing techniques since childhood. With his current abilities, his talent can only be described as below average. Marcos, on the other hand, is the son of the president of the Bordeaux Chamber of Commerce. He's been taking various potions to enhance his abilities since childhood. While his current progress seems rapid, his potential has long been depleted, And his chances of becoming a full knight are very low, Claire said slowly. Shadia was hearing her young lady discuss this for the first time, and her eyes widened as she asked, "So, you're saying this Ryan has great potential?" Chapter 15. The girl didn't answer immediately. Instead, she turned and bent down, gently stroking a pure white calla lily in the back garden, revealing its beautiful curves. "Shadia, do you know what it takes for someone to reach the transcendental realm?" The head maid frowned, pondering the question. But while she could read and often read, she mostly read about aristocratic etiquette, brief introductions to aristocratic heraldry, or the daily management of a manor. The scope of this question was truly beyond her comprehension. After a long pause, the head maid frowned and replied hesitantly, "Talent?" The girl smiled softly, "You're right about one. To reach the transcendent level, for conditions must be present simultaneously: determination, talent, perseverance, and opportunity. And I saw determination and perseverance in Ryan earlier, so I asked you to call him to the back garden. Just now, I confirmed that he does have considerable talent." The head maid, upon hearing this, suddenly realized, "I see. However, Miss, you just mentioned 3 qualities Ryan possesses, but didn't you say 4 are necessary? Shadia, are you talking about opportunity?" "I am his opportunity," the girl said with a bright smile. Inside the tavern in Gold Hire Town, in a secluded corner, Thick Eyebrows was discussing something with a muscular adult man. "Drunkard Jack, here are 10 silver coins. Just remember to break Ryan's sword-wielding hand," Richard said to an adult man beside him with a sullen look on his face. "No matter how talented you are, if your hand were broken, I'd like to see how you learn swordsmanship. Only 10 silver coins, not even enough for 2 days of drinking." The man nicknamed Drunkard Jack was quite muscular, having once been a mercenary. Though he now spent his days in taverns and hanging out with prostitutes, his strength was no longer what it once was. "Richard, at least 15 silver coins, and I help you take care of that brat." Drunkard Jack gestured for more money, his eyes gleaming with greed. "Okay, 15 then. But you have to promise not to let anyone know about this." Richard gritted his teeth and agreed to the higher price. After all, the money he had wasn't enough to hire a true master, so he could only hire someone like Drunkard Jack. But dealing with Ryan is enough, isn't it? He should go home today, stay the night, and then return to the manor tomorrow night. So, Drunk Jack, if you want to make a move, seize the opportunity and strike quickly. Don't worry. Drunk Jack burped, patting his chest. He's just a little brat. Before leaving, Richard thought for a moment and warned Drunk Jack, "This kid has some talent with the sword. Don't let him get away with it. TSK. Don't forget, I was a mercenary." "A mercenary?" Drunk Jack muttered, scoffing at Richard's concerns. After Richard left, Drunk Jack planned to have a couple more drinks. But when he looked up, he stumbled upon a familiar figure walking past the tavern. "Huh? Isn't that Ryan?" Drunk Jack was immediately overjoyed. TSK, TSK. That's easy money." Immediately, Drunk Jack stood up and followed. In the evening, as the sun set, Ryan hurried home, wondering what Miss Claire would do next. Would she recruit him directly? Or, suddenly, there were the sounds of footsteps behind him. A gust of wind behind my head. The effect of increasing my agility to 7 points was fully demonstrated at this moment. Ryan suddenly leaped forward, deflecting the attacker's attack, which had been intended for the back of his head. But Ryan clearly couldn't completely avoid the damage. The blow still struck him hard. Snap! A sharp pain shot through his back, but it was far less severe than a blow to the back of his head. Meanwhile, Ryan's attacker, not expecting his sure-shot strike to miss, was stunned. Taking advantage of the attacker's moment of distraction, Ryan swiftly turned and, seizing the opportunity, grabbed the stick he was using to attack him. He yanked hard. The attacker, clearly unable to let go, immediately tightened his grip on the stick, but his hasty pull still caused Ryan to sway. Faced with this tug, the attacker felt a sense of relief. As expected, the attacker was still a teenager, far inferior in strength to his own. Even with his deliberate and unintended actions, he couldn't wrest the stick from his grasp. He was simply too weak. Just as he was thinking this, snap! With an incredibly swift upward kick, Ryan landed a powerful kick on the attacker's crotch. Ah! The attacker's face paled in agony, and he let go of the stick. He clutched his crotch with both hands and immediately crouched down. Ryan, holding a wooden club, aimed it at the attacker's temple and struck him hard. Bang! Without even a groan, the attacker collapsed to the ground. Only then did Ryan begin to breathe heavily. Although the fight had lasted less than 10 seconds, It was the first time he had been attacked in this world. It was a real battle. Thankfully, his physical attributes and swordsmanship had improved significantly recently. Otherwise, he would have been too slow to react to the attacker's initial blow. He would have been knocked down by the blow. Ryan quickly raised his head and glanced around. At this hour, most of the townspeople had gone home for dinner, and the nearby streets were sparsely populated. Ryan's house was located at the end of the town's main street, in a remote location, so the traffic was even smaller. This meant that almost no one was paying attention to what was happening there. Ryan thought for a moment, then, with some effort, dragged the attacker into the nearby woods. He found a thumb-thick vine and, with 3 twists inside and 3 outside, tied him up under a large tree. Only then did Ryan rip off the black veil the attacker was wearing to conceal his presence. "Hey! Isn't that drunk Jack, the guy who often hangs out in the tavern?" Gold Hire wasn't large, so Ryan immediately recognized the attacker. After a moment's thought, Ryan thought of several possible perpetrators. Thick eyebrows? Freckles? Or the other 2 second generations? Clearly, thick eyebrows was the most likely. After a moment's thought, Ryan woke drunk Jack. "Ryan, you stinky boy, let me go." Ryan quickly removed drunk Jack's stinky socks and stuffed them into his mouth. Although the dense forest provided excellent soundproofing, Ryan quickly covered his mouth just in case. After Jack's mouth was stuffed with a stinky sock that hadn't been washed for at least a month, the stink made him tear up and runny. Ryan wiped his hand, which had touched his opponent's stinky sock, on the ground in disgust. "I ask you answer? Nod if you understand." Ryan squatted down and stared at Jack, who was tied up like a dumpling. As if the stink couldn't bear it any more, Jack nodded hurriedly. Ryan removed the stinky sock from drunk Jack's mouth and asked, "Who told you to attack me?" Drunk Jack gasped for air and said, "Ryan, you better let me go right now, or—" Drunk Jack's mouth was covered with the stinky sock again. Ryan glared at Drunk Jack and said, "Drunk Jack, it seems you haven't grasped the situation. This is a forest. If I let a little blood, it won't be long before wild animals come. You have no relatives in Gold Hire, and no one cares about you. It will probably take 10 days, or half a month for people to realize you're missing." You said. Chapter 16. At first, Drunk Jack's eyes were filled with disdain. "You little brat, how dare you kill someone? I simply don't believe it." But as Ryan laid out a very feasible plan, word for word, his eyes slowly turned to fear. And Ryan immediately caught the flash of fear in his eyes. "There's a chance. You're just a weakling." So, Ryan continued his threat expressionlessly, "And by then, what will be left of you? I'm afraid not even a bone will be left. But no one will suspect me, because I'm just a kid." At this point, Drunk Jack's expression showed that he had begun to soften. "Fuck you, you're still a kid? How could such a cruel kid be so cruel? Richard just wanted me to break your hand, but you went ahead and took my life." Drunk Jack was a coward to begin with. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped working as a mercenary after a while. Because Drunk Jack felt the mercenary life of living on the edge of a knife wasn't for him. This time, after Ryan removed the smelly sock from his mouth, Drunk Jack immediately shouted, "It's the tavern owner's kid, Richard. He gave me some money to break your hand." Ryan knew it was indeed Anthony Davis. Ryan had suspected Drunk Jack of lying, but fear made it harder to lie. Of course, the most important thing was that Anthony Davis had a motive for doing this. His talent in swordsmanship seemed to have annoyed Anthony Davis. Recalling the look in Rainey's eyes during the day's unsuccessful sparring match, Ryan quickly connected the two events. At the same time, a spectator quietly appeared in the dense forest nearby. Just now, Hamilton heard an unusual noise in the woods. As the newly appointed sheriff of Gold Hire, he was quite concerned about the safety of his jurisdiction. So, he immediately and quietly entered the woods to investigate. What he found was a rather surprising scene. A skinny teenager had tied up a burly man and was torturing him. After a quick glance, Hamilton realized that the man tied to the tree was Jack, a drunkard with a terrible reputation in Gold Hire. This thug was usually idle, often engaged in petty thefts, and often boasted to a few widows about his previous mercenary experience. As a key individual who could affect the safety of the jurisdiction, he made him a key focus upon his arrival in Gold Hire. Soon, he learned the whole story from the interrogated Drunk Jack. He hadn't expected the daring young man before him to be a mere commoner's son, currently training as a child servant at the Habsburg estate. Interesting brat. Following Hamilton's gaze, he looked back at Ryan. He saw Ryan looking thoughtful. However, he had never imagined that this man with thick eyebrows and big eyes could be so sinister. As for the man before him, Ryan began to look Drunk Jack up and down. This made Drunk Jack think Ryan was really going to bleed him, and he couldn't help but scream in fear. "Ryan, stop! Let's talk it over." Smack! Ryan smacked Drunk Jack's head hard, causing him to howl in pain. "What's that?" Drunk Jack's eyes widened as he stared at the finger Ryan held out. He quickly said, "That's one. Wrong answer." Smack! Ryan smacked him hard on the head. "What's that?" Ryan asked again calmly. Drunk Jack stared intently at Ryan's outstretched hand. He was right. Just one finger. One, stop hitting. Still wrong. Smack! Followed by another blow from Ryan's head. "What's that?" Ryan asked, indicating his finger again. Drunk Jack, completely devastated, cried out, "Whatever you say is that." "Huh, he's not even stupid yet," Ryan muttered to himself. Though the voice was soft, the powerful Hamilton, standing nearby, heard it clearly, causing the newly appointed sheriff's mouth to twitch. "That boy is quite ruthless. He's trying to beat him silly." But then, Hamilton understood, and a faint smile crept across his lips. He guessed the boy didn't actually want to kill Drunk Jack outright, so he was trying to beat him silly to avoid further trouble. But another murder in his own jurisdiction wasn't a good thing. So, Hamilton took a few steps forward, his boots making a slight noise on the dead branches. Over on Ryan's side, he happened to notice Drunk Jack's exposed waist bag, bulging with what looked like a considerable amount of money. This made Ryan's eyes light up. Just as he bent down to grab the man's waist bag, his entire body suddenly froze. Then, he quickly stood up and turned, gripping his stick tightly, as he looked behind him in the direction of the noise. He vaguely saw a tall figure emerge from the dense forest, and cold sweat broke out on Ryan's back. What's more, Ryan vaguely saw a long sword at the man's waist. This startled Ryan, and his hair stood on end. Weapons! He couldn't tell if he was friend or foe. No! He had to be an enemy. He had never met any mercenaries. He couldn't risk his life. He had no choice but to flee into the forest, get away from this man, and ensure his safety. In an instant, a series of thoughts flashed through Ryan's mind. The next second, like a nimble monkey, Ryan darted into the dense forest nearby. Hamilton was stunned. But then he realized something, a mixture of anger and amusement crossing his face. Suddenly, as the dirt beneath Hamilton's feet crackled, his massive figure shot like an arrow, darting into the dense forest at nearly twice the speed of Ryan. Ryan dove left and right through the trees, doing his best to confuse the enemy. After running at high speed for a while, his strength began to run thin. He slowed down and listened carefully. After a moment, there seemed to be no movement behind him. Ryan immediately hid behind a large tree, breathing heavily. Huh, he pondered. Who could this opponent be? At that moment, a strange voice suddenly rang out from beside Ryan. Nice speed. Ryan was struck by lightning, stunned. They won't let me go. They chased me this far. Fuck. This made Ryan even more convinced that the opponent was definitely an enemy, not a friend. Instantly, Ryan's face showed determination, and he made a quick decision. He decided to invest his last skill point in basic swordsmanship. After all, his life was gone, so why save points? Chapter 17. In an instant, Ryan's basic swordsmanship level 3 rose to level 4. Hundreds of training scenes flashed through his mind like slideshows. Suddenly, Ryan erupted in a fierce aura. Brandishing the wooden stick he had just picked up, he took a single stride and thrust his sword directly at the opponent's face. Since there was no escape, he might as well fight for his life. Ryan's incredibly swift attack made Hamilton feel a flicker of surprise, and at the same time, his admiration for Ryan rose to a new level. This kind of mentality, speed, and swordsmanship, a rare talent for a commoner. Snap! However, in response to Ryan's sudden, full-strength attack, Hamilton simply extended his right hand and, with a simple grip, firmly secured the incoming wooden stick in front of him. No matter how hard Ryan tried, he couldn't budge the stick even a bit, and his heart sank to the bottom. It's over. The disparity in power is simply too great. Hamilton then slowly continued, Don't worry, young man. I take care of that drunkard Jack for you. I keep him in solitary for a while, and I won't let him bother you again. Ah! Solitary? You're the new sheriff? Ryan was stunned, but then he reacted instantly and blurted out. Ryan then took a closer look at the man. He was tall and burly, with an imposing presence. He wore a well-tailored, aristocratic hunting outfit and a long sword at his waist. He certainly looked more like a nobleman than a bandit or bounty hunter. This brought a slight sense of relief. "Wise young man, I am Hamilton, the new sheriff of Goldhire." Looking at the shock on Ryan's face, Hamilton's serious expression couldn't help but smile. It wasn't that he meant to frighten Ryan, but Ryan's previous series of reactions had been so swift that he'd been a bit surprised, leaving him no chance to speak. "Sir, I'm truly sorry, I didn't realize you were." Ryan clearly heard the kindness in the other person's words. There was nothing wrong with what you did to drunk Jack. After all, he attacked you first, and you retaliated in self-defense. But you just brandished a weapon at an imperial lord and sheriff of Goldhire. How do you think I should punish you?" Hamilton said with a hint of joking. "Ah! This?" Ryan was stunned. How could the sheriff change his expression so quickly? "However, considering your young age, I forgive you this time, but you need to do something for me." Hamilton, seemingly unwilling to further provoke Ryan, immediately changed the subject. "What is it?" "I don't do anything illegal." Ryan immediately glanced at Hamilton warily. It turned out he was waiting for him. Hamilton was speechless. "Illegal? As the sheriff of a small town in the Empire State, would I let a child like you do something illegal?" However, after some thought, he decided to give Ryan a little information. "I can't tell you the details yet, but you should know that there have been a lot of missing children lately. I'm keeping a close eye on this." Ryan heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. So that's what it was. Even in his past life, he had a deep hatred for human traffickers. Now, Sheriff Hamilton had him by the tail. If it was simply a request for him to work together to combat missing children, he wouldn't have refused. In fact, he had to agree, even if he didn't want to. The situation was stronger than the person. But are all sheriffs these days so responsible? This suddenly made Ryan feel a little less disgusted with the guy before him. "No. I'm still a child. In terms of strength, I'm barely stronger than an ordinary militiaman. How can I help him?" Ryan immediately realized that something was wrong. Outright refusal? No way. They have leverage. Forget it. Just play along for now and agree. Strength. Looks like I need to improve my strength. Okay. But, sir, my abilities are limited right now. I'm still a child, so I can't be of much help. Ryan spread his hands, his expression impassive. This made Hamilton laugh. He thought to himself, still a child? With your mentality, swordsmanship, and speed, I'm afraid most militiamen wouldn't be a match for you. Don't worry, it's within your capabilities. Hamilton smiled and shook his head. Then, Honorable Sheriff, can I go home now? Of course. As soon as Hamilton finished speaking, Ryan took off like a frightened rabbit, not even looking back. This made Hamilton shake his head again helplessly. What a shrewd brat. But this case really requires someone like Ryan. Maybe he'd be able to do something amazing. Ryan ran to the doorstep in one breath, then slowed down, his chest heaving violently. Huh? At this moment, he was feeling a mixture of excitement and fear, but also a bit of regret and pity. Everything was under control tonight. And yet, by sheer coincidence, I ran into the new Sheriff Hamilton. He's too strong. Ryan thought Humbert, the servant's swordsmanship instructor, would be no match for him. It seemed only the noble youth's instructor, Monsieur Perez, could stand up to him. Luckily, he didn't seem particularly demanding. Otherwise, he'd be in big trouble. Also, how exactly did he want me to help? However, it was quite disheartening to think that even after continuously increasing my agility and malicious swordsmanship, I was still no match for Hamilton. I couldn't even bring out his true strength. The gap in strength is simply too great. I need to find a way to quickly improve my strength. However, today's experience was almost like actual combat, and that was a great benefit for Ryan. Ryan focused his attention on the system, which displayed the following message. You experienced a battle, gaining 23 experience points in the militia class. Your basic swordsmanship skill improved, gaining 11 experience points. You experienced a battle, gaining 8 experience points in the militia class. The only thing Ryan felt a little regretful about was that he didn't have time to take Drunkard Jack's waste bag. Otherwise, the money inside would have been enough to buy some delicious food and treat himself and his family. Feeling a little down, Ryan quickly returned home. Brother, you're back. Mint immediately came up and gave Ryan a big hug. Soon, the family of 4 sat down at the simple dining table and began dinner. The warm oil lamp. The cozy atmosphere. Ryan's frustration was instantly dispelled. Money! I'm sure I find a way to earn it. Chapter 18. The next morning, after politely declining his best friend George's suggestion to go back to the woods to collect nuts, Ryan arrived at the blacksmith shop. As he entered, he was immediately struck by a burning sensation. The apprentice blacksmiths were still busy at work, and blacksmith Boris Patton was forging an iron sword. This immediately caught Ryan's eye. Just as he was about to lean in to take a closer look, Drews, who was working the bellows nearby, waved eagerly at Ryan. "Ryan! You're here!" Hearing this memorable name, the apprentice blacksmiths, who had been concentrating on their work, shuddered. Suddenly, several of the strong blacksmith apprentices glanced at each other, each sensing a sense of urgency in their eyes. The expression on his face suggested something like, "Why is this brat here again? And he's here so early this morning instead of in the afternoon. What bad luck." Blacksmith Boris, for once, took the initiative to greet him. "Ryan, you're here." "Yes, Uncle Boris." "Hey, you're forging a law sword today." Ryan pretended to have just noticed and took 2 steps forward, intending to observe Boris's forging techniques. The scorching sword blank was noticeably longer than a typical one-handed sword. "Yes, I'm helping a friend forge a hand-and-a-half sword today," Boris said simply. Ryan suddenly realized that the hand-and-a-half sword was a type of sword between a one-handed sword and a two-handed sword. It had advantages over a one-handed sword in length and attack power, but was more portable than a two-handed sword. It was typically used by nobles, bounty hunters, or mercenaries, and required a certain amount of training to master its wielding. "By the way, Ryan, you got familiar with bellows last time, so why don't you continue helping Drews with them today?" Boris didn't leave Ryan idle, quickly assigning him tasks. "Okay, Uncle Boris." Although it was still just bellows, Ryan readily agreed. Ryan also wanted to learn other things like smelting, forging iron nails, and iron pots, but building trust between people takes time. If Ryan had money now, he could certainly accelerate this relationship. He might even be able to get the stingy Boris to start teaching him how to forge some iron items today. But he was broke. Thinking of this, Ryan felt a pang of resentment towards Hamilton, the new sheriff. Ryan walked over to the bellows, and Drews quickly made way with a look of delight. "Ryan, you've already mastered the bellows last time. I leave this to you." With that, Drews swiftly and nimbly, like a monkey, approached the blacksmith Boreas, watching him forge a half-hand sword with an eager expression. Ryan smiled. He bet Drews wouldn't be watching for long before Boreas assigned him other tasks. Sure enough, within 5 minutes, Boreas had sent Drews off to smelt iron ingots. Ryan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Boreas, the blacksmith, was notorious in Gold Hire for his stinginess with his craft. Without real money, he wouldn't teach him any real skills anytime soon. Unless you stay in the smithy long enough. No longer distracted by observing others, Ryan focused on pumping the bellows. As you work on the bellows, your understanding of the relevant aspects improves. Your bellows skill improves, gaining 3 experience points. You focus on the blower, gaining 1 experience point in your blacksmith apprentice class. Aside from a quick lunch with his family at noon, Ryan spent the entire Sunday in the smithy. The results were certainly impressive. Ryan flipped to the second page, the Blacksmith Apprentice class panel. He was halfway through Blacksmith Apprentice level 3, meaning, if all went well, he'd be able to advance to level 4 by next Sunday. Blacksmith Apprentice level 3, 265 500, Belling level 3, 395 out of 500, Hoof trimming level 2, 295 out of 300, Horseshoeing level 1, 56 out of 100. As dusk approached, Ryan, looking slightly exhausted, left the blacksmith shop, preparing to return to the Habsburg estate. Meanwhile, in a secluded alley not far from Ryan, something sinister was unfolding. In a low-slung house, a thin boy was knocking on the door, intending to go out to buy something. Suddenly, a rag covered his mouth. The thin boy immediately began to struggle. "Ugh! You little brat, be quiet!" A deep male voice rang out. The next second, a sharp dagger, flashing with a cold light, appeared before the boy's eyes. Instantly, the little boy stopped struggling. A hemp rope quickly bound the boy tightly, a piece of coarse cloth was forced into his mouth, and then, with a pair of sturdy hands, he was placed directly into a large black cloth bag. A moment later, 2 burly figures, carrying black bags on their backs, quickly disappeared into the alley. "Boss, what do you think the higher-ups want so many children for? Including this, we've already captured our 11th child. I heard other brothers are also capturing children. Could it be that the nobles have such a high demand for pedophiles and young girls lately? But would the nobles even consider these scrawny, smelly street kids or children from the poor?" Scarface seemed puzzled and turned to the bearded man beside him, questioning in confusion. "Scarface, is this something you need to worry about? This is a request from above. As long as the money is in place, we do our job." Why bother with so much? The bearded man retorted irritably. But after thinking it over, he seemed to think Scarface had a point and added, "It's probably not what the nobles in the county town want. I heard it's the Wilderness Brotherhood's request. But you'd better not ask about this in front of outsiders, or I'm afraid you die without knowing how." "Yes, yes. Boss, you're right. By the way, boss, we've almost exhausted our search north of Gold Hire. I checked the south in a few days. Be careful. The new sheriff, Hamilton, seems to be very concerned about this matter. If he sets his sights on us, it'd be troublesome," the bearded man warned. "Don't worry, boss, I just be pushing my snack cart along the street. I can spot any kid who's a good target," Scarface promised, patting his chest. "Boss, after we get the money this time, where should we go to have some fun? The whores in shining gold are so low class. Why don't we go back to the county town for a few days? That give us some peace and quiet." Scarface seemed to have thought of something beautiful, a sly look on his face. "Scarface, you're going to end up in a woman's belly sooner or later. But you have a point. After we get the money, let's go back to the county town." The bearded man thought for a moment and agreed with Scarface's suggestion. "This human skin mask is so uncomfortable to wear. It's too tight. Boss, can you get me a new one?" the burly man named Scarface complained. Ryan seemed to hear something in the alley nearby, but after listening for a moment, he shook his head and continued walking towards the Habsburg Manor. What he didn't know was that he had just crossed paths with evil. Chapter 19. The next morning, the servants began their dog trainer training. The trainer was an elderly man, with a goatee, and a thin dog similar to the greyhounds of his past life. Ryan knew this breed of dog. Its long limbs and arched body gave it incredible speed and explosive power. Even its head, seemingly narrower than that of an average dog to reduce wind resistance, had strong jaw muscles and a powerful bite, making it an excellent hunting dog for the nobility. However, the elderly man drooped his eyelids, seemingly uninterested in teaching the servants, and merely going through the motions. "In due course, each of you will receive a 3-month-old greyhound. During the assessment, if you can get the greyhound to respond to the 4 commands, squat, attack, stop, and retrieve, you will be considered a pass." The elderly man was reluctant to speak to the servants for the rest of the time. Instead, he sent them to the kennels west of the outer fort to select puppies. Afterward, he allowed the servants to play with the dogs on their own. Although the servants were all bewildered, they were still very happy to have a tiny dog to play with. During this time, Ryan paid close attention to Anthony Davis's expression. Sure enough, this guy was up to something. While playing with the dog, his attention often wandered, frequently glancing at Ryan from the corner of his eye. There was a puzzlement in his eyes, as if wondering why something should have happened but hadn't. Ryan chuckled silently. "It turned out to be you." Just as Ryan confirmed that his employer was Anthony Davis, Davis quickly found an excuse for Drunk Jack. Drunk Jack hadn't found an opportunity to attack Ryan yesterday. Drunk Jack is really unreliable. He's always dragging his feet. I guess I have to go and urge him to get started this Sunday. Now that it was confirmed to be Brow, Ryan felt free to play with the little dog. It was fun to play with the dog, sure. But after a whole day of playing with the dog, Ryan's skills had barely improved at all. Furthermore, the new career panels Ryan had been looking forward to, such as dog trainer, hadn't activated. This puzzled Ryan. Could it be that there wasn't even a dog trainer class? That shouldn't be the case. Ryan was completely baffled. In the evening, after the dog trainer training ended, a beautiful maid in a gray maid outfit approached Ryan and said, "Ryan, head maid Shadia wants you to come over. Please follow me." This time, the maid didn't appear on Saturday evening like last time, when almost all the servants had left. So, as soon as the beautiful maid left with Ryan, the servants went ballistic. "Fuck. When did this kid Ryan get involved with head maid Shadia?" Brow asked, his expression changing. "Yes. My family doesn't even have connections with head maid Shadia, and Ryan's family is just a tenant. How could they have such connections? Absolutely impossible." Freckles thought for a moment, and shook his head. However, the scene just now intensified Thick Eyebrow's sense of urgency. Ryan's talent for swordsmanship has been growing more and more impressive. Now that he has connections with the head maid, I'm afraid he easily get the position of guardian. Damn it! Elsewhere, Ryan followed the beautiful maid through twists and turns to the castle's back garden, but this time, they were just passing through. After walking a little further, the maid led Ryan to a room on the first floor of the castle. "Knock, knock." The maid knocked respectfully on the door and said, "Head maid Shadia, Ryan is here. Come in." The 40-year-old head maid, Shadia, opened the door and gestured for Ryan to enter. She closed the door behind her, remaining respectfully at the side. As Ryan entered, he first caught a whiff of a strange fragrance. Not the scent of a woman's perfume, but rather something quite appetizing. Then, he quickly surveyed the room. The furnishings suggested a spacious study, a coffee table, several lambskin chairs, and a rustic mahogany desk, above which a candle glowed brightly from a pediment. But Ryan also noticed a doorway to the back of the study, seemingly leading to another location. The Earl's youngest daughter, Miss Claire, was writing diligently on a parchment scroll with a quill. "Ryan, there's a piece of wild bear meat on the coffee table next to you. Go and have it," Claire said, without even looking up. Ryan was startled, and the head maid, Shadia, beside him, gently gestured toward the coffee table. Sure enough, there was a covered silver plate on the coffee table. Ryan approached and opened it, revealing a palm-sized piece of beast meat, emitting a tantalizing aroma. It turned out to be the same aroma he'd smelled when he first entered. Bear meat? A delicious kind of bear meat? This meat was incredibly fragrant. But wasn't there a little too much meat? Ryan didn't even bother with a knife nearby. He simply scooped up the meat with his fork and began to devour it. Sizzle! Delicious, and so chewy. In no time, Ryan had devoured the so-called bear meat, still remarking with satisfaction, delicious. But a little less. At this moment, a slightly playful smile crossed the face of the head maid, Shadia, standing nearby. Suddenly, Ryan felt a warm current spreading rapidly from his stomach. Soon, an extreme feeling of fullness washed over him, as if he had eaten 10 packs of those military-grade compressed biscuits from his past life. All of a sudden, Ryan felt his stomach nearly burst. Poison? Absolutely not. There was absolutely no need for that. At this moment, Miss Claire's voice, as clear as a nightingale, rang out, "Ryan, aren't you feeling a bit full? This is wild bear meat, rich in nutrients and energy. Given your constitution, this much is already the limit." "I see," Ryan suddenly realized. No wonder he was only given a palm-sized piece. Claire stood up and handed the parchment scroll to Ryan. "Ryan, take a look." Ryan took it and opened it. The first line of the parchment scroll was filled with 7 figures in various poses, with the words giant bear breathing technique written beside it. Since it was written in the common language, Ryan recognized it. The Empire did a great job of this, making simple, everyday text widely accessible to the people. Could this be the breathing technique? Ryan suddenly felt happiness coming too suddenly. It felt like a pie in the sky had suddenly fallen, leaving him dizzy. Ryan greedily read the contents of the breathing technique. The figures were sketched with simple lines, but they vividly illustrated the key points of each movement. Combined with the breathing rhythm described in the text, it seemed like a set of difficult yoga poses similar to the ones Ryan had learned in his previous life. Finally, there was a long paragraph explaining how to use a secret medicine called black tongue oil in conjunction with practice, because this secret medicine could greatly accelerate the progress of the giant bear breathing technique. Giant bear breathing? I was wondering, how could Miss Claire have such immense strength, wielding a 70 or 80-pound two-handed sword like a stick? Ryan glanced at the impressive Claire, a hint of realization dawning on him. But Claire was a discerning person. At only 17, she had already reached the level of a full-fledged knight, capturing Ryan's every move with impeccable accuracy. That look Ryan had just given her. Claire blushed slightly, but it quickly faded. "Don't speculate. I'm not practicing the giant bear breathing. The giant bear breathing primarily develops one's physique and strength. I think it's more suitable for your current situation." "What do you mean by more suitable for my current situation?" At first, Ryan was slightly embarrassed by Claire's revelation, but as soon as Claire finished her next words, he realized what was happening. Isn't this just a euphemism for being a thin dog? Chapter 20. "Ryan, do you know why the upper age limit for child servants is 14? Claire asked. "Well," Ryan shook his head. "Because 14 is arguably the latest age to begin learning breathwork. Any later than that, and you miss the period of rapid physical growth, making it difficult to cultivate the breathwork to a high level. The parchment I'm giving you contains instructions for the giant bear breathing technique and a secret potion. It will fully develop your physical fitness, enough for you to reach the 3rd level of Knight Squire. As for the advanced potion required to advance to full knight." Claire paused at this point, a thoughtful expression on her face. "You won't be so fast. Forget about promotions for now. Just focus on building a solid foundation. I'll be leaving Habsburg Manor soon. I've also left you some black tongue oil. Shadia will arrange it for you." Suddenly, Claire changed the subject, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ryan, and asked, "By the way, Ryan, What's your purpose in participating in the child servant training this time? Under Claire's clear gaze, Ryan couldn't bring himself to lie. He answered honestly, well, I want to pass the assessment and become a guard at Hapsburg Manor. Chuckles. A clear, silvery laugh echoed. Would you like to pursue a more ambitious goal, like becoming a true knight? If you can become a full-fledged knight before you turn 18, I promise you can become my follower. If not, you can continue to be a guard. But, whether you're learning the giant bear breathing technique or my promise to you, you must keep it secret. Even within the Hapsburg Manor, if this were to become known to others, it wouldn't necessarily be a good thing for you. Ryan's heart surged with excitement, yet also with doubts. His mind was already racing. A knight. This is a knight. Entering the upper echelons of power, isn't that much better than a bodyguard? Ryan couldn't wait to start practicing the giant bear breathing technique. But this whole secrecy thing felt so familiar. Even within the Hapsburg Manor, it had to be kept secret? Could it be that the wealthy families were fighting for their inheritance, cultivating direct subordinates? Or was it that Miss Claire was vying for the right to inherit the Hapsburg title? Having experienced many dramas about the feuds and grudges of wealthy families in his past life, Ryan's mind was now racing with possibilities. However, for me, rapid growth in the early stages is paramount. Once I grow up, I have my professional profile in hand, and I won't be afraid of anyone. The road to success will inevitably affect the interests of some. Later, the vested interests will be tampered with. Thus, encountering troubles and challenges is inevitable. Troubles will be shoved aside. Challenges will be crushed. There's no way he wouldn't accept Miss Claire's help. How cowardly would he be to abandon such help because of some danger? Ryan couldn't help but think of a saying from his past life. If you don't take what heaven gives you, you will be punished. Of course, Miss Claire, your appreciation is a great honor to me. Ryan bowed respectfully. For a noble person, who could provide him with such great assistance, and a beautiful woman at that, Ryan certainly didn't hesitate to offer sweet words. Isn't it a good thing for a licker to die? No. Domestic servants belong to the service industry, all of which fall under the tertiary sector. In a word, licking. Translated, it also means providing emotional value to their masters. Seeing Ryan's agreement, Claire nodded with satisfaction and said, Ryan, please take a moment to review the giant bear breathing technique. Then I guide you through the specific movements. Okay, Miss Claire. Ryan immediately gathered his attention and began to carefully review the 7 movements of the giant bear breathing technique. The 7 movements had different postures. But at a glance, Ryan noticed that the movements progressed from easy to difficult. The first movement was the simplest, similar to the single-leg lunge from his previous life, with both hands raised horizontally and in sync with his breathing. Having just finished eating wild bear meat, Ryan felt hot all over and eager to move around, so he immediately began to practice. At first, Ryan felt fine. But within 5 minutes, his entire body began to heat up, sweat began to form on his forehead, and he began to stagger. As for steadying his breathing, that was even more difficult. He was lucky to not be panting heavily. Ryan knew he couldn't hold on any longer, so he stopped immediately. It wasn't that he lacked perseverance, but rather that the instructions required each movement to be held for 30 minutes, while breathing steadily before moving on to the next one. Miss Claire, are there any tips for practicing this breathing technique? Ryan asked, rubbing his sore thigh. Breathing technique. Breathing is the most important thing. You must always maintain steady breathing, sense the changes within your body, and constantly adjust. Only in this way can you achieve your goal of strengthening your body. Ryan, this is black tongue oil. When you practice the first movement of the giant bear breathing technique, apply it to the insides of your thighs, knees, and shoulders. It will effectively enhance your ability to sense changes in your body. Okay, Miss Claire, I try it right away. Ryan immediately took the small black bottle Claire handed him. He uncorked it, and a strange fragrance emanated. It was somewhat similar to the musk and tiger bone ointment Ryan had used in his previous life. The liquid in the bottle was a yellowish-brown color, like amber. Ryan poured a small amount into his palm and, following Miss Claire's instructions, rubbed it warm before applying it to his knees and shoulders. Instantly, a fiery warmth seeped from the application area into his skin. When Ryan tried the first movement of the giant bear breathing technique again, he felt a difference. The initial muscle fatigue was replaced by this fiery warmth. He seemed to feel the tension in every muscle fiber of his thigh muscles, which naturally calmed his mind and consciously coordinated his breathing with his movements. You've practiced the giant bear breathing technique, and your understanding of it has improved. You've mastered a new skill. Giant bear breathing technique. Your giant bear breathing skill has been upgraded, and your experience points have increased by 1. Ding! Detected that the host has triggered the core event for the Knight Squire class change. Mastered the breathing technique. Prerequisites for promotion to Knight Squire are 1. Militia level 3 or higher. 2. Strength 8 or higher, Agility 8 or higher, and Constitution 8 or higher. 3. Any riding skill level 1 or higher, shield defense level 1 or higher, any archery skill level 2 or higher, any sword skill level 3 or higher. Current requirements are not met. Promotion to Knight Squire failed. Huh? Ryan read the system notification that suddenly popped up, feeling both surprised and delighted. What was surprising was that the requirements for promotion to Knight Squire displayed on the panel were a bit too many. Relatively speaking, Ryan should be able to meet the first and second requirements in a while. But of the third, complex sub-items, aside from any level 3 sword technique, which he could achieve, he probably wouldn't be able to meet the rest anytime soon. The good news was that Ryan knew what he was lacking, and where to start to fill it. Trigger an event to gain promotion information? Ryan muttered to himself. Chapter 21. The recent triggering event gave Ryan a deeper understanding of his cheat code. Ryan checked and saw that the giant bear breathing technique level 1/100 was displayed on the militia panel. This was probably because there weren't any other more suitable class panels. Clearly, it would have been even more inappropriate for the breathing technique to be displayed on the Blacksmith Apprentice class panel. Ryan, constantly pondering the requirements for advancement, surprisingly managed to hold the first position of the giant bear breathing technique for a full 15 minutes. Compared to the previous 5 minutes, this was undoubtedly a huge improvement. Claire, who was observing Ryan from the side, smiled and nodded, saying, "Very good, Ryan. Once you can hold the first position for more than half an hour, you can try the second." Although Ryan's physique was somewhat weak, his comprehension was excellent, and he picked up the technique quickly. Not bad. In fact, his distraction played a significant role in Ryan's ability to hold out for so long this time. The head maid, Shadia, stared at Ryan with amazement. With this rate of progress, it's no wonder Miss Claire looks at Ryan with a different eye. It seems your judgment of people is far superior to mine. Congratulations. Your constitution attribute has been improved. Ryan was startled, his attention immediately focused on the dashboard. He noticed that his constitution had gone from 5 points to 6. He remembered clearly that he hadn't added any points just now. What was going on? His two classes, the Blacksmith Apprentice and the Militiaman, hadn't seen any level increases, yet his constitution had suddenly improved? Could it be that the giant bear's breathing technique had boosted his constitution? But the effect was too immediate. Wait. It couldn't all be due to the giant bear breathing technique. My previous swordsmanship training must have laid a solid foundation. It's likely that my physique was already close to a breakthrough, and today's practice of the giant bear breathing technique provided a catalyst. This scenario is most realistic. But no matter what, this was a pleasant surprise. After his physical fitness improved slightly, Ryan felt his fatigue instantly disappear. So, on his third attempt at the first form of the giant bear breathing technique, he was able to maintain it for nearly 22 minutes. The obvious improvement once again stunned the head maid, Shadia. Claire, standing beside him, also smiled and nodded in satisfaction. After Ryan finished his third attempt, sweating profusely, a question suddenly occurred to him. After a moment's thought, Ryan asked, "Miss Claire, do you know how long it took the fastest person to master the first form of the giant bear breathing technique?" Ryan asked this question not to show off, but to understand his current level. After all, with the system's blessing, it wouldn't be good for a commoner like him to become too outstanding. A gradual approach would be safer. Claire smiled and said, "As far as I know, the fastest person to master the first form of the giant bear breathing technique was probably 5 minutes. After spending 5 minutes mastering the key points, the other person was able to maintain the first form for over 30 minutes. Ryan's face froze, and he felt as if he were the clown himself. It seemed there were many more geniuses in this world than he'd imagined. Okay, that's all for today. Ryan, go back and rest. A maid will bring you here for the next few days. As for the giant bear breathing scroll, Shadia will keep it for you." "Okay, Miss Claire, head maid Shadia, I take my leave now." Ryan bowed and, led by the maid, left the back garden. On the way back, Ryan's excitement slowly subsided as he pondered a question. Today, he had obtained the giant bear breathing technique because Miss Claire recognized his talent. Otherwise, even if he had the system, he would have had a long way to go before embarking on the path to transcendence. For commoners in this world, embarking on the path to transcendence is much more difficult than for the heirs of the nobility. This is the first difficulty. Commoners have no access to education. Also, The piece of violent bear meat he ate after entering the room was completely different from the meat he usually ate. Obviously, this meat was extremely valuable, and without the backing of a powerful force, ordinary civilians could not afford it. This was the second difficulty. Embarking on the path of transcendence required a significant expenditure of money. From Ryan's own experience, if he had not consumed this piece of violent bear meat, his current physique would have made it difficult for him to continuously practice the first form of the giant bear breathing technique. Secondly, the black tongue oil he had just used in practicing the giant bear breathing technique had a recipe that was likely top secret. He had just experienced the difference between practicing with and without the black tongue oil. The difference in practice efficiency was at least 3 to 5 times greater. This was very obvious from his experience points. Before using it, his stats didn't increase for half an hour. But after using the black tongue oil, his stats increased by 5 points in half an hour, a truly enormous difference. This was the third difficulty, the barrier to supplementary cultivation with medicinal materials. The final, fourth difficulty was the advanced potion Claire mentioned. Although he didn't know what it was, he assumed it was crucial and extremely valuable. Even Claire, the daughter of an earl, frowned slightly and looked troubled when she mentioned this potion. It seemed that if he wanted to succeed on the path of transcendence, he needed wealth and the support of powerful forces. In other words, he needed others to recognize his value. This point remained unchanged, whether in his previous life or this one. After returning to the servants' quarters, George was the first to come up and ask, "Ryan, what does the head maid want to see you about?" The entire servants' quarters fell silent. Ryan looked around and saw that almost every servant was listening, like rabbits, their ears perked up. This made Ryan laugh, and he said, "Guess." "Go." George, looking expectant, scolded him with a smile. Seeing his best friend Ryan didn't say anything, George stopped asking, but the others were itching to know. No wonder Ryan dared to fight with Brow. Turns out his family knows the head maid. Yeah, now it seems Ryan's family is not ordinary. But why did I hear Ryan is just a farmer's son? A dreamless night. The next day, the dog trainer's introductory training was once again about playing with puppies. According to the old man, the purpose of this training was to strengthen the bond between dog and owner. For the other servants, this was naturally a fun and tiring activity, but for Ryan, it felt like a complete waste of his precious life. I need to practice swordplay. I need to practice breathing techniques. Ever since learning the giant bear breathing technique, Ryan's mind has been filled with these thoughts. However, Ryan still harbored the hope of triggering other career panels, such as dog trainer or animal tamer, so he didn't make excuses to ask for leave. But after a day of dog training, no new panels had been triggered. Slightly disappointed, Ryan followed the beautiful maid to Miss Claire's study. As soon as he entered the room, he smelled the fragrance, and any regrets vanished. On the coffee table sat another piece of wild bear meat, and judging by the shape, it was bear ribs. "Ryan, after eating, let's have some swordplay training." "Yes, Miss Claire." Ryan's eyes lit up. He had assumed that today, like yesterday, he would continue practicing the giant bear breathing technique. But he hadn't expected Miss Claire to actually suggest starting with swordsmanship training. This delighted him greatly. You know, he'd spent the past 2 days playing with the dog, and his basic swordsmanship had barely improved. Now, having the opportunity to spar and gain a ton of experience points was naturally the best thing. Chapter 22. Ding 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 ding. Ryan, giving his all, could only hold out for about half a minute against the deliberately controlled Claire, and was quickly defeated. Despite his defeat, Ryan's face showed no trace of frustration, but rather a hint of joy. Because of a beautiful system notification, your basic swordsmanship skill has been improved, with 29 XP added. You have experienced a battle, with 17 XP added to your militia class. The head maid, Shadia, observing the battle, looked at Ryan with admiration, his expression unfazed, and thought to herself, perhaps this is another reason why Miss Claire values Ryan so much. He's not discouraged by failure. There are so many talented young men in Mayes County whose strength surpasses Ryan's, but few possess his character. Most who lose in a duel with Miss Claire either become mortified or become stubborn and ruthless. Shadia's thoughts were perfectly reasonable and logical. However, she didn't know it was because the Ryan in front of her had a cheat. Any competition would improve his strength, so he naturally kept fighting despite repeated defeats. Claire looked at the still eager Ryan, her eyes filled with admiration. She said in a clear voice, "Ryan, the strength and speed I displayed were comparable to yours. In fact, you could have lasted longer. But you didn't. Do you know why? My swordsmanship is too weak," Ryan said, rubbing his head. "Not entirely. Did you notice? It's that with every attack, you make your intentions too obvious, Claire demonstrated, striding with her long, springy legs. When attacking, keep your eyes level, and use your peripheral vision to pinpoint the exact location of your attack. Never reveal your intentions. At first, Ryan had been listening with a relaxed attitude, but when Claire spoke these words, his expression suddenly grew serious. He realized that Claire was teaching him a crucial combat technique. If Claire hadn't pointed this out to him, it would have taken him a long time to grasp it on his own. Unexpected action, isn't that what you mean? That's a good summary. Claire praised. That's exactly what it means. Once you reveal your intentions too early, an experienced enemy will immediately evade or block your attack route. Some enemies will even deliberately lure you into attacking their deliberately exposed weaknesses, then quickly counterattack and defeat you. Ryan pondered for a moment, then understood Claire's meaning. Miss Claire, can you do it again? Claire nodded, signaling Ryan to attack. This time, as Ryan attacked, he stared straight at Claire. Like a willow catkin drifting in the wind, he took a swift step forward and thrust his sword forward. Claire lightly blocked and took a step to the right, dodging Ryan's attack. This time, Ryan's eyes remained fixed on Claire, but he didn't deliberately focus on any particular part of her body. This made Claire's anticipation slightly slower than before, and the fight between the two men significantly longer than the previous one. With Claire's deliberate feeding, Ryan and Claire exchanged blows, the clinking of weapons echoing across the field. A minute later, exhausted, Ryan collapsed to the ground, sweating profusely. Although exhausted, this exhilarating battle left Ryan feeling incredibly refreshed. He even felt a tinge of lingering desire. The system notification came again. Your basic swordsmanship skill has been improved, with 37 XP added. You fought a battle, and your militia class experience has increased by 21. And that's a lot of XP. Ryan, I've noticed you're particularly interested in swordsmanship. That's good, but also bad. Claire noticed that after every swordsmanship sparring match, Ryan's unparalleled passion was rekindled. It seemed as if the young man before her wasn't afraid of losing at all. Because breathing techniques are fundamental, you need to focus on them. Remember to master all 7 movements of the giant bear breathing technique as soon as possible. The sooner you master it, the better it will be for your physical development, Claire advised. Okay, Miss Claire. While Ryan replied, he secretly sighed, Miss, you don't understand? Only by sparring more can I improve quickly. With Miss Claire, a voluptuous and powerful sparring partner and instructor, Ryan felt for the first time how time had flown by so quickly. He now somewhat understood the feeling of those wealthy gym-goers in his past life, who lavished huge sums on beautiful personal trainers. But on reflection, it seemed he still couldn't match her. Because now, he hadn't spent a penny, and the Earl's daughter was serving as his sparring partner. This made Ryan look forward to the next practice session, as soon as the day's practice ended. This continued for 4 days. Ryan's strength also improved dramatically. Giant Bear Breathing Technique Level 2, 12/300, with the aid of 2 precious items, wild bear meat and black tongue oil. After just 4 days of practicing the Giant Bear Breathing Technique, Ryan was already mastering the second posture. The second posture, similar to the Russian push-up, was much more difficult than the first. Ryan could only hold it for 5 minutes, a significant drop from the half-hour requirement. But the effect was significant. For days of practicing the breathing technique had increased Ryan's strength. This brought Ryan's current strength to 7 points, exceeding that of an average adult. Although Ryan's physical attributes hadn't changed much, his combat awareness had greatly improved under Claire's guidance. It could be said that Humbert, the swordsman, had taught Ryan how to wield a sword, but Claire had taught him how to truly fight. Name, Ryan Kalin. Occupation, Blacksmith Apprentice Level 3, 265/500, Militiaman Level 3, 78/500, Constitution, 6. Strength, 7. Agility, 7. Spirit, 8. Attribute points remaining, 1. Skill points remaining, 1. Basic Swordsmanship Level 4, 578/1000. Basic Swordsmanship still hasn't been upgraded, requiring slightly more experience points. Although his swordsmanship hasn't been upgraded, Ryan can sense that his basic swordsmanship is slowly improving. The militiaman class level has been raised to level 3, contributing a few attribute points and a few skill points to Ryan. However, Ryan didn't rush to increase his skills this time. The subsequent postures in the giant bear breathing technique became increasingly difficult. That is, while the second form was difficult, it was definitely much easier than the third. So, he planned to wait until he reached level 3 of the breathing technique before directly upgrading to level 4, thereby maximizing his skill points. Time flew by, and Saturday arrived. Ryan could go home again. Just as he finished his training for the day under Claire's guidance, and happily followed the beautiful maid out of the castle, he saw a tall young man dressed in aristocratic attire approaching. Master Dennis. The beautiful maid seemed to shudder at the sight of him, and immediately saluted with a hint of fear. Although Ryan didn't recognize him, he immediately bowed. The young man, named Dennis, glanced at the two of them and walked away expressionlessly. However, after walking a short distance, he suddenly stopped and looked at Ryan as he retreated, as if thinking of something. This seems to be that lowlife that Claire somewhat admires? Dennis's eyes flickered, his thoughts unclear. Ryan, having left the Habsburg Manor, walked cheerfully along the main street of Goldhire Town, braving the evening breeze. It was already dusk. 3 teams of night watchmen, armed with torches, and wearing tight leather armor, had already begun refilling the streetlights. Ryan had also learned about the night watchmen of this world. In terms of their duties, they were primarily responsible for maintaining security in the town at night, putting out fires, and handling emergencies such as attacks by wild beasts or other unknown creatures in the darkness. During the relatively safe daytime, the town's security fell under the responsibility of the security guards. But whether night watchmen or security guards, they were considered official forces of the empire, under the jurisdiction of the town sheriff, and were distinct from the unofficial militia. This was evident from the fine leather armor, the oxhorn bow he carried, and the half-hand sword slung at his waist. Becoming a night's watchman would be quite a feat. Would it unlock a new class for me? Ryan wondered, glancing at the small group of night's watchmen with a hint of envy. Chapter 23. However, this goal seems unlikely in the short term. Ryan shook his head, wiping the thought from his mind, and continuing his walk towards home. As Ryan neared his doorstep, he saw Anna, the thinly dressed girl from the neighborhood, waiting in the slightly chilly autumn breeze, carrying a small basket. When she heard footsteps and looked up to see that it was Ryan returning, she smiled, her dimples adorning her face. She stepped forward and said, "Ryan, this is the pie I made with the wild blueberries and hazelnuts you gave me last time. Well, I wanted to give it to you sooner, but Mint told me you're training as a child servant and only come home on Saturday nights, so..." Looking at the small basket the girl handed him, Ryan felt a soft spot in his heart. This girl was such a tragic fate, yet she still held on to kindness and gratitude. That day, he had simply asked his sister Mint to give him some wild fruit, yet she had been thinking about how to repay him. It was late autumn, and after dark, the evening breeze was chilly. Yet, the thinly dressed girl had been waiting for him at the door. Looking at the 5 neatly arranged pies in the small basket, Ryan was at a loss for words. After a long moment, Ryan slowly took it, stammering, "You gave them all to me. What about you?" "I left a few pieces, enough for me." "Well, I'd be going home now." The girl smiled as Ryan took the basket, then turned and left with a hint of mirth. Ryan stared at the girl, stunned, realizing he hadn't even forgotten to say thank you. When Ryan walked into the house, Mint, looking at the little basket in his hand, fluttered her big eyes and came up to him. She looked at him happily and asked, "Brother, is this for me?" Ryan smiled and patted his sister's head. "Your sister Anna made this." "Aw? Sister Anna made this? No wonder she hasn't been playing with me these past few days. She said she went to help Aunt Mary." "Help?" "Yes. Almost no one in the whole town is willing to hire Sister Anna. Only Aunt Mary occasionally asks Sister Anna for help. Sister Anna is very poor, but she needs flour to make pies. Flour is expensive, so Sister Anna has to help out so she can earn enough to buy it." Mint looked at Ryan with her big, innocent eyes and spoke clearly. Suddenly, Ryan looked at the pies in the basket again and fell silent. After the family dinner, Ryan returned to his room early and laid down to rest. But the pie Anna had given him had Ryan tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Suddenly, Ryan thought he heard faint screams and the sound of something heavy falling from next door. "Is this Anna's house?" Ryan's pupils shrank. He immediately thought of the recent spate of missing children in the town. Could the perpetrators have set their sights on Anna? Instantly, a surge of blood rushed to his head. Ryan leaped out of bed, looked around, grabbed a carpenter's hammer from the utility room, and scurried out with the nimbleness of a cat. As they approached Anna's door, the rustling voices Ryan had previously been unable to hear became clearer. "This girl has quite a temper. Boss, after you've done what you've done, it's my turn to try her out. I've done my research, and she's the only one in this household. Don't worry, we have a wonderful night, hee. Damn, I haven't met someone this young in ages. I'm going to give it a good hack this time." You know what, Scarface? You did a great job scouting this time. This girl, aside from being a little thinner, is still quite pretty. Another voice, addressed as Boss, chimed in. Once you're done, you can sell her to the Wilderness Brotherhood. They've recently raised their prices, so we get a good price. Boss, trust me. I carted around the entire southern area of Gold Hire Town the other day. I know exactly which houses are worth targeting, the Scarface said proudly. Woo-woo. It sounded like Anna's struggling sobs, her mouth covered. An ordinary person might not be able to hear clearly at this distance, but Ryan, whose physical fitness had greatly improved recently, could hear it clearly. Snap. Crash. The noise grew louder, punctuated by the occasional crack of a clay pot falling to the ground. Hiss. The sound of linen being violently ripped echoed continuously. Ryan stood at Anna's door, feeling anxious. He wanted to rush in to save her, but there were at least 2 attackers in Anna's room. If he rushed in rashly and failed, the consequences could very well be the death of both him and Anna. The cold night breeze gradually calmed Ryan. Calling the night watchman now? It would be too noisy, and it would be too late. Besides, if the night watchman arrived and pushed the attackers into a corner, they might just kill Anna. Calling his father for help? Thinking of his father's aged face and hunched body, Ryan shook his head, instantly erasing the thought from his mind. Ryan glanced again at the carpenter's hammer in his hand. It was the hammer his father used to repair old furniture. Though it was a bit old, it was in good condition. Furthermore, it had a pointy end and a rounded end, which suddenly reminded Ryan of something. A fierce look flashed across his face. He immediately turned the pointy end upward and hid the hammer in his slightly baggy sleeve. At the same time, he stepped forward and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Anna, are you home? The room suddenly fell silent. At the same time, a faint voice rang out, one that Ryan wouldn't have been able to hear if it weren't for his extremely sensitive hearing. Boss, I go check it out. It sounds like a little kid. How about I just capture it and sell it all together? The man named Scarface said. Forget it, we're still going to have fun tonight. Let's get rid of her quickly. Oh, and don't make too much noise. Fuck, this little girl might be skinny, but she's got some serious strength. The guy known as the boss spat. Soon muffled footsteps echoed through the room. It seemed the person inside first peered through the crack in the door, confirming it was only a young kid like Ryan, before creaking the door open. What greeted Ryan was a strange face. The man had no scars on his face, and Ryan had no idea why he was nicknamed Scarface. However, his fierce gaze and tall, muscular figure gave him a sense of oppression. Furthermore, his hand was still on the hilt of the sword at his waist, his expression wary. Kid, what are you doing? Scarface, with a fierce look in his eyes, carefully examined the short, frail kid before him. Confirming that he posed no threat, he relaxed a little. Who are you? I'm looking for Anna. Isn't this Anna's house? Ryan said, feigning fear and trepidation. I'm Anna's uncle. Anna and her aunt have already left Gold Hire. From today on, this house belongs to me. Remember, don't come here again. Scarface forced a smile and casually lied, like a skeptical uncle tricking a child. How could Anna just leave so suddenly? She didn't even say goodbye to us? Ryan muttered, his head lowered. At the same time, his fists clenched, a look of reluctance on his face. It was as if he were describing a young love affair that ended before it even began. If it were any other time, Scarface might have teased the brat in front of him, but now, he was in a hurry to get to work and had no mood for small talk with a kid. All right. Let's go! Scarface rubbed his crotch and waved his hand impatiently, signaling Ryan to leave. Okay. But Anna's uncle, could you please help me bring a small gift to Anna? Ryan said obediently. Okay, give it to her. Scarface was taken aback, but without further ado, he held out his hand. He just wanted to get rid of this annoying brat as quickly as possible, so he could go back and have some fun. At that moment, the carpenter's hammer slipped silently from Ryan's sleeve into his palm, and instantly, he gripped it tightly. At the same time, Ryan continued calmly, I prepared something for Anna. Just as Scarface was about to listen to what Ryan had prepared, he leaned down slightly, and was about to take the gift from Ryan's hand when his vision blurred, and then he could no longer see the brat's hands. Suddenly, Scarface's heart palpitated, and his scalp tingled. Instantly, a strong wind blew in his face, the powerful force causing Scarface's curly yellow hair to fly wildly. A small black dot suddenly appeared in Scarface's sight, and quickly expanded. It was a small pointed hammer. Chapter 24. Snap! The defenseless Scarface froze instantly. his eyes wide with a look of disbelief. Between his brows, a small, pointed hammer was pinned. The next second, Scarface's entire body slowly fell backward. But a pair of thin, yet powerful hands suddenly appeared from behind the heavy body, firmly catching Scarface's still twitching form. Ryan lowered him silently onto the porch. Despite Ryan's steady hands, his heart was now pounding. Just before launching a surprise attack, Ryan had invested his last remaining attribute point into agility. When it came to sneak attacks, Ryan always believed that speed was the only way to defeat them. With enough speed, even a flying bird could penetrate the bulletproof glass of an airplane. What's more, Ryan was holding a pointed carpenter's hammer. Removing the short sword and a delicate crossbow from Scarface's waist, Ryan aimed his crossbow through the window. But soon, Ryan discovered that, as he had expected, the person inside was completely unaware of the movement. So Ryan quickly slipped in. He saw the bearded man inside, currently removing his pants. The naked girl before him had already absorbed more than 90% of his attention, and he hadn't noticed the thin figure approaching a short distance behind him. Swoosh! A black crossbow bolt instantly struck Blackbeard's tall figure in the lower back. Instantly, the man let out a scream. Blackbeard then whipped his head around to look behind him, but before he could see who had attacked him, he hadn't realized who had attacked him. A gust of wind blew in his face. Puff! A sharp dagger was thrust into his throat. Blackbeard, unable to even pull up his pants, clutched the wound on his neck with both hands, his eyes wide open as he stared at the slender Ryan in astonishment. As if unwilling to collapse, Blackbeard took a few steps back, slamming heavily against the wooden table before slowly collapsing. From time to time he twitched, like a snake with its spine torn. Just now, Ryan had thrust with all his might, a stride-like thrust. That strike must have been beyond his ability. If Ryan were to do it again, he might not be able to do it. Who? At this moment, Ryan was panting heavily, sweat dripping from his body, and he stood there in a daze for several seconds. If it weren't for the rapidly rising and falling of his chest, he would definitely be mistaken for a statue. That last stab seemed to have drained all of Ryan's strength. The most important reason was that this was the first time Ryan had killed someone in his 2 lifetimes combined. For a moment, Ryan felt exhausted, and a hint of confusion lingered in his eyes. Did I kill someone? I did. No, I wasn't killing someone, I was protecting someone. Gradually, the confusion in Ryan's eyes began to fade, and his clenched fists and gradually brightening eyes seemed to convey something. Even if you're powerless to do anything in this extraordinary world, you must at least survive. Protect yourself, protect your family. If you still have the ability, protect those you want to protect. At this moment, Anna was trembling, covering her pale, frail body with her tattered linen coat. Like a frightened deer, she looked at Ryan timidly. When her tear-stained eyes finally saw that the person who had saved her was the familiar Ryan, Anna couldn't help but rush forward and hug him tightly. Faced with the girl's fiery body, Ryan had no romantic thoughts at that moment. He gently patted Anna's back and said softly, "Don't be afraid, you're safe now. Anna, put on some clothes first. I check again, just in case." Anna let out a cry of joy. Only then did she realize she was practically naked. Her face flushed with shame, and she immediately began to search for clothes. As if to avoid Ryan's gaze, Anna turned sideways. But this revealed a rather beautiful curve to Ryan. Suddenly, Ryan was startled. He had noticed movement at Anna's door, and he immediately thought, "Oh no!" The other party must have discovered the body lying at the door. "Get dressed," Ryan said hurriedly. At the same time, he stepped forward and yanked the sharp dagger from Blackbeard's throat, drawing a stream of blood. Ryan immediately turned, shielding Anna behind him and pointing the tip of his sword toward the door. Anna immediately and obediently hid behind Ryan. Seeing Ryan's nervous expression, she knew that danger might strike again. "Looks like I have to waste some skill points this time." Just as Ryan was about to add a point, a figure he knew, yet disliked, suddenly appeared at the door. Following closely were several fully armed elite Night's Watchmen. "It's him!" Seeing the newcomer, Ryan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His entire body instantly relaxed. Hamilton, who had just entered the room, was stunned by the scene before him, his eyes widening with shock several times greater than Ryan's. He had finally received accurate information. The suspect in the missing child case might be in the area tonight. Upon entering, he hadn't expected such a scene. What the hell was this scene? Something a child could do. Directly killing 2 wanted criminals. Although the opponent's strength wasn't particularly strong, that was relative to him. 2 criminals were definitely not something an ordinary teenager could handle. But the bloody reality before him told Hamilton, the small-town sheriff, that this skinny boy with a dagger was the instigator of all this. If Hamilton had been impressed by Ryan's character and talent in dealing with the drunkard Jack, he had cherished his talent. This time, however, Ryan's actions completely shocked Hamilton. Inside the room was a frail young girl, who could be taken hostage by the bandits at any moment. In this situation, even if he were to rescue her, it would have been a bit of a headache, as he would have had to consider the girl's life or death. But in this situation, Ryan was able to save the girl and kill 2 bandits, demonstrating his courage and strategy. From that moment on, Hamilton had a completely new respect for Ryan. In his heart, he no longer considered Ryan a child. Hamilton's eyes flickered as he scrutinized Ryan several times, silently admiring him. After killing someone and seeing blood, his entire mental state had changed. If the former Ryan still had a touch of immaturity, like a rough gemstone, then the current Ryan gave him the feeling of a newly polished gemstone, beginning to shine with a dazzling brilliance. "Did you do this?" Hamilton asked again, even though he already knew the answer. "Yes, sir. These 2 men broke in late at night, intending to rape Anna. I happened to live nearby and heard the noise, so I killed them. Your Excellency, according to the Imperial security regulations, I shouldn't have violated the law this time, right?" Ryan, his mindset completely transformed after the murder, spoke freely. Just now, Ryan thought about it and realized he had nothing to hide from Hamilton. After his previous encounter with Hamilton, he knew that the sheriff before him was experienced. Hiding anything at this moment would be counterproductive. "Haha, of course it's not illegal. Ryan, come on, tell me how you killed these 2 men. Although you're quite capable, it seems unlikely that you could kill either of them head-on." Hamilton smiled as he walked towards Ryan and waved back. Several elite Knights Watchmen in black leather armor entered and began to dispose of the bodies on the ground. When they first saw the bodies, they were stunned, clearly shocked. The elite Knights Watchmen glanced up at Ryan, their eyes seemingly saying, "You're so young, yet you're so cruel." After a preliminary inspection, a Knights Watchman quickly arrived with a report. "Lord Hamilton, one of the 2 deceased was wearing a mask, and it's confirmed to be Scarface. The other is Blackbeard. Both are suspects in the missing children's case we're pursuing. Furthermore, these 2 are wanted criminals." Chapter 25. "Excellent. Take the body away, and clean up the traces in the room." Hamilton nodded. "Human skin mask? Wanted poster? Scarface?" Hearing these keywords, Ryan was initially confused, but then he was startled, clearly terrified. He hadn't expected these 2 to be the thugs on the wanted poster. His lucky kills were truly a stroke of luck. Scarface had been deceived by his frail appearance and acting skills, while Blackbeard was completely obsessed with Anna. If they had been even slightly more vigilant, under normal circumstances, either of them could have easily overtaken him. But why does Scarface's name sound so familiar? That's right. That guy, worth a full 5 Imperial gold coins. Ryan's eyes lit up, instantly remembering the reward on the wanted poster for the thug nicknamed Scarface. So, he could claim a generous reward. Besides, shouldn't that Blackbeard, the scarred man calling him boss, be worth even more? Ryan felt a surge of joy. "Lord Hamilton, this bounty." "Want the bounty? Come see me at the town hall tomorrow." Hamilton glanced at Ryan with a half smile, then turned and left. Ryan had a feeling that something was hidden in the man's eyes. Claiming the bounty tomorrow wouldn't be so easy. The night watchman quickly carried the bodies out of the room and at the doorway and briefly cleaned up the bloodstains. But the room still stank of blood. After all, 2 people had just died here. Ryan glanced at Anna, who was still trembling. It was clear that this place was not suitable for her to live in for the time being. Troubled, he thought for a moment and decided that the only option was to let Anna go back to his own home. "Anna, please don't tell my parents or Mitt about what happened tonight, okay?" Ryan knelt down, looking into Anna's still frightened eyes, and spoke softly. Anna didn't say anything, but nodded instinctively. That was enough. Ryan gently picked up the now limp girl and returned to his own home next door. Perhaps because Ryan was watching over her, the girl fell into a deep sleep in the latter part of the night, tears still glistening on her long eyelashes. Although the whole matter had been resolved and he was exhausted, Ryan couldn't fall asleep. The scene of the murder, the grim expressions of the 2 men before their death, played in his mind like a slideshow. Suddenly, Ryan remembered that there seemed to be a system prompt, but he hadn't had time to check it until now. He opened it and saw, "You have fought a battle, gaining 121 experience points for the militia class. You have fought a battle, gaining 129 experience points for the militia class. Your basic swordsmanship skill has been improved, gaining 34 experience points." Shoo! The militia class level has increased so much? Ryan stared at the militia level 328 out of 500 screen, which showed more than half of the experience points in a daze. It seems that dangerous combat is the best way to gain experience points. Although there was a young woman sleeping in the same room with him, the atmosphere was far from romantic or ambiguous. Glancing at Anna, curled up in bed, her sleeping posture revealing her extreme insecurity, Ryan felt no desire for this pitiful yet resolute and optimistic young woman. Speaking of women? Clearly, Miss Claire, with her long, elastic legs and curvaceous figure, held far greater allure in Ryan's heart. The next morning, under the astonished gazes of his parents, Ryan took Anna downstairs for breakfast. Only Mint appeared cheerful. "Father, a stranger knocked on Anna's door yesterday. Thinking of the recent missing child cases, I took Anna in. She stayed with us for a while." Ryan recounted the story, a mixture of truth and falsehood. Old Ryan glanced at Anna, who hunched over her food with a shy expression, and said with a smile, "Okay, you're a good deal, little brat. Ryan, you better be nice to Anna," his mother said, smiling bluntly. This immediately made Anna blush, her head practically dropping to the table. "Mother, we're not what you think," Ryan said, rubbing his forehead helplessly. "Isn't that right? Then let me ask you, were you sleeping in the same room with her yesterday?" Apparently, considering Anna was right next to him, his mother hesitated to speak more directly. "That's because Anna was scared," Ryan explained feebly. At this moment, Ryan Sr. interrupted, his expression slightly serious, saying, "Ryan, as a man, you must learn to take responsibility. Anna is a good girl, you can't let her down." "Okay. That's it. This is a huge misunderstanding." However, facing his parents' advice, Ryan could only listen obediently and wait for an opportunity to tell them the truth later. After breakfast, Ryan fled to the town's administrative office. After the guard at the door informed him, a guard led Ryan to Hamilton's office. As the town sheriff, Hamilton's position was second only to the governor. In some ways, because he controlled the police and night watch, from the perspective of maintaining regional stability, the sheriff was even more important than the governor. "Knock, knock." The guard knocked on the door. "Come in," a deep, rich voice echoed. The guard pushed open the door, and Ryan entered the room to find Hamilton, dressed in aristocratic hunting suit, seated behind a mahogany desk, flipping through some documents. Hamilton looked up and, without arguing with Ryan, said directly, "Ryan, please sit down. I'm looking over a file." "Wait a moment." Ryan nodded, pulled out a chair, sat down, and looked around. It was a bright, clean office, approximately 40 to 50 square meters. In the center were several soft suede chairs and a coffee table, surrounded by bookshelves. A mahogany desk sat against the wall of the office, where Hamilton was currently sitting. On the desk lay a large pile of parchment scrolls, seemingly containing documents. Before Ryan finished surveying the room, Hamilton put down the parchment scroll in his hand, looked at Ryan, and said with a smile, "Ryan, you've grown faster than I expected. Are you interested in joining the night watch and helping me? You see, these files are all unfinished cases, left behind by that idiot Kuzma. I'm seriously short-staffed lately. It's safe to say the entire Mayes County is in a bad state right now. The day before yesterday, 3 miners went missing in the Alim mine, southwest of Gold Hire. It's said that an unidentified creature appeared in the gold mine, and only blood was found at the scene. Also, just yesterday my guards reported that they'd spotted traces of evilfin murlocs northwest of town, upstream of Shimmer Lake, Gulcher's water source. You know, those disgusting creatures are seriously polluting the water. But I don't have enough manpower to keep them out right now." Hamilton pointed to the pile of parchment scrolls on the mahogany desk and said with a hint of anger, "Kuzma?" Ryan had heard of this name before. The pseudo-second-generation people had mentioned it in their casual conversation. He was the previous sheriff of Shining Gold Town. It seemed that he had left a lot of bad debts for the new Lord Hamilton to deal with. Chapter 26. After some thought, Ryan wasn't particularly interested in Hamilton's invitation. While night watchmen were also civil servants and officially part of the imperial system, there was no need for that. With Miss Claire's appreciation for him, Ryan could now settle down and build a solid foundation at the Habsburg Manor. As if sensing Ryan's thoughts, Hamilton pulled a small gray bag from a drawer and tossed it to Ryan. "Pack. Here's the bounty, 5 for Scarface and 10 for Blackbeard, a total of 15 imperial gold coins." "Thank you." Ryan quickly took the bag, feeling incredibly happy. He hadn't expected that even though he hadn't agreed to Hamilton's offer, he wouldn't deduct money or try to manipulate him over the bounty. This immediately improved Ryan's impression of Hamilton. However, this joy only lasted a few seconds before it was quickly extinguished by Hamilton's next words. Ryan, I must remind you that Scarface, the man you killed, doesn't have much background, but Blackbeard has a brother who's the leader of the Hyena Gang in Maester County, and is very powerful. The file I just read was about Blackbeard, Hamilton said, handing it to Ryan. Ryan took the parchment and immediately began to flip through it, but the more he read, the more serious his expression grew. The file revealed that the Hyena Gang had hundreds of members, all engaged in despicable activities, such as theft, protection rackets, and even the occasional trafficking of women and children. In particular, the Hyena Gang's leader, Cole, nicknamed Dog King, had, through some unknown method, tamed a mutant hyena queen the size of a wild boar a few years ago. He then raised a litter of hyena pups, and assigned them to the core members of the gang. Relying on the hyena's far superior fighting power to that of ordinary dogs, the Hyena Gang quickly distinguished itself from the other gangs in Maester County, and, rumored to have established connections with a certain noble in the city. Faced with such a ruthless gang, Ryan knew that even if he wasn't afraid, his family couldn't afford to offend them. Thinking of this, Ryan knew that his only recourse was to rely on the sheriff before him, which was precisely why he had shown him the files. Hamilton continued, from what I understand, Blackbeard and this brother have always had a good relationship. He's going it alone this time to earn some extra money. If he knew you killed his brother, he would definitely seek revenge. After a few seconds of silence, Ryan looked at Hamilton calmly and said, Lord Hamilton, since you brought this matter up to me, I assume you have a solution. Hamilton's eyes held a hint of admiration. At Ryan's age, he feared he wouldn't be able to handle this matter with such composure. Just as he was about to express his thoughts, Hamilton's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at Ryan. He suddenly noticed that Ryan, sitting across from him, had changed significantly since the last time they'd met. Last night, the incident had taken place in the dim light, so Hamilton hadn't noticed the change in Ryan. But today, during the day, Hamilton took a closer look at Ryan and noticed that his eyes were piercing, his breathing steady and powerful, just like when he was young and just starting to learn breathing techniques. Hamilton couldn't help but blurt out, Ryan, have you practiced the knight's breathing technique? This actually gave Ryan a sudden shock. You can see that? However, Ryan remained silent, smiling calmly as he gazed at Hamilton. Hamilton didn't seem to mind. Instead, he looked thoughtful and muttered to himself, You've been training as a child servant at the Habsburg Manor lately. In other words, one of the Habsburg knights must have taught you the breathing technique. So, was this knight the manor steward, Knight Lloyd, or the swordsmanship instructor, Sir Perez? Hamilton stared at Ryan intently, trying to discern something from his expression. This made Ryan revere Hamilton even more. He hadn't expected this burly man to be so thoughtful, almost guessing the whole thing, only making a few mistakes in the final selection. I'm sorry, Lord Hamilton, I can't tell you which master taught me the breathing technique. Because I promised him I'd keep it a secret. Haha, good boy. But the scuffles among Earl Habsburg's heirs are intense, so even joining the manor wouldn't necessarily be a good thing. The Earl's two sons are vying for power, but his youngest daughter possesses exceptional knightly talent. I heard she became a full knight 2 years ago, and is deeply favored by the old Earl. Hamilton waved his hand, clearly unconcerned with Ryan's words. Instead, he revealed a great secret to him. Internal strife? Is it Miss Clare and her brothers? Or a quarrel between brothers? No wonder Miss Clare had previously said that she had kept the breathing technique she taught her a secret, and that revealing it might not be good for her. Ryan suddenly understood. Furthermore, Alonso, the eldest son of the Habsburg counts, has murky ties with the Wilderness Brotherhood. So, Ryan, you're a talented person. Joining the Night's Watch and serving the Empire is your best choice. Hamilton slowly stood up, his bright eyes gazing intently into Ryan's. At this moment, he was thinking, now that Ryan has earned the respect of the Habsburg estate's upper echelons and mastered the breathing technique, my original plan of having him pose as an orphan and penetrate the enemy's lair is no longer appropriate. If you join the Night's Watch, I have a reason to mobilize our already stretched personnel and focus on your area to protect you and your family. The Night's Watch will provide you with a solid backing against the Hyena Gang's threat. Hamilton's words moved Ryan quite a bit. The information he had just shared was all high-level information Ryan had never encountered before, but he trusted Hamilton wouldn't deceive him on this point. After all, some things are easily verified. Seeing Ryan still hesitate, Hamilton pressed the point. Ryan, practicing the breathing technique costs a lot. You've completed 2 wanted missions this time, and the rewards exceed 10 Imperial gold coins, meeting the minimum requirement for an Imperial bounty hunter license. Ryan sympathized with Hamilton's words. Practicing the breathing technique was quite costly. If Miss Claire hadn't provided him with the violent bear meat and the secret elixir for the giant bear breathing technique, black tongue oil, his progress would have been far less rapid. But Ryan was puzzled by the idea of a bounty hunter license. Shouldn't anyone be able to kill a wanted criminal and claim the bounty? Chapter 27. Excuse me, Lord Hamilton, does this bounty hunter still need a permit? Ryan asked doubtfully. Haha, Ryan, it seems I need to explain something. If you're the son of a noble, you certainly don't need a bounty hunter license. However, for a commoner interested in bounties as a source of income, having one would be much more convenient. First, the bounty hunter license is universal across the empire. It allows you to carry a weapon and go out at all hours of the day or night. Otherwise, according to imperial public security regulations, commoners can only keep weapons at home, except in special circumstances. Also, if your accumulated bounties reach over 100 gold, you can apply for intermediate bounty hunter certification, gaining the privilege of riding a horse. Ryan was stunned by this. Officially recognized full-time weaponry and horseback riding? These were rights once reserved for the nobility, but bounty hunters could also enjoy them. As expected, in this world, force is the best way to ascend the social ladder. However, the Empire has always strictly controlled the number of bounty hunters, but I happen to have a recommendation, Hamilton continued. Ryan's face was thoughtful. He was naturally tempted by the bounty hunter position. The opportunity to wield weapons and ride a horse while earning a considerable amount of gold was, to some extent, an essential step on his path to transcendence. Even if he became a manor guard or even a night watchman, the salary alone would certainly not be enough to support his cultivation. However, since Hamilton had already stated that these spots were scarce, it was clear that there were no such things as free lunches. Indeed, some things were already clear between the lines. The problem was that he had already accepted Miss Claire's offer, and now he was joining the Night's Watch. After a moment's hesitation, Ryan said, Sir Hamilton, thank you very much for your consideration, but I have already promised someone. Well, I might become a follower of a certain lord in the future, so... Before Ryan could finish his words, Hamilton laughed heartily. So that's what you're worried about. Don't worry, Ryan, there's no contradiction. No matter whose follower you are, as long as they are an imperial noble, they must be loyal to our great emperor of the Dragon Empire. Take me, for example. I'm the sheriff of Goldhire Town, and also a follower of Marquis Cardin. But my position within the imperial system actually gives me a leg up with Marquis Cardin. Ryan was stunned. Such a shrewd move was even possible. Shouldn't it be, my vassal's vassal is not my vassal? But Ryan quickly realized that the Dragon Empire he belonged to wasn't like the divided kingdoms of Western Europe in his previous life's Middle Ages. Instead, it was highly centralized, and the emperor was the natural object of allegiance. After Hamilton's explanation, Ryan quickly understood that the imperial nobles were very happy to see their followers become administrators of the kingdom's power structures. By the way, Ryan, I suppose you haven't taken your followers' oath of allegiance yet? Hamilton asked. That wasn't the case. Ryan thought about it. There had indeed been no formal swearing of allegiance between him and Miss Claire. The other party had originally said that he could only become her follower if he could ascend to full knighthood. Then you should quickly improve your strength. It's best to swear allegiance as a guardian knight, not as a follower, Hamilton said. Lord Hamilton, what's the difference? Ryan was slightly stunned. Although the amount of information he'd been exposed to today was a bit overwhelming, it also made him feel that he had come here at the right time. A brief conversation with Hamilton had exposed him to a wealth of information he had never been exposed to before. This was the information barrier caused by social class differences. Simply put, it's about the difference in initiative. You can be a guardian knight to many, but only a follower to one. You understand the details later, Hamilton thought for a moment and explained. Thank you, Lord Hamilton, for clearing up my confusion. I've accepted your kindness and joined the Night's Watch. However, I'm still in my boy servant training. Can I wait until I'm finished? Ryan asked. Of course. The boy servant training at the Habsburg Manor is excellent, and you can also learn archery. Hamilton seemed quite knowledgeable about boy servant training and knew that this training included archery. However, if there's anything I need from you, Ryan, you need to respond immediately. Of course, Lord Hamilton. The meeting ended in a harmonious atmosphere. Ryan carefully put away the gray bag containing 15 imperial gold coins, said goodbye to Hamilton, and left the town hall. Ryan was extremely happy to receive the huge sum he had received, but the thought of the threat posed by the hyena gang suddenly dampened his spirits. To his surprise, the hyena gang's leader, Cole, was actually Blackbeard's brother. Surely, he needed to improve his skills quickly. But before, he had no money. Now that he had money, Ryan naturally wanted to improve his family's living conditions a little. He had already thought of the reason. He had provided the new sheriff, Lord Hamilton, with important clues in the missing children's case, and thus received a reward of 2 imperial gold coins. Afterward, he would tell his family that Lord Hamilton had promised him that he could join the Night's Watch after completing his boy servant training. This way, my family wouldn't have to worry about my future. With the pressure lifted, everyone would feel much better. This would also allow me to make full use of my 2 gold coins. However, it was still early, not even 9 o'clock yet, and Ryan planned to continue his journey to the blacksmith shop to gain professional experience. Oh! Speaking of the blacksmith shop, yes. Now that he had money, he could definitely ask the blacksmith Boris to teach him the true art of forging. Before, it was because of financial constraints and lack of funds. But now, it was nothing more than paying a hefty tuition fee. But it was clearly worth it. If he could significantly increase his experience gain efficiency, not only would his blacksmith apprentice level rise rapidly, but it would also lay a solid foundation for crafting his own equipment. The thought of this made Ryan feel a faint excitement. So, Ryan turned left and right, quickly arriving at the blacksmith's shop. As soon as he entered, the sound of hammering smiths filled his ears. The apprentice blacksmiths were still busy at work, while the blacksmith, Boris, was forging horseshoes. This immediately caught Ryan's eye. This horseshoe forging and hoof trimming service was a complete package. Chapter 28. Boris placed a nearly half-meter-long iron bar in the fire. When it turned white in the center, he removed it, brushed off any impurities, and then immersed it in water to quench it. Ryan knew this quenching process from his previous life. It made the iron bar even harder. Soon, after repeated forging and heating, the iron bar gradually took on a crescent shape. Seeing Ryan come in, Drews, who was working the bellows, greeted him eagerly. "Ryan, you're here to help again today. Would you like to continue working the bellows?" Ryan smiled and said, "Drews, I'm sorry, I might not be able to work the bellows today." Under Drews' surprised gaze, Ryan walked over to Boris and pointed at the horseshoe he was forging. "Uncle Boris, I want to learn this. How much is the tuition?" The blacksmith, Boris, glanced at Ryan in surprise and said, "Ryan, do you have money? You're not my official apprentice. If you just want to learn the horseshoe forging technique, the tuition is quite high. Although you helped for free, how much should I charge? I can't give you a discount on the money either." Ryan couldn't help but secretly sneer after hearing this. The rumors were true. This Boris blacksmith had decent skills, but he was incredibly stingy. "Of course, Uncle Boris, how much is the tuition for learning horseshoe forging?" "I teach you horseshoe forging for a month, 12 silver coins. If you can't learn by then, there's nothing I can do, but the tuition won't be refunded." Hiss. Upon hearing this price, the surrounding blacksmith apprentices all looked at each other in dismay, as if to say, Ryan might be in for a rough patch this time. After all, this price was far too high for most people, let alone Ryan, who came from a relatively modest family. Ryan was speechless. What a price! Just 1 month, and that doesn't even include training. You have to remember that a typical adult male working in Gold Hire Town would only earn around 2 or 3 silver coins a month. The Dragon Empire's monetary system is somewhat similar to the United Kingdom of Ryan's past life. 1 imperial gold coin is exchanged for 12 imperial silver coins. 1 imperial silver coin is exchanged for 20 shillings. 1 shilling can be exchanged for 12 pence, and 1 pence can buy about a 1-pound loaf of rye bread. But learning is necessary. Ryan feigned an expression of deep distress as he pulled out an imperial gold coin from his pocket and handed it to the slightly surprised Boris, saying, "Deal. Uncle Boris. This time, my family signed me up for a child servant training program at the Habsburg Manor. My goal is to become a blacksmith apprentice, so they've given me some money so I can learn the common blacksmithing skills." Ryan said this half-heartedly, explaining the origin of the money. "It seems old Ryan has high hopes for you. Go for it, kid. Don't be like my brat, running off to the county town every day to hang out, and now he can't even be found." Boris suddenly patted Ryan on the shoulder and said with emotion. This made Ryan have a slightly different view of Boris. Even as stingy as Boris was, he still wanted his son to succeed. "Come on. Ryan, give me a hand." With that, the blacksmith Boris handed Ryan a heavy blacksmith's hammer. Just as Ryan grasped the hammer, a series of system notifications suddenly appeared, causing Ryan to startle slightly. Ding! Detected that the host has touched the medium for the blacksmith apprentice's promotion. The blacksmith's hammer. The prerequisites for advancement to blacksmith are 1. Blacksmith Apprentice Level 3. 2. Strength 6 or above, Constitution 6 or above. 3. Forge 10 qualified blacksmith products. If the current requirements are not met, the advancement to blacksmith has failed. Ryan was immediately overjoyed. So this is the key to advancement from blacksmith apprentice to blacksmith. Ryan, what are you still standing there for? Oh, okay, Uncle Boris. Ryan, having quickly recovered, immediately began helping with the forging. As a beginner, Ryan only needed to complete one step, hammering the grooves into the U-shaped iron bar. After the iron bar for the horseshoe was shaped into a crescent shape, the next steps required the collaboration of two people. Blacksmith Boris held the iron bar in his left hand, heating it again, while in his right hand, he swiftly moved a sharp tool, resembling an axe, over the bar. Ryan, in sync with the rhythm, swung his hammer vigorously, striking the slightly wider top surface of the axe head. The axe blade was relatively narrow, leaving long, narrow grooves in the hot iron bar under heavy blows. The grooves in the horseshoe were designed to hold dirt from the ground, enhancing the hoof's grip. Although Boris's fees were quite high, his teaching attitude was excellent. While guiding Ryan through the rhythm of his power application, he also explained the complete horseshoe forging experience. This benefited Ryan immensely. Not long after, the system notification reappeared. You have forged horseshoes, and your comprehension has improved. You have mastered a new skill. Forging horseshoes. Your horseshoe forging skill has improved, adding 2 experience points. You have focused on horseshoe forging, adding 5 blacksmith apprentice professional experience points. Clearly, after participating in horseshoe forging, the blacksmith apprentice's professional experience has increased rapidly, far exceeding the previous experience of working with bellows. This might be the meaning of paying for gold. Meanwhile, Ryan and Boreas forged one qualified horseshoe after another. Unfortunately, seemingly because the majority of the work was done by the blacksmith Boreas, the system didn't recognize these horseshoes as Ryan's. Naturally, they couldn't meet the requirement of forging 10 qualified blacksmith products. This left Ryan slightly disappointed. He still wanted to be promoted to blacksmith as quickly as possible. But besides horseshoes, what else could he learn quickly? Hey! Got it! It's the horseshoe nails. They're relatively simple to forge, and logically, horseshoe nails should also be considered blacksmith products. Ryan remembered a proverb from his past life. A lost horseshoe nail means a lost horseshoe. A lost horseshoe means a lost warhorse. A lost warhorse means a lost king. A lost king means a lost war. A lost war means the fall of an empire. So, despite their small size, horseshoe nails are equally important. During a break, Ryan asked the blacksmith, Boris, if he wanted to learn the art of forging horseshoe nails first. Though Boris was curious why Ryan insisted on learning the art of forging horseshoe nails first, rather than the more important horseshoe, he readily agreed after a moment's thought. After all, forging horseshoe nails was part of Ryan's tuition. After all, the horseshoe needed to be used with the horseshoe nails, so the order of the nails didn't matter. After calming his slight excitement, Ryan began to diligently forge the horseshoe nails, following the blacksmith's instructions. Although at first, all the horseshoe nails Ryan forged were crooked and unusable, gradually, qualified products began to appear. Sure enough, as Ryan had suspected, the system recognized the horseshoe nails as any qualified blacksmith's product. Ryan was instantly overjoyed, and like a shot of chicken blood, he swung his hammer vigorously, sweating profusely as he forged the horseshoe nails. Standing nearby, the blacksmith, Boris, looked at Ryan, who was passionately forging the horseshoe nails, with a puzzled look on his face. He shook his head and said, "What a quirk." Finally, before lunch, Ryan achieved both goals. Any qualified blacksmith's product, 10/10ths, achieved. Blacksmith Apprentice Level 3, 500/500, maxed out, achieved. Chapter 29. Host promotion requirements for blacksmith have been detected. 1. Blacksmith Apprentice Level 3 max. 2. Strength 6 or higher, Constitution 6 or higher. 3. Forge 10 qualified blacksmith products. All requirements are met. Yes/no? Note: after promotion to blacksmith, the new blacksmith class panel will overwrite the previous blacksmith apprentice panel. Obviously, there's no need to consider this question. Ryan chose yes without hesitation. Ding! Promotion successful. Promotion to blacksmith successful. Strength increased by 2. Gain blacksmith course skills. Blacksmith strength level 1, one-handed hammer expertise level 1. Blacksmith strength level 1, active due to years of smithing. Blacksmiths possess exceptional muscle power. Hammer expertise level 1, passive due to years of smithing. Blacksmiths are extremely familiar with both large and small hammers, wielding them with ease. Hiss! A core skill has appeared? Ryan was instantly surprised and delighted. This promotion was truly a quantum leap. After telling the blacksmith Boris he'd go home for lunch and return in the afternoon, Ryan quickly left the smithy. After turning the corner, he immediately found a deserted corner and carefully examined the panel. The original Blacksmith Apprentice panel had disappeared, replaced by the Blacksmith panel. At the same time, the borders around the two new icons at the bottom of the panel lightened slightly. It seemed that the core skill icons were almost twice as large as the normal skill icons. Ryan first focused his attention on an icon that resembled Popeye flexing his biceps. Below it, he saw a line of small text. Core skill, Blacksmith Strength Level 1, active, Blacksmith Strength Level 1, active, effect. When activated, your strength increases slightly. Note, this skill's effects are proportional to the host's own strength, and its duration is proportional to the host's physical and mental strength. Ryan quickly fell into deep thought over the above. The 2 additional points of strength gained after his promotion to Blacksmith allowed Ryan's strength attribute to surpass his previously high mental stat, instantly reaching the highest level. After all, 9 points of strength far surpassed that of an average adult male. Even compared to Hamilton's elite night watchman, it was probably slightly higher. Feeling the surge of power throughout his body, Ryan felt a surge of joy. Before the promotion, even a Blacksmith Apprentice or Militiaman's class level only granted 1 free attribute point per level. But now, with just the promotion, Ryan had directly increased his strength by 2 points. A huge increase. At the same time, Ryan was quite envious of this active skill that could further increase his strength, Blacksmith strength. He was eager to try it out immediately, but there was nothing suitable nearby, and any further movement would be too loud, attracting unnecessary attention. Ryan thought for a moment and headed home, not even bothering to buy anything. He remembered there were some large rocks scattered along the roadside, perfect for a try. Soon Ryan, looking around, spotted a piece of gravel nearly half a man's height not far from the road. After another glance around to make sure no one was around, Ryan eagerly stepped forward. Lift. With 9 points of strength, Ryan lifted the previously impossible to lift gravel. Though his face flushed and the effort was immense, he was now at least holding it steady, less than half a meter off the ground. However, to take it a step further and lift 200 or 300 pounds of gravel overhead, a strength of 9 wouldn't be enough. So, Ryan focused his attention on the blacksmith's strength. As he unleashed the skill, a sudden surge of warmth surged through his heart, causing his blood to race, veins to bulge, and muscles in his arms and shoulders to bulge. Ryan forcefully lifted the heavy gravel above his head and fiercely threw it 4 or 5 meters. After this throw, Ryan felt a surge of exhilaration. This is the confidence and pleasure that powerful strength brings to a man. At this moment, Ryan glanced at the attribute panel again and saw strength, 9 plus 1.8. Clearly, the plus 1.8 in parentheses was the effect of the blacksmith's strength, but the duration was not indicated. Ryan stood quietly, feeling the changes in his body. After about half a minute, Ryan felt the heat within him gradually dissipate. It seemed that the active skill, blacksmith strength, only lasted about half a minute. But this already made Ryan overjoyed. Without a doubt, blacksmith's strength was a killer skill. Looking at the setting sun, Ryan thought to himself, "Oh no! I almost missed lunch." So, without even bothering to look at his other core skill, hammer mastery, Ryan hurried home. As soon as he entered the house, his mother came to greet him. "Why are you at the blacksmith shop so late? Are you back at the blacksmith shop?" Seeing Ryan return, sweating profusely, his mother asked with concern. Ryan nodded, took the towel his mother offered, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Just as Ryan was trying to form his words, preparing to tell his parents about his agreement to Hamilton join the night's watch, his usually taciturn father suddenly spoke, "Ryan, come here." Ryan was a little surprised, but he followed his father into the room. His father pulled something wrapped in gray linen from the old bedside table. Slowly opening it, Ryan saw 2 slightly worn imperial gold coins and a dozen silver coins. Old Ryan hesitated for a moment, then picked up the only 2 imperial gold coins and handed them to him. "Ryan, whenever you have free time lately, you've been going to the blacksmith shop of that miser, Boris. But it's no use. Unless you can afford the apprenticeship fee, you won't be able to impress that heartless man with your sincerity." "Father, Ryan was about to say something, but old Ryan interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "Listen first. Your mother and I have discussed this. These 2 gold coins should be enough for you to learn 1 or 2 blacksmithing skills from Boris, perhaps giving you an advantage in the Manor's blacksmith apprenticeship exam. The remaining money is being used to buy white bread, meat, and eggs for you and Mint. We can't give you any more. You're both growing up, and you need to keep up with your nutrition." Looking at his father's suntanned face, Ryan was speechless for a moment. Resolutely pushing away the gold coins his father offered, Ryan raised his head and said, "Father, you and Mother don't need to worry about my future. I provided the town's new sheriff, Lord Hamilton, with important clues about the missing children's case. Lord Hamilton promised me that after I complete my boy servant training, I can join the Night's Watch." After saying this, Ryan, under old Ryan's astonished gaze, pulled 2 brand new imperial gold coins from his pocket and handed them over. "Father, these 2 gold coins are a reward from Lord Hamilton. Leaving them with you will help us have better meals." Clearly, Ryan wasn't unwilling to give all the gold coins home, but if he gave too much, it wouldn't be explained by simply providing clues. Bang! "Ryan, is this true?" The mother, who had paused at the doorway listening, could no longer contain her astonishment. She pushed the door open and hurried in. "Of course, if you and Father truly don't believe me, you can go to the town hall and ask Lord Hamilton directly." Ryan shrugged, a smile on his face. "Goddess of luck." His mother burst into tears of joy, praying continuously and wiping away tears. At lunch, Ryan, unusually extravagant, opened several bottles of rye beer in quick succession, seemingly insisting on dragging Ryan along for a couple of drinks, leaving Anna and Mint looking at each other in bewilderment. Anna seemed to sense something, but didn't dare to question Ryan. "Ryan, from now on, you're a man. Hiccup, about you and Anna, hiccup, you make your own decision, and Father supports you. Hiccup. Father, this." Looking at his drunken father, Ryan felt awkward. He exchanged a quick glance with Anna, then quickly looked away. The next second, Anna ducked her head like a frightened little rabbit, a blush spreading across her fair face. Chapter 30. After dinner, Anna said to Ryan, somewhat shyly, "Ryan, can you come to my room?" After spending the whole day at Ryan's house, Anna still felt a little uneasy. It wasn't that Ryan's family was being rude to her, but rather that they were too welcoming. The 2 of them went to their room on the 2nd floor. "Ryan, I want to go back home," Anna said, her head lowered, her fingers clasped together, tightly clutching the hem of her skirt. For some reason, even though Ryan was her savior, Anna always felt a little uneasy when she saw him, her heart pounding. I'm afraid not." Ryan shook his head and refused. "Huh? Why? Anna looked at Ryan with confusion and surprise, her mind a tangle. This wasn't the answer she'd expected. Could it be? Just as the girl's thoughts were racing, Ryan said solemnly, "According to Sheriff Hamilton, the Blackbeard I killed last time is the younger brother of the hyena gang leader in the county. I'm worried they might send someone to investigate his brother's disappearance. So, for the time being, it's best if you stay here and don't go back." "Ah!" Anna's face paled. "Don't worry, I join the Night's Watch soon." To calm Anna's fear, Ryan shared a portion of their conversation in Hamilton's office. After his explanation, Anna felt a little more at ease, her expression calming. She nodded and said, "Okay then. I help in whatever way I can." Ryan waved his hand and said, "If you have time, spend more time with Mint. She'd be happy to have you around, since she's usually alone." "Of course, that's no problem. Mint is very cute and well-behaved." Speaking of Mint, Anna's eyes narrowed like crescent moons. "That's enough. Don't worry, things will get better." Anna glanced at Ryan's resolute expression, nodded, and uttered a resounding him. Although he was only a few months older than her, he inexplicably gave her a sense of reliability. She trusted Ryan's words. In the afternoon, on the way to the blacksmith shop, Ryan checked hammer mastery, another core skill of the blacksmith. The icon resembled a flat-headed iron hammer placed at an angle. Hammer mastery level 1. Passive. The host gains a slight increase in damage when using any hammer-type weapon. Ryan frowned. He had always practiced swordsmanship. Did he need to learn a hammer-type combat technique? It seemed that this project wouldn't immediately improve his combat effectiveness. However, with this promotion to blacksmith, both the increased strength and the appearance of active skills already made Ryan quite content, especially the blacksmith's strength. Ryan flipped to the first page of the panel. Name, Ryan Kalin. Occupation, blacksmith level 1, 1/100, militiaman level 3, 328/500, constitution, 6. Strength, 9. Agility, 8. Spirit, 8. Attribute points remaining, 0. Skill points remaining, 1. The small print below the two core skills also indicated their levels, indicating a high probability of upgradability. However, Ryan noticed that the subscripts did not include the experience bar in parentheses, likely indicating that these core skills could not be upgraded through practice, but only through skill points. This immediately made Ryan frown. This meant that his already insufficient skill points were now even more strained. Ryan looked at the remaining skill point on the panel, hesitating for a moment before clicking on it. I'm currently at the second form of giant bear breathing, so my progress isn't slow, but the third form will take much longer. I originally planned to wait until I reached level 3 of giant bear breathing before adding points to level 4. Improving the breathing technique can improve overall physical fitness, making it very cost-effective. But now there's a core skill that can't be improved through practice, which is a bit of a headache. Ryan pondered this question as he walked towards the blacksmith shop. Furthermore, judging by this trend, the skill point gap is likely to widen. As for the solution, one way is to find a way to unlock more professions, but this is currently highly uncertain. I thought the week-long greyhound training would unlock new professions, like dog trainer or animal tamer, but they ultimately didn't appear. Then it seems the only thing I can do now is to continue leveling up my blacksmith or militia professions. After a moment's contemplation, Ryan's goal became clearer. Returning to the blacksmith shop, he rekindled his enthusiasm and began learning horseshoe forging from blacksmith Boris. After an afternoon of continued study, Ryan gradually became more proficient at forging horseshoes, while blacksmith Boris's duties became less and less. This made Boris take a new look at Ryan. He hadn't expected this young man to possess such a gift for blacksmithing. Unfortunately, after an entire afternoon of hard work, his blacksmith class level had only increased by 5 points, currently standing at blacksmith level 1, 5 out of 100. It seemed that after becoming a blacksmith, the experience points gained from his original forging output were decreasing. As the sky darkened, Ryan left the smithy and headed towards the Habsburg Manor. After returning to the servants' quarters, Ryan and George chatted briefly before falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, as part of a new week's training, the servants were required to undergo archery training, once again taught by Humbert, a senior guard at the manor. As part of the Habsburg Manor Guard assessment, both swordplay and archery were required. The group of servants arrived at the northwest corner of the Habsburg outer fortress. They saw 10 archery targets neatly arranged there, and under an awning nearby were training bows of varying sizes and weights. Ryan took a closer look and found short bows, war bows, and long bows over 1.5 meters long. Today, we be practicing archery. Everyone, go to the awning and get a bow and quiver that suits your strength, Instructor Humbert said in a deep voice, his hands clasped behind his back. As soon as the instructor finished speaking, the servants swarmed toward the awning and began to choose. Most of the servants, due to their limited strength, chose short bows. But many of the pseudo-second-generation warriors were taller and stronger, so they chose normal-sized war bows. Ryan also chose a war bow, but he deliberately chose one with a slightly weaker weight, roughly medium. Otherwise, given his current strength, Ryan could have chosen a bow with the highest poundage. Thick eyebrows glanced at Ryan, and saw that he had chosen a bow with a higher poundage than his own. He snorted coldly, thinking to himself, that shouldn't be the case. Ryan, this kid must be weaker than me. However, he didn't mock Ryan. Instead, his expression darkened, and he turned and left. It seemed as if he was remembering that very unpleasant brawl. Thinking of that brawl, Brow felt a nausea return, cursing inwardly, what the hell is Drunk Jack up to? It's been a week, and now he's nowhere to be found. But I think Drunk Jack's gone somewhere. Because something similar happened before. After making some money, that bastard spent half a month with a widow, only to be kicked out after his last penny was gone. Brow shook his head in frustration, deeply regretting having paid the full price up front when he chose Drunk Jack. That bastard was so unreliable. Ryan naturally yearned for archery, but he couldn't invest his precious skill points in it right now. So, despite Ryan's diligent work throughout the day, his archery skills improved little. The only difference was that a basic archery level 1, 8 out of 100, icon appeared on his militia panel. After all, Rome wasn't built in a day, and mastering the art of archery requires countless hours of practice. This caused Humbert, who had been looking forward to Ryan, to have a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. However, this actually delighted Thick Eyebrow, who had been very anxious at first. Because archery is a required component of the Guardian assessment, Ryan's poor archery skills would significantly drag down his overall score. By comparison, his second-ranked swordsmanship combined with his first-ranked archery skills would undoubtedly result in a combined score that surpassed Ryan's. This was a sure thing. Chapter 31. In the evening, after Ryan finished a day of archery training, he arrived at Claire's study. After practicing the giant bear breathing technique for a while, Ryan followed Claire to a separate training room located behind the door at the back of the study. Spanning approximately 200 square meters, the training room was lined with various long swords, two-handed great swords, shields, and even bows and arrows. Opposite stood 3 fixed target posts and a wooden training dummy. Dang! After Ryan and Claire exchanged a sword blow, Claire's chestnut ponytail swung, and she almost took a step back, which surprised Claire. Ryan, your strength has increased so much? Ryan realized that since his job changed to Blacksmith, his strength had soared to 9 points. He hadn't been able to control his strength well during their sparring match, so his power was noticeably increased when he swung his sword. This caught the keen eye of Claire immediately. Haha, maybe it's because the giant bear breathing technique suits me perfectly. Ryan touched his nose, quick thinking. Claire's large, beautiful brown-gray eyes squinted at Ryan suspiciously, and she whispered, "But you've only mastered the second form of the giant bear breathing technique. Could it be that your physical fitness has improved so much? Although the giant bear breathing technique focuses on enhancing one's strength and physique, this is the first time I've seen such a significant improvement in physical fitness so soon after starting." Claire's brows furrowed slightly. After a moment's thought, she seemed to be unable to come up with a more plausible explanation. She shook her head slightly and said, "This seems to be the only explanation at this point. The giant bear breathing technique must be particularly suited to your constitution. Though your case is extremely rare throughout the Empire, it's not unheard of. It's just that in Meister County, you might be the first case." Only Ryan knew the situation best. However, Claire's piercing gaze just now still made Ryan's heart skip a beat. I guess he'd have to pay attention to this next time. But this is a good thing. I originally left you the parchment scroll, but now it seems I can directly teach you the sword technique that complements the giant bear breathing. The giant bear sword technique. Claire's next word startled Ryan. This turn of events was a bit sudden. Giant bear sword technique? Ryan's heart was instantly filled with joy. From the name, it was clear that the sword technique Miss Claire was about to teach him would be significantly more advanced than basic swordsmanship. Claire had never expected Ryan to surprise her again. So far, Ryan's physique seemed perfectly compatible with the giant bear breathing technique. Just a few days of practice had boosted his strength so much. This was quite rare. Now, she had much greater confidence that Ryan would be able to reach the transcendent stage and become a full-fledged knight before turning 18. Otherwise, with her knightly talent, wait another 3 years, and she'd likely at least become a senior knight. By then, a mere third-level knight squire would be too weak and meaningless. So, it wasn't that her standards were high, but to become her follower, one had to have a similar rate of progress. At least, not too far behind. Claire looked at Ryan with admiration, and continued in a clear voice, "Giant bear swordsmanship originates from simulating the claw strikes of bear-like transcendent creatures. It's powerful and devastating, emphasizing strength and momentum. So, the giant bear sword art is used with a heavy two-handed great sword, which requires a relatively high level of strength from the user. No matter how strong an average person is, without practicing breathing techniques, they can't wield a two-handed great sword weighing dozens of pounds. Even those with exceptional talent will still be vulnerable." Ryan agreed upon hearing this. If his strength doesn't reach 9 points this time, he probably won't even be qualified to practice the giant bear sword art. He'd have to wait until he's mastered the 5th or 6th form of the giant bear breathing technique, significantly improving his physical fitness, before he's qualified to practice the giant bear sword art. This is probably why Claire left the swordsmanship scroll behind but didn't teach him. After all, to learn the giant bear sword art, you need to be able to wield a two-handed great sword, right? You should be strong enough to use the lightest 36-pound two-handed greatsword here, Claire said, gesturing to a nearby sword rack. Ryan looked closely, and saw that each of these two-handed swords had a cross-shaped hilt, its blades at least 1.2 meters long. Ryan stepped forward and selected the lightest two-handed sword. However, its heaviness far exceeded that of a single-handed sword, and with his 9 points of strength, he couldn't wield it smoothly. But as Claire had said, he could manage it. At this moment, Claire also randomly picked up a two-handed sword and began to demonstrate. The giant bear sword technique has 5 moves. The first is Fury Slash. Ryan watched carefully. Claire's expression grew serious, and she moved like a rabbit. Whoosh! With a kick of her elastic long legs, she leaped forward like a swift female leopard. Already several meters away, she swung her two-handed sword and slashed down at the ironwood dummy from above. With a single crack, the bright silver blade flashed past, instantly splitting the ironwood stake in front of Claire in two. Shoo! Such power. Ryan was certain Claire wasn't using her full strength, merely demonstrating it to him. Yet, the destructive power was terrifying. He now had a glimpse of what Hamilton meant by talented. If you understand, try it yourself. Okay, Miss Claire. Ryan followed Claire's example, quickly stepping forward and slashing the ironwood stake from top to bottom with his two-handed sword. Bang! A dull thud echoed, and Ryan watched the scene unfold with an awkward expression. His two-handed sword penetrated the stake about 3 inches before becoming stuck. Puff! Claire couldn't help but laugh at Ryan's embarrassment. Ryan smiled sheepishly, but this was the first time he'd seen Claire's body shake with laughter. You know, Claire usually maintains an elegant, aristocratic demeanor in public, and in battle, her demeanor is even more heroic and impressive. Ryan, your wrist is too tense when you're exerting force. The furious slash is too stiff. Remember, only at the moment of the strike should you clench your wrist and unleash a trembling force. That way, your sword won't get stuck in the stake, Claire said with a gentle smile. Especially at the last sentence, Claire glanced again at Ryan's greatsword stuck on the dummy, and a smile broke out. Ryan suddenly realized. He hadn't expected such a huge difference between using a two-handed greatsword and a one-handed sword. Under Claire's guidance, Ryan practiced several times before a system prompt appeared. You have trained in giant bear swordsmanship, and your understanding of the skill has improved. You have mastered a new skill. Giant bear swordsmanship. Your giant bear swordsmanship skill has been upgraded, and your experience point has increased by 1. Giant bear swordsmanship level 1, 1/100, appears on the militia panel. The icon is a bear holding a great sword, quite comical. While Ryan was practicing giant bear swordsmanship in the castle, in a room on the 2nd floor, a burly middle-aged man, wearing thick gray plate armor, was respectfully reporting Ryan's situation to a sinister young nobleman. Chapter 32. Master, after investigation, I discovered that the young man Miss Claire has her eye on is called Ryan. He's 14 years old, the son of a farmer, and is said to be quite gifted in swordsmanship. Miss Claire has been giving him extra training these past few days, and seems quite impressed by his talent. The pale-faced young nobleman frowned slightly, his fingers rhythmically tapping the smooth wooden armrests. After a moment's thought, he said, Rules? So it seems Claire is impressed by that lowly man's talent for swordsmanship and wants to train him as her direct descendant, right? Yes, Master Dennis, the retainer named Rules said with a slight bow. If Ryan were present, he would have remembered the man sitting in the suede chair. It was the expressionless young nobleman he had once encountered. Then, have someone tell Alonso, the eldest son of the Count Habsburg family, about this matter. He's far more concerned about his sister, Claire, than we are. If he knew his sister was beginning to cultivate a legitimate heir, he'd probably be even more excited than we are. At this point, the noble young man named Dennis let out a sly smile. As for this lowly fellow named Ryan, his fate is worth anticipating, ha ha ha. At this, Dennis couldn't help but burst into laughter. Master Dennis, your wisdom is truly rare. This way, you can achieve your goal without us having to intervene. Rules offered a smile and a well-timed compliment. Originally, he had thought his master would let him quietly dispose of this farmer's son, but that would have risked directly offending Miss Claire. However, he hadn't anticipated his young master's sudden and decisive tactic of using a knife to kill someone, achieving his goal without causing any trouble. Master can rest assured. Rules was Baron Norman's retainer. He had participated in numerous battles with Baron Norman in his early years. Thanks to his own formidable skills and a bit of luck, he managed to survive and reach the level of a quasi-knight. A quasi-knight is a third-level knight squire, ready to take the final step toward becoming a full knight. However, due to Rules' advanced age and the precious potion he had taken, his chances of achieving the transcendental level were less than 1 in 10. Thus, Baron Norman ultimately assigned him as the chief guard to his eldest son, Dennis. By the way, Master Dennis, the other day the Baron asked if it was possible for you to establish a romantic relationship with Miss Claire before she left Meister County? Although he felt his question might displease Master Dennis, Rules had no choice. Baron Norman was still waiting for a reply, so he had to bite the bullet and ask. Hearing his loyal subordinate ask this question, Dennis's face darkened. This was the pain in his heart. He had pursued Claire so diligently, only for Claire to respond with a single sentence, "If you can defeat me in a sparring match, I consider it. Do you want to try?" He would always remember that scene. 3 seconds, just 3 seconds of persistence before he was utterly defeated. Afterwards, he tried every possible means to impress Claire with sincerity and persistence, following her all the way to the Habsburg Manor for training as a knight squire. But so much time had passed, and he still hadn't made any progress. He hadn't even held Claire's hand, and a confirmed relationship was a million miles away. Using tactics? In terms of status, Claire was the daughter of Count Habsburg. In terms of ability, Claire had become a full knight at the age of 15, a top-tier talent in Meister County, and was about to leave to enroll in the Royal Academy of the Dragon Empire. He had only just reached the rank of third-level knight squire. If he dared to resort to underhanded tactics, Claire would surely give him a severe beating. Dennis shuddered, as if recalling the bruised face he had received in the past. He was about to lash out at Rules, but then he realized that this was what his father was asking about. With a hint of frustration, Dennis said, "Rules, right back to my father. I'm working on it." "Go call Tina over," Dennis said, suppressing his anger and waving his hand. "Yes, young master." Rules bowed respectfully and left the room. A moment later, a graceful young woman who bore a striking resemblance to Claire entered the room, timidly saying, "Master Dennis, close the door and come here." Dennis felt a pang of disgust at the girl's fearful expression. Although this young woman, named Tina, bore some resemblance to Claire, her temperament and figure were worlds apart. But as a replacement, the requirements shouldn't be too high. After all, if they were, they wouldn't be found. This woman, after all, Rules had searched all over Mayes County, finally finding a tailor's daughter. Whenever Dennis's anger built up, and he had nowhere else to vent it, he would find her to vent it out. "Look up, Tina, look at me. Imagine yourself as a noble, steadfast and unyielding." "Master Dennis, I can't." "Useless. Then get down." Suddenly, his blood boiling, Dennis threw the poor maid with her back facing him, and slammed her against the desk. The sound of ripping cloth was followed by the maid's plea for mercy. "It hurts, master." Snap. "Shut up. Don't make a sound." The poor maid could only grab a roll of parchment and stuff it into her mouth, tears streaming down her face. When her father sold her to Master Dennis, she was initially delighted, believing she would become the noble young master's personal maid and embark on a wonderful life. But soon, her mood went from heaven to hell. On the first day, Dennis treated her roughly, and she gradually realized that she was merely a substitute for the noble and beautiful Miss Claire in her master's heart. No! Calling her a replacement is an overstatement. She was merely a plaything for his young master to satisfy his animal desires. For 3 consecutive days, after finishing his archery training at the manor, Ryan would return to the castle to learn the giant bear sword from Claire. The recent instruction had left Ryan feeling a bit rushed. In just 3 days, Claire had taught him the raging slash, leaping slash, and cleaving slash techniques. Now, he had only mastered the first 3 techniques: raging slash, leaping slash, and cleaving slash. He could only say he understood the power generation and application, but his movements were still very choppy. From now on, this could only be improved through continuous practice. That is, without using skill points. At this point, Ryan had begun to suspect something, perhaps because Claire's departure was drawing near. "Ryan, today I'm going to teach you the defensive style, which is also the only defensive move in the giant bear swordsmanship. Come, attack me." Claire raised her eyebrows, signaling Ryan to attack her. Chapter 33. Ryan nodded. The next second, he swiftly stepped forward, his two-handed sword slashing in a lightning-fast semicircle, slashing down at Claire at a 45-degree downward angle. Clang! A sharp clash of metal echoed. Claire raised her sword with both hands, her chestnut ponytail swaying as she steadily caught Ryan's downward slash, with the strong blade near the cross hilt. The two quickly separated, and Claire began to explain. There are 2 variations of the giant bear sword's defensive stance to deal with different situations. The first is similar to a one-handed sword, using the strong blade to counter the enemy's slashing moves. The second is different. "Come on, Ryan, thrust your sword at me," Claire said, motioning for Ryan to attack her again. "Okay, Miss Claire, be careful." Clang. The sound was quite crisp. Claire thrust her two-handed greatsword upright into the ground, perfectly blocking Ryan's thrust. Ryan's wrist ached from the shock, nearly losing his grip on the hilt. He peered over, and saw the tip of his sword strike the palm-width groove of Claire's two-handed greatsword. Claire didn't attack at all, purely defending. Ryan's greatsword, without sparks, slid aside and continued stabbing at Claire, its health bar limiting its tip. Do you understand? The second defensive variation of the giant bear sword technique is designed to defend against rapid thrusts. When the enemy attacks quickly, it's very difficult to counter with a strong blade. But remember, when choosing a two-handed greatsword, you need to choose one with a single or double health bar. Secondly, after blocking, you need to immediately launch a counterattack. Giant Bear swordsmanship isn't primarily a defensive swordsmanship. You need to disrupt your opponent's offensive rhythm with fierce attacks, tiring them of their defense. Claire's insightful and easy-to-understand explanation was a revelation to Ryan. Ryan thought about it carefully, and it was indeed true. Giant Bear swordsmanship consists of 5 moves: Raging Slash, Leap Slash, Cleave, defensive style, and the one he hadn't learned yet, Whirlwind Slash. From the names, it's easy to tell that 4 of the 5 moves contain the word slash, fully demonstrating that Giant Bear swordsmanship is primarily an offensive swordsmanship. Furthermore, unlike one-handed swordsmanship, which features numerous stabbing moves, Giant Bear swordsmanship's techniques are all designed to fully utilize the characteristics of the giant sword's heavy blade, focusing on various powerful slashing techniques. With Claire's concise guidance, Ryan made much faster progress when he began practicing Giant Bear swordsmanship again. Because Ryan and Claire had sparred repeatedly using the Giant Bear sword technique for 3 consecutive days, Ryan's militia class level had successfully reached level 4, now militia level 4, 18 out of 1000. Naturally, he gained 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. Name: Ryan Kalin. Occupation: Blacksmith level 1, 5 out of 100, / militia level 4, 18/1000, Constitution, 6. Strength, 9. Agility, 8. Spirit, 8. Remaining attribute point, 1. Remaining skill point, 2. Ryan wasn't in a rush to use this attribute point, as adding it had a special effect of restoring status. So, he planned to save it for a rainy day. As for those 2 skill points, Ryan was still undecided. Should he use them to improve his core skills, or the last 2 moves of the Giant Bear breathing technique? Since he couldn't decide, Ryan decided to put them aside for now. Ryan, the last thing I'm going to teach you today is the secret technique of the Giant Bear sword technique. Claire gestured for Ryan to stop practicing the defensive form. Secret technique? Ryan was slightly taken aback by Claire's explanation. Giant Bear sword art, including the Giant Bear breathing technique, isn't unique to the Habsburg family. It's widely practiced within the imperial aristocracy. However, only families who have thoroughly studied the art for a long enough time can develop unique secret techniques, or even masterful moves, based on the Giant Bear breathing technique and the art. Today, I will teach you the Habsburg family's unique Giant Bear sword art secret technique. Roaring Strike. This move requires tremendous lung strength, simulating the sonic impact of a giant bear attack, combined with a whirlwind slash, Claire explained. Sonic attack plus physical attack? Ryan quickly grasped the power of this secret technique. If 2 opponents were of similar strength, and one suddenly unleashed Roaring Strike, the opponent would be instantly stunned by the sudden sonic attack, and the outcome would be a life-or-death struggle. He could seize the opportunity and kill the opponent directly. To help you understand, let's demonstrate. Claire's expression hinted at a hint of cunning. Yes, Miss Claire. Ryan gripped his 2-handed sword tightly, the tip pointing upward at a 45-degree angle, and assumed a starting stance. Ha! A massive sonic boom erupted from Claire's red lips. Even though Ryan had been prepared, he felt a sharp gust of wind in his face, shaking his entire body. His eardrum stabbed, and his head buzzed. Although the pain lasted only a brief moment, less than half a second, by the time Ryan regained consciousness, he found Claire's 2-handed sword had stopped at his neck. Puff! Claire couldn't help but laugh at Ryan's awkward expression. Well, Ryan, did you feel the power of Roaring Strike? Claire coughed, as if realizing her behavior wasn't quite ladylike. Actually, as a woman, I'm not at an advantage in performing this attack. Besides, I'm not practicing the Giant Bear breathing technique, so the attack just now was just a simulation. Ryan nodded, remaining silent. Claire was absolutely right. If a powerful knight specialized in the Giant Bear breathing technique had performed this attack, their eardrums would have ruptured and bled instantly, and they would have been completely dizzy. Unlike just now, where he was stunned for only a fraction of a second, he was stunned. But when masters clash, how can they pause for even a second? In the past, 100-meter runners could run 10 meters in 1 second. In this world, the power of force is even more exaggerated. A single second is enough to kill you multiple times. Ryan realized for the first time the importance of physical fitness. If one's physique is strong enough, one can resist abnormalities like dizziness, accelerate recovery, and enhance endurance. It seems he must devote more attention to and diligently practice the Giant Bear breathing technique. After all, if the breathing technique is improved, all-around physical fitness will be improved, especially in terms of physical fitness and strength. Practicing the giant bear breathing technique will provide additional benefits. At this moment, Ryan saw Claire suddenly place her great sword back into the scabbard. Just as he was wondering, Claire turned and said, "Ryan, I be returning to the county town to see my father soon. Tomorrow morning, I leave Mayes County and head for the Imperial Academy." Ryan was stunned by this news. So soon? Although he had heard Claire say she would be leaving soon, he still felt a little disappointed when he finally realized it. Chapter 34. Perhaps it was because of this period of time spent together that he had become more familiar with the Earl's youngest daughter. Let's stop here for today's training. If you need anything in the future, you can talk to Shadia. Ryan looked to the side and saw Shadia, the head maid, nodding slightly at him. Wait a moment, Miss Claire, I have another question. Regarding the path to transcendence, is the knight's path the only one in this world? How is that even possible? Claire couldn't help but laugh. She realized that she had been so focused on teaching Ryan breathing techniques and swordsmanship that she hadn't mentioned common sense to him. Of course, there are far more paths to transcendence than just the knight's path. Even those who enter transcendence through the knight's path are far from the most powerful among the transcendent. For example, the major churches of the empire all have their own transcendent paths. But the church's transcendental paths all have a prerequisite, becoming a devout believer in God. The knight's path, on the other hand, is the most stable and least dependent on external forces. It allows one to achieve transcendence by tapping into one's own potential. It's also the most accessible path for ordinary people to reach transcendence, Claire explained. According to records, knight's breathing originated from our ancestors' study of ferocious beasts, gradually developing a training method suitable for humans. The giant bear breathing and giant bear swordsmanship you're currently practicing are both similar. Ryan nodded after listening. He understood this situation. Because our ancestors in previous lives used the 5 animal exercises for health preservation and used Zingyaquin to imitate 12 animals, such as monkeys, tigers, and bears, to kill enemies. A ferocious beast? However, this was the first time Ryan had heard of this concept, and he asked in confusion. Yes, ordinary animals, under the influence of the mystical side, have a certain chance of becoming a ferocious beast or a mutant beast, gaining strength, agility, and recovery speed far exceeding their ordinary counterparts, equivalent to a knight among humans. Well, actually, from this perspective, the extraordinary paths taken by knights and ferocious beasts are the same, both breaking through their limits in some way. It's just that humans achieve this through breathing techniques, while animals rely more on talent or bloodline. Look! Claire's formerly slender arm suddenly expanded, and the long sleeves of her hunting jacket immediately bulged out, but then quickly retracted. Ryan stared intently at the transformation of Claire's arms, his eyes wide. A Barbie? He was stunned. So this was Claire's true strength. This is the power you possess after becoming a full-fledged knight. It pushes the limits of physical strength. We call it breaking the limit. Long ago, breaking the limit was also called ferocity. But later, to distinguish between humans and beasts, people called those who achieve transcendence through breathing techniques knights, and this transformation was named breaking the limit, which is essentially the same as ferocity. Okay, I should go. Claire glanced out the window. The night deepened. Ryan, this world is far more vast and dangerous than you imagine. I've taught you the giant bear breathing technique and the giant bear swordsmanship. Work hard. I hope you surprise me in a year. With that, Claire smiled faintly, tossed her chestnut ponytail, and turned to leave the room, her figure swiftly disappearing into the darkness outside the castle. Meanwhile, in the dining room of Earl Harris's mansion in the county seat of Mayes County, a bearded man in black, gold-trimmed aristocratic attire gracefully cut a multi-pound slab of beef ribs. His sterling silver knife and fork wielded with remarkable dexterity. On the silver plate, neatly cut pieces of beef ribs, each as neat as tofu, were quickly thrust into his mouth with a fork. Soon, the entire slab of beef ribs was gone, each bone meticulously devoured, leaving not a trace of beef left. But it wasn't over yet. With a series of crisp cracks, the man's silver knife sliced through the tough ribs like butter, sucking the marrow inside into his mouth. At this moment, a beautiful maid respectfully handed him a hot towel. The man wiped his mouth and said, "Michel, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." His tone was polite, but anyone could tell it was merely a formality. "What can I do for you?" "Baron, I have something to report to you." The butler, Michel, waved his hand, dismissing the maids from the dining room. "Word has reached Dennis that your sister, Miss Claire, seems to have cultivated a direct descendant at the Habsburg estate. She's said to be a farmer's daughter, but she possesses a talent for swordsmanship. When Michel mentioned Claire, the middle-aged baron's expression changed, evidently reflecting on something unpleasant. He elegantly sipped his red wine, paused, and asked, according to the time, Claire should be leaving for the imperial capital soon, right? Yes, Miss Claire, normally you should have departed for the imperial capital within 3 days. Otherwise, you might miss the Imperial Royal Academy's opening ceremony. The baron nodded and said, then please do my sister, the most gifted knight in Meister County, a favor. After she leaves, Michel, have this. Farmer's son erased. His tone was so casual, as if he were stepping on an ant by the roadside. As you command, Baron, Michel said respectfully. Just as the butler was about to leave, the baron spoke again. By the way, when can the Black Flame prayer ceremony we talked about last time be held? Well, there seems to be a minor problem there. Things are very tense lately, and it may take some time to prepare some materials. Tell them to speed up. I don't want to wait too long. As you command, my lord. Your will is my will. The baron before him was Alonso Habsburg. As the eldest son of the Habsburg family, he had been granted the title of baron at the age of 18. Returning to his study, Alonso sat in a chair and began to play with a silver, round family crest, twice the size of an imperial gold coin. It was a habit of his. Whenever he needed to carefully consider a problem, he would rotate the family crest between his fingers. The Habsburg family emblem was crafted with extremely fine craftsmanship. It depicted a swooping eagle with its wings raised high, each feather distinct. Its sharp claws were pointing downwards, as if it was about to catch some prey. This wasn't an ordinary eagle, but a remarkable bird of prey called a callie. When fully grown, this bird can reach a wingspan of over 4 meters, making it far more ferocious than an ordinary eagle. As the eldest son of the Habsburg family, Alonso should have been the undisputed heir to the family. However, in terms of personal strength, he was the weakest of Count Habsburg's 3 sons. He was nearly 30 years old when he finally reached the rank of full knight, and for several years, he had made virtually no progress. In this world, when the differences in strength between sons are relatively small, succession is based on seniority. However, if the disparity in strength is significant, then, unfortunately for Alonso, his half-brother, Descartes, and sister, Claire, were both exceptionally talented. Descartes already served in the imperial military, and had a bright future. Claire, needless to say, was a rare knightly prodigy in Meister County. At the age of 15, she achieved the rank of full knight, and was admitted to the Imperial Royal Academy for further study. The crux of the matter was that Alonso's relationship with the two had been strained since childhood, a fact also due to his mother. It was unlikely that he could change it on his own. Thus, Alonso felt a growing sense of urgency. He didn't want to be just a mere baron in his lifetime. He gathered the family's silver callie bird emblem, clutched it tightly, and said, I hope the Black Flame prayer ritual will have the legendary effect. Chapter 35. Somewhere in Nightsong Forest. Wildpaw's bloodshot eyes swept across the cowering gnolls. No gnoll dared meet its gaze, but it knew it had to leave. As a gnoll standing over 2 meters and 200 pounds, it truly stood out among the average gnoll, who stood 90 meters and weighed 200 pounds. Formerly the leader of this group of lowland gnolls, it had led a comfortable life. But just now, in a duel, it had been defeated by another equally ferocious gnoll. The opponent was a gnoll from the depths of Nightsong Forest, even stronger than it, over 2 meters and 40 feet tall, possessing terrifying strength. However, although Wildpaw was defeated, it would not die. Not because of the opponent's pity, but because of its own strength. When Savage Claw launched a full-strength attack, a faint azure current surrounded him. This special energy completely negated the air's sluggishness. This not only gave Savage Claw a speed far exceeding that of other gnolls, but also completely eliminated any body odor during attacks, providing him with excellent concealment. This also gave Savage Claw confidence, believing he could survive well on his own. With a heavy snort, Savage Claw left the gnoll camp and headed eastward for the forest. Without his minions, Savage Claw would have to do all the hunting himself. Now, he was wandering the woods near the human town, hoping for a different kind of haul. He was growing tired of the meat in the forest. The flesh of wild beasts could never compare to the deliciousness of human flesh, especially female humans. The flesh was exceptionally tender and refreshing, and with one bite, red juices splattered everywhere. The taste was truly divine. But Savage Claw had only tasted human flesh 3 times. Although it had been a long time ago, the impression it left on it was profound and lingered in its memory. That was why it headed eastward in the forest. Because it knew there was a human town there, the closest to it, seemingly called Goldhire. Dusk had long since fallen. After bypassing several humans in leather armor, carrying bows and swords, Savage Claw, a newcomer, unknowingly arrived at the edge of a large, fenced-off, but largely empty field. There, it could smell the dense scent of young, tender human flesh. This is the taste of a human young beast. Young beasts are generally quite delicious, which made Savage's thick Adam's apple twitch a few times. He hadn't eaten all day, so Savage decided to choose this spot. He observed and noticed that every once in a while, a group of guards wearing fine chain mail would pass by, holding ironclad oak shields in one hand and sword hilts in the other. These were probably patrols, as was the case in their knoll camps. It wasn't that he feared these weak human guards, but he knew that if he killed a few of them, it would inevitably alert the others, and he would lose the delicious young beast meat. Although the average human was weak, these guards would cry out for help. It would be a nuisance if it attracted those 10 men. The 10 men were incredibly powerful, some almost as strong as it, or even stronger, and it didn't want to encounter them. Mayapal was very patient when it came to hunting. Before it became leader, it had also had to hunt on its own. Just a little longer, and it would have some tender, delicious meat. At this moment, in the servants' quarters west of the outer fort, the servants had all slept in their large bunk beds. Soft snoring echoed in the air. After a day of archery training, most of the servants' arms were sore. Only Thick Eyebrow, preoccupied with something, slept restlessly. He thought he heard the bang of a door opening, half asleep. "I wonder which grandson is so loud," he muttered. But soon, he sensed something was amiss, for Thick Eyebrow heard a strange chewing sound. Crack, crack, crack. Judging from the sound, it seemed to be coming from the doorway to the servants' quarters. Eating in the middle of the night? No. In this large bunk bed, besides himself and Freckles, which other servant had such accommodations? Isn't that Ryan's old place by the door? Who's sleeping there now? I couldn't remember, but the thought of Ryan made Thick Eyebrows a little restless, and his thoughts suddenly became clearer. So, with a grunt and a bit of irritability, he straightened his body and looked towards the door. Just as Thick Eyebrows was about to burst into a curse, a strong smell of blood wafted over, giving him a start. Goosebumps instantly covered his body, and he was instantly awake. A dark figure crouched by the door, clutching something and devouring it with voracious gulps. Thick Eyebrows immediately realized that none of the servants possessed such a massive build. Even though he was the largest, he was still far inferior to the other one. The dark figure crouched by the door like a small mountain. This reminded Thick Eyebrow of something strange, and beads of sweat instantly formed on his forehead. His heart began to pound violently. He immediately lay back down. But his trembling hands betrayed his feelings. There are 7? No 6? People between me and the bed by the door. That monster should be able to leave once it's full, right? Mom. Protect me. I don't want to die yet. Dad. Tell me, what should I do? Thick Eyebrows, a bit overwhelmed, seemed completely lost. Oh right, there are guards. Every so often, a small patrol of guards would pass by the servants' quarters. I used to be annoyed by their noise. Though Thick Eyebrows seemed to have found a lifeline, and immediately listened intently for any rhythmic footsteps outside. Alas, it seemed as if the manor patrol had just passed, or perhaps hadn't arrived yet. As he listened more closely, Thick Eyebrows heard the creepy crunch of chewing food even more distinctly. At that moment, he had never been so eager for the guards to arrive. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Seconds seemed to pass by like years. Finally, he heard the slightly heavy, rhythmic footsteps, and Thick Eyebrow shouted at the top of his lungs, "Help! There's a monster! Big Eyebrow, are you crazy? What are you yelling about?" Big Eyebrow's shout was the first to wake Freckles, who was sleeping beside him. "Yeah, Big Eyebrow, what the hell are you doing?" The tanner's son rubbed his eyes. The servants woke up one after another at Big Eyebrow's startling cry. They started to complain about Big Eyebrow, but the next second, like drakes being strangled, they stared in amazement at the towering figure at the door. In the dim moonlight, the servants could barely make out the other creature's human form, clad in tattered leather shoulder pads and chain mail. Its head bulged forward, its exposed areas covered in dense hair. But it was clearly not a human head, but that of a gigantic hyena. It was hideous and hideous. At that moment, it was gnawing on a long human thigh, blood and flesh dripping from its maw. Mayapal was displeased. It had originally planned to secretly devour the 2 cubs and pack up 2 more for tomorrow, but the screams of one of the cubs ruined its perfectly planned evening. Looking at the half-eaten cub on the ground, Mayapal knew it was time to leave. The human guards were about to arrive, so it seemed impossible to carry 2, but 1 should be enough. So, Mampaw grabbed a frightened servant sleeping by the door, flung it open, and rushed out. Upon hearing Thick Eyebrows' shout, the patrolling guards of the manor immediately rushed towards the servants' quarters. They reached the door, and were about to charge in. But to their surprise, the wooden door suddenly shattered with a bang. The splintered wood flew towards them like sharp arrows. The next second, a ferocious monster, over 2 meters tall, burst out from within, knocking 2 guards blocking its path back 7 or 8 meters before calmly departing. Soon, the entire Habsburg manor was ablaze with lights. Chapter 36. Ryan, in the other servants' quarters, woke up immediately after Thick Eyebrows' cry. He clearly heard Thick Eyebrows yell help. And the word monster. Ryan immediately shook George awake, and told him to wake everyone else. Ryan himself quickly reached the door, and looked outside. Just as he was wondering why the servants' quarters across the way were completely silent, a 5-man manor patrol strode towards them. The next second, Ryan's heart suddenly lurched. His scalp tingled, and his pupils constricted. In his sight, a massive black shadow suddenly rushed out of the servants' quarters across the way, showering the shattered door panels with fragments, like a torrential rain over the guards. Just as the guards raised their hands to shield themselves, 2 of them were knocked away. Without stopping, the massive, humanoid figure, carrying a skinny, shirtless servant boy, scaled the fence at breakneck speed. Judging by its speed, it was definitely faster than the 100-meter sprint Ryan had witnessed in his previous life. In the moonlight, Ryan could vaguely make out the other creature's powerful frame, its hideous, hyena-like face, and its thick, hairy arms. What kind of monster is this? Ryan was shocked. A sense of crisis instantly filled him. In Ryan's mind, with his professional profile, he could slowly but surely reach the pinnacle of this world through diligent improvement. But the scene before him sobered him up. Sometimes, even if he didn't seek out danger, it would find him. If the monster had chosen their servants' quarters, would they just sit there and wait for death, taking their chances? No. Absolutely not. I need to redouble my efforts. Ryan's face was gloomy, but his heart was surging. Soon, the Habsburg manor was seething with noise. Guards kept arriving from all directions, one after another, wearing nose-guard helmets, chain mail, and armed with swords, shields, or spears. Woof woof woof. Some of the guards were leading greyhounds. Relying on their keen sense of smell and the traces on the ground, the guards quickly determined the direction and trajectory of the monster's escape. But the guards still didn't release the dogs to track it, as if they were waiting for someone. Ryan and the servants had already left and stood at a distance, looking at the barricaded dormitory opposite, at the pale-faced servants, who were either vomiting or sobbing. He couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy. If, by some mysterious stroke of luck, the monster had chosen to prey on their servants' quarters, the horrific consequences would have terrified George and the other servants. A moment later, a tall figure clad in thick plate armor and a black cloak approached. The guard saluted and said, "Sir Lloyd." This imposing middle-aged man was none other than Sir Lloyd, steward and knight of the Habsburg estate. What's going on? Knight Lloyd's arrival brought order to the previously chaotic scene. Here was a full-fledged knight, and the awe-inspiring power of his extraordinary strength quickly calmed the crowd. 2 servant boys are dead, and 1 is missing. He must have been kidnapped. From the manor patrol's account, and the large footprints left on the ground, the attacker was likely a stray gnoll. Huge in size, and incredibly powerful, it's no ordinary gnoll, a guard, who looked like a squad leader reported. "Take me to the scene," Knight Lloyd, with long blonde hair and a mustache, said gravely after hearing the guard's report. "Yes, sir." 2 chainmail guards led the way, and the group arrived at the servants' quarters where Thick Eyebrows and the others were staying. At the entrance to the quarters, a gaping hole nearly 3 meters high and over 2 meters wide was visible. The surrounding wooden planks were shattered in sharp, jagged patterns. According to the guards, the gnoll had directly smashed through the door. Such strength. Lloyd couldn't help but ponder. "Sir Lloyd, this must be an extremely rare and ferocious gnoll." A deep male voice sounded behind Lloyd. It was Sir Perez, the knight instructor of the noble descendants of Mayes County. "Sir Perez." The guard saluted. "Sir Perez, what suggestions do you have?" Lloyd looked at Perez. "The forest at night is not our home turf. I suggest that the entire estate be on high alert tonight. After daybreak, we will contact Sir Hamilton, the new sheriff of Goldhire, to organize a search." Unexpectedly, despite his tall and burly appearance, Perez's advice was extremely cautious. Indeed, battling a ferocious gnoll in the dense forest at night would be a daunting task even for a knight of transcendental stature. More importantly, the forest at night isn't a human's home turf. Sometimes, one might encounter monsters more terrifying than a ferocious gnoll. In such a situation, the encirclement and suppression might fail, resulting in heavy casualties. Lloyd thought for a moment and nodded. Turning to a nearby messenger, he said, "Increase security, especially around the servants' quarters, stables, and corrals. By the way, send someone to notify Goldhire immediately of the sighting of the ferocious gnoll. While this gnoll may not return, it's possible it might forage for food in Goldhire. Tell them to be on guard." "As you command, Lord Lloyd." The messenger saluted, quickly mounted his horse, and departed the manor. As Ryan, George, and the other servants listened from afar to the conversation between Knight Lloyd and Lord Perez, Humbert, the servant swordsman instructor, clad in chain mail, hurried over and declared to Ryan and the others, "Servant training is suspended. Follow me back to Goldhire." George and the other servants exchanged bewildered glances, but Ryan, after a moment's reflection, understood why Knight Lloyd had made such a decision. The manor had suddenly been attacked by ferocious gnolls. Leaving so many servants here until the danger was averted would only increase the pressure on the Habsburg manor. If a large number of servants were killed or injured, Knight Lloyd, as the primary person in charge of the manor, would be undeniably responsible. Even as a knight, he would be held accountable by the higher nobles. Thus, the best solution was to allow the servants to return to their respective homes. For those who tragically died, compensation and comfort for their families would be provided to minimize the impact. A group of servants, escorted by Humbert and several guards, returned to Goldhire in the dark. Chapter 37. Knock, knock, knock. In the stunned look of old Ryan after he opened the door, Ryan entered his home in Goldhire. Aside from his sister, Mint, who was already fast asleep, Ryan's mother and Anna, awakened by the sound of the door opening, also left their rooms. "Ryan, why are you back? Did something happen at the manor?" The cold breeze that blew through the door cleared old Ryan's head, and seeing his son's expression, he guessed what had happened. Ryan thought for a moment, and decided to speak directly with his parents. This matter would likely spread quickly. Besides, if the ferocious gnoll continued to hunt humans around Goldhire, farmers, like his father, working on the suburban farms, would be among the most vulnerable. "Father, one of the servants' quarters at the manor was just attacked by gnolls. 2 people were killed on the spot, and 1 was abducted." "Huh?" "Hiss." Old Ryan gasped. He knew about gnolls. He had once seen one from afar in his youth. These ferocious humanoids usually live deep in the forest. How had they escaped this time? But don't worry too much. Lord Knight Lloyd and Lord Perez of the manor are already handling the situation on the scene. Goldhire has also been notified. I believe this matter will be resolved quickly. To reassure his family, Ryan didn't mention that the target was a ferocious gnoll, over 2 meters tall, and as powerful as a full knight. Because telling the truth would only increase his family's worries. "Mother, please don't go into the woods to collect firewood or anything else tomorrow. If you stay in town, there shouldn't be any problems." After a moment's thought, Ryan turned to his father and said, "By the way, Father, you'd better not go to the farm out in the country tomorrow." "Okay. I listen to you." Old Ryan nodded. Ever since Ryan had told him last time about the new sheriff, Lord Hamilton, inviting Ryan to join the Night's Watch, old Ryan had assumed Ryan had grown up. No longer a child needing their care, but an adult capable of shouldering heavy responsibilities. Thus, the persuasiveness of Ryan's words skyrocketed. Ryan nodded, and he and Anna went upstairs. Now that Ryan was back, Anna had to share a room with Mint, while Ryan continued to sleep in his old room. But just as Ryan had lain down, there was another knock on the door. Alert old Ryan peered through the crack in the door and saw 3 Night's Watchmen, armed with torches, and wearing black leather coats, standing outside. He immediately opened the door. Ryan also came down from the 2nd floor. The leading night watchman, a familiar, capable one, said, "Ryan, we're short on manpower tonight. Sheriff Hamilton just informed you to join the night patrol in this area." "Okay. Give me 2 minutes." Ryan agreed without hesitation. He was familiar with this night watchman, and his patrol area included his home. If it were somewhere else, Ryan would reconsider. But since it was patrolling his own doorstep, for the safety of his family, he would definitely agree. Ryan turned and went upstairs, intending to take a short sword from the 2nd floor storage room. "Are you going to get your equipment?" "No need to bother, we've got it all ready for you." The night watchman behind him pulled out a full set of black leather armor, a bow, a quiver, and a half-handed sword and handed them to Ryan. This immediately delighted Ryan. He hadn't expected such thoughtfulness. By the time Ryan donned his standard Night's Watch uniform, aside from his slightly childish features and shorter height, He looked almost identical to a Night's Watch member. "Ryan, be careful," his mother warned, a look of concern on her face. She had originally thought it was a good thing for Ryan to join the Night's Watch, but now, seeing that her son would have to personally handle any crisis, a wave of worry settled over her features. "Don't worry, Mother. I take care of myself." With that, Ryan said goodbye to his parents and began his night patrol with the 3 Night's Watchmen. "Ryan, I heard the incident involved the servants undergoing training at the manor?" the capable Night's Watchman asked. "Yes. I witnessed that ferocious hyena burst forth with such ferocity from the servants' quarters, instantly knocking the guards away and escaping," Ryan said gravely. He still felt a lingering fear at the thought of the other party's far superior strength and agility. If this level of strength were converted according to the system's quantitative standards, it would probably be 18 or 20 points. It was far beyond the reach of ordinary people. The other 3, seeing Ryan's solemn expression, glanced at each other, their faces becoming more serious. In their eyes, this young man, who had single-handedly killed 2 criminals and earned Lord Hamilton's praise, was young but capable and meticulous. For even him to regard him so highly, it seemed this hyena was truly formidable, and should not be underestimated. No wonder Lord Hamilton emphasized that all night watchmen, regardless of who spotted the knoll, must immediately signal. As long as they were within Goldhire Town, other night watch teams would arrive within half a minute. And Lord Hamilton would arrive immediately. During the conversation, Ryan quickly understood the 4 of them's mission: patrol and security along these 2 streets. "Let's light up these streetlights first," the capable night watch captain said. Unless otherwise, not all of the town's streetlights, oil lamps, were on. Instead, a few would be extinguished to conserve fuel. Ryan had just learned that the town's streetlights were fueled by a mixture primarily made from whale oil. The fuel consumption of a single streetlight wasn't high, but with dozens or even hundreds of them, the cost would be substantial. Seeing the night watchman lighting the lamps, Ryan offered to help, saying, "Let me try." As a new night watchman, it was clear that being diligent was always a good idea. He could quickly become acquainted with the veterans. Just as Ryan was inserting a match into the lampshade to light the oil lamp, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Detecting the host refueling the street lamp, triggering a job change. Night Watchman. Prerequisites for promotion to Night Watchman. 1. Militia level 3 or higher. 2. Strength 7 or higher, Agility 6 or higher, Constitution 6 or higher. 3. Any sword skill level 3 or higher, any archery skill level 2 or higher. Current requirements are not met, promotion to Night Watchman failed. Huh? A new combat class. Chapter 38. Ryan couldn't help but rejoice. After carefully reviewing the system's description, he discovered that he only failed to meet the requirements for archery. Although he had been practicing archery during daytime servant training these past few days, Ryan hadn't used any skill points, so his archery was still at level 1, 12 out of 100. To reach level 2, he would need at least 2 to 3 months of hard work. Ryan pondered for a second before deciding to add a few skill points to basic archery. Although Ryan had originally intended to use these skill points on the core skills Blacksmith Strength or Giant Bear Breathing, neither would likely be as beneficial as a combat class upgrade. The reason was simple. Similar to the Blacksmith Apprentice advancing to Blacksmith, Ryan not only gained a boost to his strength attribute, but also gained a core skill. Therefore, it's reasonable to speculate that upgrading from a militiaman to a night watchman would likely bring stat gains, perhaps even new core skills. Perhaps it would bring about a qualitative change. If that ferocious gnoll were to strike back and attack at this moment, with Ryan's current strength, the gap would be too great to resist. Why not upgrade to a night squire? Because time is running out, and there's only one life left. The night watchman, a combat class significantly more powerful than the militiaman, is currently the best option. Be it skill points, stat points, or other class attributes, as long as one is alive, there will always be opportunities in the future. Ryan had thought this through thoroughly. Before, Ryan had always had a question. Is it true that the only successor to the militia class in the class panel is the night squire? It seems not. It's simply because I haven't met the specific trigger conditions. Previously, the Blacksmith Apprentice's promotion to Blacksmith required an item. The Blacksmith's Hammer. But this time, the Night Watcher class change requires adding oil to the streetlights. Ryan was momentarily baffled. This class change, or even the triggering requirement for the promotion, was a bit confusing. Shaking his head, Ryan decided not to delve into the details. For now, completing the class change is the most important thing. Hopefully, there be a surprise. All the requirements for the militia class change to Night Watcher have been met. Yes or no? Note: the Night Watcher class change will overwrite the Militia class panel. Ryan took a look and chose yes without hesitation. Ding! Class change successful. Night Watcher class change successful. +1 strength, +1 agility, +1 spirit. Gain the Night Watcher core skills. Danger Sense level 1, passive, Dark Vision, passive. Danger Sense level 1, passive. Because the Night's Watch constantly guard humans in the darkness, your perception of danger is exceptional. Dark Vision, passive. Because the Night's Watch often fight at night, your vision in the dark is like that of a nocturnal animal. Wow! 3 new attributes, and 2 core skills are passive? This surprised Ryan a bit. The word Militia on the original Militia panel had disappeared, replaced by the 3 large characters Night's Watch. Below the panel title, in addition to the existing icons for Giant Bear Breathing and Giant Bear Swordsmanship, 2 new icons had appeared. 2 new icons flashed with light around their borders. Ryan focused his attention on the eye-shaped icon, and immediately, a line of small text appeared below it. Core skill, Dark Vision, passive, Dark Vision, passive, effect. Your vision in low-light or low-light conditions is significantly improved, almost as good as that of a nocturnal animal. After reading the description of this skill's effect, Ryan looked around. Indeed, the scene was quite different. This nighttime environment gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. At the same time, he now looked at the dark areas around him, hidden from the streetlights. Previously, he couldn't see clearly in these areas. But now, it felt similar to his vision at dusk. Although a little dim, Ryan could see very clearly. For example, on that dark street corner, a rat had just emerged from its hole, sniffing around as it looked for food. A cockroach had just crawled into the garbage heap in the shadows. Ryan immediately understood the significance of this passive ability. This made it like wearing night vision goggles when fighting at night, its benefits self-evident. Also, Ryan immediately noticed that there was no experience bar below this icon. This meant that the passive skill, Dark Vision, couldn't be upgraded through skill points. Ryan? What's wrong with you? The Night's Watch elite nearby asked, noticing Ryan's sudden pause. Oh, nothing. Something just occurred to me. Ryan immediately realized that he had been focusing on the newly appeared Night's Watch panel, and had been distracted for a moment. Now that it's lit, let's move on, the Night Watch elite called out. Okay. As Ryan walked forward, he checked the effects of his second core skill. Core skill, Danger Sense level 1, passive, Danger Sense level 1, passive, effect. Your awareness of surrounding danger is slightly enhanced. Note: the acuity of danger sense is related to the host's mental strength. The stronger the mental strength, the sharper the perception. After a moment's reflection, Ryan felt that this core skill was his greatest gain tonight. If Dark Vision simply gave Ryan the ability to rival night vision goggles, then Danger Sense allowed him to utilize an animal-like instinctive response to danger. In a sense, this ability was undoubtedly the most important. In this otherworldly world, unpredictable events are common, such as the violent Knoll incident Ryan had just encountered. Before facing a direct confrontation, being able to detect and avoid an attack is the survival rule for most animals. Ryan believed this also applied to him, especially before he became stronger. Ryan and several elite night watchmen patrolled cautiously for most of the night, until dawn, but they found no trace of the ferocious Knoll, nor did they hear any distress signals from other night watchmen. This meant that the ferocious Knoll hadn't appeared in Goldhire or Habsburg Manor last night. Just as Ryan and his companions were about to conclude their night patrol and return to rest, a messenger hurried over, informing them to gather at the entrance of the administrative office. Sheriff Lord Hamilton would personally lead a team, joining forces with the Habsburg Manor team, into Nightsong Forest to encircle and eliminate the monster. Ryan thought for a moment, and decided to go along and see for himself. While he didn't know who would lead the Habsburg Manor team, he suspected it would be Knight Lloyd, whose strength rivaled Lord Hamilton, or Instructor Perez. With several powerful knights leading the charge, along with a large number of elite Night's Watch and Manor guards, Ryan felt the risk was manageable. Primarily, his transition to Night's Watch had further enhanced his strength, and he was eager to witness the true power of combat. Also, while the dead servants weren't close to him, they still struck a chord with Ryan. After all, they'd been with him day and night, eating and training together, and now they were gone in a flash. If the safety measures were manageable, he wouldn't mind giving that monster a few good thrashings. Chapter 39. Unfortunately, he didn't have a suitable two-handed greatsword. If he had one, Ryan could fully unleash the power of his bear swordsmanship, further enhancing his combat effectiveness. Currently, he only had the Night's Watch's standard half-hand sword. However, the half-hand sword was adequate, with a slightly longer hilt that could be wielded with both hands. However, the blade was too light to fully unleash the power of bare swordsmanship. Soon, Ryan and the Night's Watch elite encountered Hamilton, clad in knight's plate armor and holding a sword and shield, at the door of the city hall. Fully armed, with a solemn expression on his almost square face, Hamilton exuded the aura of a sheriff. Seeing Ryan, he gave a slight nod and didn't bother to chat with him. After everyone arrived, Hamilton began to explain the situation. Just now, Habsburg Manor has sent a number of men into the Nightsong Forest to the west. Falcons and dogs have already roughly located the location of the violent knoll. They're very cunning and are currently hiding in a hidden valley. Now, we and the Habsburg Manor team will divide into 3 groups to encircle the violent knoll from the front and back. Ryan suddenly realized that the Manor's falcons and greyhounds had already set out to locate the violent knoll. What a clever tracking method. After a brief mobilization ceremony, Hamilton, donning a round-toed bucket-shaped plate helmet, personally led the team, including Ryan, and more than 20 elite Night's Watchmen, quickly heading towards the designated location. This time, the Night's Watch was responsible for the northern part of the valley, the farthest from Goldhire, so time was quite tight. Nightsong Woods. Somewhere in a secluded valley. Wildpaw, enjoying a feast on his cub, looked up with his bright green eyes at the eagles in the sky. These eagles seemed a bit strange, circling and crowing directly above him, but he didn't seem to mind them. For he was in a valley he had carefully chosen, with exits leading to the outside in 3 different directions. Even if humans sought revenge, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him, and who knows, he might even be able to get some more meat to try. If the Tin Man came, he would retreat deeper into the forest, and humans wouldn't dare pursue him. Woof woof woof. A sudden bark of dogs echoed at the western valley entrance. This immediately alerted Wildpaw, who dropped his pitiful cub and looked up. While the eagle wasn't entirely sure, the barking of the dog was certain. Humans had definitely tracked them down. Suddenly, a slender, gray greyhound burst out of the dense forest. The moment it caught sight of Savage Claw, it barked excitedly. If it weren't for the enormous size difference, the greyhound would have charged. What a nasty little thing, a human's lackey. Savage Claw kicked his paw, sending mud flying everywhere. A small dent instantly appeared in the ground, and his massive body, like an arrow, charged towards the greyhound. Whining! The greyhound's eyes flashed with fear, and it immediately turned and headed back through the dense forest. Although the greyhound wasn't particularly powerful, its slender, powerful limbs made it incredibly fast. Savage Claw was faster, but due to the dense trees in the dense forest, it wasn't easy to kill the greyhound in one fell swoop. Common language, found it. Right here. A cacophony of voices echoed. Manpaw took one look and immediately sensed the situation wasn't looking good. His green eyes rolled, and he stopped, turning and dashing towards the other exit on the southern side of the valley. Soon, the cacophony was left behind, which made Manpaw quite pleased. These foolish humans, mobilizing so many forces only to come up empty-handed, must have had quite amusing expressions on their faces. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, I strike back. Hee hee. I didn't get to feast on the most tender and juicy human female this time. I must make up for that regret. Manpaw thought as he sprinted, a glint of cunning and complacency flashing in his green eyes. Woof woof woof. Suddenly, the barking of dogs echoed from the southern valley entrance. This caused Manclaw's expression to change drastically, and he immediately stopped dead in his tracks, leaving 2 deep gullies in the ground. Damn it! Humans actually knew about this southern exit. Manclaw glared at him resentfully, and immediately headed for the northern exit of the valley. This was his last remaining escape route. Manclaw's mindset was no longer as calm and composed as it had been at the beginning. But he wasn't completely furious. As he ran, he could be heard muttering, "Luckily, I was prepared, otherwise, humans would have attacked us from both sides." As Manclaw approached the northern exit of the valley, he deliberately slowed down his pace, listened carefully, and after confirming that there were no dogs barking, he let out a satisfied smile. Foolish human. You dream of catching your uncle, Manclaw. Hee hee. With that, Manclaw sprinted towards the northern exit. Swish, swish, swish. A dense hail of arrows startled Wildclaw. Fortunately, its reaction was quick, and a pale blue aura immediately emerged from its tall, sturdy frame. Its speed increased dramatically, and it dodged most of the arrows in one fell swoop. Wildclaw dodged behind a large tree and gazed forward. At the northern exit of the valley, several leather-armored humans armed with bows and arrows loomed, their leader a rare Iron Man. This group was none other than Ryan's Night's Watch, and the Iron Man leading them was Hamilton, the Sword and Shield Knight. Although the sun had risen, and it was considered dawn, visibility was limited by the mist and lush vegetation in Nightsong Forest, casting shadows through the trees. Thankfully, Ryan now possessed the passive ability Dark Vision, allowing him to clearly discern the ferocious gnoll. Over 2 meters tall, with slender, powerful limbs, he wore a tangled mix of leather and chain-mail armor, seemingly plucked from the bodies of several human mercenaries and haphazardly cobbled together, severely ill-fitting. The other party carried no weapon, but his claws gleamed with a cold gleam. The servant boy that the ferocious gnoll had once carried was long gone, and the outcome was predictable. As Ryan and the others observed him, Wild Claw was also sizing him up. The Tin Man is too formidable, and there are so many human archers around. This momentarily extinguished Wild Claw's desire to fight to the death. He immediately turned and rushed towards the southern exit of the valley. He would rather face a large group of ordinary human soldiers than a Tin Man. But as Wild Claw neared the southern exit, he was surprised to find a Tin Man wielding a two-handed greatsword. In addition, there were dozens of human soldiers wearing chain mail, nose guards, and various weapons. Manclaw's heart sank to the bottom. Undeterred, he rushed like a madman towards the first exit, the western exit of the valley. However, there was also a Tin Man wielding a sword and shield, along with a group of human soldiers. Manclaw was desperate. The next second, a ruthless look crossed his face. We can't go out from the west and south of the valley now. Both exits are still in human areas, and I wonder if there are other traps waiting for us. So, the only way to survive now is to rush out from the northern exit of the valley and return to the depths of the forest. Only then will I have a chance to breathe. Determined, Manclaw broke into a sprint. A gray-black figure sprinted towards the northern exit of the valley where Hamilton and Ryan were. Chapter 40. Ryan saw from afar the grass in the distance snapping like mowed grass. A familiar, tall figure reappeared. Seeing the opponent's aggressive demeanor, Ryan immediately became alert, thinking, not good. The opponent had returned to the valley's exit again, surely having chosen this spot as a breakthrough point. This ferocious gnoll, facing a life-or-death situation, would likely do everything in his power to escape. I'm afraid a fierce battle is imminent. Ryan immediately called up his dashboard and focused his attention on the first attribute page. Name, Ryan Kalin. Occupation, Blacksmith LV1, 5/100, Night Watcher LV1, 1/100, Constitution, 6. Strength, 10. Agility, 9. Spirit, 9. Remaining attribute points, 1. Remaining skill points, 1. Because of his job change to Night Watcher, his strength, agility, and spirit were each increased by 1 point, bringing his strength to 10 and his agility to 9. Considering the special recovery effect of adding attribute points, Ryan remained untouched with his remaining single attribute point. Instead, he added his final skill point to his core skill, Blacksmith Strength. Suddenly, the icon resembling Popeye with flexed biceps lit up, and the small text below it changed, reading, Core Skill, Blacksmith Strength Level 2, Active, Blacksmith Strength Level 2, Active, Effect. After activating this skill, your strength increases slightly. Note, this skill's effect is proportional to the host's own strength, and its duration is proportional to the host's physical and mental strength. Ryan examined it carefully, and noticed that in addition to the Level 1 increase to Level 2, the Blacksmith Strength effect description had also changed from slightly to slightly. It seems that the Level 2 Blacksmith's power will further increase the strength bonus. Although the exact bonus is currently unknown, it's definitely higher than the previous approximately 20%, perhaps 30%, or even higher. Shoot! Facing the oncoming ferocious gnoll, Hamilton swung his knight's sword forward and gave the command. Instantly, more than 20 elite Night's Watchmen behind him, including Ryan, unleashed a barrage of arrows. But the ferocious gnoll on the other side simply shielded its eyes with a single, sturdy arm. Then, it sped up, its body not only increasing by 3 times its speed, but also shifting left and right, making it difficult to aim. This time, the opponent immediately avoided most of the arrows. The only 2 arrows that hit were blocked by the opponent's armor and the dense, steel-like muscles, so they didn't penetrate deeply. Howl! The opponent, after forcefully deflecting the 2 arrows lodged in his left shoulder and right chest, roared furiously and charged fiercely towards Hamilton. Come on! Hamilton faced the high-speed oncoming hyena with unfazed composure, and instead felt a touch of excitement. Since his transfer from the Imperial Army to the local post of Sheriff of Goldhire, Hamilton hadn't faced such a ferocious foe in a long time. Hamilton felt his blood boiling. The 2 men drew closer, and the Night's Watch's elite arrows were repeatedly dodged by the other. Just as Hamilton felt the gust of wind from the hyena's charge, his sharp eyes caught the hyena's eerie smile. This immediately gave Hamilton a jolt of anxiety. As expected, something unexpected happened. Just as the ferocious gnoll was about to engage Hamilton, it suddenly spun 90 degrees, leaped sideways, and charged towards the elite Night's Watchman to Hamilton's left. It turned out that the gnoll's claw was specifically designed to bully Hamilton, who was wearing heavy iron armor and couldn't keep up with it. "Throw the net!" Hamilton roared from behind. Several hemp rope nets, 3 or 4 meters in diameter, swung towards the gnoll. It turned out Hamilton had already made a backup plan. But Claw seemed unfazed, and even a hint of disdain appeared on his face. A faint green air stream suddenly lingered around its sharp claws, and the next second, swish! 2 incredibly swift claw strikes ripped the hemp rope nets apart. The crowd was stunned to find that the tough rope nets soaked in linseed oil could be torn apart so easily by the opponent's claws. The next second, the ferocious gnoll charged into the crowd and unleashed another claw attack, sending blood splattering. Though the 2 elite night watchmen swung their swords with all their might to block, they were blasted 4 or 5 meters by the immense force of the claws, likely breaking at least several ribs. Hamilton's eyes trembled at the heavy blows inflicted on his men. He hadn't expected this ferocious gnoll to have awakened a special supernatural ability, air brake. This innate ability not only increases its movement speed, but also enhances its cleavage effect, which is why the rope nets had been torn apart so easily. If this cunning gnoll escapes this time, Goldhire will surely face brutal revenge. While Paw, with a look of triumph on his face, was calmly fleeing towards the Northern Valley exit when Hamilton reacted with remarkable speed. He hurled his shield heavily at the ferocious gnoll, and the flat shield whirled and spun at high speed, whistling towards the gnoll's back. The Tin Man's attack clearly caught Wild Paw off guard, forcing him to dodge sideways, slowing slightly. But then, a dark object swooped down on him. Clang! Wild Paw slammed it back with force, but his speed slowed even further. Only then did he realize that the object was actually the Tin Man's knight's helmet. The Night's Watch launched another barrage of arrows, blocking the exit. This forced Wild Paw to dodge sideways again. At that moment, Hamilton had seized the opportunity and rushed over. He clenched his knight's long sword in his right hand and lunged at Savage Claw. Savage Claw was furious. How could a Tin Man without a shield or helmet possibly withstand my claws? It refused to believe it. Savage Claw intended to swiftly kill the Tin Man before it, then flee. Otherwise, with such a sticky thing entangled in him, he would be surrounded by the other 2 Tin Men before he could escape the valley. Savage Claw let out a long howl and aimed at Hamilton's head. His ultimate move. The Raging Claw combo. Swish, swish, swish. The high-speed claw strikes, combined with his special ability, were so fast that you could almost see after images. The attack power was astonishing. Savage Claw had once used the same killing move to take down a ferocious jungle monitor over 5 meters long. It didn't believe the Tin Man, without his shield, could withstand the blow. But Hamilton didn't shy away, instead roaring, "Ha!" Huge force. Hamilton's arm suddenly expanded, and he launched a downward slash, swinging his knight's sword like a bolt of silver lightning towards Savage Claw's body. Bang! This scene stunned Ryan and the other night watchmen, yet also sent their blood boiling. Attack versus attack. Killer Mace versus Killer Mace. They watched as 2 dark figures collided fiercely, blood splattering and sending them flying backwards. For bloody wounds appeared on Hamilton's thick chest plate, extending diagonally from the upper right side to the lower left side of his abdomen. Without the protection of Knight's plate, this blow would have surely ripped Hamilton apart. The ferocious gnoll was even more seriously injured. Its right hand tightly grasped its left forearm, which had been directly severed by Hamilton's blow. At this moment, blood spurted from the perfectly smooth wound. Wild Claw knew that if he didn't run, he would be dead. As the blood continued to flow from the wound on his left hand, he felt his strength rapidly draining away. Savage Claw, no longer concerned with anything else, mustered its remaining strength and charged at the night watchman blocking its path. Bang, bang. 3 night watchmen were instantly sent flying by Savage Claw, weighing over 300 pounds. Then, only a tiny, slender human remained before it. A flicker of joy crossed Savage Claw's face. If it could just knock this tiny creature away, it would be able to escape safely. Chapter 41. The tiny creature in front of Savage Claw was none other than Ryan. Ryan watched the ferocious gnoll charging towards him. The ferocious gnoll, already severely wounded by Hamilton, and with one arm broken, only had 50% or 60% of its strength left. In any case, it was inevitable that its strength had been greatly reduced. Besides, Ryan didn't need to defeat it. He only needed to delay it for a few seconds, and the other Elite Knight's watch would immediately surround it, leaving it stranded. Wouldn't it be dangerous to stop it? Of course it was. Ryan, possessing the passive ability Danger Sense Level 1, was already on high alert. But Ryan's memory of the scene in the servants' quarters last night filled him with a wave of fear. If such a ferocious and terrifying monster were allowed to lurk around Goldhire Town every day, Ryan didn't know when disaster would befall him, or perhaps even his family and friends. Although Ryan was still far from a full-fledged knight, and couldn't fully break free of his physical limitations like Hamilton, he had other tricks up his sleeve. He thought he had a reasonable chance of stopping the opponent for a few seconds. Seeing Ryan actually intending to confront the enemy head-on, Hamilton couldn't help but shout anxiously, "Ryan, get out of the way." Although letting the violent Knoll escape would be disastrous, Hamilton hated to see a young man with such potential die tragically before his eyes. Hamilton and the other Elite Knights Watch members immediately ran after the Knoll. Although Ryan's plan was sound, when he actually faced a violent Knoll, he realized he had been overthinking it. With a ferocious face, indifferent eyes, and towering stature, the opponent's ferocious aura alone was enough to intimidate even those who hadn't yet reached the transcendental realm. Luckily, Ryan had killed criminals before and had experience in actual combat. Otherwise, he would have been defeated before the battle even began. Blacksmith's power. Ryan's face was solemn as he gathered his thoughts and silently chanted Blacksmith's power. As he unleashed this core skill, the strength value displayed on his dashboard skyrocketed from 10 to 10, plus 4. The next second, a surge of warmth surged through Ryan's heart, like a surge of adrenaline, causing his blood to race, and his muscles tensed like steel wires. Ryan felt as if a fierce tiger had suddenly awakened within him. He had never felt so powerful before. Leap slash. Ryan roared, clutching his two-handed sword in both hands. He leaped high, slashing down from above with lightning speed at the enormous, ferocious Knoll before him. Since he usually trained with a heavy two-handed greatsword, this time, due to weapon limitations, he could only use a lighter one-handed sword. While its power was significantly reduced, its speed was almost doubled. Even the severely injured Man-Claw was still surprised that the tiny creature before him dared to swing at him. In an instant, he felt like a beast being provoked by an ant. Rage raged. Man-Claw immediately used his intact right claw to swiftly strike the opponent. Bang! Man-Claw felt a flash of silver before his eyes, and suddenly felt a sharp pain from his right claw. At the same time, he felt a force not much weaker than his own coming from the opponent's sharp sword. Then, Manjwa discovered with a look of disbelief that he had been knocked back several meters by this insignificant little guy's attack. After being struck by Manjwa's claw, Ryan was sent flying backwards at a speed even faster than when he came. Thump, thump, thump! Ryan retreated over 10 steps, his face flushed with the intensity of the blow. The next second, he suddenly raised his head, his gaze blazing at the severely wounded, ferocious Knoll before him. He was so surprised. He had managed to stop it unscathed. What did this prove? 2 words. Fighting ability. If before the battle, facing such a fierce and powerful opponent, Ryan had been overwhelmed by a variety of emotions, worry, fear, hesitation, and so on. But after a head-on confrontation, all those chaotic emotions vanished from Ryan's mind. At this moment, he was bursting with confidence. Ryan's attack even surprised the Elite Knight's watchmen who had caught up with him. They had just seen clearly that this violent Knoll was evenly matched in strength with Lord Hamilton, a full-fledged knight. And the fact that Ryan had been able to force the opponent back with a single blow was almost blinding. Could it be that this violent Knoll's strength had been reduced to only 1/10 of what it was, allowing Ryan to take advantage of it? Ryan's attack also made Hamilton's eyes light up. Though he was also seriously injured, he immediately tightened his muscles to seal the bleeding wound, and with a powerful kick of his foot, bang, the dirt flew. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the opponent was stopped by Ryan, Hamilton gathered all his strength, raised his knight's sword horizontally, and instantly launched a straight stab at the back of the violent wolf man. Wild Claw's heart rang with alarm. As soon as it felt the powerful wind coming from behind, it knew something was wrong. It immediately turned back and instinctively retaliated with a claw strike. But its only usable right claw had also been slashed by Ryan, leaving a deep scratch visible to the bone, and the power of the claw strike was instantly reduced. Puff! Hamilton's sword pierced Wild Claw's left chest, and blood oozed instantly. The next second, he was also thrown back by the opponent's claw strike. Now, Hamilton could no longer hold back his existing wounds. He flew in midair, blood splattering from multiple wounds. With a loud thud, he fell heavily to the ground. seeing the Tin Man's life or death uncertain after being struck by him, while Claw felt a surge of joy in his heart. But before this joy could be expressed on his face, he felt the strong wind behind him again. This time, its injuries were further aggravated, and it found its body's reactions unable to keep up with its brain's commands. The instant it turned its head, Manjwa saw only a graceful silver arc flash before its eyes. The next second, Manjwa felt a slight itch on its neck. It touched it, and something seemed to come out. Then, a sharp pain erupted. Manjwa clutched his neck tightly, trying to speak, but only gurgling sounds came out. Blood-red foam oozed from his mouth, and the fierceness in his eyes gradually faded, becoming dull. Plop! Manjwa fell headfirst to the ground. His tall, muscular body continued to twitch, and the grass was soon dyed red. Even the most tenacious vitality wouldn't last long when the two carotid arteries on either side of his neck were severed and blood gushed out like a fountain. At this moment, Ryan stood there, gasping for breath, his chest heaving like a bellows. The life-or-death struggle lasted only a few seconds, but he poured every blow into it with all his might. Just now, at the moment of launching a leap slash, Ryan remembered Claire's instructions and changed the angle of his sword swing from a vertical cut from top to bottom to a horizontal cut from right to left. Because during his first collision with the ferocious gnoll, he discovered that even his 14 points of strength couldn't even cleave the other's claws, demonstrating the other's resilience. So, considering the skull's density is the hardest bone in the body, Ryan decisively chose a horizontal cut. After all, the neck is much more flexible. The exchange between Ryan, Savage Claw, and Hamilton was so swift that the night watchman had barely taken 2 steps before the battle was over. They all stared in amazement at the scene before them. The explosive power displayed by Ryan's slender frame, coupled with his reckless, aggressive demeanor, made them feel like a kitten suddenly transformed into a ferocious tiger. Great! Ha ha ha! Cough! Cough! Hamilton burst into laughter at Ryan's ability to defeat Savage Claw, but his injured lungs immediately caused him to cough uncontrollably. Chapter 42. Hamilton had immediately confirmed Ryan's heritage, or rather, his origins, through the swordplay he had just displayed. This technique and momentum are clearly the leaping slash of the giant bear sword technique. It seems his teacher must be Perez. But, isn't this kid's strength improving so rapidly? Or has this ferocious gnoll been severely injured by me, significantly reducing its strength? The other elite Knights Watchers stared at Ryan in astonishment. Only then did they realize that this youth, a head shorter than themselves, possessed a ferocious tiger within his thin frame. His explosive power was so astonishing that he could send a ferocious gnoll weighing hundreds of pounds flying straight into the air. Small in stature, yet his fighting style was so simple and brutal. It was truly thrilling to watch. "Sir, are you all right?" 2 Knights Watchers quickly stepped forward, helped Hamilton to his feet, and quickly tended to his wounds. "Just a simple bandage, he won't die." Seeing their superior was unharmed, the Knights Watch turned their attention once again to Ryan. "Good boy, your name is Ryan, right? I remember you." A Knights Watch elite stepped forward with a smile and patted Ryan on the shoulder. "Ryan, you're amazing. Lord Hamilton said you'd be joining us soon. Remember to join our team." Go away, Willen. Ryan hasn't even joined yet, and you're already trying to win him over? How shameless." "Yes. Fair play, let Ryan choose." Seeing the Knights Watch's enthusiasm, Ryan smiled back at each one. At this moment, noises could be heard from 2 other directions. The barking of greyhounds grew closer, evidently indicating that the 2 teams from the Habsburg Manor were nearing their destination. This made Ryan's eyes narrow, a thoughtful expression on his face. It would be best if I didn't appear before the Manor's higher-ups for now. Claire had warned him before, and Ryan himself wanted to keep a low profile. He absolutely did not want to be drawn into the internal strife among the descendants of the Habsburg counts. Ryan immediately took 2 steps forward and approached Hamilton, who was bandaging his wounds. "Sir, I wish to return to Goldhire early. After all, my visit this time." Ryan only spoke halfway, but he successfully misled Hamilton. Hamilton's expression showed instant understanding, for he also didn't want Perez to see him abducting his prized disciple. Hamilton nodded immediately and said, "Ryan, Willen, you 2 will be responsible for getting these injured brothers back to Goldhire. Also, everyone, be careful not to reveal Ryan's final kill of the violent gnoll. Tell everyone that I did it." The elite Knights Watch looked between their superior and Ryan. Seeing Ryan's calm expression and no objection, they knew there must be some secret between the 2. So they all shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." Ryan couldn't help but smile knowingly at this. Reading people's expressions is indeed a necessary skill in the workplace. So, before the Manor's team arrived, Ryan and several other Night's Watch members quickly left the valley. On the way back, Ryan finally had a chance to check the system notification. Your giant bear swordsmanship skill has been upgraded, adding 157 experience points. You have fought a battle, adding 87 experience points to your Night Watcher class. Giant bear swordsmanship has advanced directly from level 1 to level 2, reaching level 2, 54/300. Ryan's understanding of the giant bear swordsman's leap/slash technique was particularly profound. He had used leap/slash to kill the severely injured ferocious gnoll in a single blow. Watching the Night Watchman's class level 1, 87 out of 100, reach almost 0, Ryan was slightly stunned. As expected, this once again proves that life or death combat is the shortcut to advancing combat class levels. Unfortunately, it's a bit too dangerous. Perhaps, once I'm stronger, I could consider taking on some of the wanted missions. Not only would they offer high bounties, but they'd also help me improve my combat class level. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Furthermore, through this battle, Ryan had a rough idea of the strength of a full-fledged knight. From the course of the battle, Hamilton, after unleashing his full strength, was comparable in strength to the ferocious gnoll, over 2 meters tall. Even after activating the second level of Blacksmith strength, he was still slightly weaker than a severely injured, ferocious gnoll. So, a reasonable guess is that a severely injured, ferocious gnoll's strength, if quantified, would be around 15 to 16 points, and at peak strength, it would be around 20 points. Then the strength of a full-fledged knight should be similar, nearly 3 to 4 times that of an average person. No wonder Claire said that the path of knighthood is about pushing one's limits. To achieve 3 to 4 times the strength of an average person is indeed pushing the limits of the human body. In his previous life, Ryan had seen a news report that Usain Bolt, the human 100-meter king, had thigh muscles twice as strong as an average person's, approaching the limits of physical training. Then triple, or even quadruple. This far exceeds the physical limits of what ordinary people can achieve through training. This is the unique and precious nature of breathing techniques, allowing practitioners to break through these physical limits. Ryan was deeply envious of Hamilton's display of strength. A formal knight. I wonder when I can become one. Along the way, Night's Watch Captain Willen was incredibly enthusiastic towards Ryan. Clearly, Ryan's performance in previous battles had already impressed Willen. Ryan, when will you officially join the Night's Watch? Remember to prioritize joining our team, Willen said, patting Ryan's shoulder with a smile. Okay, Captain Willen, I seriously consider it. Ryan smiled. After sending the injured to the town hall, a specialized physician arrived to take over. Ryan naturally returned home to rest. When Ryan arrived home, he startled his entire family and Anna. After the fierce battle with the ferocious gnoll, Ryan's body was covered in blood. After a thorough examination, it was discovered that Ryan was indeed unharmed, which relieved the family. However, a hint of worry still lingered in his mother's eyes. She hadn't expected the Night's Watch to be so dangerous, requiring them to fight such monsters. Originally, she had been overjoyed that Ryan had joined the Night's Watch, but now she was worried. Don't worry, Emma. Since Ryan has chosen this path, we must trust him. Although it's dangerous, it also offers many opportunities. It's better than a life of me as a peasant. Old Ryan reassured his wife. At this moment, Ryan rubbed Mint's head, said hello to Anna, ate a few bites, and then went to take a shower. Then he fell asleep. He hadn't had a good rest since the previous night, and even though Ryan was full of energy, he was tired. When Ryan woke up again, it was already the next morning. Ryan was about to get up when he suddenly groaned and fell back down. It was then that he realized his muscles were aching, which immediately reminded him of the core skill he'd used yesterday, Blacksmith strength. It's probably because Blacksmith strength, while granting me immense strength, also overloads my muscles. Ryan blinked, instantly figuring out the most likely explanation. Fortunately, these after effects didn't manifest immediately, but rather over time. Chapter 43. If it explodes immediately after the spell is finished, that would be fun. What if the enemy still has the strength to fight again? It's like putting myself in a weakened state during the fight. Then I have to be extremely careful when using this blacksmith's power. Ryan gritted his teeth, enduring the aching muscles and fascia throughout his body as he climbed to his feet. But if my physical fitness improves, will these after effects be reduced, or even eliminated altogether? This hypothesis suddenly occurred to Ryan. He really wanted to try it. But unfortunately, I only have one attribute point left. I have to save it. Otherwise, adding a point would confirm my hypothesis and instantly eliminate this muscle soreness. Ryan had always used his one remaining attribute point as his trump card. Unless he gained new attribute points, he wouldn't consider using them. After all, adding attribute points had the special effect of restoring physical condition. This is akin to a divine skill in combat. After waking up, Ryan noticed that his reflection in the bronze mirror in his bedroom had grown considerably thicker. He hadn't noticed before, but now, taking a closer look, he saw that he had indeed grown considerably stronger. Ryan lowered his head and touched his linen tunic, noticing that the once empty garment was now slightly tighter, faintly outlining the muscular contours of his upper body. Focusing on his arms, Ryan noticed that the large muscle groups, such as his biceps and triceps, had now clearly grown in size, completely different from the skinny appearance he had had when he first crossed over. After a moment's thought, Ryan shed his slightly tight linen tunic and fished out another oversized one from the closet. This one had belonged to his father, old Ryan. After changing his clothes, Ryan's figure was significantly concealed, and the definition of his muscles was less visible. Looking at himself in the bronze mirror, Ryan nodded with satisfaction. As he reached the doorframe, he measured his height and realized that while the growth wasn't noticeable, he had actually grown by almost half a pinky finger. It was just that Ryan's horizontal growth was more rapid, which made it seem as if he hadn't grown at all. When Ryan reached the first floor, he looked out the window and saw Anna and Little Mint planting winter rapeseed in a small clearing in their courtyard. Little Mint was wearing a layered tunic, covered by a long, light blue skirt that resembled an apron. It was a long, tubular, uncinched dress, hung from the shoulders with straps. From the front, it looked similar to a modern apron, and Ryan found it adorable. Little Mint asked, "Sister Anna, when can we harvest the winter rapeseed we planted?" "Right around the 100 flowers month, right?" Anna smiled at Mint, her eyes full of fondness. 100 flowers month? That's still 3, 4, 5 months away. That's almost 5 months away, Mint replied, counting the days on her fingers with a hint of regret. But soon, Mint pointed to the newly planted chives nearby and asked, "Sister Anna, what about the chives we planted a while ago? When can we harvest them?" "That can be quick. It should be harvested around the green grass month," Anna said, wiping a speck of mud from Mint's face. "Great. That means we can harvest after winter." Mint smiled, his eyes like crescent moons. Seeing the heartwarming scene outside the window, Ryan's mind seemed to clear of fog. He recalled yesterday, when he faced a ferocious gnoll far stronger than himself. The ferocious face, towering stature, and bloodthirsty aura created a strong sense of oppression. If he hadn't held on to that moment, his resolve would never have been so resolute. It's very likely that he would have dodged and hidden away, not even having the courage to swing his sword at the gnoll. In that situation, even if he could continuously increase his power through skill points, it would only be a form of strength. Facing a truly dangerous situation, a difficult situation, or a formidable enemy, he wouldn't know how much of his combat power he could unleash. Suddenly Ryan, having just come to his senses, received a system notification. "Congratulations! You've experienced an epiphany, and your mental attributes have received a slight boost." Startled, Ryan immediately checked his stat panel. Sure enough, his spiritual attribute had risen from 9 to 11, a full 2 points higher, surpassing strength once again to become the highest attribute. The moment Ryan looked up, he noticed a difference in his perception of the surrounding objects. He could vaguely sense that, out of his sight, 3 birds were chirping in the oak tree outside his house, and a mouse seemed to be cautiously poking its head out from the crack in the kitchen corner. This wasn't an improvement in vision, but more like a change in perception. His perception seemed to have become more acute. Ryan was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected that his insights and conclusions about combat and life would bring him such a surprise. This might be the true reward hidden within the battle. Immersed in joy, Ryan's stomach suddenly growled. At that moment, he came to his senses and realized he had come downstairs to get something to eat. A large loaf of white bread, about a pound, a slice of bacon, and an egg, that was the breakfast Ryan's mother had prepared for him. Clearly, it was a more than standard breakfast. For the people of this world, breakfast wasn't a full meal. Generally, only those who did heavy manual labor would enjoy a decent breakfast. The improvement in the family's meals began when Ryan gave them 2 gold coins. Knowing their son would soon join the night's watch, his mother's daily meals for the family immediately took a step up a notch. After finishing everything in a few bites, Ryan touched his still flat stomach inside. "My appetite is getting better and better." Truthfully, Ryan only eats half full at most now. This is partly due to his recent rapid improvement in physical fitness, and partly because he's still in his growth spurt and desperately needs nutrition. "Guess I have to go to the pie shop and buy a few meat pies to fill my stomach." Just then, Seemingly hearing a noise in the kitchen, Mint ran in excitedly, saying sweetly, "Brother, you're finally awake. Come plant winter rapeseed with us." "Yes." Seeing Mint smile, Ryan couldn't help but step forward, patted her head, and said, "Mint, you and Sister Anna continue planting. I've got something to do out there." "Okay. Then I'll be back soon." With that, Mint skipped off to plant some more vegetables. Anna, standing by the doorframe, glanced shyly at Ryan, nodded, and said, "Then I go keep Mint company." Chapter 44. Looking at Anna's profile, Ryan noticed that Anna's complexion had improved considerably. Her light yellow hair looked less dry, and had a slight sheen. Ryan smiled back at Anna and nodded, but he quickly remembered something. "Wait, Anna." Anna turned, her large, deep brown eyes gazing at Ryan with confusion. "By the way, Anna, did anyone from the manor come this morning to inform us when the servant training will resume?" Anna shook her head and said, "No one else came this morning." "Okay, Anna, if anyone from the manor comes to inform us, please remind me." Okay. Anna nodded. Anna continued to look down, shy and timid, as she spoke to Ryan. She hardly dared to look him in the face. After a few words, she would lower her head, a blush forming on her fair face. This was all because Ryan had saved her that time. In Anna's heart, Ryan was trustworthy. Otherwise, she would probably have spoken even less. It seemed that only when she was with Little Mint did Anna feel free and at ease, her smile natural and relaxed. Ryan didn't have any immediate solution for this, and could only hope that time would make her more cheerful. The servant training is still on hold. It seems there's still some cleanup work to be done at the manor, or perhaps something else. Hamilton hasn't sent anyone to look for me. I guess he's injured and busy with treatment. Ryan thought for a moment and decided to go to the town's blacksmith shop first thing in the morning to see the blacksmith, Boris, and continue to improve his blacksmithing skills. As for why he didn't practice the giant bear breathing technique, that's because Claire had once taught Ryan that when extremely tired or in poor condition, he shouldn't force himself to practice the breathing technique. Ryan's muscles were aching all over, and he wasn't in good shape by any means, so he couldn't force himself to practice the giant bear breathing technique. However, after leaving, Ryan didn't go straight to the blacksmith shop. Instead, he stopped by the pie shop and bought 3 meat pies the size of 12-inch pizzas from his previous life. He devoured them with relish. You know, a 12-inch pie is enough for a family of 3 for a full meal. But after finishing 3, Ryan felt just barely full. Looks like I need to find a way to make more money, otherwise the few gold coins I have left won't be enough to buy anything good. If I just eat white bread, the few gold coins I have will last me a long time. But practicing giant bear breathing or swordsmanship consumes a lot of energy, and my body craves meat. The mention of meat made Ryan recall the delicious taste of violent bear meat, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. If I were rich enough, eating violent bear meat every day, which is rich in nutrients, my progress in giant bear breathing would probably improve rapidly. Ryan couldn't help but speculate. Entering the blacksmith shop, perhaps because he had been promoted to the blacksmith profession, Ryan suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of closeness to the clanging sounds of hammering and the hot air. "Ryan, you're here. I heard that there was a gnoll attack in the manor last night, and several servants were killed." Blacksmith Boris saw Ryan come in, greeted him, and asked hurriedly, "Yes, Uncle Boris." Ryan nodded, confirming Boris's words. This kind of vicious incident hasn't happened in years. Life is becoming increasingly unstable. Boris sighed. As expected, good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. Clearly, the news of the manor attack had spread throughout Goldhire. Several other blacksmith apprentices also began to ask Ryan for details. "Ryan, did you hear several servants died? I heard that the gnoll was over 2 meters tall." "Right. How could such a tall gnoll appear? Aren't gnolls usually about the same size as us?" After some small talk, Ryan began to calm down and began forging horseshoes with the blacksmith, Boris. This time, however, Ryan was the primary worker, with the blacksmith, Boris, assisting. When Ryan grasped the blacksmith's hammer, he felt as if it were an extension of his arm, wielding it with unwavering ease. This was probably the impact of the blacksmith's core skill, the hammer specialization. You forged horseshoes, and your understanding of the skill improved. Your horseshoe forging skill improved, gaining 2 experience points. You focused on forging horseshoes for half an hour, gaining 1 blacksmithing experience point. After being promoted to blacksmith, the experience points gained from forging horseshoes slowed down considerably. Even with Ryan as the primary forger, it generally took at least half an hour to gain 1 point. When one is focused on a task, time flies by. By the time Ryan regained consciousness, it was already noon. Looking at the dozens of horseshoes stacked together, Ryan felt a sense of accomplishment. At that moment, Ryan noticed a burning gaze fixed on him. Following his gaze, he saw Boris looking at him intently. "Ryan, would you consider working for me as a helper? I'd pay you." It's no wonder that the blacksmith Boris favored Ryan. He finished a load of horseshoes that, in his opinion, would take at least half a day, about 2 hours ahead of schedule. This forging efficiency truly astounded him. Of course, this wasn't because Ryan's forging skills had surpassed Boris's. It was due to the improvement of Ryan's various attributes. In particular, his increased mental strength allowed him to better grasp the subtle changes in the forging material with each blow. And his increased strength allowed Ryan to easily wield a 7 or 8 pound blacksmith's hammer without exerting too much physical effort. Ryan was stunned by the invitation from the blacksmith Boris. Before arriving at Boris's smithy, Ryan had made clear that Boris's smithy only had one journeyman. The others were apprentices who had to pay tuition. Normally, a smithy like the one in Gold Hire would need at least 2 or 3 journeymen. Becoming a journeyman meant you had acquired the skills of a blacksmith, possessing a level of skill comparable to a full-fledged blacksmith in a particular ironwork technique or forging process. In other words, you could make a living there. Ryan looked around and noticed the other apprentice blacksmiths casting concerned glances at him, seemingly anxious that he would accept and take the position they had long coveted. But it was clear that Ryan would never choose to join Boris's smithy. His sole purpose in learning forging was to advance his blacksmithing profession, and thereby earn more rewards for upgrading. But just forging horseshoes is already a very slow way to gain experience as a blacksmith. I could take this opportunity to ask Boris about the tuition fees for learning other blacksmithing skills, Ryan thought to himself. Chapter 45. Skills like material selection, quenching, and polishing are all very practical, and perhaps one of these could provide Ryan with relatively extensive experience as a blacksmith. As for why he didn't learn to forge weapons, such as a two-handed greatsword, it wasn't that Ryan didn't want to, but blacksmith Boris didn't know how. Ryan already knew that blacksmith Boris was a blacksmith specializing in household items, primarily crafting common iron products like horseshoes, iron pots, and kitchen knives. He wasn't skilled in weapon or armor forging. As for Boris's skill in forging the half-hand sword, Ryan had already learned it from the blacksmith's apprentice, Drews. That was Boris's most valuable skill, and he wouldn't teach it to anyone except his own son. So Ryan wouldn't bother himself. Besides, his giant bear sword technique required a two-handed great sword, not a half-handed sword, because only a two-handed great sword could fully unleash its power. "Uncle Boris, thank you for your kindness, but I'd still like to try the manner assessment," Ryan said politely. Blacksmith Boris didn't mind Ryan's refusal. "Young man, it's good to try more. If you could enter the manor, that would be a better choice. By the way, Uncle Boris, how much would it cost to learn the skills of material selection, quenching, and polishing from you? I want to have a better grasp of the manor assessment." At Ryan's words, there were gasps all around. Clearly, the surrounding blacksmith apprentices were surprised by Ryan's appetite. Not only did he not want to be a helper, but he actually wanted to learn so many skills. Not only would it be expensive, but mastering them all would be difficult. That's not cheap. The tuition for all 3 courses combined is 5 imperial gold coins. But if you come as an apprentice, I can teach you these skills slowly, and for free over the course of a year or so. Blacksmith Boris paused, then smiled at Ryan and offered a tempting offer, even to ordinary people. This drew envy from the apprentice blacksmiths, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation. Their expressions seemed to say, "Ryan, you're so lucky. You're so talented at blacksmithing. Why don't I have that talent?" Faced with Boris's renewed invitation, Ryan rubbed his nose and gave a wry smile. He hadn't expected that Boris, the famously stingy blacksmith, would actually think so highly of him. In the past, Ryan would have agreed without hesitation. But now, his goal is the vast sea of stars. How could he possibly confine himself to a small blacksmith shop? "Uncle Boris, thank you for your consideration, but forget it. 5 gold coins, right? That's a lot of money. I need to go home and discuss it with my parents. By the way, can I learn separately?" Ryan thought for a moment and continued. "No problem. The material selection fee is 1 gold coin, and the quenching and polishing skills are each charged at 2 imperial gold coins." Boris gestured. "Okay. Uncle Boris, I go home and discuss it with my parents now." "Of course. See you this afternoon, Uncle Boris." Of course, Ryan didn't mention this to his parents when he got home. What he had said to the blacksmith, Boris, about learning separately and asking his parents for their opinion was just a pretext. After returning home for lunch, Ryan returned to the blacksmith's shop with a gold coin. As soon as he entered, he handed the gold coin to the blacksmith, Boris, as tuition for selecting the materials. After paying the fee, the blacksmith, Boris, led Ryan to a warehouse behind the shop. This was Ryan's first time there. He saw piles of various raw ores, along with neatly arranged square metal ingots like melted iron, copper, and tin. Ryan, let's start with the selection of the ore. Look at this. This is hematite, Boris said, holding up a piece of ore the size of a human head, mixed with red and black. Typically, its surface is a dark red or black, with stripes or shells where it breaks. Ryan listened attentively to the blacksmith's explanation as he took the heavy hematite and carefully measured it. This is tin ore. It's typically dark brown on the surface, with a granular texture and a metallic luster. The ore often has pores inside, Boris explained, picking up another piece of dark brown ore. This is chalcopyrite. With 11 points of mental power, Ryan had far surpassed the average person's observation, discernment, and memory. He quickly identified several of the most common ores that Boris had explained. Generally speaking, the higher the quality of the iron ore, the more black it will have on the surface. Seeing that Ryan didn't show any sign of confusion, Boris continued his explanation. At this point, Ryan noticed a system prompt. You have completed ore identification training, and your understanding of the relevant knowledge has improved. You've learned a new skill. Ore identification. Your ore identification skill has been upgraded, adding 1 experience point. You focus on learning ore identification for half an hour, adding 1 blacksmith experience point. Ryan immediately noticed a new icon light up below his blacksmith panel. The icon depicted an irregularly shaped piece of iron ore, clearly the newly learned skill, ore identification. At this moment, blacksmith Boris paused in his explanation. He turned to Ryan and said, Ryan, these are the most common ores, but there are also some very rare ores that are extremely difficult to identify. But equally, these ores are extremely valuable. These words immediately piqued Ryan's curiosity. Blacksmith Boris pulled a piece of iron ore dotted with stars from a drawer and handed it to Ryan, saying, This is star iron, also known as meteorite iron ore. It's said to come from meteors in the sky. When meteors crash into the earth, this type of meteorite iron ore forms. It's extremely rare. Ryan was stunned when he took the so-called star iron. He immediately noticed that this piece of star iron, or meteorite iron ore, weighed far more than ordinary hematite or magnetite. Despite being roughly the same size, it weighed more than double. Boris seemed to notice the surprise on Ryan's face, and couldn't help but smile. Isn't the texture different? This star iron, which I have here, is only the size of my fist, but it costs dozens of times more than ordinary iron ore. Hiss. The price really shocked Ryan. Chapter 46. Dozens of times? That's too much. Star iron possesses exceptional toughness and hardness, making it an excellent material for sharp weapons. It's perfect for crafting daggers, knightly long swords, half swords, or two-handed great swords. Of course, weapons crafted purely from star iron are prohibitively expensive. Even nobles wouldn't spare them. A more common practice is to use it as a blend, which both improves weapon performance and reduces costs. Star iron can be identified by its weight. Star iron of the same size is roughly twice that of other iron ores. Secondly, the metallic particles on its surface, where they glitter in the light, resemble stars in the sky. That's how it got its name. Although Boris was only a small-town blacksmith, he possessed considerable knowledge of forging techniques. Ryan felt that Boris had thoroughly researched the identification and forging properties of star iron. Suddenly, Ryan keenly noticed several different system notifications. You've learned ore identification, and your understanding has improved. Your ore identification skill has improved, adding 17 experience points. You've learned to identify the special ore, meteoric iron ore, adding 5 blacksmithing experience points. Wow! There's actually such a benefit? This made Ryan delighted. It seems I've mastered another shortcut to rapid advancement. This made Ryan eager for Boris to explain the next special ore. However, just as Ryan was staring at Boris with intense eyes, he heard him say, Let's go take a look at the melted metal ingots. This prompted Ryan to ask, Uncle Boris, you only explained one special ore, right? What about the others? The blacksmith, Boris, blushed slightly and said, You little brat, don't you think about it? How could a simple blacksmith shop like mine have so many special ores? This piece of star iron is my only treasure. This immediately disappointed Ryan. Just found a way to quickly increase blacksmithing experience, but he didn't expect Boris to have any other special ores. Ryan's face was filled with disappointment. Well, Ryan, if you want to learn how to identify other special ores, you have to go to the large blacksmith shop in the county town. Of course, the blacksmith shop in the manor castle must also have a lot of special ores in stock. Hey, Uncle Boris, I know there's a blacksmith shop in the manor, but why does it have so many special ores? Ryan asked curiously. Haha, much of the equipment for the castle guards and knights is forged in the manor blacksmith shop. Do you think there are any special ores there? Boris laughed. I see. Ryan suddenly realized that as the powerful class in this world, the nobles naturally collected all the good stuff. Especially special ores like this, which can effectively improve the equipment of their knights. Naturally, the more the better, and no one would have too much. So, the blacksmith shop in the manor was the first choice. After all, the county town was too far away, and he didn't have a horse, so the round trip would take a whole day. Perhaps after the servant training begins, I can ask Master Ball. Could he help me identify special ores? Even if I paid him a small fee, it wouldn't be significant compared to the increase in blacksmithing experience. In the evening, when Ryan left the smithy, his blacksmithing level had reached blacksmith level 1, 23 out of 100. The experience gained from ore identification was slightly higher than that from horseshoe forging, but only marginally so. This was all thanks to that special ore. Otherwise, ore identification wouldn't have contributed as much to blacksmithing experience as horseshoe forging. On the way home, Ryan stopped by a pie shop and bought a large pie for lunch. So, at the dinner table, Ryan couldn't avoid being nagged by his ever-thrifty mother. Ryan, next time you want pie, bring your own meat and dough. That way you save at least 3 pennies. Ryan secretly winked at the happily eating Mint, making her giggle. Anna also lowered her head, eating a small piece of pie, smiling softly without saying a word. Emma, seeing this, looked at her son again and shook her head helplessly. Lately, her son has become more and more resourceful. That evening, Ryan, his muscle soreness having greatly subsided, returned to his room and began practicing the giant bear breathing technique for a while. However, because the black tongue oil was stored with the head maid, Shadia, without the black tongue oil, although Ryan sweated profusely during his practice, the effectiveness of the giant bear breathing technique was greatly reduced. You've practiced the giant bear breathing technique, and your understanding of it has improved. Your giant bear breathing skill has been upgraded, and you gain 1 experience point. Giant bear breathing level 2, 37,300. Since his body hadn't fully recovered and he couldn't practice excessively, Ryan stopped short. Tomorrow is Saturday. So, I guess I have to wait until at least Sunday and Monday before I can resume my servant training, Ryan thought to himself. Looks like I need to return to Habsburg Manor tomorrow to get a bottle of black tongue oil from head maid Shadia. The next morning, Ryan went to Habsburg Manor to find head maid Shadia and discovered that the manor's defenses had significantly increased. Soon, Ryan found head maid Shadia. She remained stern and solemn, wearing the black maid uniform typical of a high-ranking servant. From her expression, it seemed the head maid hadn't gotten enough rest in the past few days and looked a little tired. When Shadia saw Ryan, a rare smile flashed across her poker face, but it faded the next moment. She asked, Ryan, are you here to get the black tongue oil? Yes, head maid Shadia, Ryan replied with a smile. Shadia nodded. I think you should come see me too. It's still uncertain when the boy servant training will resume, and Knight Lloyd is worried that the gnoll from last time might have a pack nearby. By the way, come with me. I've got the black tongue oil in my room. Yes. Ryan followed Shadia into the castle. They walked along the long stone corridor, turning left and right. Soon, he followed the head maid to the door of a room on the first floor. Just as Shadia opened the door, Ryan faintly heard a clanging sound from the other end of the corridor. He was all too familiar with the sound of hammers striking forging material. Chapter 47. Maid Shadia, is that the blacksmith shop over there? Ryan asked. Shadia paused opening the door, glanced down the hallway, nodded, and said, Yes, Ryan. Why are you interested in the blacksmith shop? Haha, I'm quite interested. By the way, is Master Ball over there too? Ryan scratched his head and smiled before continuing. Yes, several of the blacksmiths are here. Ball is the one responsible for forging daily supplies. Besides Ball, there's also Blacksmith Basil in the castle blacksmith shop, who specializes in weapon forging. There's also Blacksmith Snell, a disciple of Master Varenton from the county city, who also manages the blacksmith shop and specializes in forging armor. Seeing Ryan's interest, Shadia gave a slightly more detailed account of the castle blacksmith shop. Master's disciple expert in armor. Ryan's eyes lit up, as he keenly grasped the 2 key words. Could this blacksmith, Snell, be an armorer? Not yet, but he'd probably be soon. Once he passes the Blacksmiths Association's assessment by the end of the year, Snell should be promoted to armorer, Shadia said as she pushed open the door. This immediately gave Ryan a sense of hope. He had been searching for a blacksmith with advanced forging skills, and he had never imagined that one existed within the Habsburg estate. Also, it turned out that Ball was the blacksmith responsible for crafting daily supplies. No wonder he was in charge of the training of the servants. Here, Ryan, your black tongue oil. Shadia had already retrieved a bottle of black tongue oil from the room and handed it to Ryan. After Ryan took it, before he even opened the cork, he caught a whiff of a strange aroma, the familiar scent of black tongue oil. Thank you. Soon, Ryan carefully hid the small, round black bottle within his clothing. By the way, Maid Shadia, are you familiar with Blacksmith Snell of the blacksmith shop? If possible, could you introduce me to him? Ryan asked. Ryan was thinking, since Snell was the head of the blacksmith shop, it would be ideal to be able to connect with him. At the mention of Snell's name, Ryan keenly noticed a slight blush on the maid's face, but it quickly faded. The next moment, Shadia glared at him with displeasure and said, Ryan, a person's energy is limited. I hope you can focus on practicing the night's breathing technique and not let your mind wander and disappoint the young lady. Well, Ryan was speechless for a moment, unsure what to say. It was perfectly natural for Shadia to have such thoughts, because practicing night breathing techniques and swordsmanship would essentially occupy the vast majority of a person's time. Thus, anyone aspiring to reach the transcendent rank wouldn't waste too much energy on other pursuits. What Shadia didn't know, however, was that this only applied to ordinary people. But Ryan was different. He had a cheat. For Ryan, rapidly leveling up his secondary profession as a blacksmith was equivalent to rapidly upgrading his combat profession. This was the only way to quickly reach transcendent rank. But Ryan obviously couldn't explain this to Shadia. Glancing at the head maid's displeased expression again, Ryan knew his plan to ask Shadia for help with the contact was probably off the table. So, with a touch of regret, Ryan could only take the bottle of black tongue oil home. Since the aches and pains had subsided, Ryan immediately decided to return to Boris's blacksmith shop later. He planned to practice the giant bear breathing technique at home first. Uncorking the bottle, a unique fragrance filled the air. Ryan poured a small amount of the yellowish-brown black tongue oil into his palms. Following Miss Claire's instructions, he rubbed it to warm it and applied it to his knees and shoulders. Instantly, a burning warmth seeped into his skin from the application point. About half an hour later, Ryan, sweating profusely, suddenly received a system notification. Congratulations! Your constitution attribute has been improved. Huh? This time, it was only the constitution attribute that increased. However, this also increased Ryan's constitution from 6 to 7. Ryan remembered that the last time he practiced the giant bear breathing technique, both his constitution and strength had increased. After a moment's reflection, Ryan seemed to understand the reason. That's because my strength attribute is relatively high, a full 10 points, while my constitution attribute is relatively lacking, at only 6 points. Therefore, practicing the giant bear breathing technique has led to a particularly rapid improvement in my constitution. To Ryan's surprise, 3 days had passed since he retrieved a bottle of black tongue oil from the head maid, Shadia, on Saturday, and the servant training class still hadn't resumed. But Ryan didn't mind. During these 3 days, he generally spent his days at the blacksmith shop and his evenings practicing the giant bear breathing technique. Each day was packed. He had now reached the halfway point of his blacksmithing class, reaching blacksmithing level 1, 52 out of 100, and his giant bear breathing technique had also made significant progress, reaching level 2, 51 to 300. Ryan longed to practice giant bear swordsmanship at the same time, but unfortunately, there was no suitable place near his home. Besides, he didn't have a two-handed greatsword, only a standard night watch half-blade. On Tuesday morning, just as Ryan was about to continue to the blacksmith shop, a guard in chain mail came to the door and said, Ryan, the sheriff wants to see you. If it's convenient, please come with me to the town hall now. Lord Hamilton is waiting in his office. Okay. I'd be right there. Ryan agreed without hesitation. Hamilton had been seriously injured last time, and he wanted to see if he had recovered. After all, he was his superior. He had gone to the town hall 2 days ago, but the guards told him that Hamilton seemed to have returned to the county seat to recuperate and hadn't returned since. He wanted to see him today, so there must be something going on. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Hearing the familiar voice, Ryan opened the door and walked in. Hamilton was still dressed in his noble hunting suit, but his face was still a little pale. Ryan also seemed to smell some kind of healing potion. He was familiar with this smell. He often smelled it whenever he passed by Abel's pharmacy, the only store in town. "Ryan, sit down. Lord Hamilton, how is your last injury healing? I should have recovered by today, but the claws of that ferocious gnoll possessed a special energy, and it took considerable effort to treat the wound. I estimate I need to rest for about another week before I'm fully recovered." Hamilton waved his hand, signaling he was done with his injuries. He continued, "I called you here because there's an urgent matter I need your assistance with. Remember those murlocs I mentioned a while ago? Just yesterday, my guards reported again that the Felfin murlocs have expanded their range to within a few miles of Twilight Lake. We must curb their spread immediately, or else it will be very troublesome once they spawn in Twilight Lake." Chapter 48. So, I hope you can go with a team of Night's Watch today and eliminate these filthy, fish-smelling monsters. Or drive them back upstream. Next week, after I've recovered from my injuries, I personally lead a team to exterminate them all," Hamilton said solemnly. Shimmering Lake is the water source for the entire Gold Hire town. If it were to be contaminated by the murlocs, as the sheriff, he would bear unshirkable responsibility. Ryan, upon hearing this, quickly pondered. It wasn't impossible to take on the mission of exterminating the murlocs, especially since his Night's Watch class level was about to increase. A chance for actual combat would be ideal. However, he didn't know much about the murloc situation and strength, so it would be best to inquire first. "Lord Hamilton, what about the strength of these murlocs?" "Don't worry. Scouts reports indicate that this time, it's just a small tribe of murlocs approaching Twilight Lake, not a large one." Hamilton crossed his index fingers on his chin and continued, "Most murlocs are generally inferior to the militia in combat effectiveness. It's just that their numbers are too large, and they reproduce too quickly. Like weeds, they grow wildly every year, so no matter how hard we try, they can't be completely eradicated. Also, when they encounter an enemy they can't defeat, they quickly dive underwater and hide. So, Ryan, if I were you, I'd find a way to lure the murlocs out, away from the shore, and then strike with a powerful blow." The injured Hamilton recounted his battle experience with the murlocs in detail. "Okay, Lord Hamilton, but I don't have a suitable weapon at the moment. Could you lend me a two-handed greatsword?" Ryan thought for a moment, and nodded in agreement. Since Hamilton had made it clear that the murlocs were few in number and weak, and since he wasn't going alone, but with the Night's Watch, finding such a suitable combatant was incredibly difficult, there was no reason for him to refuse. This opportunity would allow him to not only gain valuable combat experience, but also advance his Night's Watch rank. Also, allowing the murlocs to multiply would directly impact the water supply in Gold Hire. Defeating them would also protect himself and his family. "Ha ha ha, a two-handed greatsword? Of course, follow me." Hamilton laughed heartily, giving Ryan a playful look. This left Ryan perplexed for a moment. When Ryan followed Hamilton to a small cubicle behind his office, he saw a rack filled with various short swords, knight's long swords, half-handed swords, and two-handed greatswords, and he was filled with envy. However, there was only one two-handed greatsword. By this time, Hamilton had already helped him remove the two-handed sword from its rack. "Thank you." Ryan took it, glancing thoughtfully at Hamilton. So the sheriff seemed to have guessed that he was learning the Great Bear sword technique. No wonder he'd given him that strange look. It was likely that he'd noticed it the last time he'd killed the ferocious gnoll. After all, the characteristics of the Great Bear sword technique were quite distinct. Ryan weighed the two-handed sword Hamilton had handed him, and found it weighed about 40 pounds, just the right weight for him. The blade is approximately 1.4 meters long, with a concave blood groove in the center, a cross guard, and a small weighted ball at the end of the hilt. This ball bears the emblem of the Night's Watch, a figure holding a long sword, a torch, and a bow. The whitish forging pattern on the blade indicates that this is a rare fine steel two-handed greatsword. You should know that a high-quality fine steel knight's longsword costs over a dozen imperial gold coins, and a two-handed greatsword is naturally even more expensive. I'm talking about fine quality here, referring to knightly longswords capable of high-intensity combat, not the ordinary iron swords that militiamen possess. Those iron swords are more than 10 times cheaper, available for just a few silver coins, and can be forged in nearly every small town's blacksmith shop. However, the craftsmanship required for a high-quality two-handed greatsword is not only more demanding than that of a longsword of the same caliber, but the quality of the steel used in the blade is also crucial. Only high-quality steel and a skilled blacksmith can truly create a truly excellent two-handed greatsword. It's been ages since anyone in the Night's Watch wields a two-handed greatsword like you. This one is one of my personal treasures, Ryan. Do you like it? Of course I do. In reality, Ryan was thinking, it's more than just a love. A good weapon is half a warrior's life. I simply can't let it go. Ryan, if you can help me eliminate the Murlocs this time, I give you this fine steel greatsword. It's also a reward for helping me kill that ferocious gnoll last time. Hamilton said generously. Ryan wanted to refuse, but he simply couldn't let go of the greatsword. The greatsword was made of fine materials, meticulously forged, and its weight was perfectly suited to Ryan's current strength level. He couldn't find any reason to refuse. Thank you, sir, for the gift. When the two men returned to their office and sat down, Hamilton suddenly remembered something. He pulled out several documents and handed them to Ryan, saying, "One is your official document for joining the Night's Watch. I need your signature. The other is a record of your meritorious service in killing the violent gnoll. You also need to sign it and submit it to the archives. This will serve as the basis for your merit points, and will also qualify you for future promotions." Ryan took it and read it carefully. The first document was fine, it was standard, and he could simply sign it. The second document detailed Ryan's involvement in killing the violent gnoll, and the role he played in it. It was very detailed. Furthermore, the document already bore the signatures of Hamilton and two other Night's Watch captains, presumably to prevent falsification and facilitate verification. So Ryan readily signed it. Hamilton smiled and nodded, saying, "Very good, Ryan. Once your documents are officially approved, you will be a member of the Imperial Night's Watch. It would be my honor, Lord Hamilton. By the way, Lord Hamilton, besides being used for promotion, are there any other uses for these merit points? Can they be exchanged for training items, such as ferocious beast meat?" Haha, of course. Merit points can be exchanged for a wide range of things. You can take a closer look after your merit points are counted this time. But Ryan, do you intend to use the merit points you earn from this review to exchange for beast meat? I don't recommend that. Hamilton shook his head, then smiled mysteriously. Chapter 49. When Ryan heard he could exchange for ferocious beast meat like violent bear meat, he was initially delighted. However, after hearing Hamilton's second half of the sentence, he was taken aback and immediately looked at him with a puzzled expression. Hamilton didn't hold back, stating directly, "Although ferocious beast meat is rare, if the quantity you need isn't too large, you can buy it in the county town with gold. Many monster hunters specialize in this business. And if you don't mind spending a little more gold, you can always buy fresh, high-quality ferocious beast meat at the county town's auction house. So, regarding your merit points, my advice is to spend them on more valuable things. For example, on secret potions to boost your strength, or by accumulating merit points to redeem them for the advanced potions necessary for your promotion to full knight. If you try to buy high-quality advanced potions from the auction house, they're not only prohibitively expensive, but also incredibly hard to come by. Your teacher should have told you this. Different night breathing techniques require specific advanced potions for successful promotion. The better the quality of the potion, the better the promotion." Hamilton spoke eloquently, but Ryan listened intently, barely missing a word. Before leaving, Claire hadn't mentioned anything to him about becoming a full knight. Come to think of it, after all, I'm starting from scratch. Claire knew there was no way I'd reach the next level within a year. Ryan keenly grasped several key points in Hamilton's words, such as the fact that gold coins could be used to purchase beast meat and advanced potions. The better the quality, the better the effect. At the same time, Ryan recalled the last time Claire discussed advanced potions. Claire had mentioned them to him once, then avoided the topic altogether, simply saying that he should focus on building a solid foundation first. Perhaps she's worried that knowing too much might be detrimental. After all, practicing combat skills requires single-minded focus to achieve optimal results. However, it will take some time before the merit points are finalized. I have plenty of time to consider the redemption. Ryan nodded and said, "Thank you, Lord Hamilton, for your reminder. I seriously consider it." "Okay. Then you should leave as soon as possible. Willen and the others should be waiting for you at the door." "Yes, sir." Although Ryan was a little surprised to be leaving so soon, he had a hunch beforehand that Hamilton might want to see him about something, so it wasn't particularly surprising. When he reached the entrance to the administrative office, Ryan noticed that the elite Night's Watchmen accompanying him were each equipped with a nag. Although it looked far less agile than the warhorses in the manor stables, it was still a horse, more than adequate for transportation. Viren, the Night's Watch captain, had already prepared a steed for Ryan. "Ryan, we set out on horseback now for Twilight Lake. We reach our destination in about 2 hours, and after a few more hours completing our mission, we be back in Gold Hire before dark. As for the rest, we discuss it on the way." Byron briefly outlined the arrangements. Ryan nodded immediately. No wonder Velan and his men had prepared a steed. The distance from Gold Hire to Shimmering Lake was even farther than the county town. If they walked, it would probably take half a day. In that case, they might not even complete the mission after dark. The forest at night was a place no knight would want to stay. For the night's watch, the best option was to complete the mission as quickly as possible and return to Gold Hire to rest. Okay, Captain Velan, let's set off now. Before leaving, Ryan sent a message home. The awkward part was that Ryan had never learned to ride, so once he got on, he was shaky and unsteady. It took a while to get used to it before he felt better. Haha, Ryan, riding is a must-have skill after joining the Night's Watch. You should hurry up and learn it, Velan said with a smile, patting Ryan on the shoulder. South of Gold Hire, John Moyle of John Stables, besides selling horses, also specializes in riding lessons. The tuition seems to be 2 gold coins. Ryan, you can go and learn some riding lessons sometime. With a horse, many long-distance missions will be much easier. John Stables? Ryan pondered. At the same time, he remembered that when he first learned the giant bear breathing technique, the requirements for his job advancement to Night Squire included mastering riding skills. But Ryan was unsure. He had already transitioned from militia to Night Watchman, so could he still transition to Night Squire? After a brief thought, Ryan decided he should find time to go to John Stables to learn riding. After all, many skills are always a plus. 2 hours later. With his two-handed sword slung over his shoulder, Ryan stood on a slope with a group of night watchmen, gazing at the shimmering lake not far from them. The morning mist had not yet completely dissipated, and the sunlight shimmered across the lake, casting a thin golden glow. Surrounded by the dark green forest, such a beautiful scene, Ryan could not help but be mesmerized. Ryan muttered to himself, "This should be called Golden Lake. Why is it called Shimmering Lake? Beautiful, isn't it?" Viren, standing beside him, glanced at Ryan's entranced expression and couldn't help but smile. "More than beautiful," Ryan said confidently. "Then you haven't been to Shimmering Lake on a summer night, have you? As for why it's called Shimmering Lake, it's because on summer nights, swarms of fireflies dance across the lake, and Shimmering Lake is at its most beautiful then," Viren explained. "Summer night? Then I must come and see it next time." Ryan couldn't help but feel a tinge of longing. "Hey! Are those murlocs?" Ryan, admiring the beautiful scenery, keenly noticed something and immediately pointed toward the far end of Shimmering Lake. Wyland and the other elite night watchmen immediately followed Ryan's direction. In the gradually dissipating mist, several monsters, about 1.5 meters tall with fish heads and human bodies, could be seen wandering around the lakeshore. They seemed surprised to have discovered a new habitat, or perhaps simply searching for food. They really are murlocs. Didn't we say we need to go a little further upstream along Shimmering Lake? Have these murlocs spread to the Shimmering Lake area so quickly? Luckily, we arrived just in time this time. Seeing the scene before them, the night watchman and Willen's squad couldn't help but discuss the situation. Although this mission required driving away or destroying the murlocs, Ryan knew that the priority was to eliminate them. That way, Hamilton wouldn't have to come back again after he recovered from his injury. "Captain Willen, how do we eliminate these murlocs?" While Ryan was the strongest in terms of combat prowess, the Night's Watch were more experienced in other areas, especially Captain Willen, who was far superior to the rookie Ryan. So, Ryan didn't intend to offer any tactical suggestions. Willen clearly had a plan. He smiled and said, "We can just shoot these guys with bows and arrows. Once we find the Murloc camp, I plan to have Mateo lure them out." Ren turned to see the Night's Watchman named Mateo. He was only slightly taller than Ryan, shorter than most of the Night's Watchmen, and looked rather thin, but he was energetic, his eyes gleaming with a cleverness. Chapter 50. Ryan vaguely understood Viren's plan. Murlocs are known for their predilection for the weak and fear for the strong. Seeing a strong human, even a few would hesitate to attack. However, upon seeing a frail woman or child, they would immediately howl and brandish their weapons, ready to hunt. So Viren planned to use the skinny Mateo as bait, luring the Murlocs from the tribe out, then surrounding and killing them. Ryan nodded. It was a sound plan, allowing for immediate evacuation if anything went wrong. Couldn't they just attack the Murloc tribe directly? Not that they couldn't, but it would be pointless. When faced with an unstoppable enemy or danger, the Murlocs would immediately dive into the water, either waiting for an opportunity to gather more Murlocs and launch a counterattack, or simply remain hidden, waiting for the powerful enemy to retreat. Therefore, if they can't eliminate a large number of the Murlocs at once, given their incredibly high reproductive capacity, these waters will soon be overrun with them again. Let's go, let's take care of these Murlocs first. Velan, pleased with Ryan's humility, turned and spoke to the other Night's Watchman before slowly creeping towards the Murlocs. But after taking a few steps, Velan turned to Ryan and said, well, Ryan, you can rest for a while. We can take care of these Murlocs with bows and arrows. After saying this, Velan removed the bow and arrows from his back and gestured. This startled Ryan. He glanced at the other Night's Watchman, instantly understanding what was going on. He scratched his head, smiled, and said, all right, Captain Velan, I hold the fort. This time, he had only brought his sheepskin-wrapped two-handed sword with him. He hadn't brought a bow or arrows at all. It wasn't that Ryan was being lazy, because his level 2 basic archery skills were truly lacking. Velan knew this, so he didn't remind Ryan before setting out. Of course, the main reason was that Ryan wasn't considering investing precious skill points in basic archery in the short term. So, Ryan stayed behind, watching as 10 elite Night's Watchmen slowly advanced in a semi-encirclement formation. Once they were within range, they drew their bows and took aim. Swish, swish, swish. A hail of arrows whistled past. The 4 Murlocs fell to the ground. Ryan's eyes lit up. He finally understood why Hamilton had sent the Night's Watch instead of the sheriffs and guards from Gold Hire. Because of their archery skills. The Night's Watchmen's archery skills were generally superior to those of theirs. It was perfectly suited to dealing with the Murlocs. Ryan stepped forward, carefully examining the humanoid creatures, which Captain Velan considered to be rather unintelligent. These merfolk were about 1.5 meters long, covered in dense, sleek scales, which appeared to offer considerable defensive capabilities. Their heads bore a pair of protruding, watery eyes, and a mouth studded with sharp teeth, emitting a pungent stench. Their hands and feet were webbed, and they wielded a variety of weapons, primarily low-quality harpoons, broadswords, and short spears. None wielded shortbows. Their equipment was rudimentary. Ryan even poked them with the hilt of his sword. Sure enough, the scales on their bodies offered a level of protection similar to a single layer of leather armor. Of course, if he had struck with his fine steel sword, the scales would have made no difference. Ryan, this is the mark of the evil Fin Murlocs. Look! Captain Velan turned a dead Murloc over, revealing a long dorsal fin running through the center of its back, occasionally dotted with long spikes. The entire dorsal fin was a dark gray. Different Murloc features represent different species, sometimes with vastly different strengths. For example, along the coastline beyond Fishing Harbor Town, there live the Black-Ill Murlocs, who are considerably stronger than the Evil Fin Murlocs. Furthermore, even within the same species, the strength of each tribe can vary greatly. Ryan listened attentively, nodding occasionally. He could clearly tell that Captain Velan was imparting experience. Let's go! We follow the Murlocs' tracks. We should soon find their base. Along a small river upstream of Twilight Lake, Ryan and his group followed the web-like footprints left by the Murlocs, searching upwards. Soon, they found the tracks becoming increasingly dense. Ahead, along the riverbank, more than a dozen newly constructed stilt houses made of branches and thatch appeared. Within the encampment, a number of small, indistinct figures could be seen. This was clearly the headquarters of the Evil Fin Murlocs. Gazing at the small tribe of Evil Fin Murlocs, numbering no fewer than 100, Veran frowned and said, these Evil Fin Murlocs have migrated their entire tribe here. That's quite a large number. I'm afraid we have a hard time dealing with them. This is quite different from what the reconnaissance report said. Captain Veran, what did the reconnaissance report say? Aren't there that many? Ryan asked curiously. Veran shook his head. The reconnaissance report said there were small groups of Evil Fin Murlocs upstream of Twilight Lake, usually numbering 30 to 50. But this group before us is far too numerous. It seems there are at least 100. Let's give up for now. It would be safest to have Lord Hamilton take action after his injuries have healed, Willen said with a frown after a moment's thought. Ryan checked the display below, showing Night Watchman class level 1, 87 out of 100, and Giant Bear Sword skill level 2, 269/300. They were both about to level up, and it was clear that Ryan was a little reluctant to just go back like that. So, Ryan asked again, Captain Willen, although there are a lot of them, the individual Murlocs aren't very strong. Will killing them be difficult? Well, we're not just trying to eliminate some of them. We need to wipe them out as completely as possible. With so many of them, even if we kill them one by one, it'd take quite some time. Willen frowned and spoke. According to the original plan, you were supposed to cut off their retreat. I'm afraid the pressure on you, Ryan, would be immense. So he was worried he couldn't handle it. After hearing Willen's explanation, Ryan's frown relaxed. Ryan had a different perspective on this matter. First, these evil-finned murlocs lacked long-range weapons, like bows and arrows, and his own practice of the giant bear sword technique made him particularly adept at handling such group battles. Furthermore, his strength had further improved since his battle with the gnolls. The 2 points of increased mental power allowed Ryan to grasp more details during the battle, making him less vulnerable to injury. So, Ryan smiled and said, "Captain Willen, I have confidence in myself. Let's give it a try. It shouldn't be a problem." Willen was stunned when he heard that Ryan had volunteered. But he looked at Ryan's eyes, which were serious, not joking. Furthermore, as the interceptor under the most pressure throughout the battle, Ryan had already offered to give it a try. If he said he would give up, it would be a huge blow to his morale. After a moment's deliberation, Viren patted Ryan's shoulder firmly, and said in a deep voice, "All right. Since you're confident, Ryan, let's give it a try. However, if we're defeated, remember to retreat immediately. Come on, everyone, lay a trap here. If it doesn't go right, we retreat." "Okay, boss." At Viren's command, the elite knights watch immediately set to work. In a short while, they had set up several spikes, barrier ropes, and other traps, marking each one to prevent them from being accidentally triggered. Chapter 51. After everything was ready, Mateo advanced alone, disguised as a human hunter who had strayed into the vicinity of the Murloc camp. As Mateo retreated, firing and successfully killing 3 harpoon-wielding Murloc warriors, the entire Murloc camp erupted like a hornet's nest. After a sudden clamor of gurgle, 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 a phrase likely a mistranslation, 20 or 30 Murloc warriors, armed with various harpoons, knives, and sticks, suddenly emerged and charged aggressively at Mateo. Murlocs are typical bullies, and seeing only one human on their side, they were bound to charge. Mateo immediately feigned defeat, and quickly retreated toward the long-laid ambush. Soon, this large group of Murloc warriors passed through a narrow valley pass and charged directly into the Night Watch's encirclement. Swish, swish, swish. The other elite Night's Watch, prepared for the situation, stood high above, bows drawn and arrows drawn, unleashing their volleys at top speed into the densely packed Murloc warriors. As expected, the watery-eyed Murloc warriors, frightened by the sudden appearance of nearly 10 human archers, turned and fled. Though they scattered in terror now, once they returned to camp, they would quickly summon more Murloc warriors for revenge. Viren and Ryan had already agreed to a nibbling tactic, gradually eliminating the Murlocs. There was no way they would let these Murloc warriors go back. A figure swiftly attacked the Murlocs from behind, firmly blocking the valley's mouth. A long two-handed sword, like a silver blade, flew up and down, each graceful arc of light unleashing a bloody hail. Scattered Murloc limbs, weapon fragments, and pale blue blood flew into the air. Murloc, Wallul. Attacked from both sides, the Murloc warriors panicked, scattering like headless flies. But they found themselves helplessly attacked by a dense hail of arrows in front and brutal swords behind. After several futile counterattacks, only a few Murlocs remained trembling in fear within the encirclement. With a few cracks of bows, these few were annihilated. Looking at the sea of Murloc corpses, Vilen stepped forward, patted the heavily breathing Ryan, and said, "Well done, Ryan. I finally understand why Lord Hamilton values you so highly. Your strength seems to have improved even more than last time." Velen and the other elite Night's Watch were astonished to find that Ryan had remained unscathed in the fierce battle. That was because his far superior mental strength of 11 points, combined with his danger sensibility, had allowed Ryan to avoid many attacks that would otherwise have befallen him. The sharpness of this ability, danger sense, is directly correlated with Ryan's mental strength. The stronger his mental strength, the sharper his perception. "Captain Vilen, you're so kind. This is a testament to our excellent teamwork." "Look, most of the Murlocs were killed by arrows," Ryan said, smiling, pointing to the Murloc corpses. Velen's smile widened at Ryan's modesty. "Who doesn't like subordinates, who are both capable and articulate? You all should rest for a while before clearing the next wave. I'd be on guard." Vilen gestured for everyone else to take a break. "Okay." Ryan took this opportunity to focus his attention on the dashboard. The system just displayed the following: your skill, Giant Bear Swordsmanship, has been upgraded, adding 132 experience points. You have participated in a battle, adding 67 experience points to your Night Watcher class. You have successfully advanced to the next level of your Night Watcher class, currently reaching Night Watcher level 2, 54/300. Name, Ryan Kalin. Occupation, Blacksmith level 1, 52/100, Night Watchman level 2, 54/300, Constitution, 7. Strength, 10. Agility, 9. Spirit, 11. Remaining attribute points, 2. Remaining skill points, 1. In addition, his giant bear swordsmanship had reached level 3, 101/500. Having just fought the Murlocs, Ryan had used the giant bear swordsmanship's group attack skill the most, Whirlwind Slash. Thus, after upgrading his giant bear swordsmanship, the fragmented sword training fragments that came to Ryan's mind were mostly related to Whirlwind Slash. These training memories were quickly absorbed by Ryan, and quickly embedded in his muscle memory. So, when Ryan grasped the fine steel greatsword again, it felt a little different. The greatsword in his hand seemed more familiar, more comfortable to hold. After a brief moment's thought, Ryan added one skill point directly to the core skill, Blacksmith Strength. Blacksmith Strength, newly activated at level 2, had once again demonstrated its immense power. In a burst of approximately 40 seconds, Ryan almost single-handedly held off and defeated a large group of Murloc warriors. With this investment of one skill point, the icon resembling Popeye with flexed biceps suddenly lit up. The small text below the icon also changed, reading, Core Skill, Blacksmith Strength Level 3, Active, Blacksmith Strength Level 3, Active, Effect. After activating this skill, your strength will be significantly increased. Note, this skill's effect is proportional to the host's own strength, and its duration is proportional to the host's constitution and mental strength. Ryan looked carefully. In addition to the level 2 upgrade to level 3, the description of Blacksmith Strength had also changed from minor to major. Obviously, the level 3 Blacksmith Strength would further increase his strength bonus. While the exact increase wasn't known, it was definitely about 40% higher than before. Judging from the previous increase, it was likely 60%. Shoo! If the increase was truly 60%, that would be 10, plus 6, a full 16 points of strength. I'm afraid that's not much different from a full-fledged knight. A thought suddenly popped into Ryan's head. Could it be that I'm going down the path of strength for miracles? After adding skill points, he looked at the panel, which now had 2 attribute points. Ryan thought for a moment, and quickly added 1 to Constitution, keeping the last point in reserve as a backup. Ryan clearly remembered that his duration this time was nearly 10 seconds longer than his last fight with the ferocious Knoll, likely due to the increased Constitution. As the Blacksmith Strength ability grew stronger, Ryan naturally wanted to increase its stamina. After all, strength alone without endurance won't cut it. A man needs endurance. And the special effect of adding points, full stamina restoration, instantly perked up the exhausted Ryan. Ryan immediately grasped the hilt of his great sword, eager to give it a try. However, before Ryan could say anything, the Murlocs in the opposite camp seemed to be getting agitated. After all, the Evilfin Murlocs weren't stupid. Seeing that none of the previous group of Murloc warriors had returned, they knew something might be amiss. At that moment, everyone saw a Murloc warrior, towering over the others, wielding a gleaming harpoon, emerge from the camp. Behind him seemed to be gathered all the remaining Murloc warriors in the camp. With a single swing of the harpoon, a vast swarm of Murloc warriors rushed towards them. Chapter 52. Everyone, except Ryan and Mateo, returned to their original positions. Velan waved his hand, and the elite Knights' watch immediately stopped resting. Each one, bows drawn, continued to lurk in the brush surrounding the encirclement. The diminutive Mateo was once again sent to lure the enemy, while Ryan hid alone on the outer edge of the valley, not far from the pass. Swoosh! As Mateo ran and fired, the group of Murloc warriors, like a familiar force, screamed and brandished their weapons as they charged towards the encirclement. Just when everyone expected the enemy to rush into the encirclement like last time, the tall harpoon warrior suddenly let out a loud wow. The group of Murloc warriors actually began to slow down, barely stopping at the valley's pass. This immediately caused Velan's expression to change drastically, and he thought to himself, not good. Because the Night's Watch were far outnumbered by the Murlocs, even if they could defeat them head-on, nearly half would flee, defeating their intended purpose. Furthermore, a head-on battle would inevitably result in numerous casualties on the Night's Watch side. This was something Velan, as captain, did not want to see. The tall harpooner warrior approached from behind the Murlocs, and seeing the pile of Murloc corpses scattered across the valley, he roared in anger again. Mateo became even more anxious. Not only did he stop retreating, but he advanced toward the pass and fired several more arrows at the gathered Murlocs. But aside from the first arrow, which killed a Murloc, the other 2 were deflected by the towering harpooner's gleaming harpoon. Mateo wanted to continue shooting, but discovered that he had used up all the dozens of arrows in his quiver. Now, Mateo has also gone rogue. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Ryan, lurking outside the valley, also sensed something was amiss. Through the brush, he could clearly see 20 or 30 murlocs gathered at the pass, refusing to enter the encirclement within the valley. This was clearly inconsistent with Captain Willen's plan to lure the enemy in. Ryan could faintly hear Mateo's angry curses and taunts from within the valley. Is this the murlocs getting smart? They realized it's a trap. It's possible. After all, there are murloc corpses everywhere, and the people inside didn't have time to deal with them before the second wave arrived. In that case, Ryan had a bold idea. Since you don't want to go in, then I force you in. The next second, Ryan swung his two-handed sword, and the soft sheepskin used for wrapping was instantly flung aside. With a powerful push of his toes, the ground suddenly gave way. Like a tiger descending a mountain, he charged straight into the murlocs from behind. At this moment, Captain Willen, lying in ambush in the valley's bushes, had beads of sweat on his forehead. What should we do? Charge straight out? No! That will inevitably lead to a chaotic fight. We're too few in number, so even if we win, it'd be a Pyrrhic victory. But if we don't charge out, once the enemy blocks the pass, we'd be even more vulnerable. No matter, we have to charge. Just as Willen was about to rise, he suddenly noticed a commotion among the murlocs at the pass. This made him look intently. He saw a bright silver light suddenly appear behind the murlocs, flickering left and right, as if driving the murlocs into the pass. Is this Ryan? Willen blurted out, as a flash of light suddenly flashed through his mind. That light was Ryan, who had activated Blacksmith Strength Level 3. With 10 plus 6 strength, Ryan was like a wild horse unbridled, trampling the throng of murloc warriors with abandon. Even more terrifying was the fact that Ryan's fine steel greatsword, fueled by 16 strength, swung like a high-speed sewing machine. With a flash of light, severed limbs flew through the air. Murloc, walala. The tall harpoon warrior, naturally aware of Ryan's devastating attack behind him, roared angrily, brandishing his harpoon and charging at him. Good job. At the sight of the towering harpoon warrior charging towards him, Ryan felt no fear at all. Instead, he felt a subtle urge to give it a try. Leap slash. Ryan kicked off with his feet, the earth exploding as he leaped high into the air, slashing down at the charging harpoon warrior from top to bottom. After this strike, Ryan felt a surge of exhilaration throughout his body. Crack! The towering murloc warrior, holding his fork high and resisting with all his might, froze instantly. At this point, the fork in his hand had been severed in two by Ryan's blow. Even more devastating, a streak of blood appeared on his forehead, piercing through his chest and abdomen to his lower body. Hiss! The next second, pale blue blood gushed out from the streak like a fan-shaped fountain. The towering murloc warrior instantly split in two, his eyes bulging, his mouth opening and closing as if he were about to say something. Seeing their leader unable to withstand even a single blow terrified the remaining murloc warriors. The remaining murloc warriors, their remaining fighting spirit extinguished, involuntarily retreated to the narrow pass. Although they knew something was probably amiss inside, remaining outside meant death. Between possible death and certain death, no one would be foolish enough to choose certain death. The same wait for the murlocs. Excellent! Ryan, you did a great job. At this moment, the elite Night's Watch soldiers ambushed in the bushes had already risen to their feet, completely ignoring the less than 10 defeated soldiers who had rushed into the trap. The battle that had just lasted less than half a minute had filled them with such passion. The ensuing battle was a foregone conclusion. After a few volleys of arrows, the entire valley was littered with the sickening, stinking remains of murloc corpses. Ha, Ryan, well done. Viren strode towards Ryan and gave him a big hug, still savoring the blow. After Ryan unleashed that exhilarating leap slash, the murloc warriors no longer dared to stand before him, all scrambling for their lives towards the pass and the valley. So, Ryan paused, carefully reflecting on that leap slash. This, Ryan felt, was his best leap slash since learning the giant bear sword. Sure enough, the system prompt confirmed it. Your giant bear sword skill has been upgraded, adding 248 experience points. You fought a battle, adding 83 experience points to your Nightwatch class. The giant bear sword progress bar jumped significantly, from level 3, 101/500, to level 3, 349/500, surpassing the halfway mark. In addition, the Nightwatch class level also increased significantly, reaching level 2, 137/300. What a bountiful harvest! Chapter 53. The annihilation of two successive waves of murloc warriors meant the backbone of this small tribe of evil-finned murlocs had been broken. After a brief rest, Captain Willen began commanding the final battle. But this time, no matter how much Mateo tried to lure them in, the remaining Evilfin Murlocs refused to leave the camp and pursue him. Instead, they showed a vague fear of the lone Mateo. What should we do? Just charge. The remaining Murlocs seem old, weak, and sick. We can't charge directly. We have to infiltrate the Murloc camp from the riverbank. Okay. Then we quickly infiltrate and drive them from the shallows into the forest. Yes. And then we kill them one by one. Ryan's recent battle had completely boosted the morale of the Night's Watch. The others chatted back and forth, finalizing the general plan, without Captain Velan getting a word in. However, Viren wasn't the least bit concerned. Instead, he smiled and nodded repeatedly. It had been a long time since he'd seen such an enthusiastic team. As captain, Viren found it hard to believe that all this was caused by a young man with fuzz on his lips. Such prowess at such a young age was truly remarkable. After formulating their plan, the elite Night's Watch, under Viren's command, quickly sprang into action. Ryan led the charge, his two-handed sword wielding with a continuous piercing sound, as the group swiftly cut straight down the riverbank. Like a sharp knife, they sliced along the riverbank, separating the Murloc camp from the river. Following closely behind Ryan were 10 Night's Watchmen armed with bows and arrows. They followed behind Ryan, constantly drawing their bows and firing arrows, driving the Murlocs deeper into the forest. Most of the Murlocs still remaining in the camp were old, weak, and sick. From the moment Ryan and his men appeared, the entire camp was thrown into chaos. Few had the courage to resist, and most fled in panic. If the Murlocs paused for even a moment, they would likely be slain by the Night Watch's sharp arrows. Thus, this battle met no serious resistance at all. The remaining Murlocs were utterly routed. After the panic subsided, the Murlocs who had fled to the forest realized this was also a dead end. Not to mention anything else, the ferocious beasts lurking in Nightsong Forest would devour them as food. So, these scattered Murlocs had no choice but to flee from the forest back toward the river, where they were met by another hail of arrows. The elite Night Watchmen slew these returning Murlocs one by one. In the end, only a handful of Murlocs managed to escape into the river. At this point, this small tribe of Felfin Murlocs was completely destroyed. Even if a few Murlocs escaped, it wouldn't be a serious concern. Without their tribe and gathering place to rely on, the remaining solitary Murlocs would likely quickly become prey to other beasts. In the dense, lush Nightsong Forest, the roles of hunter and prey change far more quickly than one might imagine. Your skill, Giant Bear Swordsmanship, has been upgraded, adding 49 experience points. You participated in a battle, adding 15 Night's Watch class experience points. Because the intensity of this battle was low, barely a whisper of autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, Ryan's experience points were significantly reduced. Of course, this was to be expected. While Ryan was checking the system prompts, the Night's Watch didn't stop to rest. Instead, they lowered their heads and began to quickly sweep up the spoils. Although the weapons of these Murlocs were crudely made, they could sometimes find valuable items. Once, someone killed a Murloc and discovered that the Murloc was carrying a fist-sized piece of mithril ore, instantly making a fortune. So, after completely annihilating the Murlocs, the Night's Watch began searching for spoils. Ryan, don't just stand there. You come too. Captain Velan waved at Ryan with a smile. To be honest, it wasn't that Ryan disdained the Murloc's inferior weaponry. Ryan felt that this was his first time participating in a Night's Watch battle, and being moderate in his pursuit of spoils would be beneficial for his integration into the team. Seeing Ryan's expression, Willen immediately guessed something and laughed heartily. Haha, Ryan, do you think everyone gets all the spoils they pick up? That's a mess. Ryan raised a brow. Could there be some other rules? Captain Willen, isn't that right? Of course not. The distribution of spoils must follow the rules. Otherwise, if someone gets injured and can't collect the spoils, wouldn't that be a huge loss? The fair distribution of spoils is a tradition of the Night's Watch. After a long period of practice, this tradition has been gradually refined and formulated into specific regulations. Willen briefly explained to Ryan the rules for distributing spoils. Ryan nodded repeatedly as he listened. He hadn't expected there to be such elaborate rules just for the distribution of spoils. For example, the Night's Watch's rules for distributing spoils stipulated that 30% be turned over to the Empire, while the remaining 70% be distributed among individuals. Of this remaining 70%, there were detailed provisions for rewards for outstanding performance, the proportion of spoils distributed according to different divisions of labor, the post-battle valuation of enemy weapons and equipment, and even the amount of compensation a Night's Watch member should receive for a broken arm. But no matter how it was calculated, Ryan had played a significant role in this battle, and he was almost entitled to a direct share of half of the 70% total spoils. After all this time, nearly half of the spoils everyone was searching for were his. This immediately made Ryan, who had come to his senses, feel a little embarrassed, so he quickened his pace and began searching the Murloc camp. The bodies in the valley had already been largely searched, so now the focus was on the Murloc camp. Ryan slipped into a stilt house and found only a few pottery jars and dried fish inside. The entire house was filled with a strong fishy odor. This made him frown. Perhaps this fishy smell was a rare fragrance for the merfolk, but for humans, it was still a bit unbearable. Ryan casually searched around but found nothing. So, he quickly left and moved on to the next stilt house. This one seems much larger. Ryan noticed the difference the moment he entered. Since stilt houses are generally conical in shape, their larger size wasn't immediately apparent from the outside. But once inside, the difference was immediately apparent. This stilt house also had a lot more furnishings. In a corner, there was even a battered wooden box. Ryan's eyes lit up immediately. He walked over and used his great sword to pry open the wooden box. Inside, he saw a glittering mass of gold and silver coins, a piece of green agate, 3 or 4 pieces of magnetite, and a nugget of gold. Ryan was overjoyed and reached up to pick up the nugget of gold. But once he grasped it, he felt something was wrong with the weight. It was clearly too light. A closer look revealed it was merely a piece of high-quality chalcopyrite. This immediately disappointed Ryan. Because the wooden box was beginning to decay and was too heavy to carry, Ryan collected the gold and silver coins one by one and placed the green agate and other items into a large cloth bag. Huh? What's this? Ryan suddenly realized that within the half-empty box, beneath several larger pieces of magnetite, there was a fist-sized piece of a strange or emitting a faint, hazy glow. Chapter 54. This strange glow immediately captured Ryan's attention. Ryan immediately picked up the ore and, upon handling it, felt a distinct heaviness. Shoo! With such a high density, it's probably heavier than star iron. After learning ore identification from the blacksmith Boris last time, Ryan was no longer completely ignorant of ore. Ryan first squeezed it firmly, then used his great sword to gently chop it a few times. The strange ore remained intact, further strengthening Ryan's judgment. Judging solely by its hardness and weight, this piece of ore must be some special ore. Furthermore, according to Ryan's initial assessment, its value was likely no less than Boris's piece of star iron. After some thought, Ryan decided not to keep the ore for himself. No matter how valuable this ore was, given his contribution, if he didn't want anything else, he'd likely get this ore in the spoils. So, Ryan dumped the contents of the wooden box into a large cloth bag. Then, carrying the heavy bag, he approached Captain Willen. So much? Willen's eyes widened as he looked at Ryan with surprise after seeing the contents. Ryan, you're truly our team's lucky star. Seeing Ryan's bounty in such a short time, Willen was at a loss for words, and could only shake his head in admiration for his good fortune. Captain Willen, after the valuation is completed and the spoils are divided, I want this ore. Ryan pulled a hazy, softly glowing stone from the bag and handed it to Willen. It seems to be a special ore? It's rare, no problem. Although Willen was knowledgeable, his ability to identify ore wasn't any better than Ryan's. He just knew it wasn't ordinary ore. Ryan, take this. Willen tossed the ore directly to Ryan. Just as Ryan was puzzled, Willen said, it's safest to take it now. When the spoils are brought back to town, and the quartermaster comes to appraise their value, it might even be included in the 30% surrender to the Empire. Take it now. If it's valuable, remember to treat us all to a tequila. Willen smiled and patted Ryan on the shoulder. Clearly, in Willen's mind, winning over Ryan, the rising star of the Night's Watch, was far more important than this special ore. Haha, of course, no problem, but this. Ryan understood Captain Willen's good intentions, but was this distribution truly okay? He didn't know, and he didn't know what to say. At that moment, a member of the Night's Watch waved toward Viren, who was talking to Ryan, and called out, Captain, you'd better come take a look. From their tone, it seemed as if some unexpected discovery had been made over there. Intrigued, Ryan followed Viren over. On the ground, they saw a conspicuous row of giant footprints extending deep into the forest. Because they were near a stream and the ground was damp, the tracks were exceptionally clear. Wow! So big! Ryan exclaimed in amazement at the footprints before him. 4 fingers. Those are ogre tracks. Compared to Ryan's surprise, Viren's expression changed drastically. Ryan, we have to get out of here now. Damn it! Ogres are here, and it looks like this small tribe of Felfin Murlocs was driven here by them. Perhaps the ogres are keeping these Murlocs like livestock. If that's the case, we've killed so many of them. Oh no! We have to leave now. Everyone, hurry! Stop picking up the spoils. Velan immediately called out. Seeing Velan's nervousness, Ryan's heart tightened. After all, as the captain of the Night's Watch, Velan had far more experience than him, and they had just witnessed his combat prowess. The fact that they were still so hastily deciding to retreat meant the ogres were far more powerful than they were. Quickly, everyone loaded their spoils onto their nags, then mounted and headed back the way they had come. In truth, Ryan was still a little confused. Since we've truly discovered traces of ogres, shouldn't we sneak over and investigate? Or is it that ogres have a very keen sense of smell or hearing, making it impossible to get close? After all, we don't even know how many ogres there are right now. After the group hurriedly left the Twilight Lake area, Ryan finally couldn't help but ask, Captain Velan, are ogres so terrifying? Velan glanced at Ryan and said seriously, more terrifying than you imagine. You fought that ferocious gnoll last time. Are they very powerful? Of course. Ryan nodded. That ferocious gnoll was the strongest enemy he had ever faced. You know what? If this ferocious gnoll encounters a full-grown ogre, it either serve as its subordinate or flee immediately. There's no third option. The difference between the two is like the difference between a wolf and a brown bear in the forest. Willen said confidently, gesturing with his fingers. So much difference? Ryan was surprised. This was completely unexpected. Ogres were so strong. He had assumed their strength would be about the same. Willen nodded and continued, yes, Ryan. Did you hear about the recent attack on the town of Alborough by wandering ogres? That? I think I heard. Ryan immediately recalled the day he'd just traveled through time, and heard the pseudo-second generations chatting nearby. It seemed to be about the town of Alborough. Knight Hamza Chulin, the sheriff of Alborough, was no less powerful than Lord Hamilton. But that night, he was severely injured by a wandering ogre. If the other night watchman hadn't desperately distracted the ogre, Lord Hamza, a knight of his caliber, would have died a glorious death. After hearing Velan's explanation, Ryan raised an eyebrow. This truly shocked him. He had always thought that ogres were just tall, burly, slow-witted fools with immense strength, but Velan's description suggested something completely different. He didn't know Knight Hamza, but he was well aware of Hamilton's strength. If Knight Hamza, who was of similar strength to Hamilton, couldn't withstand it, then Ryan knew his own limitations. Even if he activated Blacksmith power level 3, he wouldn't be a match for the ogre. I've always felt like something's amiss in the past year. So much has happened throughout Mayes County. Willen sighed, seeming to recall something. I have to report this to Lord Hamilton immediately after returning. If Ryan still felt a tinge of complacency after his devastating slaughter at the Murloc camp, then, upon learning of the ogre's formidable strength, that smugness vanished without a trace. The revolution hasn't yet succeeded. We must continue striving. A famous quote from his past life naturally came to Ryan's mind. Chapter 55. Goldhire Town afternoon. A middle-aged man in a black tunic, with a decidedly ordinary appearance, entered the bustling tavern of the Thick Eyebrows. The tavern was already filling up with people, including mercenaries, artisans from various trades, idlers, and even security guards fresh off work, all coming in for a drink to unwind after a hard day's work. The black-clad middle-aged man quietly ordered a glass of the most common rye beer and began to sip. Unnoticeably, his ears twitched slightly, as if carefully listening to the bar patrons boasting, trying to discern whether their conversation contained any information he needed. He was nicknamed Poison Blade, a hired assassin for the Wilderness Brotherhood, primarily tasked with helping the organization deal with shady individuals and matters. This time, he had received an order from above. A high-ranking official had reportedly ordered him to eliminate a young man, with the intention of disguising the act as an accident. Upon receiving the mission, Poison Blade immediately conducted a detailed analysis of the target based on the information provided. Ryan, between 14 and 16 years old, the son of a farmer in Goldhire, currently training as a child servant at the Habsburg Manor, combat capability rating, Militia Plus. When he first saw the information before him, Poison Blade didn't show much surprise. Because important figures often have unique quirks. He had performed other dirty work before, with even stranger targets. A viscount's personal maid, a baroness's bodyguard, and even a newborn baby in a noble's family. Soon, listening intently, Poison Blade obtained the information he needed within the bustling bar. How tragic. The Ivan family's only son died, while training as a boy servant at the Habsburg Manor, devoured alive by a gnoll, said a horse-faced man dressed as a mercenary. Really? Isn't the Habsburg Manor always guarded? If even that place isn't safe, then how much more so is Gold Hire? The burly man drinking across from him looked incredulous. Ha! Don't you believe it? The son of the owner of our current Oak Tavern was training as a boy servant alongside Ivan's son. When he came back yesterday, he was completely terrified. But they say he was the first to call for help. Look! That's the boy sitting over there. The horse-faced mercenary raised his head and gestured. The burly man immediately turned to look and nodded, no longer doubting. The boy sitting there was indeed the son of the owner of the Oak Tavern. His name seemed to be Richard, and he had met him several times. So it seems to be true. So the servant training has been suspended now? Of course. Ever since that incident, it's been on hold. The horse-faced mercenary gulped down half a glass of rye and burped contentedly. Baneblade quickly learned that the target's servant training had been suspended. That means my original plan to sneak into the Habsburg estate won't have to happen. The most difficult part of the mission has been avoided. This brought a smile to Baneblade's face. The mission's difficulty had been further reduced, which was certainly a good thing. Now, all he had to do was wait for his target on his way home and kill him. The militia's strength was slightly stronger, haha. Meanwhile, in Hamilton's office, in the Golden Town Administration Hall, Wylan and Ryan were sitting at Hamilton's desk, reporting on their trip. So the number of Murlocs, this time far exceeded expectations? Hamilton's brow furrowed slightly, then relaxed a second later. The reconnaissance report contained some flaws, but you still completed the mission well. Well done, truly excellent. Hamilton looked at Wylan and Ryan with approval. Pairing them together seemed like a good idea. Ryan's strength was growing rapidly, making him capable of taking on tough challenges, but he suffered from a lack of experience. Wylan, on the other hand, was experienced and tactful, but his strength was average. When faced with a stronger enemy, he was at a loss. The two complemented each other perfectly. At this moment, Velan glanced at Ryan and, with a solemn expression, continued his report to Hamilton. Sir, after we wiped out that small tribe of Evilfin Murlocs, we discovered ogre footprints nearby. What? You found traces of ogres? How many? Hamilton was shocked, and he immediately stood up, resting his hands on the mahogany desk and demanded. Yes, Sir Hamilton. We discovered large ogre footprints near the Murloc camp. Preliminary investigation suggests they belong to the same ogre. In other words, we can confirm the presence of an ogre. But as for whether there are other ogres, we don't know. Perhaps fearing he might mislead his superiors, Captain Wylan spoke with great caution about the situation. Very well, you're right to be cautious. Ogres are not something you can handle. Hamilton regained his composure at this point, and slowly sat down again. It seems we need to report this to the county government. My injuries haven't healed yet. If there's another ogre attack like the one in Alborough, it would be disastrous. Hamilton pondered for a moment, then picked up a nearby quill and began writing on a piece of white paper. When he finished, he sealed it in an envelope. Hamilton pulled a fingernail-sized red particle from the drawer, placed it on the envelope's seal, and pressed it down hard with his left fist. When Hamilton raised his hand, the red particle had been flattened, and the image of a mounted night watchman holding a torch appeared on the flat wax. Only then did Ryan realize that the ring on Hamilton's left middle finger was a signet ring, or seal ring. The top of the ring was a small disc, engraved with a special pattern or text representing its owner. After doing all this, Hamilton rang an exquisite brass bell on his desk. Ding-ling-ling. A young man dressed as a guard entered, bowing slightly. Lord Hamilton, what are your instructions? Hardison, you will immediately proceed to the county seat and deliver this letter to the county sheriff, His Excellency Viscount Hamity. Don't delay, go now. Hamilton said gravely. As you command, Lord Hamilton. The guard, named Hardison, saluted and quickly left the office. Wylan, notify the night watchmen to increase their patrols these days. I have the guards involved. As you command, Lord Hamilton. Wylan immediately stood up and excused himself, heading off to make arrangements. Ryan and Hamilton were the only two people in the office. Captain Wylan hadn't been very clear about the ogres along the way, so Ryan wanted to ask for more clarification. Sir, with your strength, are you so worried about them? Hamilton nodded gravely and said, these vicious and brutal humanoids, when fully grown, are generally 3 meters tall and weigh 700 or 800 pounds. They are adept at wielding heavy weapons like giant clubs and maces. Even a proper knight would find it difficult to withstand their attacks head-on. 3 meters, 700 or 800 pounds. Hearing these words, Ryan was startled. He knew all too well what these figures meant. Chapter 56. You have to remember that in his previous life, The famous NBA star Shaquille O'Neal was only about 2 meters 2 inches tall and weighed 300 to 400 pounds. The heavy weapons wielded by the ogres could cause concussion damage to the knight's flesh even through plate armor. Furthermore, ogres like to recruit creatures like kobolds and gnolls as their minions. When ogres attack human villages and towns, these scumbags will also come to share in the spoils. Ryan nodded. No wonder he finally understood why Hamilton valued the ogres so much. It turns out that they are not only powerful in single combat, but also have a group of lackeys as their minions. Lord Hamilton, can't we set a trap, lure the ogres into it, and then surround and kill them? Why do we have to fight them head-on? This was also what Ryan couldn't understand the most. After all, it was because humans learned to use tools that they were able to kill large beasts. Hamilton shook his head and said, digging traps works fine against ordinary beasts, but ogres have a strong sense of danger and can easily detect and avoid traps. Trying to defeat them with traps is simply unrealistic. This also applies to ferocious beasts. They all possess a strong sense of danger. Therefore, when facing them, there are few tricks. Humans can only rely on their own extraordinary strength, Hamilton explained. This made Ryan suddenly realize. Ogres are so difficult to deal with, so once they launch an attack on a human settlement, it often results in heavy casualties. For the local sheriff, the presence of ogres in their jurisdiction is a serious security risk. Ryan also finally understood why knights held such a high status in this world. Because in a world that relied heavily on individual, high-end military prowess, knights possessing formidable strength were the cornerstone of social stability. Okay, enough about ogres. Ryan, I have something here that I'm sure you like. Hearing Hamilton's words, Ryan's face lit up with curiosity. I just got it, too. Hamilton pulled a round, pale yellow emblem, slightly larger than a gold coin, from a drawer and handed it to Ryan. Ryan took it and examined it carefully. The emblem felt heavy in his hand. Judging from its material, it was likely copper. It seemed to be mixed with a small amount of other metals, and its color resembled gold, but was a shade darker than gold, possessing a beautiful luster. On the front of the emblem was the head of a roaring wolf, its sharp fangs and sinister gaze vividly engraved. On the reverse, it read Ryan Carlin, Gold Hire, Maester County, and a long string of numbers. This is the insignia of a junior bounty hunter. With it, you can carry a weapon at any time. Hamilton finally revealed the mystery. So this is the bounty hunter insignia? How did it get approved so quickly? Ryan's eyes flashed with joy. Haha, Ryan, you're lucky. Your application was submitted just in time. Otherwise, you would have had to wait at least another month. Hamilton smiled. Ryan nodded. It seemed like he had really gotten lucky. With the bounty hunter badge, he could carry a weapon with him, which would definitely provide greater security. He wouldn't have to use a hammer to deal with criminals like before. However, since he had the hammer expertise skill, having a hammer seemed like a good idea. Ryan suddenly became thoughtful. It wasn't long before. Leaving Hamilton's office, Ryan continued to wrap his two-handed great sword in a large piece of sheepskin, slinging it over his shoulder and heading home. Although he now had the bounty hunter badge, Ryan didn't want to show off. Be low-key in life, high profile in action. Ryan, wait. Varen approached with a beaming expression. Captain Varen, what's up? Here. This is your share of the spoils. The quartermaster just finished evaluating them. Varen smiled and handed Ryan a cloth bag. Such high efficiency. That's truly impressive. Ryan also smiled. Taking the cloth bag from Velan and weighing it, Ryan's face flickered with surprise. Opening it confirmed his suspicions. Why so much? Ryan's surprise wasn't without reason, as there were a full 10 imperial gold coins inside. The quartermaster has determined that 70% of the spoils are 20 gold and 9 silver. I give you 10 gold and cut off the remainder. Do you mind? Captain Velan said with a smile. Of course not. No. I mean, it's a bit too much for me, Ryan said sincerely. You deserve it. Okay, go back. I have to find the others to divide the money. Velan patted Ryan's shoulder, not giving him a chance to refuse. Thank you, Captain Willen. Goodbye. Ryan watched Willen walk away, then joyfully placed the purse in his arms. At that moment, he suddenly touched the strange ore. How about stopping by the blacksmith shop and asking Boris what kind of ore this is? Never mind. Let's go home first. There's no rush. Ryan glanced up at the darkening sky, abandoned his plan to go to the blacksmith shop, and headed straight for his home. Baneblade had already arrived near Ryan's home, completed a terrain survey, and, through observing the situation at Ryan's house, confirmed that Ryan had not yet returned. So, Bainesblade began his preparations. As an assassin, his job was his job, and Bainesblade never allowed himself to be overly sentimental. So, when his dagger slashed the neck of a child, a young woman, a noblewoman, or an elderly person, he didn't hesitate. At the same time, his sharp dagger would ensure the victim's death was painless. Baneblade considered this his greatest mercy. Since his host had also requested that the victim's death appear accidental, he had a comprehensive plan in place. At this moment, he was smearing poison on his dagger, the black thorn. This poison had a simple effect: paralysis and stun. He planned to strike his target with a blow, and then drag him into the nearby woods. Then, he would bleed the victim. The smell would quickly attract wild animals. When people discovered the boy's remains a few days later, they would assume he had strayed into the woods and been attacked by a beast. It didn't seem perfect. But the money he was paid only allowed him to do so much. Baneblade didn't intend to expend any more effort. After arranging everything, he stood patiently in the shadows of the alley, his gaze fixed ahead, quietly awaiting his target's arrival. Huh? This should be it. Durin's face lit up. After seeing a portrait of a person, he could hardly make a mistake. He was certain the young man approaching from a short distance was Ryan, his target. So, he walked briskly out of the alley and headed towards Ryan. Chapter 57. Under the night, Ryan was happily carrying his sheepskin-wrapped great sword as he headed home. At that moment, a middle-aged man in black, with an ordinary face, approached and asked with a smile, "Hello, how do I get to the Oak Tavern in Gold Hire?" "The Oak Tavern? That's Thick Eyebrow's place, isn't it?" Just as Ryan turned to give directions, his heart suddenly went off with alarm. A flash of black light, as fast as lightning, struck him. Ha! In a flash, Ryan twisted his body with all his might, grasping his two-handed great sword in both hands. From top to bottom, he slashed with all his might at the stranger. It was a furious blow. Almost instantly, a flash of black light flashed, and Ryan felt a slight pain in his right ribs. Bang! Dust flew. For the first time, Ryan missed. His furious strike missed the opponent, and the two-handed greatsword slammed heavily into the ground. "It's a dagger." "Assassin!" Ryan instantly realized that the strange middle-aged man in black was most likely an assassin. No wonder he moved so quickly, dodging his counterattack in an instant. Suddenly, the black light struck again. Defensive. Ryan instinctively used a defensive sword technique designed for fast-moving enemies, the only defensive sword technique in the giant bear sword art. He raised his fine steel greatsword, blocking the opponent's black light attack. Dang! The opponent's dagger stabbed hard into the blood groove of the broad two-handed sword, but the attack was ineffective. But the recoil caused the assassin in front of Ryan to pause slightly. Good opportunity. Ryan kicked the broad blade of the two-handed sword hard. The tip of the sword immediately sent up a cloud of sand, covering the opponent's body like a torrential rain, forcing him to wave his hands to block it. Blacksmith's power. Whirlwind. As the opponent raised his arms to shield his eyes and retreated rapidly, Ryan swung his two-handed greatsword, launching a sweeping, semicircular attack. Whirlwind. Ryan had used this sword technique many times while clearing out the murlocs, and the battle-tested whirlwind slash was executed with exceptional swiftness. The 1.5-meter-long two-handed greatsword swung out, creating a graceful, bright, semicircular halo. Ryan's arm span, combined with the length of his two-handed greatsword, meant the assassin, despite retreating at high speed, had no time to dodge. At least half a meter away from escaping the greatsword's attack radius, the assassin could only twist his body, raising his short dagger to his waist to block Ryan's furious attack. It must be said that this assassin's close combat skills were truly formidable. Even in this situation, he managed to maintain a defensive stance in midair, avoiding being directly cut in half by Ryan's two-handed sword. Dang! But tragedy still struck. The violent two-handed sword slammed heavily onto the short dagger, especially since the opponent had underestimated Ryan's immense explosive power. Thus, under the raging force of 16 points of strength, the assassin was like a straw, his entire body broken in half. Then, with a bang, like a cannonball, he was sent flying at high speed into the woods beside the road. Puff! The assassin slammed heavily into a tree so large that a man could hug it, and a huge mouthful of blood gushed out. Then, with another bang, he was bounced back to the ground by the trunk, continuing to vomit blood. His right hand holding the dagger was now strangely twisted. It was obvious that his forearm was completely broken, and the broken radius and ulna were sticking out from the flesh. But the opponent was lucky. The opponent's dagger was clearly no ordinary weapon. It surprisingly survived the powerful blow of Ryan's two-handed sword. A dagger made of ordinary material would have been shattered or broken on the spot, and Ryan would have cut the opponent in half. The opponent tried several times to stand up, but each time he struggled to get halfway up, only to fall back to the ground awkwardly. Ryan's whirlwind strike had not only broken the opponent's arm, but also severely damaged the assassin's ribs and internal organs. A normal person would have perished long ago. Only an assassin with such a strong and well-trained character could have survived. Looking at Ryan approaching quickly, the assassin's eyes revealed despair. Who said he's just a farmer's son with some talent for swordsmanship, and only slightly stronger than a militiaman? The power of his attack just now surpassed that of an average third-level knight squire. I'm screwed this time. A master comparable to a quasi-knight, yet the intelligence reports him as only slightly stronger than a militiaman. Fuck that bastard who messed with the intelligence. Unfortunately, Ryan couldn't hear Baneblade's inner thoughts. Otherwise, Ryan would have rubbed his nose and told Baneblade you were wrong, saying the intelligence investigation was flawless. Because Baneblade had truly overestimated Ryan. Without the power of the blacksmith, Ryan's strength would have been significantly reduced, at most at the level of a first-level knight squire. So the intelligence showed Ryan's strength as being equal to that of a militiaman, which was actually pretty much the same, a slight flaw, but not a mistake. But Ryan's skill, Blacksmith's power level 3, was truly outrageous, instantly increasing his strength by 60%. He instantly transformed from a cat into a tiger. This contrast is unbearable for anyone. Also, one unique skill, all-powerful. While Ryan might not be as proficient and swift in other giant bear sword techniques, he's incredibly skilled in whirlwind. Having spent the entire day sweeping through the Murloc camp, Ryan had been using and diligently practicing this one move. The perverted skill, Blacksmith's strength level 3, combined with the unique whirlwind, practically ripped Poison Blade's intestines out. Just as Ryan quickly approached, intending to extract a confession, the black-clad assassin, lying on the ground, looked up at him with a fierce look, a flicker of determination in his eyes. The next second, a stream of black blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Not good. Ryan rushed forward, but it was too late. This assassin had actually committed suicide. Such a professional assassin? Ryan quickly recalled the people he had offended. The first was Brow. However, judging by the fact that he had hired someone like Drunken Jack the last time, and had only asked him to break his hand, this ruthless professional assassin in front of him didn't seem like one of them. Firstly, his style wasn't right. Brow wouldn't harbor such resentment towards him. Secondly, the cost of hiring such a professional assassin was probably beyond the reach of a teenager. Could it be that Cole, the leader of the hyena gang, found out about my killing of Blackbeard? Ryan muttered to himself. Or was it because I accidentally got caught up in the dispute over the heirs of Count Habsburg? These were the only two possibilities. After some thought, Ryan concluded that both the hyena gang and the heirs of Count Habsburg had reasons and conditions to hire an assassin. Strength. We need to improve. A strong sense of urgency surged within Ryan once again. If it weren't for his danger sense skill, and the fact that the opponent's strength was perfectly within his control, he'd have been able to pull off a comeback. Otherwise, he'd be completely finished. Just as Ryan was about to step forward to pick up the spoils, he suddenly felt a slight dizziness. Looking down, Ryan realized that the bloodstain beneath his right ribs was shallow, and the bleeding was light, but the flesh had been torn apart without any feeling. This immediately brought him to his senses. Fuck. This bastard is smearing poison. Chapter 58. Ryan's face paled, but after careful consideration, he wasn't completely panicked. The wound didn't seem black or anything, suggesting the poison wasn't particularly strong. Besides, he'd been saving one attribute point. For just such a moment. Ryan immediately added that one attribute point to his constitution. Instantly, a surge of warmth surged from his heart, filling him with renewed strength, and even the dizziness he'd felt disappeared. This immediately put Ryan at ease. However, the wound's perception hadn't recovered, indicating the poison was still there. It seemed the addition had more to do with refreshing his body, but the poison in the wound was still seeping its way through. Ryan immediately stepped forward, first using the tip of his sword to lift the body. After confirming the assassin was indeed dead, he quickly began searching. Generally speaking, since this assassin could poison someone, they would undoubtedly carry both the poison and the antidote. Of course, they might not have the antidote for the poison Ryan had just been poisoned with, but there was a high probability that they would have the same poison. So, if Ryan could identify the poison he had been poisoned with, he would have a chance to figure out what it was, which would make the subsequent solution much easier. But a few seconds later, Ryan was stunned. From the assassin's waist bag, he suddenly pulled out 7 or 8 bottles and jars of different colors. The problem was, none of them had any labels. It seemed that the assassin used the color and shape of the bottles to remember the specific poison or antidote contained in each. After a brief moment of thought, Ryan seemed to have an idea. Ryan didn't bother to examine the body any further. Instead, he dragged it behind a large rock and immediately grabbed the bottles, jars, dagger, and purse from the body. He then hurried toward the town. Turning left and right, Ryan soon arrived at a shop with a sign shaped like herbs and reagents. The shop was called Abel's Pharmacy. The owner was Abel, a tall, thin, middle-aged man in his 40s. He was usually quiet and taciturn, rarely appearing in front of the townspeople. He often tinkered with potions alone in the shop. At first, the townspeople called him Weird Abel. But later, the residents of Gold Hire gradually discovered that Abel's potions were more effective than those produced elsewhere, and were cheaper than similar potions on the market. This impressed the people, who no longer called him Weirdo Abel, but instead referred to him as Pharmacist Abel or Mr. Abel. Another anecdote. After Abel demonstrated his exceptional skill in pharmacy, Molly, the beautiful daughter of the tailor's shop next door, unexpectedly fell in love with Abel, a bachelor in his late 40s. This initially surprised the residents of Gold Hire, but upon closer inspection, they realized that, aside from his intensive potion research, Abel had no vices like gambling or drinking, and seemed to be a genuinely good family man. The people, realizing this, envied Molly's discerning eye for talent, and the two have been married for 6 months now. Ryan didn't come here to buy medicine, but to ask Abel, an expert in pharmacy, to help him identify the correct antidote. After all, professional matters should be left to professionals. As for what Abel would figure out, at this point, he still cared about that. Of course, saving his life was paramount. Besides, Abel was usually quiet, and not a chatterbox, so Ryan wasn't too worried about the pharmacist spreading rumors about him. As Ryan arrived at Abel's pharmacy, the dizziness started to creep in again. However, it was still much better than before. I don't know if it was because his physique had further improved, or if the poison's effects were slowly wearing off. It seemed that adding some medicine only restored his strength, but couldn't dispel this unpleasant feeling. He still needed the antidote. When he entered the pharmacy, Abel, the owner, wasn't there. Sitting behind the counter was his newlywed wife, Molly. Ryan knew full well that it was Abel, not the woman before him, who was the expert in the pharmacy. It could be said that the newlywed woman before him only knew the name and price of each potion. After a moment's hesitation, Ryan quickly stepped forward and asked, "Sister Molly, is Mr. Abel here?" "Oh, it's little Ryan. You've grown taller, and become increasingly handsome. Abel, he's been summoned by the new sheriff. I think he's at the administrative office." "What's going on?" Molly smiled, standing up and greeting Ryan. Having both grown up in Gold Hire, Molly and Ryan had known each other for a long time. Just a small matter, Sheriff. I go see Mr. Abel at the town hall." "Goodbye, Sister Molly." Ryan waved and quickly left the pharmacy, heading towards the office. "Hey, Ryan, you can wait." Molly shook her head as she watched Ryan walk away. For a moment, she couldn't understand why Ryan was in such a hurry. Soon, Ryan arrived at the town hall. After asking the guards, he found out the answer. Molly was right. Abel was there, currently in Hamilton's office. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." And so, not long after, Ryan returned to Hamilton's office. As he entered, he saw Abel, dressed in a black robe, standing over Hamilton, seemingly examining his injuries. This startled Ryan slightly, but a smile soon broke across his face. This simply demonstrated Abel's high level of medical skill. Since he could treat even the injuries of a full-fledged knight like Hamilton, he knew the poison in his body would be no problem for him as well. "Hey! It's Ryan! Why are you back again?" Hamilton asked, puzzled. Ryan didn't answer directly. Instead, he tilted his head slightly to glance at pharmacist Abel, then back at Hamilton. Hamilton understood immediately and waved. "It's okay, Ryan. Just say it. Abel is an old friend of mine." Ryan nodded and said, "I was just assassinated and poisoned." "What?" Hamilton instantly jumped up from his chair, staring at Ryan with wide eyes, clearly startled. Abel, usually reserved, also looked at Ryan in surprise, as if to say, "How could an assassin assassinate a kid like you?" Ryan didn't explain further. Instead, he stepped forward and clattered all the bottles and jars he was carrying onto Hamilton's large desk. After a moment's thought, Ryan also took out the black dagger and placed it on top. Now, Hamilton was silent. He and Abel exchanged glances, each seeing surprise in the other's eyes. But by this point, both knew Ryan wasn't lying. Chapter 59. Ryan, don't worry. Let me take a look. Abel spoke at this moment. He paused his examination of Hamilton's injuries, walked around the desk, and approached. Abel first examined Ryan's wound, then picked up the black dagger and sniffed it. Then, he examined Ryan's pupils and said, "Don't worry. The poison you were infected with is a paralytic poison. Even without an antidote, the effects will naturally wear off after half a day." As if a thought occurred to him, Abel raised an eyebrow and continued, "But, Ryan, you're quite strong. An ordinary person who was slashed like this would likely become dizzy, numb their hands and feet, and then lose consciousness within minutes." Abel hadn't expected Ryan to hold out this long, and even now, he couldn't see any signs of him failing. This surprised him. Abel's words made Ryan feel relieved. It turns out it's just a paralysis poison. Luckily, fortunately. However, if there's an antidote in these bottles and jars, it would be best to remove it immediately. Before Ryan could speak, Abel had already carefully examined the pile of bottles and jars on Ryan's desk. Abel picked up a small, round, black bottle, uncorked it, and simply sniffed it before explaining, "This is a deadly poison. The main ingredient is deathweed, a highly toxic flower. Upon sting, it will cause death within a short period of time." Then he picked up another square bottle, uncorked it, sniffed it, and said, "This is a wound poison. The main ingredient is sawtooth grass. Upon impact, the wound will bleed continuously. One bottle after another, the longest identification time never exceeded 5 seconds. This is so familiar. If you didn't know, you'd think Abel had concocted all these poisons and antidotes himself." Ryan stared at the scene with wide eyes, only this single thought in his mind. Also, subconsciously, Ryan couldn't believe that Abel before him was just a simple pharmacist. He was so familiar with all kinds of potions. Soon, Abel found the antidote among the assassin's bottles and jars. "These 2 bottles are the antidote, but they need to be mixed before it becomes the true antidote," Abel gestured. Ryan's face immediately darkened. Who could have imagined this? How insidious. The antidote was placed in 2 separate bottles, and then mixed at the end. Only someone well-versed in pharmacy could see the trick at a glance. Luckily, he found Abel. Thinking about it, Ryan felt a slight fear. Abel poured the 2 potions together, shook them, and observed them for a few seconds. "Alright, both potions are pre-mixed according to the correct ratio, but the antidote might be a bit pungent." "Of course, Mr. Abel." Ryan nodded immediately. 2 sharp sniffs will neutralize the paralyzing poison," Abel said, handing the antidote to Ryan. Ryan's face lit up, and he nodded, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Abel." He quickly took the antidote and sniffed it. The next second, Ryan's face turned green, and he nearly vomited from the nausea. "It truly stinks." Ryan hadn't smelled the stink of a skunk's fart, but he figured it was about the same. Now, he felt his temples throbbing, a nerve twitching in his brain. Seeing Abel's half-smile beside him, Ryan finally understood why Abel had asked him this question. How wicked. But it's worth mentioning that the dizziness had almost completely disappeared, and the effect was still very significant. This forced Ryan to frown and take another inhalation. It was really intoxicating. It felt like inhaling mustard up your nose. But the effect was truly remarkable. After 2 inhalations, Ryan was instantly awake. The dizziness disappeared instantly. He also felt a dull ache in the wound on his right ribs. After Abel helped detoxify the poison, he seemed to have something else to do. After giving Hamilton some instructions on recovery measures, he took his leave. At this point, Ryan and Hamilton were the only ones in the office. "Has the body been disposed of?" Hamilton asked. "No, not yet. I've placed the body behind a half-man-high gravel in the woods near the south side of town, just off the main street." "I see. I have someone deal with it first." Hamilton rang the bell on his desk. At that moment, a guard entered. "Go get Willen." "Yes, Lord Hamilton." Soon, Willen, the captain of the night watch, a man Ryan knew well, entered. Seeing Ryan, he smiled and nodded. "Lord Hamilton, what did you call me?" "Willen, in the woods near the main street, just south of town, there's a body behind a half-man-high gravel. Take a few men and deal with it." "As you command, sir, I do it right away." Willen's face darkened, and he immediately went to work. At this moment, Ryan asked, "Master Hamilton, is it possible that Hyena Gang leader Cole has learned of my killing of Blackbeard?" Hamilton's face was thoughtful, and his fingers tapped on the desk. He understood Ryan's meaning. Ryan was asking if Hyena Gang leader Cole had hired the assassin. But he quickly shook his head, dismissing Ryan's suspicion. "That's unlikely. If the Hyena Gang wanted to target you, They would definitely send a key member of their gang to Gold Hire, not hire a killer like this. Ryan, first, tell me about the assassin you encountered. What was his appearance, fighting skills, or any other characteristics? Ryan didn't hold back. He immediately recounted the details of his encounter with the assassin to Hamilton in a relatively complete manner. He then emphasized the opponent's fighting style, and the fact that he ultimately committed suicide by poison. With almost no hesitation, Hamilton stated confidently, this kind of professional assassin is either from a professional assassin organization like the Shadow Thorns, or is employed by a major noble or large organization. The Hyena Gang is far from a major organization. If you hire an assassin from an assassin organization like the Shadow Thorns, the price would be quite high. King of Dogs Cole is a notorious penny pincher. Just look at his own brother, Blackbeard, who resorts to child trafficking to make extra money. They definitely wouldn't be willing to spend a fortune to hire a professional assassin to avenge their brother. So, I'm almost certain Cole wasn't responsible. After hearing Hamilton's detailed analysis, Ryan nodded. The answer was clear. This surprised Ryan. Claire had just left, and he was already being targeted by her brothers. No! The only word to describe this incident is shady. This was clearly an attempt to kill him. This caused a surge of inexplicable anger and anxiety to rise within Ryan. Chapter 60. You noble sons can fight amongst yourselves, so what? Will killing me secure victory, or what? Or am I just a chicken in your eyes, a warning to others? Or an ant? To be wiped out? Fuck. Weakness is truly the original sin. Hamilton glanced at Ryan, whose face was as gloomy as water. Although he didn't know who or what faction Ryan had offended, he was still puzzled by one thing. Why didn't Ryan seek advice from his teacher, Perez? Perhaps it was because he was his superior? Ryan, while your strength is still relatively weak, don't rush to fight back. Once you grow stronger, opportunities will naturally arise. Ryan nodded, his expression slightly brighter. Although he also wanted to take revenge immediately, to kill the mastermind behind this, but his strength didn't allow it. So, he could only use the saying, a gentleman's revenge is never too late, to motivate himself. 10 years is too long. Seize the day, that's what young people of our generation do. Thinking of this, Ryan looked up and asked, Lord Hamilton, do you have any good countermeasures to assassination attempts? Clearly, if the enemy fails once, based on Ryan's understanding of the noble's nature, there will likely be another attempt. Hamilton frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said, to deal with assassin attacks, besides improving one's own strength, strengthening one's defenses might be a better approach. By the way, I have a coat of plate armor here. Perhaps you could use it. Plate armor? Ryan looked puzzled. Hamilton stood up and motioned for Ryan to follow him. The two of them returned to the small cubicle behind his office. It turned out that in addition to the sword rack, the compartment also had a large coat rack against the wall. The last time Ryan came, he was so distracted by the various long swords on the rack that he automatically ignored them. Hamilton took out a cotton tunic and handed it to Ryan. Ryan, upon taking it in his hands, lifted it with a hint of surprise. He found the cotton tunic quite heavy, weighing perhaps 20 or 30 pounds. Clearly, there was a secret hidden within. Sure enough, on the chest and back of the garment, Ryan could easily feel stiff metal strips, 2 finger widths wide, inserted between the lining and the outer layer. Also, the arms, seemingly to reduce weight, had no metal plates. Ryan flipped it open and took a closer look, finally understanding the concept of plate armor. This type of armor wasn't strictly plate armor. It had a cotton exterior and more than 10 vertically arranged metal strips inside. These strips of metal plates were layered on top of each other and connected to the lining of the coat with horizontal rivets. So, from the outside, it looked much like a cotton coat, but its essence was completely different. With this plate armor, it will be relatively easy to resist ordinary assassinations. Hamilton gestured for Ryan to put it on. After Ryan donned the heavy plate armor, his sense of security soared to a new level. If he were to face an assassin like that last time, with a dagger thrust into his chest or abdomen, Ryan would almost dare to take it head-on and then deliver a ruthless blow. As for the cost of this plate armor, Lord Hamilton, I only have 18 imperial gold coins. I pay you the rest later. Ryan pulled a small cloth bag from his chest and handed it to Hamilton. This was the assassin's money bag. It originally contained 8 gold coins and a number of silver coins. Adding the 10 gold coins Ryan had received for exterminating the Murlocs, the total was almost 18. Hamilton waved his hand and said, Ryan, as a member of the Night's Watch, and as your superior, this is perhaps one of the few things I can do. Ryan left Hamilton's office again, wearing a new coat of plate mail. Of course, Ryan also took back the pile of bottles and jars, and the black dagger. In addition, Ryan used a quill pen to mark the names of the poisons and antidotes, such as wounding poison, lethal poison, and paralytic poison, according to what Mr. Abel had read earlier. Ryan realized that this wave of poisons and antidotes he had collected was his greatest reward today. Poisoning, while not entirely honorable, was ultimately about preserving one's life. Nobility is the epitaph of the noble, meanness is the passport of the mean. Ryan agreed deeply. Ryan thought clearly. Regardless of nobility or meanness, survival was the most important thing. So, it would be foolish to be swayed by nobility when the enemy poisoned him. After returning, he planned to further study the poison's properties, perhaps testing its duration with small animals. Then he would apply a little to the fine steel greatsword. With such a long blade, would it be more expensive to use poison? After all, these poisons were just found, so what was the harm in wasting a little? If they were truly useful, perhaps he would consider keeping a regular supply. In his previous life, he had heard of the Lime Martial Saint. So, becoming a poison sword saint in this world sounded like a good idea. At this thought, Ryan remembered that he hadn't read the system prompt from the previous battle. Ryan immediately checked. Your giant bear swordsmanship skill has been upgraded, adding 101 experience points. You have participated in a battle, and your Night Watchman class experience points have increased by 55. Wow! The giant bear swordsmanship progress bar jumped significantly, from level 3, 398/500, to level 3, 499/500, just 1 point away from a direct upgrade. In addition, the Night Watchman class level also increased significantly, reaching level 2, 207/300. Ryan pondered for a moment, then turned into the nearby woods, found a deserted spot, and swish began practicing giant bear swordsmanship. After a while, a smile appeared on Ryan's face. A system notification came. You've trained in giant bear swordsmanship, and your understanding has improved. Your giant bear swordsmanship skill has been upgraded, and your experience point has increased by 1. Instantly, giant bear swordsmanship advanced from level 3, 499/500, to level 4, 0/1000. Scattered fragments of giant bear swordsmanship training memories began to flood Ryan's mind. These training memories were quickly absorbed and embedded into his muscle memory. At this point, Ryan had further grasped the giant bear swordsmanship. When Ryan arrived home, it was already past dinner time. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw his mother, who had been waiting at the dinner table. Why are you so late? I heard you were out on a mission today. His mother walked over and took the pie from Ryan's hand. Yes, it went quite well. Really? His mother glanced at him suspiciously. She clearly remembered him wearing something different, so why was he wearing something else now? Your clothes? His mother asked, pointing at what Ryan was wearing. Ryan looked down, realizing why his mother had noticed something was wrong. Oh, this is the plate armor the sheriff gave me. That's great. You can rest assured. Ryan smiled and patted the plate armor, making a dull thud. Huh? There's clothes like this? His mother touched it and noticed something different about it, a look of surprise crossing her face. So, you don't have to worry about me when I'm out on missions anymore. Ryan took the opportunity to reassure his mother. After a quick bite of dinner, Ryan returned to his room and began to take stock of his gains. Chapter 61. Looking at the strange ore, a dagger made of an unknown black metal, 18 gold coins, and 17 silver coins, and a pile of bottles and jars containing poisons and antidotes, Ryan thought for a moment and put the gold and silver coins away. Then he sorted the poisons and antidotes into a wooden box and tucked it under his bed. Ryan picked up the strange ore, weighed it, and planned to take it to the blacksmith Boreas tomorrow to ask him for advice. Worried that the blacksmith Boreas might embezzle money? Being a great sword is just a job. Ryan wasn't worried about that at all. Finally, he picked up the black dagger, plucked a strand of hair, and placed it on the blade. With a gentle blow, the hair was instantly bisected by the dagger. Hiss! It's a hair-breaking blow. Ryan thought for a moment and decided to carry the dagger for self-defense. A two-handed greatsword can be too conspicuous and inconvenient in certain situations. After processing the spoils, Ryan turned his attention to the control panel. Name, Ryan Kalin. Occupation, Blacksmith Level 1, 52/100, Night Watcher Level 2, 207 out of 300, Constitution, 9. Strength, 10. Agility, 9. Spirit, 11. Attribute points remaining, 0. Skill points remaining, 0. Blacksmith Strength Level 3, Hammer Mastery Level 1, Danger Sense Level 1, Giant Bear Sword Skill Level 4, 0/1000. The one attribute point he'd been saving for a backup was gone. Ryan was a little disappointed. A trump card to turn the tables was missing. But I'm over halfway through my Blacksmith class level, and nearly 2/3 of my Night Watch class level. If I work hard these next 2 days, and focus on one, I have another attribute point. Not a big deal. Although Ryan had spent the entire day traveling, fighting, and even facing an assassination attempt, but thanks to that little bit of physical strength bonus, he was in relatively good shape. So, Ryan planned to continue his giant bear breathing practice as usual. Diligence breeds excellence, idleness breeds failure. However, today, as Ryan began practicing the second posture of the giant bear breathing, he felt something different. The second posture resembled a Russian push-up. Previously, due to his rapid strength growth, practicing it had become increasingly easier, but he still hadn't been able to hold it for more than half an hour. From the initial 5 minutes, it had improved to 17 or 18 minutes over the past 2 days. But today, Ryan managed to hold it for 27 minutes straight. Your giant bear breathing practice has improved your understanding. Your giant bear breathing skill has improved, and your experience points have increased by 2. Your giant bear breathing skill has improved, and your experience points have increased by 2. This is very close to the half-hour requirement. This also means that Ryan will soon be able to practice the third posture of the giant bear breathing. This made Ryan's heart warm. At the same time, Ryan also noticed that the system prompt indicated that the frequency of gaining experience points for the giant bear breathing technique had increased. After an hour, his experience points had increased by a full 26 points, and the giant bear breathing technique had reached level 2, 77/300. Of course, there was a daily time limit for practicing the breathing technique, and with Ryan's current physical condition, 1 hour was almost the limit. More than that would wear down his body and overdraw his potential. The accelerated experience gain made Ryan ponder. Could it be that the increased strength and physique have led to a significant increase in the effectiveness of the breathing technique? The previous increase in strength made the second move easier, and now the further improvement in physique has increased my endurance. Practicing the giant bear breathing technique improves both physique and strength, and the increased physique and strength also feed back into the progress of the giant bear breathing technique. The two can be said to complement each other. Ryan nodded. Yes, that's roughly what I'm thinking. The next morning, Ryan arrived early at the town's blacksmith shop. Ryan, you're here. The blacksmith, Boris, greeted with a smile. What are you planning to learn today? Forging horseshoes? No hurry, Uncle Boris, I have something to ask you. Ryan glanced around, then turned his back to the apprentices and pulled out the piece of strange, hazy, glowing ore from his arms. Blacksmith Boris's eyes widened instantly. The next second, he regained consciousness, glanced around, then pulled Ryan into the storeroom behind the smithy and eagerly asked, This is glowstone. Ryan, how did you find such a rare ore? Glowstone? Ryan looked puzzled. This was the first time he'd heard the name. But it looked like Boris knew about this ore. He'd found the right person. Yes. Glowstone, very precious. Uncle Boris, is it more precious than your star iron? Yes, several times more precious than star iron. Boris nodded heavily. This immediately filled Ryan with joy. Let alone its usefulness. Such a small piece was actually worth dozens of imperial gold coins. Before Ryan could even ask what this glowstone did, Boris launched into a torrent of explanations. When glowstone is incorporated into weapons in a certain proportion, it possesses the special ability to exorcise evil spirits, making it extremely valuable. Exorcise evil spirits? Ryan found himself encountering another unfamiliar term. Yes, exorcising evil. You should have heard of it, Ryan. Boris glanced at Ryan and continued. In this world, in some strange places, skeletons, zombies, and other evil spirits are born, as well as minions of demons or evil gods from other worlds. Ordinary weapons are difficult to inflict any damage on these monsters. They require special weapons. And pyroxene weapons infused with glowstone are one such weapon. When swung, they can inflict massive damage on these evil creatures. So that's how it was. Ryan suddenly understood. Uncle Boris, how come I haven't encountered any of this evil you're talking about? Ryan asked curiously. Boris rolled his eyes and said, Of course not near Goldhire. Basically, all the evil within the Empire's borders has long been eradicated by the transcendence of the Empire and the major churches. Besides, if you encountered these evil creatures, would you still be able to come back to me alive? However, I heard there were some cultist blood sacrifices a while ago, so there's no guarantee that evil might be present in our Maester County. You never know. Boris shook his head. Since it has the special ability to repel evil, Ryan naturally wanted to incorporate this glowstone into the great sword. Uncle Boris, can you incorporate this glowstone into the two-handed great sword? Well, it's not that I don't want to, but my forging skills are simply too limited. Also, smelting glowstone requires a higher temperature than smelting iron ore, and our blacksmith's furnace isn't hot enough. If you want to incorporate glowstone into the great sword, you have to go to the county town, Boris suggested. Only the high-end blacksmith shops in the county town have blast furnaces. They also have skilled swordsmiths, who can help you incorporate glowstone into the two-handed great sword. County town? Ryan nodded, thoughtful. Chapter 62. The county city is the headquarters of the Earl of Habsburg's family, and Claire's brothers should also be there. The timing was clearly inappropriate to go to the county city to find a high-level blacksmith shop. Ryan immediately dismissed the idea of going to the county city. For now, his priority was to focus on improving his blacksmithing skills. Ryan turned to Boris and said, Uncle Boris, today I want to learn weapon sharpening. Okay, come on. Boris agreed without hesitation. After all, Ryan had already paid the tuition, so it didn't matter which he learned first, hardening or sharpening. Ever since he acquired this fine steel greatsword, Ryan had decided to learn weapon sharpening first, leaving hardening for later. Maintenance is crucial to keeping a weapon in good condition, and sharpening is a crucial part of that care. Soon, Boris led Ryan to the open space behind the blacksmith shop. There were several whetstones of varying sizes casually placed inside. These are whetstones used for sharpening knives. As for why they're called whetstones, Ryan, take a guess, Boris said with a smile, pointing to a large stone about thigh-high. The top of the stone had a subtle inward arc from repeated polishing. Could it be related to oil? Ryan pondered for a moment. Boris picked up a nearby one-handed sword that needed sharpening, and sat on a wooden bench in front of the whetstone, seemingly preparing to demonstrate it to Ryan. Almost correct. This whetstone requires a little oil to be applied before use, hence the name whetstone, Boris explained. He then picked up a palm-sized iron kettle, poured a little oil onto the top of the whetstone, and scraped it lightly with the blade of his sword to spread it evenly. The main purpose of applying a little oil is to reduce friction. Phew! Boris gripped the hilt with his right hand and, with his other hand, pressed his fingers against the blade's spine, began to polish. After polishing, metal shavings from the blade or blade will remain on the oil. A simple wipe with a rag is very convenient, Boris explained as he demonstrated. The entire routine wasn't difficult. Ryan watched carefully, and after Boris finished, he immediately began trying it out. It didn't take long for Ryan to figure it out, and a system prompt appeared. You've polished your weapon, and your comprehension has improved. You've mastered a new skill. Weapon polishing. Your weapon polishing skill has improved, and you gain 1 experience point. You focus on weapon polishing for 10 minutes, and you gain 1 blacksmith experience point. Below the blacksmith panel, in addition to the existing icons for hoof repair, horseshoeing, and bellows, a new icon appeared. This new icon, located above the icons for repairing donkey hooves and other tasks, features a long, rectangular whetstone with a dagger on it, creating a vivid image of a weapon being sharpened. Another important point, Ryan discovered that weapon sharpening provides more blacksmithing experience than ore identification. It grants Ryan approximately 5 experience points per hour. This delighted Ryan greatly. The reason seems to be that weapon sharpening requires extremely fine eyesight, strong hand strength, and constant concentration. Coincidentally, Ryan's stats, including constitution, strength, and spirit, have all seen significant improvement recently. So, despite the tiring nature of weapon sharpening, Ryan was able to persevere for extended periods. 1. 2. So, obsessed with improving his blacksmithing skills, Ryan spent the entire morning polishing weapons, almost without a break. He cleared out a small portion of the weapons in need of polishing from the open space. He even didn't spare a kitchen knife. Near noon, Ryan wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, let out a long breath, and finally stopped working. A glance at the dashboard revealed that his blacksmithing skills had successfully reached blacksmith level 1, 76 out of 100. This gave Ryan a sense of rewarding hard work. And seeing Ryan's efficiency, Boris, watching from the side, couldn't stop grinning. Ryan, why don't you consider working for me as a helper? You can pay me more. Declining Boris's invitation again, Ryan set off for home. Just as Ryan left the blacksmith shop, the sound of heavy horse hooves echoed from the main road behind him. The slightly heavy clatter of horse hooves immediately caught the attention of the townspeople on the main road, who all turned to look. Ryan was no exception, turning to look and seeing a group of 5 men on tall warhorses approaching from the north. After entering the town, their pace slowed noticeably, allowing Ryan to clearly see their appearances. The leader was a burly bearded man. Although he sat atop an exceptionally tall black warhorse, his feet were only 20 to 30 centimeters off the ground, giving him the appearance of a man riding a pony. Ryan knew that this illusion was due to his immense stature. This made Ryan gasp in amazement. This person must be over 2 meters 3 inches tall. The man wore a horn helmet and thick leather armor studded with sharp spikes. Aside from vital areas, like the shoulders and torso, his hands and feet were almost completely exposed, seemingly to maintain flexibility in combat. The muscles in his arms bulged, and those in his thighs were even more formidable, like protruding rocks. He was clearly a fierce and powerful warrior. The most striking thing was the massive single-edged axes slung on either side of his horse, one on each side. As the man approached, the townspeople stepped aside, observing the group with a touch of awe. Ryan was able to get a closer look at the man. The crescent-shaped axe blade, at its widest point almost as wide as a door panel, narrowed towards the front and back. The axe shaft alone was about a meter long, and the round metal handle was almost half a meter long. This was a heavy, razor-sharp weapon, the Moon Blade Battle Axe. Facing such a massive giant, and the weight of the 2 axes, it's no wonder even a sturdy black warhorse was struggling to carry them. The black horse's breath was snorting wildly, and in this slightly chilly late autumn day, 2 columns of air could be clearly seen rising from it from time to time. The others behind him were dressed in a similarly wild style as the first giant, each one strong, burly, and sturdy. Ouch! No, the last one was actually a girl, about 18 or 19 years old. Although she was dressed in the same style, her stature was much smaller. Even though the girl was mounted, Ryan could still roughly estimate her height to be between 1.7 and 1.8 meters. She was indeed much smaller. Behind her was an extremely exaggerated round shield, over a meter in diameter, which made the petite girl look even smaller. The shield appeared to be made of some thick wood, with a palm-sized raised iron plate embedded in the center, surrounded by a narrow iron sheet, acting as a tight ring. A long-handled battle axe was also placed on the horse's side, but it was clearly 2 sizes smaller than the giant's axe. Furthermore, the blade wasn't crescent-shaped, but rather the shape of a common lumberjack. This was actually a rare female shield warrior. This surprised Ryan, and he took a closer look. Chapter 63. The shield girl's pale brown skin looked healthy, with deep blue eyes, a delicate nose, and a cherry mouth. Her features were surprisingly delicate. In contrast to her rugged attire, she possessed a unique beauty. A light gray linen band interwoven across her forehead held her light yellow hair, which naturally fell to her shoulders in place. The band was probably meant to prevent the hair on either side of her forehead from moving around during battle, thus obscuring her vision. The girl's attire was also somewhat different from the other warriors in the squad. She appeared to be wearing a short-sleeved mail coat underneath, covered by a leather vest, revealing her round, smooth, white thighs. Her figure was well-proportioned, especially her upper body, which was extremely fiery. Surprisingly, the combination of the mail coat and leather vest couldn't hide her exaggerated height and firmness, creating a captivating curve. Not far from Ryan, 2 security guards on patrol happened to be watching. They also witnessed the scene and whispered to each other, "These guys look like barbarians from the Northern Empire. Why would they come all the way to Mayes County? Can't you tell? Look at the silver bounty hunter insignia on their chests, representing intermediate-level bounty hunters. And they seem to be a team. Wait, I think I heard there's a bounty hunting team in Mayes County made up entirely of barbarians. They seem to be these guys." One of the security guards pondered for a moment, then his eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "I remember. That's right. It must be them." The tall barbarian in the lead, nicknamed Giant, whose real name is Harold. His exaggerated height, and a pair of crescent-shaped battle axes are his trademarks. As if he had overheard the 2 security guards' whispered conversation, the leading barbarian, Harold, actually turned and glanced at them. Such keen hearing. And it seems he's right. Ryan couldn't help but give the security guard a few more glances. He's got a good idea. Barbarians? Ryan suddenly realized. No wonder their appearance and style were so rugged. The term barbarian truly lived up to the name. Because they resembled the Viking pirates Ryan remembered from his past life, known as barbarians. But what were these barbarian bounty hunters doing in Gold Hire? Logically, they should be hanging out in the county town. Only in the big cities Would there be enough bounties to earn gold? Wait! A thought suddenly crossed Ryan's mind. Could it be to kill the ogres in Nightsong Forest? Ryan rubbed his chin. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He'd heard before that officials sometimes offered high rewards for dangerous missions. This would prevent the Empire from tying up a large number of official personnel and reduce unnecessary casualties. It would also mobilize the enthusiasm of hundreds of mercenaries and bounty hunters, preventing these overly aggressive individuals from disrupting local security. Kill two birds with one stone. If it's a mission to kill ogres, it's clearly a relatively dangerous one. At this point, Ryan suddenly smiled and shook his head. What are you guessing about? Judging from their destination, it's clearly the town hall. I come back after lunch and ask around, and I know everything. Right now, better hurry home. Stay at the blacksmith shop this afternoon, and see if you can level up your blacksmith class today or tomorrow at the latest. Without those few attribute points, Ryan felt a bit uneasy. So, upon returning home, Ryan devoured the food at lightning speed, under the astonished gazes of his family and Anna. Eat slowly, Ryan. Brother, you eat too fast. Oh, I'm full. Father, Mother, Anna, take your time. I'm going to the blacksmith shop first. Ryan smiled, rubbed little Mint's head, and walked out. Watching their son leave with such motivation, the family members exchanged a look of surprise. But it seems diligence is a good thing, isn't it? As soon as Ryan left, he hurried toward the administrative office. There, he found a familiar guard and asked about the barbarians he had seen earlier. Ryan, you mean them? Indeed, they just spent some time in Lord Hamilton's office, apparently seeking help. I heard they've accepted a bounty from the county sheriff, Lord Hamadi, to eliminate the ogres in Nightsong Forest. But since the situation is unclear, they're worried about encountering multiple ogres, so they've requested more detailed intelligence from Lord Hamilton. Lord Hamilton agreed to their request, and said he'd contact Habsburg Manor as soon as possible to send out falcons for reconnaissance. It seems these barbarians have gone to the Beechwood Inn, probably awaiting the falcons' results. I guess we have to wait a few days before we take action. Ryan nodded. I see. Thank you. That's a smart move. Using the falcon to help with reconnaissance is much better than tracking the ogre's tracks on our own in Twilight Lake. The latter would be not only tiring but also extremely dangerous. Besides, the other party is experienced, and knows that most sheriffs won't tolerate the presence of ogres in their jurisdictions, so they likely agree to assist in the investigation. It looks like this is indeed an extremely capable team of bounty hunters. The blacksmith shop. That afternoon, Ryan remained absorbed in sharpening his weapons. Except for drinking water and going to the restroom, he seemed welded to the grindstone. The clacking sound of grinding echoed throughout the open space of the blacksmith shop all afternoon. The several blacksmith apprentices in the shop had long since grown numb to Ryan's tireless performance. He had done the same thing with the bellows before, so they weren't too surprised. But they still couldn't avoid being compared to Ryan by the stingy Boris. After several hours, Ryan finally received a wonderful system notification. You've polished your weapon, and your understanding has improved. Your weapon polishing skill has been improved, and you've gained 1 experience point. You've focused on weapon polishing for 10 minutes, and your blacksmithing class experience point has increased by 1. Congratulations, your blacksmithing class level has increased. Ryan saw the blacksmithing class level increase from level 1 to level 2, 0/300, on the panel, and he couldn't help but wipe his sweat and let a relieved smile appear on his face. Continuing to look down, he saw at the bottom of the panel the remaining attribute points, 1, and remaining skill points, 1. With these few remaining attribute points, Ryan felt a sense of peace of mind. A backup plan. As for these few skill points, Ryan thought for a moment and decided to put them aside for now, thinking about them more carefully when he got home. Now that he had leveled up, Ryan planned to go home early. It was already evening, about half an hour earlier than expected. Ryan, in high spirits, stopped by the pie shop and brought little Mint her favorite meat pie. Just as Ryan was carrying the pie home, he saw a group of fierce-looking, tattooed men, wielding clubs and leading 4 or 5 sleek, Dalmatian dogs, swiftly approaching down the street. Onlookers took notice and ducked, refusing to provoke them. The group's leader, a bald, muscular man, held out a piece of clothing and let the Dalmatian dogs sniff it again. The dogs then began to walk, stopping and sniffing, and before they knew it, the group seemed to be heading towards Ryan's home. Chapter 64. When Ryan saw the other group, his heart skipped a beat. He immediately dodged into a nearby alley, watching closely. These mixed-breed spotted dogs looked quite different from ordinary dogs. So, Ryan immediately thought of the hyena gang Hamilton had mentioned. They had large, slightly rounded ears, round spots of varying sizes on their bodies, a narrow mane on the back of their heads that extended all the way down their backs, and prominent jaws and canine teeth, giving them a formidable bite force. As they advanced, Ryan, who had been following them, felt more and more that something was amiss. This direction was clearly towards his home. Could it be that the hyena gang has finally noticed Blackbeard and Scarface are missing, and are coming to find them? The spotted hyenas all stopped in front of Anna's house, and began barking furiously. This sight immediately delighted the faces of the several strong men. After surveying the house with 4 or 5 of his men, the bald man began muttering to himself. Although the distance was great, Ryan, with his greatly enhanced physical fitness, could clearly hear the other man's voice. This should be where Blackbeard last disappeared. Boss, why don't we just charge in? Are you an idiot? With so many people watching, you want to get arrested by the sheriff? Wait until dark, and we do it quietly, the bald man said, slapping one of his men on the head. You all go find out whose house this is. Okay, boss. Instantly, the bald man's men dispersed and began asking passers-by. Looks like you guessed right. Luckily, I didn't let Anna go back, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Ryan's eyes flashed, and he immediately climbed up to the second floor of his house from the nearby alley. He was going back to his room to grab his great sword. Looking at this situation, something bad was definitely going to happen. In Ryan's small courtyard, Anna's face paled as she saw a group of ferocious men and hyenas surrounding her door. Her once fair face now looked even paler. She squatted down, hugged Little Mint tightly, pursed her lips, and dared not say a word. Just then, one of the bald, burly men's men approached Anna and Little Mint and asked, "Hey, girl, do you know who owns this house?" The man had figured that as a neighbor, he probably knew whose house it was. Just now, he had a sharp eye and immediately spotted Anna and Little Mint planting vegetables in Ryan's yard. This made him happy. It was a good thing. He didn't have to ask passers-by one by one. At the hyena gang member's question, Anna's body trembled, her lips twitching twice, but she remained silent. "Are you mute? Speak." Seeing Anna remain silent, the gang member's temper flared, his attitude becoming even more hostile. Ryan, already in his room on the second floor, had just grabbed his sheepskin-wrapped fine steel sword. He glanced down and thought, "Oh no! Did they figure out that this was Anna's house so quickly?" Originally, Ryan had planned to wait for the group to leave, quietly follow them, and then eliminate them. But he hadn't expected someone to target Anna so quickly. With barely a second thought, Ryan decided to take the initiative. At this moment, he quietly climbed down the alley from the second floor again, then strode forward from the entrance. When he was almost at Anna's door, he pretended to notice the bald man in his group, looking hesitant and not daring to approach. Ryan's furtive behavior immediately caught the bald man's attention. A burly man approached and asked suspiciously, "Kid, is this your house?" No, how can this be my house?" Ryan feigned panic and quickly waved his hand. As he spoke, he quickly backed away. This made the bald man even more suspicious of Ryan. Suddenly, Ryan turned and ran off into the woods on the other side. The bald man, seeing Ryan's panic, smiled brightly and turned to his men, shouting, "We've found the real culprit. This kid is definitely up to something. Catch him and release the dogs. Thinking you could escape our hyena gang's pursuit? How naive," several gang members jokingly said, loosening their grip on the ropes. 4 or 5 spotted hyenas, like wild horses, followed Ryan, barking and swiftly chasing him. The gang member who had been planning to teach Anna a lesson, upon seeing the real culprit found, glared at her and immediately ran back to the bald man. The bald man and his men, laughing and giggling, followed the hyenas, slowly pursuing them into the woods. Their faces expressed a confident expression, believing Ryan would not escape. Anna and Little Mint, on the other hand, watched the scene with a look of surprise and panic. But soon, Anna realized something and couldn't help stamping her feet anxiously. She clutched her cuffs with both hands, her knuckles turned white, and her face was full of anxiety. Although she didn't know what was wrong with Ryan, who had changed drastically recently, and had even saved her from 2 thugs the previous time, she still felt that facing an attack from so many people and dogs, Ryan wouldn't be able to withstand it. At that moment, Anna felt so useless. Ryan had once again helped her out, but facing Ryan in distress, she had no idea what she could do to help him. "Don't be afraid, Sister Anna. I'm sure I can beat back these bad guys." Little Mint fluttered her innocent eyes as she looked at the anxious Anna. Little Mint's words conveyed a mysterious confidence in her brother. Perhaps every little sister dreams of having a brother who can protect her. However, when Anna heard Little Mint's confident words, she felt less nervous than before. Yes, Ryan had appeared like a miracle last time, killing 2 burly thugs and saving her. Who could have imagined this? This time, Ryan would surely perform another miracle. However, Anna was still struggling to think of what she could do. Got it, she remembered. The new sheriff in town seemed to have a good relationship with Ryan. Mint, you go inside first. I go find the sheriff. Anna crouched down, took Mint's hands in hers, and said softly, Okay. Sister Anna, go ahead. I locked the door. So good. Anna gently patted Mint's head, then immediately stood up, lifted the hem of her tunic with both hands, and ran towards the town hall. In the woods, Ryan ran quickly, and when he felt he was almost remote enough, he slowly stopped. The 5 spotted hyenas were the fastest. As soon as Ryan stopped, they caught up from behind and immediately surrounded him, barking wildly. Ryan showed no sign of panic. He leaned against a tree, wielding his sheepskin-wrapped 2-handed sword and swinging it vigorously a few times. The intense whistling sound immediately frightened the hyenas, who were afraid to attack immediately. Why haven't the hyena gang members caught up yet? Why are they so slow? Ryan muttered. If Ryan wanted to kill these spotted hyenas, he could kill them all in a matter of seconds. But doing so might prompt the hyena gang to notice something was wrong and flee in their separate directions. So, if he wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop, he could only pretend to be surrounded by the dogs and wait for them to take the bait. Chapter 65. Ryan waited a full 5 minutes before the bald man and his 5 men finally arrived. Boss, this kid thinks he can outrun our gang's treasure. He's really overestimating himself. Now he's surrounded. Ha ha. Yeah, boss, if this kid dares to run, why don't you break his legs first? A gang member swung a thick wooden stick and grinned. Kid, aren't you a good runner? Why don't you run? The bald man glanced at Ryan with disdain and said, Kid, why are you running away from us? And, is that house yours? Tell me, where is Blackbeard? The bald man's 3 questions instantly confirmed all of Ryan's suspicions. They were indeed members of the hyena gang. Are you from the hyena gang? Ryan asked. Hey! Kid, how did you know? Has our hyena gang's reputation spread from the county town to Shining Gold Town? A member asked with a delighted look. But after hearing Ryan's question, the bald man said something was amiss. Although the kid opposite him looked frightened, his eyes were too calm to be genuinely frightened. Just as he was about to say something else, Ryan lowered his head and said, Since you're from the hyena gang, I apologize. The next second, Ryan's hand shook, and the 2-handed sword wrapped in sheepskin suddenly revealed its true form. Also, I want to emphasize, I'm not surrounded by you. You're surrounded by me. Now, several hyena gang members also noticed something was amiss. How did you get a weapon? You're violating Imperial security regulations. One of the gang members looked down at his own stick, then at Ryan's 2-handed sword, thinking to himself, why does it feel like this kid is even more brazen than us? Wow! In response, Ryan unleashed a thunderous whirlwind slash. With a single step, Ryan dodged between the hyenas closest to him, his fine steel sword slashing in a graceful semicircle. Instantly, blood and limbs flew everywhere. 2 of the 5 hyenas were beheaded by Ryan. 2 others, their forelimbs severed, lay struggling on the ground. The dogs had been barking at Ryan for a long time, but now, there was a pause. The remaining hyena whimpered, its tail between its legs, and fled behind the bald man. The scene just now made several hyena gang members' eyelids twitch. Don't panic. This kid's just one guy. There are 5 of us, so what's there to be afraid of? Go! The bald man steeled himself and led the charge, brandishing a long wooden stick, charging towards Ryan. Hearing the bald man's words, several of the more powerful but simple-minded hyena gang members instantly reacted. Their expressions seemed to say, yeah, even if this kid is powerful, he's just one guy. There are 5 of us. They immediately followed the bald man and charged towards Ryan. Ryan sneered. If these guys had fled separately, he would have been hard-pressed to catch up. But he hadn't expected them to actually fight back. Was it because he looked like a teenager? He was completely lost for words. Whirlwind slash. Raging slash. Ryan rushed like a tiger descending from a mountain. After 2 strikes, only 2 men remained standing on the field. Run! Quickly informed the gang. The bald man reacted quickly, pushing another gang member and shouting. He saw that the unassuming young man before him was clearly concealing his strength, luring them into a trap. He feared his men were doomed here. The bald man's reaction was quick, but Ryan's was even faster. Just as the hyena gang member turned to flee, a figure caught up from behind. Swish! Blood splattered everywhere as the man's limbs below the knee were instantly severed, adding another to the total number of fallen. The next second, the bald man's leg was also broken. Now, all the hyena gang members, including the bald man, lay on the ground, neatly arranged, not one missing. And Ryan didn't spare the hyena that had just narrowly escaped, slaying it immediately. Instantly, the hyena gang, who had been so imposing just moments earlier, fell flat on their faces. At this moment, Ryan walked around the field and, with the exception of the two men he had planned to leave alive, struck everyone who was still alive with his sword. This scene frightened the bald man and the other two men almost to the point of pissing themselves. They cried out, "Don't kill us! Don't kill us! Shut up! I kill anyone who talks too much." Ryan's stern gaze pierced the two men, and the two men immediately fell silent. They stared at him in terror, fearing they would anger him. In fact, to this day, the two men still couldn't figure out how their hyena gang, searching for Blackbeard, had run into this evil spirit. Ryan had left the two men alive, only wounding them, intending to interrogate them separately about the dog King Cole. He immediately separated the bald man and another gang member by over 20 meters. Since both of the bald man's legs were severed, he wasn't worried about him escaping. Ryan interrogated the gang member first. "Tell me, what did your hyena gang leader Cole tell you?" Ryan asked, patting the legless gang member's cheek with his two-handed sword. "Speak softly, don't let Baldy overhear. I verify what you two say." The broken leg gang member, already trembling with fear, nodded repeatedly and said, "Don't kill me, I'm telling you. Boss Cole asked us to investigate the disappearance of his brother, Blackbeard, 2 days ago. We asked an old friend of Blackbeard's in the county town, a prostitute. She told us that before Blackbeard left, he mentioned going to Gold Hire to get some goods. So we came." Ryan nodded, waving his sword tip. "Go on." "Hyenas have an exceptionally keen sense of smell. If they smell Blackbeard's old clothes, they can follow the scent to find the places he'd been in Gold Hire." Ryan nodded. "So that's how it is." "Yes, these hyenas have large noses, and their sense of smell is much more sensitive than that of ordinary dogs. Apparently, they'd smelled Blackbeard's scent that had lingered in Anna's house a few days ago. That's why they came all the way here. How strong is your hyena gang leader, Cole? And that mutant hyena nicknamed the Hyena Queen?" Ryan continued. "What about Cole's strength?" Ryan asked the same question again to the bald, muscular man, the leader. As the gang leader, the bald man had more comprehensive information. After confirming the information, Ryan sent them to reunite with the other gang members. Since they were a gang, they naturally had to be organized. This, of course, included their hyenas. Chapter 66. Passive defense, especially against a county gang with no moral composure, didn't seem like a good idea. All he could do was carefully plan and see if he could take the initiative and resolve this problem directly. Otherwise, the disappearance of such a core group in Shining Gold Town would surely alert Dog King Cole. If they attacked again, there would be more than just this few. Perhaps Dog King Cole would even personally intervene. In that case, not only would Anna be captured, but the safety of Ryan's family would also be implicated and endangered. This was something Ryan absolutely could not agree to. As for asking Hamilton for help, Ryan had already considered that even if Hamilton agreed to protect him, unless the entire family stayed home, there would always be a chance of something going wrong and the hyena gang would catch them. This was a risk Ryan couldn't afford and couldn't take. Through the interrogation just now, Ryan had learned some key information. It turns out that while the hyena gang conducts most of its business in the county town, Dog King Cole maintains an unbreakable routine. He returns to the dog fighting manor to rest almost every day. He's accompanied by over a dozen core members of the hyena gang. The dog fighting manor, while having a pleasant name, sounds like manor, but according to the bald man and another member of the gang, it's actually just a farm located between Shining Gold Town and the county town. The large wooden dog sculpture at the entrance is its symbol. The dog fighting manor, as the name suggests, was created by Dog King Cole for dog fighting gambling. Almost daily, the place is filled with the constant din of barking dogs and the shouting of gamblers. So Dog King Cole came up with a plan. A 2-meter-high birch fence surrounded the entire farm. Also, a large area of fruit trees was planted inside the fence, effectively blocking out the sounds from within the farm. Otherwise, the clamor of the fighting dogs would likely have been heard for miles. What was also fortunate for Ryan was that, according to the bald man's description, Dog King Cole was tall and possessed incredible strength. However, Dog King Cole's strength was not that of a full-fledged knight, meaning he had not yet reached the transcendent level. However, the Hyena Queen might be even more formidable. As large as a wild boar, she was extremely powerful, and had given birth to a large number of puppies, which Dog King Cole kept free at the Fighting Dog Farm. All 5 of their hyenas were descended from the Hyena Queen. After collecting the spoils, Ryan, lost in thought, headed home. As he neared the door, Ryan spotted Anna and Little Mint. The 2 men seemed anxiously discussing something with several Night's Watchmen, pointing toward the woods from time to time. Their expression suggested they were on the verge of tears. Also, Ryan took a closer look and realized he recognized all 3 Night's Watchmen, Captain Velan, and 2 elite Night's Watchmen from his previous squad. Ryan was naturally familiar with them. After all, they had fought off violent gnolls and slaughtered murlocs together. Why are they here? Did Anna call them? Ryan hurried forward. Seeing Ryan return, Anna and Little Mint rushed over excitedly. Brother, Anna and Little Mint were so worried about you. Little Mint rushed into Ryan's arms, hugging him tightly. Sister Anna wanted to go to the administrative office to call the sheriff, but she ran into Uncle Willen and the others on the way. Ryan's heart warmed. He turned and saw Anna looking at him with concern. Her face was pale, and her chest was heaving violently, clearly from the intense running in her frail body. Seeing Ryan looking at her, their eyes met, and Anna lowered her head again in embarrassment. At this moment, Willen strode forward, looked at Anna and Little Mint, and said, "You're just too worried. I told you Ryan would be fine, but you didn't believe me. You believe it now. Ha ha. Ryan, what's going on? Are they some bastards from the Hyena gang?" Willen turned and asked. Ryan nodded. "Yes, 4 or 5 Hyena gang henchmen have found us here with hyenas. They're here to investigate Blackbeard's disappearance. About this matter." Willen glanced at Little Mint and said nothing more. Ryan immediately understood, patted Mint's head, and said, "Mint, go home with Sister Anna first. I have something to discuss with Captain Willen." Mint blinked her eyes at Ryan and Willen, then turned and took Anna's fair hand. "Well, brother, then you must come back early. We have dinner with you." Ryan smiled and nodded, saying, "Go ahead." After watching the 2 enter the house, Ryan's face darkened. He then spoke to Willen. "Captain Willen, there are the bodies of the Hyena gang members I killed in the dense forest. I may need you to dispose of them." This remark immediately caused the other 2 elite Night Watchmen's expressions to change, and they couldn't help but look at Ryan with a sidelong glance. Willen's face froze. "Killed them all?" Ryan nodded. He had killed not only people, but even dogs. "Okay, leave this to me. But once the Hyena gang finds out, they'd probably be after you like mad dogs. Ryan, be careful. I increased the night patrols near your home." "Thank you, Captain Willen. I be careful." Ryan nodded, feeling a warm feeling in his heart. Willen patted Ryan's shoulder and, with 2 of his men, quickly headed in the direction Ryan had indicated. As soon as he entered the house, Ryan sensed something strange about the atmosphere. His mother asked, "Ryan, I just heard from Seema that a group of people with hyenas were hanging around our door? But I just asked Anna and Bohi, and they both said they were gardening in the yard and didn't notice," Emma continued, glancing at the 2 women with a hint of suspicion. Ryan understood immediately. It seemed Anna shared her sentiment, not wanting to overwhelm her parents. "Mom, Aunt Seema must have seen it wrong. I didn't see anyone with hyenas when I came back." "Is that so? Seema is really old, she's presbyopia." Hearing Ryan say the same thing, Mother Emma finally felt relieved and stopped asking about the matter. After dinner, Ryan returned to his room. But moments later, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." It was Anna knocking, and Little Mint was also peeking in. "Come in." As soon as the 2 women entered the room, Ryan closed the door and whispered, "Don't worry about the Hyena gang. I take care of it. By the way, Anna, thank you for not telling my parents about this. It would have only added to their worries." No. I should be the one saying thank you, Ryan. You helped me again." Anna lowered her head, her fingers intertwined, nervously tugging at the hem of her tunic. Little Mint chuckled and said to Anna, "Sister Anna, if you keep pulling, your dress will break." "Ah!" Anna immediately released her hands, but realized Little Mint was teasing her, and a blush spread across her face. After Anna and Mint left, Ryan remembered to check the system notification. "Your giant bear swordsmanship skill has been upgraded, adding 67 experience points. You have fought a battle, adding 34 experience points to your Night Watch class experience points." It's not much experience. Well, just a bunch of gang members. The experience points they provide are probably mostly due to the contributions of those hyenas. Looking at the remaining skill point again, Ryan thought for a moment and decided to add it to Blacksmith's strength. Since he was about to go out and do something, he naturally had to put a point into a skill that could make the final decision. After Blacksmith's strength was upgraded from level 3 to level 4, the text suddenly distorted. Chapter 67. The original words Blacksmith's strength had been changed to Power Burst, which surprised Ryan. Such a change. Core skill, Power Burst, active, effect. While this skill is activated, your strength will be doubled. Note, this skill is derived from Blacksmith's strength, boosted to its maximum potential. Its duration is proportional to the host's physical and mental strength. Note, this skill cannot be upgraded further at this stage. Ryan noticed that after Blacksmith's strength evolved into Power Burst, in addition to the name change, the level icon also disappeared, indicating that this core skill, like Dark Vision, could not be upgraded further with skill points. Secondly, the skill effect description also underwent a significant change, from significantly increased to doubled. This change perfectly embodies the principle of fewer words, greater impact. Doubled. This means that while the skill is active, Ryan's current strength of 10 will instantly increase to 20. This already surpasses a full-fledged knight like Hamilton, rivaling even a ferocious gnoll, perhaps even surpassing him slightly. What does this mean? It means that as long as the enemy's strength is below that of a full-fledged knight, they will have virtually no chance of matching Ryan's strength during the duration of his power burst. What this signifies is self-evident. Ryan licked his lips curled slightly. You've arrived at the perfect time. Earlier, when Ryan was interrogating the hyena gang leader in the jungle and inquiring about the strength of Dog King Cole, he had asked, "Is your boss Cole a full-fledged knight?" The other man shook his head. At this moment, Ryan felt reassured. At the same time, a plan slowly began to form in his mind. Since Dog King Cole wasn't a full knight, I'm sorry. Revenge won't wait. Ryan planned to strike the hyena gang before they could react. Previously, facing the assassination attempt caused by the internal strife among the descendants of Earl Harris, Ryan was already furious. But there was nothing he could do. The situation was stronger than he was. And now those hyena gang bastards were bullying him. After thinking for a moment, Ryan took out a small whetstone he had purchased from the blacksmith Boris and smeared a few drops of oil on it. Then he picked up his fine steel greatsword and began to sharpen it. There was a tiny chip on the two-handed greatsword, damaged by the black dagger during the fight with the assassin. As the sword honed on the whetstone, the tiny chip on the blade quickly became almost invisible, and it became incredibly sharp again. Is that the end? No. Apply a paralyzing poison? That's too merciful. Apply a wounding poison? That's still not enough. So, a deadly poison is the best option. Ryan took out a small, black, square bottle and poured a few drops of brown venom onto a small piece of cloth. Then, he gently wiped the fine steel sword in his hand with the cloth. He focused on both sides of the blade. Huh? Not enough. Ryan discovered that applying poison to a two-handed sword was really a waste of poison. He added it 3 times in a row, but it still wasn't enough. Finally, Ryan poured out about a third of the bottle to get enough. He applied it to both sides of the blade. Looking at the fine steel sword emitting a faint green glow, Ryan nodded with satisfaction and wrapped the sword in the sheepskin again. After another inspection, Ryan seemed to recall something. He took out a long gray cloth, rubbed it against his face, and then used a black dagger to cut 2 holes in the middle before placing it in his arms. All ready. Before setting off, Ryan practiced the giant bear breathing technique for a while. Fist in hand, chant in mouth. As long as he could breathe, he would continue practicing the breathing technique. However, Ryan carefully controlled his pace, aiming to keep his body functioning at optimal levels. After his family fell asleep, Ryan quietly left his home through his second-floor window. Looking up, Ryan saw that the sky was pitch black tonight, devoid of moonlight or starlight, but instead covered in dark clouds. Possessing the night watchman's core skill, Dark Vision, Ryan felt no discomfort, but rather a slight excitement. His heartbeat quickened slightly, as he carefully avoided patrolling night watchmen and quickly headed towards the county town. According to the information he'd learned during the interrogation, he needed to walk north along the main road for about an hour before he'd see the prominent sign for the dog fighting farm. After seeing the sign, turn right and walk another 5 minutes to reach the dog fighting farm. Soon, halfway through his journey, Ryan felt his face wet. Looking up, he saw raindrops falling from the gloomy sky. This was a good sign. On a rainy night, killing leaves no trace. Carrying a sheepskin-wrapped broadsword, Ryan first circled the dog fighting farm from a distance. Originally, he planned to climb directly into the farm through a fence. But Ryan, possessing the passive ability Danger Sense Level 1, sensed something amiss as he approached the birch fence. He had a vague premonition that climbing over the fence would be dangerous. So, Ryan stood outside the fence and peered inside carefully. With his dark vision, he soon discovered the problem. Behind the fence, in the woods, were numerous large wild boar traps. The jagged traps were covered with fallen leaves, making them difficult to spot without careful observation. If caught in one, a tibia fracture would likely occur, unless you were a knight wearing thick plate armor and boots. Besides that, Ryan also spotted numerous doghouses in the orchard. These doghouses, each about half a meter high, were rarely empty, filled with sleek furry dogs. The night rain grew heavier. The patter of the rain muffled Ryan's footsteps and obliterated his scent. This allowed Ryan to observe the dog-fighting manor from outside with ease. After a moment's thought, Ryan quickly circled back to the main entrance of the dogfighting manor. Although it was already late, he could still faintly hear cheers coming from inside. Clearly, a dogfighting match was still going on inside the manor. It had ended even later than Ryan had expected. After some thought, Ryan decided to wait a while before taking action. It would be better to wait until the dogfighting match was over and the crowd had dispersed before taking action. After all, not all the participants in the dogfights were members of the hyena gang. A large number were customers from the county town. Ryan even spotted several carriages, all decorated with various intricate patterns representing the family crests of certain nobles. This indicated that at least some of the descendants of nobles would come to Cole's dogfighting manor to spend money. It seemed that the story of the hyena gang having a backer was likely true. He had been right not to seek out Hamilton. Hamilton, a lord and sheriff of the small town, might have agreed to protect his family, but he certainly wouldn't directly offend certain nobles in the county town and eliminate the hyena gang for his own sake. If it were possible, Hamilton would have done it long ago. After all, from a public security perspective, eliminating the hyena gang would undoubtedly be a remarkable political achievement. But the hyena gang's continued existence must have its reasons. Ryan never lacked patience for serious matters. Over an hour later, the match at the manor seemed to be over, and the carriages at the gate had returned to the county town with their respective owners. A rare moment of tranquility returned to the Fighting Dog farm. Because it was late at night, and a steady rain was falling outside, the two young men guarding the Fighting Dog farm were resting boredly under a nearby awning, not even bothering to close the farm gate. Chapter 68. One of them was already fast asleep, while the other dozed off against an awning pillar, his arms folded and his head bowed. As a local gang in Maester County, the hyena gang's members were a predictable quality. Most were just thugs. Expecting them to diligently stand guard in the rain, in the middle of the night, was sheer wishful thinking. The incompetent guards naturally made things much easier for Ryan. Ryan pulled a gray cloth from his bosom, covered his eyes, and tied it tightly at the back of his head, resembling Zorro the thief. The only difference was that Zorro's eye mask was black, while Ryan's was gray. Sneaking in quietly, Ryan, with his 10-point strength, twisted the dozing young man's body with a single exertion of his hands and slowly lowered him to his feet. Then, he grabbed the snoring man by the neck and dragged him into the rain, into the dense forest. At first, the man didn't understand what was happening and was about to struggle, but Ryan punched him in the upper right side of his abdomen, right where his stomach was, causing his eyes to bulge out. He immediately became much more obedient. But that wasn't the end of it. Ryan didn't rush to question him. He gagged him, beat him again, and after breaking two of his fingers, he slowly asked, "Is Cole in there?" "Yes." Ryan's silence, combined with the beating and finger breaking, drove the man nearly insane. "If you want to torture me, then ask. If you don't ask, how do you know I won't cooperate? You didn't even ask, just beating me?" The upside, however, was that as soon as Ryan opened his mouth, the other party immediately spilled the beans, spilling everything. "How many people are inside? Tell me everything you know." "There are 15 or 16 core members of our hyena gang, plus the boss, Cole." "Where's the hyena queen?" "The hyena queen and Cole are inseparable, inside the big house." The next second, snap. The hyena gang member's head twisted strangely 180 degrees. His eyes bulged, his gaze agape, as if to say, "I've cooperated so well, why are you still killing me?" No noble heirs were staying at the Fighting Dog Manor. This made Ryan even less cautious. As Ryan infiltrated, he would kill any hyena gang patrol or member he encountered. He reached the 3-story wooden house in the heart of the Fighting Dog Manor before being spotted by a few wandering hyenas. "Woof woof. Who's that?" At first glance, Ryan abandoned his concealment and charged directly for the house's main entrance. Whoa! With a single sweeping blow, he sent 2 hyena gang members guarding the gate flying, shattering the heavy wooden door along with them. Inside the hall, besides a portly, white man sitting in the center, there were 2 middle-aged men of average build, seemingly high-ranking members of the hyena gang. The 3 of them were probably counting the profits from tonight's dog fighting. On the long table lay dozens of gold coins, over 100 silver coins, and even more shillings and pence. From the sheer number and variety of the coins, it was clear that the daily gambling revenue from dog fighting at this dog fighting manor was considerable. And it was open to both the rich and the poor. The poor could bet pennies and shillings, while wealthy merchants and nobles naturally wagered in gold coins. The 2 hyena gang leaders, upon seeing Ryan burst through the door, jumped to their feet and shouted, "Guards! Guards! No need to shout. Your guards have all returned to the goddess's embrace." Ryan glanced around, ignoring the 2 normal-sized humans and focusing his attention on the portly man and the enormous hyena. This was a bald, fat, white man, over 2 meters tall, sitting in the center of the hall on a custom-made soft suede chair. His heavy weight had indented the cushions. Clearly, this was Cole, the hyena gang leader. His lowered left hand was stroking a massive hyena, the size of a wild boar. Noticing someone entering, the giant hyena lifted its head slightly and squinted its eyes. Ryan immediately realized that this enormous hyena must be the rumored mutant hyena queen. Faced with Ryan's sudden intrusion, the portly white man, Cole, was not at all panicked, unlike the 2 hyena gang leaders. Instead, he leisurely surveyed Ryan. His fleshy face accentuated the smallness of his eyes, which rolled around, a glint of cunning in his narrowed irises. "My dear stranger, if there's any misunderstanding, we can sit down and have a chat. If you're a killer, that's easy. Look, there's plenty of money on the table. If someone hired you to kill me, you can take double the amount they offered." Unfortunately, Ryan didn't believe a word of his eloquent lies. Ryan already knew Cole was known for his stinginess, and the conflict between him and the hyena gang had long been irreconcilable. "It's either you die or I die." Whoosh! Without hesitation, Ryan sprinted towards Cole. At this moment, 2 hyena gang leaders roared in anger, brandishing their iron rods. From left to right, they lunged at Ryan, attempting to block his attack on their leader. Dang! With tacit coordination, the 2 hyena gang leaders attacked almost simultaneously, blocking Ryan's sword with 2 iron rods. Although both men were shocked to the point of kneeling and their arms numb, they couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. They thought to themselves, "I thought a lone assassin would be incredibly formidable, but after all this time, he's about as strong as the 2 of us." One of them shouted triumphantly, "Boss, leave this presumptuous fellow to us too. We make sure he never returns." King of Dogs Cole's expression softened, his right hand loosening its grip on the hilt of his sword on the side of the chair. Instead, he took on a look of anticipation. He internally laughed. The opponent's sword, in terms of both power and speed, was only at the level of a first-class knight squire, roughly the same level as my 2 men, far inferior to me. I wonder who hired him to assassinate me. He doesn't even understand my own strength. He's just coming to get his ass. How foolish. Ryan had just mentally invoked the blacksmith's power, but after swinging his sword, he remembered that it had been upgraded to a higher level of explosive power. Looking at the 2 triumphant hyena gang leaders, Ryan smiled and said, "You're overestimating yourself? Who gave you the confidence to think you could stop me?" The next second, the sound of silk ripping echoed. This was the first time Ryan had used this new skill, Power Burst. Instantly, he felt his heart suddenly contract violently, pumping out a surge of warmth. Every muscle group in his body began to swell with blood, swelling, and bulging as if on stimulants. Since his entire stature had grown by over 20 centimeters, Ryan's loose Hamilton plate armor was immediately bulging. The arm armor, which lacked metal strips, was torn open with several large rips. Swish! The same whirlwind slash struck, and the stunned hyena gang leaders were instantly severed in half. Blood splattered, and the lower halves of their bodies remained frozen in place for several seconds, while the upper halves landed and began to twitch on the ground. Ding-dang! The iron rods loosened helplessly from their grasp, their faces frozen in expressions of disbelief and immense pain. Officially a knight. Cole, a white, stout man weighing hundreds of pounds, leaped from his soft chair upon seeing this scene. His narrowed eyes bulged in a look of horror and surprise. The massive hyena queen, who had been lazily sprawled, also scrambled to her feet, her gaze fixed warily on Ryan. Chapter 69. Ryan had never felt so good before. At this moment, His body was brimming with explosive power, as if it had been a dormant volcano, but now, channeled by the core skill power explosion, it had instantly become an active volcano, magma suddenly erupting in a torrent of magma. Official night? Ryan pondered Cole's blurt, glancing down at his own swollen form. Instantly, he realized why the other party had such a misunderstanding. Because he looked so much like Hamilton breaking his time limit, his arms suddenly growing twice as thick, muscles bulging. Cole's expression had long since lost its composure, instead becoming solemn. He tightly grasped two long, crescent-shaped swords. The 1-meter-long blades and half-meter-long hilts combined made a full 15 meters in length, comparable to Ryan's two-handed swords. Even if you're a full-fledged knight, you shouldn't have trespassed into the dog-fighting manner. How long can your limit-breaking state last? But Ryan didn't intend to explain. His core skill, power burst, only lasted a few dozen seconds. Listening to his opponent's nonsense for even a second would be a waste of opportunity. If he wanted to listen, he had to wait until he had absolute control of the battle. Taking advantage of the fat white man Cole's rambling, Ryan gave a powerful kick with his right leg and charged at him like an arrow from a bow. Clang! Ryan and Cole exchanged a powerful blow. The sharp sound of metal clashing was almost unbearable and almost nauseating. Ryan retreated a half step, but Cole was in a terrible state. His 200-300-pound body was slammed back into the spacious soft chair by Ryan. Bang! No matter how sturdy the chair was, it couldn't withstand the high-speed impact of the several hundred-pound ball of flesh. It instantly shattered into pieces, sending clouds of dust billowing. Cole, in a state of disgrace, slumped to the ground, completely losing the demeanor of a hyena gang leader. Damn it! A sneak attack. Seeing Ryan wasted no time and attacked without a word, Cole, the fat white man, was furious and cursed. Maria, summon the dogs. Bite him to death. The hyena queen, Maria, howled to the heavens upon receiving the command from her master, Cole. Ah! Suddenly, a pack of ferocious hyenas, slightly larger than normal, bared their teeth and rushed out from all directions, quickly surrounding Ryan. Ryan roughly estimated that there were 40 or 50 of them in front of him, with more hyenas constantly emerging from behind. Sure enough, there are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. The nickname King of Dogs lives up to its name. These barking hyenas looked like a cross between the hyena queen and other fighting dogs. Perhaps because the hyena queen's genes were so potent, their bodies were all spotted, making them look surprisingly uniform. The only significant differences were the length of their canines, the prominence of their upper and lower jaws, and the shape of their ears and tails. But each one was undoubtedly strong and fierce, with sharp teeth and claws. Even the first sight was intimidating. Seeing this, Ryan instantly understood why the hyena queen was called the queen. She was truly fertile. A one-person army? Ah! The hyena queen howled again. After receiving the order from the queen, these powerful hybrid hyenas attacked Ryan from all sides. Any ordinary person would have been in a state of panic, but Ryan's giant bear swordsmanship was perfectly suited to this situation. Whirlwind! Ryan swung his two-handed sword with a fierce blow, a flash of silver light, with a radius of about 2 meters. At least 4 or 5 hyena hybrids in front of Ryan were instantly reduced to blood and flesh, limbs and legs broken. After 2 or 3 consecutive whirlwind strikes, nearly half of the group of 40 or 50 hyena hybrids had been killed. The rest whimpered and retreated with their tails between their legs. The hyena queen was furious at this scene. Nearly half of her offspring had been slaughtered by this human before her. The hyena queen's face was ferocious, her eyes glowing red. With a sudden thrust of her front paws, her massive body, like a calf, charged towards Ryan. Nearby, the fat white man, Cole, also rushed forward, his sword wielding. It seemed they were working in perfect harmony. This played right into Ryan's hands. He was most worried about the enemy constantly summoning hyenas to engage in a protracted battle, but he hadn't expected fatty white Cole and the hyena queen to engage him in a counterattack. The other hybrid hyenas, seeing their queen charging forward, seized the opportunity and attacked Ryan from all directions. Leap slash. Facing the oncoming hyena queen, Ryan chose to engage her head-on. He leaped high and swung his sword with lightning speed. In midair, the hyena queen delivered a ferocious claw strike, countering Ryan's leap slash, which had been granted 20 points of strength. But the hyena queen wasn't a truly ferocious beast after all. She was essentially just a massive, mutated hyena. Crack! Instantly, Ryan's fine steel greatsword sliced off 3/4 of the hyena queen's right front paw. Ouch! The hyena queen howled in pain. At this moment, the fat white man, Cole, launched a broadsword strike from the side, but was blocked by Ryan's defensive stance. Dang! Ryan blocked the fat white man's powerful blow with his powerful sword, and with a powerful shake, the fat white man, weighing hundreds of pounds, was knocked back several steps. Ryan didn't hesitate. Facing the surging hyenas from all around, he swung his magnificent silver half-arc again. Swish, swish, swish. 2 whirlwind slashes, and a cleave slash through the air. The whirring sound of air cutting through the air echoed. The hyenas were killed by a touch, and broken by a touch. Ryan's overwhelming momentum was instantly destroyed. The hyenas retreated again, whimpering. Ryan's surroundings suddenly vanished. At this moment, the hyena queen, standing on 3 legs with her broken claws retracted, wailed again, her body swaying, as if unsteady. At first, the fat white man, Cole, looked puzzled, but after a quick glance around, he saw that the mongrel hyenas injured by Ryan's great sword were now lying motionless on the ground. Some had only scratched their skin, but they also remained motionless. This shocked the fat white man. But in the next moment, a sudden realization struck him, and he looked at Ryan in disbelief, saying, You actually smeared poison on your sword. You're a true knight, and you're actually poisoning? Smearing poison on a 2-handed great sword? Is this something a normal knight would do? The fat white man's worldview was shattered. A head full of question marks. What on earth had he provoked this time? Faced with this powerful and shameless enemy, Cole had completely lost his fighting spirit. Just as he was about to find a chance to escape, the assassin before him suddenly shrank back down, like a balloon punctured by a needle. At the same time, he stumbled and nearly fell. This gave the fat white man Cole a sudden feeling of having been saved from a desperate situation. Ha ha ha, your body finally couldn't take it after your limit-breaking burst. Cole couldn't help but laugh heartily. What a sudden turn of events. At this moment, Cole felt like he was back to normal. He could finally avenge his beloved Maria. Then die. Cole's face was grim, and he raised his 2 swords. Chapter 70. Just now, Ryan's power burst expired. So, his size had also shrunk from Schwarzenegger's to that of an average person. Because it was his first time using this new skill, Ryan realized he had underestimated its aftereffects. At this moment, his muscles ached terribly, and he almost stumbled when he wasn't careful. No wonder the panel notes said it couldn't be increased further at this stage. If it were to increase further, it would be incredibly powerful, but once the duration expired, the aftereffects would likely kill him instantly. However, Ryan thought about it, and quickly realized that this was likely due to his currently low physical fitness. The power burst 20 points of strength was supported by a mere 9 points of physical fitness. A small horse pulling a large cart is certainly a struggle. If his physical fitness were higher, say 10, 11, or even higher, the aftereffects wouldn't be so unbearable. Facing the Dog King, Cole, charging at him with a fierce, yet triumphant expression, Ryan raised his head and offered him a mysterious smile. Are you sure? Cole's pupil shrank at those 3 words, and a chill ran from head to toe. He felt as if struck by lightning, his entire body pinned to the spot by the hundreds of pounds of flesh charging at him. The next second, the plump, white Cole bent his knees slightly, attempting to rise and retreat. But alas! It was too late. The moment Ryan looked up, the remaining attribute points on his dashboard suddenly dropped from 1 to 0, while his constitution suddenly increased from 9 to 10. In an instant, Ryan felt as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his muscles, and the numbness, swelling, and pain were gone. His entire physical condition instantly returned to its peak. No, it was even slightly stronger than his peak. The next second, Ryan silently chanted Power Explosion again. Instantly, Ryan felt a surge of heat surge through his heart, causing his blood to accelerate, veins to bulge, and muscles to bulge. His entire body expanded again, transforming back into Schwarzenegger. And so, as Dog King Cole looked panicked and a little bewildered, Ryan once again wielded his fine steel sword, empowered by 20 points of strength. Slash! In a flash of lightning, a massive black shadow blocked Dog King Cole's path. But Ryan, without a second thought, took a stride forward and dodged a powerful blow. The massive hyena queen's body was split in 2, and the foul-smelling blood and internal organs gushed out from the wound, showering the fat white man, Cole, with blood. Ah! You bastard! I'm going to kill you! You actually killed my Maria! Do you know how much effort I put into training Maria? I'm going to chop you into pieces. Ryan, who had originally planned to capture Cole alive and interrogate him, saw him babbling like a madman, waving his sword wildly at him. Ryan knew he was unlikely to extract any useful information from the fat white man, Cole. This was madness. Swish. So, Ryan decisively struck, slashing Cole's neck with his sword. You dared to kill me? Sooner or later, the Wilderness Brotherhood will avenge me. Cole, the fat white man, clutched his neck with his hands, blood bubbling from his mouth, his face filled with resentment as he uttered intermittent threats. Could it be that you have a brother who's the president of the Wilderness Brotherhood? You are? Poof! Cole suddenly understood. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide open in anger, and died instantly. In the moments before his death, Cole finally realized that the man before him had been lured by his own brother, Blackbeard. But what haunted Cole to death was how Blackbeard had offended him. With the Hyena Queen and Dog King Cole both dead, the surrounding hyena hybrids scattered, their tails between their legs. Ryan swung his greatsword vigorously, shaking off the blood. After a brief wipe, the fine steel sword, which had once glowed a faint green, now shone like new. Ryan wrapped the greatsword in sheepskin again and shouldered it. Then he immediately began searching Dog King Cole's body. A green agate ring and a pure gold ring were quickly plucked off by Ryan. A thick gold necklace was also hanging around his neck. He weighed it, and it must have weighed 3 or 4 pounds. Then Ryan walked over to the large coffee table and gathered the dozens of gold coins, and over 100 silver coins from it into a large cloth bag. As for the large amount of shillings and pence, Ryan simply ignored them. They were of little value, heavy, and took up too much space. Clearly, as the hyena gang's lair, this dog-fighting manor must have a place for Dog King Cole to store important items. Ryan began to search room by room, floor by floor. Soon, in a luxurious bedroom on the 2nd floor, Ryan discovered a secret compartment. The compartment was quite hidden behind a painting. The space was small, barely big enough for a school bag. Moving the painting aside, Ryan saw a brown wooden box inside. The box looked quite valuable. Upon opening it, Ryan was astonished to see a book inside. The cover was magnificent, seemingly crafted from pure silver inlaid with noble sapphires, rubies, and turquoise. The most striking feature was the carving of animals, with exquisite patterns and leaf veins. Ryan's first impression was that the book was more like a rare work of art. Given the image of the Dog King, Cole, who weighed hundreds of pounds, Ryan couldn't connect the book with Cole. Ryan would never believe, even if beaten to death, that Cole was a book lover. The hyena gang leader was a cultured man. Therefore, there must be something fishy about this book. However, before touching it, Ryan cautiously stood aside. Using the tip of his fine steel sword, he gently lifted the cover and flipped through a few pages. After testing it and finding no issues, Ryan stepped forward and quickly flipped through the pages. Ryan's expression shifted from a smile to a puzzled one. He finally understood how Cole's mutant hyena queen came to be. It turned out that Cole had created something based on the records and recipes in this book. The contents were extremely complex, and the handwriting was sloppy. In addition, the handwriting of 2 people was clearly visible. For example, one passage reads, "Damn it! Why did they only carry 1 bottle of that strange potion? How wonderful it would be if they had 2. Then I could have 2 dear Mariahs." I wrote the unknown text on a slip of paper and consulted several so-called scholars, but none of them could understand it. These fame-seeking people. These words were definitely written by that guy Cole. Naturally, the other handwriting must have been written by the book's original owner. Chapter 71. Ryan initially concluded that this was likely someone's diary or journal, recording experiences and insights in taming dogs, horses, birds, and other animals. Since the recorder didn't leave their name, Ryan tentatively titled the book Beast Taming Diary. Unusually, the further back in the diary went, the more the recorded methods required special potions to perform. The last few even required incantations that Ryan couldn't understand, followed by specific rituals. This immediately led Ryan to speculate, could this be the diary of a beast tamer? Or was it written by a druid, given that this world also had druids? Ryan's imaginations ran wild, but unfortunately, the potions and rituals were interspersed with large sections of obscure text, making it impossible for Ryan to prepare them or set up these rituals. In other words, all he could fully understand was the small portion recorded at the beginning of the diary. Some of them were mostly recipes beneficial for animal breeding. Hey! Beneath the book in the wooden box, there was actually a wooden amulet. The amulet was strung on a sturdy, thin leather cord. On the front was a lush tree with a straight trunk and a crown like a large mushroom. On the back was a carving of a roaring bear, both of which were lifelike. Ryan lifted the leather cord, examined the amulet carefully, and then tucked it into the book. He planned to retreat first. For the moment, He couldn't tell what the two items were. Tucked this important book into his chest, Ryan searched several rooms for possible hidden treasures. Sure enough, in a small compartment on the third floor, Ryan found Cole's hidden gold and silver. A rough count revealed nearly 300 gold coins. Ryan quickly pocketed them again. Before leaving, Ryan set the three-story house on fire. Then, taking advantage of the night, Ryan quickly left the dog-fighting manor. Since the house was mostly made of wood, the drizzle still falling outside had no effect. Soon, the flames illuminated the nearby sky. Ryan sneaked back home in the darkness. Only after entering his room did he feel completely relieved. Then, he felt a wave of muscle soreness and fatigue all over his body. It seemed that although his physical strength had improved slightly, he still couldn't completely eliminate the muscle soreness and weakness after using the power burst. However, there was clearly some improvement. Ryan clearly felt that the muscle soreness was much less than when he had first finished the power burst. Secondly, the onset of the after effects of soreness and weakness seemed to be delayed, not immediate. This was likely due to his improved physical condition. After stuffing a large bag of gold and silver coins under his bed, Ryan finally had time to pay attention to the system notification. Your skill, Giant Bear Swordsmanship, has been upgraded, adding 245 experience points. You have fought a battle, adding 123 experience points to your Night Watcher class. Giant Bear Swordsmanship has seen its experience points increase by nearly a quarter, reaching level 4, 245/1000. To Ryan's surprise, the Night Watcher class level had been upgraded from level 2, 207/300, to level 3, 30/500, granting him another stat point and skill point. Name, Ryan Kalin. Occupation, Blacksmith level 2, 0/300, Night Watcher level 3, 30/500, Constitution, 10. Strength, 10. Agility, 9. Spirit, 11. Remaining attribute points, 1. Remaining skill points, 1. I still have 1 attribute point, so I'm not planning anything. As for skill points, Ryan thought, since burst power couldn't be upgraded, of the 2 remaining core skills available, Hammer Mastery level 1 and Danger Sense level 1, he naturally preferred Danger Sense level 1. After all, he was currently wielding a two-handed great sword, not a hammer. In addition, the sooner you detect danger, the sooner you can seize the initiative. Danger Sense level 1 was especially helpful when Ryan was suddenly attacked by the assassin last time. So, after a moment's deliberation, Ryan added a skill point to his core skill, Danger Sense level 1, instantly upgrading it from level 1 to level 2. At the same time, Ryan immediately felt his sense of touch, hearing, and vision heighten. And there was also a vague, inexplicable instinct. Is this a sixth sense? The word instantly popped into Ryan's mind. But Ryan quickly shook his head. He had never had a sixth sense before, so he couldn't quite pinpoint what this vague feeling was. Let's just call it a sixth sense. At the same time, the description of Danger Sense on the panel changed. Core skill, Danger Sense level 2, passive, Danger Sense level 2, passive, effect, your awareness of surrounding danger is slightly enhanced. Note, the acuity of danger perception is related to the host's mental state. The stronger the mental strength, the sharper the perception. The change from subtle to small, similar to the change after the previous increase in Blacksmith strength. After using up his skill points, Ryan pulled out the book with an exquisite, luxurious cover from his bosom, examined it for a moment, and placed it under his bed. He was a little tired tonight, so he planned to read it carefully again tomorrow morning. Lying in bed, Ryan felt much calmer than he had been this evening when he discovered the hyena gang had tracked Anna's home. Back then, as he watched them interrogate Anna and Mint, he was filled with anxiety, anger, and other emotions. After 2 consecutive killings, especially since killing Dog King Cole and wiping out the entire hyena gang, Ryan's rage had long since been vented. At this moment, his mind was drifting. Scenes of recent battles with the hyena gang, assassins, evil fishmen, and ferocious jackals flashed through Ryan's mind. Although this world is beyond the ordinary, it seems even more naked, more closely adhering to the laws of the dark jungle. I'm still very weak. If I want to protect myself, my family, and those I want to protect, I must grow rapidly and become stronger. Furthermore, this world seems even more dangerous than I imagined. Gradually, Ryan fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Ryan woke early, leaned against the window, and began to flip through the beautiful book. The cover's design seemed to represent a reverence for nature, featuring bears, deer, wolves, leopards, various flowers, and tall trees. Furthermore, The animals depicted were relatively peaceful, not in a state of attack. After opening the diary, Ryan carefully read the few paragraphs written by the original owner at the front. This section mainly describes how to strengthen dogs and raise them with good affection. Giving dogs a nutritious meal 3 times a day can effectively promote their growth and development. Nutritious meal formula: 2 ounces of water hyena, 2 eggs, half a pint of milk, 20 ounces of pork or chicken. Wow! This food is better than mine. Ryan couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder the mutant hyena queen grew so big. Could it be because of this nutritious meal? Is this the canine version of, if you want to win someone's favor, you must first capture their stomach? Ryan couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 72. As Ryan continued to read, he realized his guess was wrong. He came across the following entry: Dog Enhancement. To help your dog further break free from its limitations and increase its potential for ferocity, try daily nutritious meals as a base, supplemented with 2 fluid ounces of mutation growth potion monthly. Of course, this unstable potion may cause unpredictable changes in your dog. Observe your dog carefully when taking it. If you notice anything amiss, discontinue use and use. Mutation growth potion recipe: 1 ounce of golden sunflowers, 1 pair of nocturnal vampire bat wings, 2 claws of a scavenger wolf. Seeing this, Ryan couldn't help but ponder. Combining this with what Cole had previously written, he quickly formed a rough idea of the hyena queen situation. Cole must have accidentally bred the hyena queen Maria with that single bottle of mutation growth potion. But it seemed, just as the book described, the hyena queen had not only grown stronger and taller, but had also mutated. However, the mutation was surprisingly in the direction of fertility, a rare phenomenon. It truly lived up to its name as a mutation growth potion. Ryan couldn't help but shake his head. Following the pages, Ryan came across several breeding methods for other animals. Many of these breeding methods required the use of potions. Not only had Ryan never heard of the recipes for these potions, but the descriptions of the recipes were often accompanied by 1 or more paragraphs of incomprehensible text. Is it because of the secrecy that they used other characters, or is there some kind of spell required during the preparation process? This made Ryan ponder, the latter seeming more likely. He gently put the book down. Ryan had a feeling this book was more than just a simple thing. Just imagine, why would a diary like this have such an ornate cover? Not only was the cover made of silver, but it was also inlaid with precious sapphires, rubies, and turquoise. For Ryan, it was a bit hard to comprehend. He shook his head. Since he couldn't figure it out right now, Ryan decided to put it aside for now. Putting the book down, Ryan picked up the wooden amulet attached to a thin leather cord and began to examine it. But after a long time, Ryan could see nothing beyond the lifelike depictions of animals and plants on both sides of the amulet. But he also knew that anything that had been placed in the wooden box with Dog King Cole must be something extraordinary. Perhaps it was as precious as this book. A flash of inspiration suddenly struck Ryan. Is it possible that the book and the amulet share the same owner? This immediately illuminated Ryan's vision. If so, it seemed easy to explain why Dog King Cole had placed the 2 items together. Furthermore, both the design on the book's silver cover and the design on the amulet could be summed up in 2 words: natural. Ryan rubbed his chin, nodding occasionally. The more he thought about it, the more he felt like he had grasped the thread of something. However, understanding and seeing are 2 different things. So, in the end, Ryan could only keep the amulet tucked away in his beast taming journal, carefully keeping it safe. Ryan then folded his arms, paced back and forth across the room, and began to think deeply. I can understand the dog breeding section in the beast taming diary, and the various materials should be available for purchase. I could try to make some recipes and formulas according to the recipes. Perhaps I can trigger the beast taming related career panel. The dog problem is easier to solve. I was able to take home a greyhound puppy during my last servant training. However, I wasn't taking the dog trainer exam, so I didn't waste money on it back then, as it still cost 3 silver coins to adopt. I can go to the manor later and take care of the dog issue. The only things left are the recipes and potion formulas. If I'm just starting out, I can start with simple recipes. That's what I do later. The obscure text on the potion recipe is a bit annoying. I need to figure out where I can learn the relevant knowledge. Since Cole said ordinary scholars don't know it, it must be uncommon. But let's put this aside for now. Also, the nutritional meal recipe: 2 ounces of water root, 2 eggs, half a pint of milk, 20 ounces of pork or chicken. I haven't heard much about water root, so I guess I need to go to the pharmacy first. That's it. Let's go to the pharmacy first to see if they have water root. If they do, we buy the ingredients first, then go get the dog. Ryan quickly sorted out his plans and prepared to head to Abel's pharmacy. In addition to selling finished potions, Abel's pharmacy also sells herbs, various raw materials, and so on. If there was water root for sale in this town, the apothecary was the obvious place. Ryan soon arrived at Abel's apothecary. He noticed that Molly was still in charge. She greeted him with a smile. "Ryan, are you here to see Abel again today?" "No, Sister Molly. Please tell Mr. Abel how much I appreciate his help last time. I came to ask if you have any water root for sale." "Water root? Let me see." Molly seemed a little unsure if her shop had it, and immediately turned to check the shelves of medicinal herbs. "Yes, Ryan. How many would you like?" "3, please." "3? That's not cheap. It's priced at 5 silver coins each. 3 would cost 15 silver coins. I don't know what Abel is thinking. Why is this herb so expensive?" Molly picked up a pale yellow herb and examined it, occasionally scolding Abel. 15 silver coins? Ryan couldn't help but gasp. 5 silver coins a plant. If he hadn't made a killing from the dog-fighting manor, this price would have been a bit too much for him. "Yeah, by the way, Ryan, what are you buying this for?" Molly's eyes blinked, as if curious about why Ryan was buying water root. "Haha, Sister Molly, here are 15 silver coins." Ryan handed the silver coins over, but smiled and didn't directly answer Molly's question. After accepting the 3 water root plants, Ryan quickly left Abel's pharmacy. The water root resembled a radish, with a pale yellow skin. It seemed to be the rhizome of a plant, but much smaller than a radish, and its roots were more developed. Leaving the pharmacy, Ryan went to other shops, and quickly bought all the remaining ingredients. When Ryan returned home, his parents still hadn't returned. However, Anna and Mint were the first to notice what Ryan was holding. "Wow! Brother, what made you think of buying so many groceries today? Great! We can have so many delicious things tonight." Mint, haha, yeah." Ryan, seeing his sister so happy, naturally couldn't bring himself to say what he was originally going to say. "What? Are you planning to try making dog food? There's no rush. These daily ingredients can be replenished at any time." Of course, making his sister happy is more important. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. "Ryan, are you home?" George called from the doorway. "Yes. George, long time no see." Ryan opened the door and greeted him with a smile. "Wow! Ryan, you've changed so much," his best friend George said in surprise, measuring Ryan's height. Chapter 73. Originally, Ryan was shorter than him, barely reaching his eyebrows. But after less than 2 weeks, Ryan had already grown almost as tall as him. This surprised George greatly, and he grabbed Ryan's arm and said, "Ryan, what have you been eating lately? How did you grow so fast?" But the next second, George froze, looking down at Ryan's arm. It was impossible to hold it. George instinctively pinched it with his fingers, feeling a firm, elastic touch from his fingertips. George was stunned. "Ryan, you've changed so much," George stammered, stunned. Ryan had not only grown taller, but also larger overall. However, because his build remained relatively well-proportioned, it wasn't immediately noticeable. Luckily, George touched Ryan's arm. If he had touched Ryan's chest or back, he would have felt the hard metal bars of his plate armor. "Pa!" 2 grown men stopped tugging. Ryan feigned anger. In reality, Ryan was trying to prevent George from touching him again and letting on that he was wearing a cotton plate armor. It wasn't that he was worried George would tell anyone, but the fewer people who knew about this sort of thing, the better. "Oh Ryan, you've changed so much." George seemed dismayed. "Eat well, and you naturally grow taller." Ryan gestured to the eggs, milk, and meat he had just bought. George was stunned, then suddenly realized, no wonder. "By the way, what did you want to talk to me about today?" Ryan asked, changing the subject to prevent George from dwelling on the question. "The manor just informed us that servant training will resume this afternoon." George slapped his head, remembering something important. "Huh? I had been planning to go to the Habsburg Manor later to sort out the greyhound puppies, but I didn't expect it to resume in the afternoon." Ryan thought for a moment and decided to attend servant training this afternoon. When it was over, he would go to the manor kennel to choose a greyhound. Ryan naturally brought his cotton plate armor and dagger, but he forgot the 2-handed greatsword. It was a bit too conspicuous. Afternoon. In the outer fortress of the Habsburg Manor, servant training resumed. Today was basic swordsmanship training. We learned the basics of swordsmanship earlier. There are only 3 moves in basic swordsmanship, But whether it's the step thrust, the downward slash, or the upward thrust, they are all offensive moves, not defensive ones. So, today we're going to learn how to use the longsword defensively. Humbert, the swordsmanship instructor, said loudly. Ryan, come forward and demonstrate with me. Yes, instructor. Ryan was taken aback, but immediately agreed and stepped forward quickly. Are you ready? Ready, instructor. Yes, everyone else, pay attention to my demonstration. Humbert nodded, then turned and spoke loudly to the servants. Humbert raised his ironwood sword horizontally, aimed it at Ryan's chest, and swiftly thrust it forward. Ryan, standing opposite Humbert, was puzzled by the instructor's slow thrust. Although it was a demonstration, it seemed a little too unrealistic. Perhaps the instructor has a backup plan, right? With that, Ryan naturally stepped back, dodging Humbert's thrust with some ease. Just when Ryan thought Humbert would catch up and continue his attack, he noticed Humbert looking at him with a strange look. The scene unfolding before him was somewhat different from what Humbert had anticipated. Although he had long known Ryan was gifted with a sword, he had sparred with him many times before, so he knew his general strength. But in that last strike, he had already used 70% of his strength. Logically, Ryan would have been too slow to react, and the tip of his sword should have pointed directly at his chest. Then, he could use this as a proper demonstration to teach the servants the importance of defense and how to defend themselves. Humbert had never expected Ryan to dodge so easily. Clearly, this demonstration had failed. Run, that's a very effective defense. Let's try again, Humbert said. Humbert's eyes were noticeably more serious now, and he intended to use 90% of his strength this time. After all, if both demonstrations failed, he wouldn't know how to proceed. Couldn't someone else demonstrate it again? Wouldn't that save his reputation as the Manor senior guard and swordsmanship instructor? Clearly, Ryan had no idea what Humbert, the swordsmanship instructor, was thinking, so he nodded immediately. Okay, instructor. This time, Humbert didn't ask if Ryan was ready. Instead, after seeing Ryan stand still, he suddenly took a step forward and thrust his sword. Swish. The speed of this strike was far greater than the previous one, so fast that it barely pierced the air, emitting a faint whistling sound. Ryan's eyes narrowed, and he sighed inwardly. This time, Humbert was finally taking his instructor seriously. The previous attack was too perfunctory. This one was clearly much stronger. I wondered how much of his true strength the instructor had shown this time, 50%? Or 60%? While Ryan pondered this, his body didn't slow down at all. Instinctively, he took a quick step back, then swung his sword swiftly, using the strong blade near the hilt to block Humbert's thrust. Perhaps due to the significant increase in his attributes, especially his mental strength, Ryan was able to accurately control Humbert's longsword's trajectory. Also, accustomed to using a heavier two-handed greatsword, Ryan wielded the ironwood sword with the same swiftness as wielding straw, making the block effortless and rather smooth. Bang! The two ironwood training swords clashed rapidly and separated abruptly. Humbert's ironwood sword had been shaken away, while the tip of Ryan's ironwood sword remained motionless, pointed at Humbert's chest. Humbert could no longer suppress his surprise, letting out a soft huh, as his mind raced with turmoil. The first time, it might have been my own carelessness that led to Ryan's easy dodge of the rapier, but this time, I deliberately took advantage of Ryan's unpreparedness. Also, the speed of my rapier this time was noticeably faster than last time. But even in that situation, Ryan easily blocked it. Humbert wondered what had happened to Ryan recently. He hadn't seen him for more than 2 weeks, and his strength had improved so dramatically. As for the servants watching from the sidelines, some watched with fascination, others with inexplicable horror. Most of the servants only saw Humbert, the swordsman, and Ryan exchange a rapid exchange, followed by a bang, and it was over. As for Ryan's defense, they didn't really see it clearly. Humbert paused for a moment, then a flash of inspiration struck him, and he immediately thought of a way to cover up his failure. Ahem, Ryan just gave a great demonstration. Humbert coughed and continued, just now, I attacked Ryan with a stride thrust. Ryan first stepped sideways, then quickly blocked my thrust with his powerful blade, then retaliated with a thrust. Excellent counterattack. Everyone needs to learn from Ryan's counterattack. It's very standard and practical. Hearing Humbert's praise, Ryan was visibly taken aback. This didn't seem like the demonstration he'd envisioned. Shouldn't he have thrust himself, and Humbert calmly parried? But the instructor's explanation seemed to make sense. The servants stared at Ryan with a mixture of shock and envy. Among them, Thick Eyebrows stood out the most. As the second best swordsman among the servants, Thick Eyebrows knew full well how difficult, it was to practice Ryan's incredibly fast defensive counterattack. Chapter 74. If he had been able to compete with Ryan before, after watching the demonstration between Instructor Humbert and Ryan this time, any desire to challenge Ryan in Brow was completely shattered. Is this a swordsmanship genius? How despairing. Brow's heart was filled with deep disappointment. The following sparring session was uninteresting for Ryan. Clearly, no servant could increase his basic swordsmanship experience points by sparring with him. To gain basic swordsmanship experience points quickly, he would have to ask Instructor Humbert to personally serve as his sparring partner. But recalling the instructor's evasive look from earlier, Ryan knew he couldn't force it. For the first time, Ryan realized that the servant training, which had once greatly improved his skills, was no longer keeping pace with his progress and had become useless. So, finding a break during practice, Ryan approached Humbert and whispered, "Instructor, can I go practice archery?" Since Humbert was both a swordsman and archery instructor, Humbert nodded without hesitation, "Sure. Ryan, go to the range over there and practice." After all, he knew that, aside from him, the other servants couldn't handle Ryan's swordsmanship. But he couldn't personally practice with him. What if? He'd lose all his dignity. In short, there was no point in Ryan continuing this basic swordsmanship training. Archery, however, was still Ryan's weakness. Humbert fully supported this. Ryan was immediately delighted and said, "Thank you, Instructor Humbert." He had also been thinking of giving it a try, but he hadn't expected Instructor Humbert to agree so readily. So, amid the astonished gazes of the servants, Ryan ended his basic sword training early and headed alone to the nearby shooting range for archery training. The Night's Watch's elite archers left a deep impression on Ryan. The dense and accurate rain of arrows efficiently killed the evil-fin murlocs. Reluctant to spend precious skill points on basic archery, Ryan now devoted some time and energy to diligently practicing his technique. Selecting a war bow with a draw weight of approximately 100 pounds, Ryan began practicing against a wooden target. Clearly, after Ryan's various attributes had improved, archery training would also benefit him. A typical guard would probably feel their arms ache and numb after just 20 or 30 consecutive draws of this weight, making it difficult to draw again. However, with his improved physique and strength, Ryan could draw as easily as if it were food and water, only taking a short break after 100 or so draws. The further improvement in his mental state brought a certain heightened acuity to his perception. When practicing archery, Ryan noticeably hit the bullseye more often than before. The continuous stream of system notifications was a source of motivation for Ryan. You have completed basic archery training, and your understanding of the technique has improved. Your basic archery skill has improved, and your experience points have increased by 1. Fortunately, although the shooting range was also within the outer fortress, it was in the northwest corner, 200 or 300 meters away from the central area where the servants were, making it difficult to see clearly. Otherwise, Humbert and the other servants would have been left jaws dropped. After half a day, his basic archery skills had improved significantly, reaching level 2, 18/300. As expected, physical fitness is the foundation of all combat skills. With improved physical fitness, learning anything can be much faster. Before, when his physical fitness improved by a few points, he hadn't felt it, but this time, with his all-round improvement, Ryan felt it was extremely noticeable. That noon, Ryan, George, and the other servants arrived at the manor's servants' dining room. However, when Ryan once again faced the servants' lunch, he couldn't help but sigh. A large plate of mashed potatoes, 2 thin slices of bacon, and a large bowl of vegetable soup were completely insufficient for his nutritional needs. Before, the training intensity wasn't enough. Now, even the nutrition wasn't enough. The current servant training really isn't very effective for me. As for archery, I believe the Night's Watch should also have a training ground. If it's just everyday ironworking, you should be able to learn it from the blacksmith Boris. It's just a little more tuition, but the advantage is the freedom. Ryan, why aren't you eating? George, who was standing by, asked, seeing Ryan lost in thought. Nothing. Ryan shook his head, and casually ate a few bites before stopping. In the afternoon, Ryan continued his archery training alone. After the servant training was over, Ryan first trained with Humbert. George said hello, saying that he had family matters, and would not be attending the servant training for the time being. Then he found a maid and asked her to help contact Shadia, the head maid. Not long after, Ryan saw Shadia again. She was still dressed in her usual black maid outfit, and wore a stern expression. However, when she saw Ryan, who had grown noticeably taller and more muscular, her expression softened slightly. She smiled slightly and nodded, saying, "Ryan, you've grown taller and stronger. It seems you've been diligently practicing the breathing technique Miss left you." It's quite good. By the way, are you here because you've run out of black tongue oil? Ryan shook his head and said, "Thank you for your compliment, head maid. I came to tell you that I won't be attending the child servant training any longer. I'd like to practice giant bear breathing and giant bear swordsmanship at home. It might give me more freedom." Head maid Shadia thought for a moment, then understood Ryan's concerns and nodded. "Indeed, since Miss Claire left, it might be more convenient for you to practice at home." After informing head maid Shadia, Ryan quickly headed to the kennels, intending to pick up a greyhound puppy. Without much thought, Ryan paid 3 silver coins and claimed the greyhound puppy he'd been teasing. Of course, there are differences between greyhounds, such as bloodline and size. But the strength of ordinary dogs didn't matter much to Ryan. His primary purpose in adopting a dog was to try out the recipes and potions recorded in the Beast Taming Journal, and to see if he could possibly unlock a new class panel. Since that was the case, there was no need to go through the trouble of carefully selecting. The familiar greyhound puppy would suffice. So as the sun set, Ryan carried the puppy out of the manor and headed towards Goldhire. Even then, since Baneblade hadn't returned or submitted a mission report within the stipulated timeframe, the Wilderness Brotherhood quickly realized the mission was likely a failure. Since this was a mission assigned by a prominent figure in the county, the Wilderness Brotherhood urgently assigned additional personnel to gather intelligence on the target, Ryan. Soon, they uncovered surprising information. This previously unremarkable farm boy had unexpectedly obtained a junior bounty hunter license, and judging by the date, it was obtained before Baneblade accepted the mission. Those who could obtain a bounty hunter license were likely more than just militiamen, likely reaching the level of a first-level knight squire, or even higher, potentially reaching the level of a second-level knight squire. If that were the case, it wouldn't be surprising that Baneblade was caught off guard and fell into a trap. So the problem was found. It wasn't that the Wilderness Brotherhood was incompetent, but rather that their intelligence was inaccurate, leading to the loss of a carefully trained assassin. Instantly, the Wilderness Brotherhood had turned a passive position into an active one. Chapter 75. After several days of preparation, the news had been passed up and down the chain of command. Just as Ryan returned to Goldhire town under the setting sun, in a study on the second floor of the Habsburg Manor Castle, Dennis, the noble heir, seemed to be practicing some kind of nightly breathing technique. Certain parts of his body were smeared with an oily, dark liquid that exuded a distinctive medicinal scent. And his chief guard, Rules, was reporting something nearby. What? A failure? Dennis's face was filled with disbelief. How could a failure be possible? Well, Butler Michel said that we provided incorrect intelligence, leading to the mission's failure, and so we bear full responsibility. Rules, looking at the grim-faced Master Dennis, thought for a moment, and finally repeated what he had said. Full responsibility, damn it. Did that greedy bastard Michel really say that? Dennis was furious. Rules nodded and continued. Michel said that Baron Alonso is still unaware of this matter. He gave us 3 days to resolve it perfectly. Otherwise, he will report it to the Baron, and by then, your allotment of divine blood for next month will most likely be gone. Rules' words helped Dennis calm down. Divine blood has become popular among the nobility of Mayes County in recent years. It has a slowing effect on the elderly, and greatly improves the progress of those practicing the night breathing technique who have not yet reached the transcendent stage. Just now, while practicing the breathing technique, he felt a noticeable improvement. The difference compared to before was simply worlds apart. Most importantly, this divine blood has no side effects. Its only drawbacks are its scarcity and high price. Dennis, despite being the son of a baron, only has a small monthly allotment of 1 bottle, and it costs 100 golden imperial coins. According to information he gathered just 2 days ago, the divine blood originated with Baron Alonso. As Baron Alonso's steward and most trusted confidant, that bastard Michel's threats weren't exaggerated. After pondering for a moment, Dennis finally spoke. Rules, investigate this Ryan again. Could he really be some rare swordsman prodigy? If that's the case, then spend some money and hire the assassins of Shadow Thorn to take him down. Master, if I wait until I'm done investigating before asking Shadow Thorn to take action, it'd definitely take more than 3 days. Or, wait until the investigation is complete, and then I take action directly. I've purchased several bottles of poisons commonly used by assassins. Among them is a deadly poison so potent that even a small wound can be fatal. Well, while Rules' strength was undeniable, and he was certain to succeed unless his opponent was a full-fledged knight, Rules' combat skills leaned towards military techniques, leaving obvious signs of combat. This was why Dennis had previously been reluctant to have his chief guard personally take action. However, There are only 3 days left. Unless he no longer wants his share of the divine blood, his own captain of the guards is the best choice. Besides, Rules has prepared poison. All right. Be careful not to leave any obvious traces. Yes, master. It's my honor to serve you. Rules bowed and slowly left the study. By the way, send Tina over. After Ryan returned home from a trip to the store with his 3-month-old greyhound puppy, he immediately attracted the attention of his younger sister, Mint. Brother, didn't you go to the manor for servant training? Why are you back? Wow. Brother, is this a hound? Are we going to keep it? Mint asked, excitedly reaching out her little hand and petting the black greyhound puppy. Because it was only 3 months old, the greyhound's fur was still relatively soft and felt incredibly warm and comfortable. Ryan nodded at Mint's delighted face. Great. I've wanted to get one for a long time. Mint cheered. Because their family's financial situation was poor, keeping a pet had always been a luxury for Mint. Now that it was finally possible, she was naturally overjoyed. Sister Anna, come and pet it too. It's so nice. Mint immediately called to Anna, who was standing nearby. Yeah. Anna's face was also beaming with joy, as if she, too, was very fond of small animals. The greyhound puppy had been a little shy at first, but after a few gentle caresses from the 2 women, it lost its fear. Soon, it was mesmerized by the caressing of the 4 soft, white hands, occasionally letting out a comfortable whimper. By the way, brother, what's its name? Mint asked, looking up. Well, we haven't chosen a name yet. How about just calling it Thin Dog? Ryan said casually. After all, a greyhound puppy will indeed be a thin dog when it grows up. The next second, Ryan felt 2 disdainful glances coming from beside him. Ryan smiled awkwardly and said, Isn't that still under consideration? Feel free to share any suggestions you have. Brother, how about calling it Cookie? Mint said enthusiastically. Cookie as in cookie? The name didn't seem very promising, but Ryan glanced at Anna, who nodded. The majority had to obey. Ryan rubbed Mint's head and said, Okay. I follow your advice. Let's call it Cookie. Brother, that's great. Mint immediately gave Ryan a warm hug. After tossing Cookie to the 2 women, Ryan began preparing a nutritious dog meal according to the instructions in the Animal Training Journal. 2 ounces of water grass, 2 eggs, half a pint of milk, 20 ounces of pork or chicken. Ryan compared the ingredients and stirred them together as directed. Soon, a soft, moist, mincemeat-like dish was ready. When Ryan handed the plate of food to the greyhound puppy, Mint looked at it and said with a hint of disdain, Brother, why are you giving Cookie this? Why not give him bones? Ryan immediately said angrily, Bones? That stuff is much more expensive than beef. Huh? Mint exclaimed, glancing at her brother's expression. He didn't seem to be teasing her. She knew that her family's life had improved recently thanks to her brother, but they couldn't eat beef every day. But her brother's comment that this dish was even more expensive than beef surprised Mint. Anna, standing beside him, also stared at the plate of moist mincemeat in Ryan's hand with wide eyes, examining it closely, as if trying to understand why it was so expensive. The greyhound's reaction was much more direct. When Ryan brought the plate over, the food immediately captured the puppy's attention. It immediately stood up from its prone position, ears perked up, and waggled its tail around Ryan, its eyes fixed on his plate. It was clearly captivated by Ryan's exquisite dog food. Chapter 76. Ryan placed the plate on the ground, and the greyhound puppy immediately whimpered, scurried over, and began to devour the food with ravenous gulps. Seeing the greyhound devouring it with such relish, Ryan couldn't help but feel helpless. Not bad, you're quite discerning. You know it's good stuff. If it doesn't work, little dog, this will be your last meal. Damn it! You're actually eating better than us, Ryan said bitterly, feeling slightly aggrieved. Hee hee. His sister, Mint, couldn't help but giggle at this. Even Anna, who was always shy, let out a laugh, quickly covering her mouth with her hands. But Anna's sense of humor seemed a little low. She hung her head, her cheeks flushed, and she was still sobbing. At that moment, Ryan was startled, then his face lit up with joy. A system prompt appeared. You've fed the dog, and your comprehension has improved. You've learned a new skill. Dog training. Your dog training skill has improved, and your experience points have increased by 1. Congratulations, you've triggered the class panel. Dog trainer. The total number of class panels has reached the current limit, 3/3. The old dog trainer at the manor is misleading us. How can the intimacy gained by teasing a dog compare to feeding it? I should have thought of that long ago. Ryan was speechless. Such a simple truth, and he had only just thought of it. But when Ryan saw the last item in the system prompt, his excitement was like being doused with cold water. Reached the limit? So, Blacksmith, Night Watchman, and Dog Trainer were his only 3 classes. But Ryan, ever perceptive, immediately noticed the word current in the system statement. These 2 words aren't difficult to understand. In other words, under the current conditions, I can only have 3 career panels. What are these conditions? The sum of the 4 attributes, or a single attribute exceeding a certain value. Or perhaps achieving a transcendental breakthrough and becoming a knight? It's likely that this restriction can be overcome by meeting certain conditions. Of course, it's also possible that, similar to triggering a career panel, a certain event is required to achieve a breakthrough. But for a moment, Ryan couldn't figure out what the conditions for breaking the restriction would be. What a pity! I haven't had time to pursue other secondary professions, baker, shoemaker, tailor, and so many more. It would be great if the number of professions wasn't limited. Ryan couldn't help but feel a little regretful. But after thinking it over, Ryan felt a sense of relief. Because if that's true, I could only have 3 career panels. Then, without deliberately choosing one, my 3 current careers are all pretty good. And when combined, they could even be considered an excellent combination. After all, other than the blacksmith, other livelihood professions likely won't give him the awesome core skill of power burst, right? As for the tailor, he uses a needle. The baker? He uses an oven. The shoemaker? Let's not talk about the shoemaker. No other profession is as reliable as the blacksmith's hammer. As for the dog trainer, it seems the only comparable one is the falcon trainer. By the way, the system only states that the number of professions is limited to 3, but it doesn't say you can't advance or change. This made Ryan's eyes light up. I can delve deeper into these 3 professions. For example, a blacksmith should be able to upgrade to a swordsmith or something like that. At least, I've heard of swordsmiths. Similarly, if there's a swordsmith, there should be armorsmiths and so on. As for the dog trainer, I'm guessing the next step will probably be a beast tamer, a beast master, or something like that. As for my current combat profession, the Night's Watch. Okay, that's the hardest to guess at. But it's probably a transcendental path similar to the Knight's. After all, the breathing technique is clearly listed on the Night's Watch's skill panel. Having figured it out, Ryan decided to continue reading. The new page appeared with a title in 3 large characters: Dog Trainer Level 1, 0/100. The lit icon at the bottom was the dog training skill mentioned earlier. The icon remained a rounded square, with a lifelike image centered around a squatting, well-behaved dog, tongue lolling out. Below the icon were small words: Dog Training Level 1, 1 out of 100. At this moment, Mother Emma had finished preparing dinner and emerged from the kitchen. Seeing the 3 people gathered around, fiddling with something on the floor, she couldn't help but take a closer look. Spotting a greyhound feeding on the floor, Mother Emma's face lit up with surprise, as if she wanted to say something, but was barely holding it back. After a moment, however, Mother Emma couldn't help herself. She tugged on Ryan's sleeve, and the 2 of them walked into a nearby room. She asked, "Ryan, I heard from Min that you're going to the manor for servant training, aren't you? And why did you bring a dog back?" Although our family's financial situation is gradually improving, raising a dog. Faceting his mother's 3 questions, Ryan couldn't help but smile bitterly. After a moment's thought, he said, "Mother, I'm about to officially join the Night's Watch. I won't be attending the boys' servant training. These 2 days are a good time for me to adjust. Don't worry. Our lives will definitely get better and better. By the way, this is the reward for going to Twilight Lake with Captain Velan to wipe out the Murlocs last time." Ryan pulled 3 gold coins from his pocket and handed them to his mother, Emma, without mentioning the greyhound. Emma, who was about to say something, was surprised when she saw the 3 bright yellow imperial gold coins Ryan had pulled out. So much for just one mission? Yes. So, Mother, don't worry. We definitely get better, and better in the future. In fact, Ryan had been understating the matter. The value of the glowstone alone was at least dozens of imperial gold coins. Besides, he didn't want to mention the details of the mission, lest his mother worry. His mother nodded with a complicated expression. After accepting the gold coins, she said nothing more about Ryan's dog breeding. She also realized that some of her own ideas couldn't be applied to her own son, Ryan. After all, the money he earned from a single mission was equivalent to what she earned in a year. So, if Ryan had his own ideas, she should let him go. A short while later, old Ryan returned home, and was also surprised when he saw the greyhound. But after his mother, Emma, pulled him aside to whisper something, he gave Ryan a surprised look and nodded. The family enjoyed dinner in a warm atmosphere. In the evening, Ryan began practicing the giant bear breathing technique as usual. From today on, Ryan was practically ready to practice the third form of the giant bear breathing technique. This pose wasn't primarily focused on developing arm strength like the second form, the Russian push-up, but rather on strengthening the core muscles of the waist and abdomen, and the coordination of the lungs and body. The third form involved first bending one leg and squatting, extending the other leg to the side. Then, raising both hands overhead with fingers interlocked, and touching the knee with the head. Finally, slowly standing up from the squatting leg. For an ordinary person, even with exceptional flexibility and strength, standing on one leg wouldn't be possible. It seemed that from this third form on, Ryan's practice of the giant bear breathing technique had taken a step toward transcendental cultivation. This movement involved engaging the core muscles and fascia of the waist, abdomen, and shoulders. As soon as Ryan began practicing, he felt an unusually sore tingle in his posterior thigh ligaments, waist, and abdominal muscles, all coated with black tongue oil. Even though Ryan already had a 10-point constitution, he had to stop and rest after about 12 minutes, sweating profusely. But the effect was remarkable. You have practiced the giant bear breathing technique, and your understanding of it has improved. Your giant bear breathing skill has been improved, and your experience points have increased by 2. Your giant bear breathing skill has been improved, and your experience points have increased by 3. Your giant bear breathing skill has been improved, and your experience points have increased by 2. Chapter 77. The experience points gained from practicing increased from a uniform 2 to an occasional 3. This meant that the experience gained from the giant bear breathing technique was now slightly faster than before. After 3 attempts, Ryan pushed the time per session to 14 minutes. Although the total duration of the 3 sessions was less than 45 minutes, the experience points increased by 28 points, and the giant bear breathing technique reached level 2, 114/300. With Ryan's current physical condition, the third form of the giant bear breathing technique could be practiced for about 3 times, which was basically the maximum intensity. The next morning, Ryan woke up early and went to the woods near his home. Practicing the giant bear sword technique required a spacious area. Ryan walked for a distance in the woods before finding a slightly open area. The clearing, approximately 70 to 80 square meters, was surrounded by dense oak and large trees, providing excellent natural soundproofing. Even the whistling sound of Ryan's powerful swings of his two-handed greatsword couldn't reach the main road beyond the woods. So, Ryan shook his sheepskin-wrapped fine steel sword and began practicing. First, Ryan raised the fine steel sword high, then slashed it downward at a 90-degree angle. Then, he quickly turned and followed it up with a 45-degree slash. Following this, he took a quick step, then with a powerful push, leaped high and launched himself into a leaping slash downward. The sword spurted a surge of air, emitting a series of whistling sounds. The giant bear sword technique consists of 5 moves: Fury Slash, Leap Slash, Guarding Style, Slash, and Whirlwind Slash. It can be said that Ryan had mastered these sword techniques thoroughly after frequent use in numerous battles. The set of moves was fast and steady. After practicing a few times, Ryan suddenly remembered something Claire had said before. Giant bear swordplay originates from imitating the claw strikes of extraordinary bear creatures. It's powerful and relentless, emphasizing strength and momentum. This recollection struck him with profound emotion. Every time his strength increased slightly, he could clearly feel the power of the giant bear swordplay increase. Thus, every time he activated his power burst, the power of the giant bear swordplay increased exponentially. Thinking of this, Ryan consciously practiced the giant bear swordplay again, focusing on the concepts of strength and momentum. You've trained in giant bear swordsmanship, and your understanding of the skill has improved. Your giant bear swordsmanship skill has been improved, and your experience points have increased by 2. Your giant bear swordsmanship skill has been improved, and your experience points have increased by 1. This made Ryan's face light up. The giant bear swordsmanship experience points that appeared in the prompt were no longer just increasing by 1, but would occasionally increase by 2, further accelerating the speed of his giant bear swordsmanship training. As expected, any skill requires not only hard practice but also active thinking. After a morning of hard training, Ryan's giant bear swordsmanship improved from level 4, 245/1000, to level 4, 298/1000. In the afternoon, Ryan headed to John's stables, not far south of Gold Hire. Nightwatch Captain Velan had previously reminded him that he could visit John Moyle at John's stables for 2 gold coins to learn riding. But something had been putting him off. What prompted Ryan to immediately learn riding this time was not only that future missions would require him to travel on horseback more frequently, but also that he would have to travel on horseback more frequently. The main reason was that Ryan wanted to see if riding could be considered a trigger event, perhaps allowing him to receive a job change hint. Gold Hire in late autumn was a picturesque sight. Walker walked along the road outside the town. The fields on either side were ablaze with golden color, ears of wheat swaying in the gentle autumn breeze. Harvest had already begun on many fields, and stacks of wheat were piled high. Watching the hard-working farmers of Gold Hire, Ryan felt a special emotion, for his father, old Ryan, was one of them. Once I officially join the night watch, maybe I can convince my parents to take a break, or perhaps find them a less demanding job. After all, for me now, whether they make money or not really doesn't matter anymore. Soon, Ryan arrived at John's farm. The farm was quite large, and even from the outside, one could clearly see a wooden fenced horse racing track and the adjacent stables. At this time, a number of black, white, and brown horses were leisurely strolling through the stables on the sunny afternoon. Ryan soon encountered a middle-aged man with a red nose. After some questioning, he discovered he was John Moyle. After paying 2 gold coins for tuition, Ryan began formal riding lessons. Since Ryan's physical fitness far surpassed that of an average person, he quickly mastered the art of maintaining balance on horseback, even under John Moyle's astonished gaze. In less than half an hour, Ryan could easily control his horse to stop or trot. But Ryan did encounter some challenges. While maneuvering his horse from a trot to a canter around the stables, he repeatedly slammed his legs against the horse's belly, but the horse beneath him seemed unable to fully understand his intentions, and simply quickened its pace. "Mr. John, how do you make a horse gallop?" "Well, that's actually something we're supposed to learn in 3 days." "Ryan, you've mastered balance and controlling a horse in a straight line so quickly. It's hard to believe you've never learned riding before." John Moyer was stunned for a moment. Then, after carefully examining Ryan, he finally remembered to answer Ryan's question. He was truly astonished. He had taught hundreds of novice riders, but this was the first time he'd seen someone, starting from zero, master the art of controlling a horse in a straight line in about half an hour. The answer to your question is simple. Ryan, the horse under you actually needs more information from you. If you simply tap the horse's belly with your legs, it'd be difficult for the horse to tell whether you're trotting or cantering. Because a horse's trot is a 2-beat cycle, and a canter is a 3-beat cycle, you should tap the horse's belly with your outside leg as its right foreleg and left hind leg touch the ground, while your inside leg rests against the horse. I see. After John Moyer's demonstration, Ryan quickly grasped the key points. A system notification followed. You've completed riding training, and your understanding of the skill has improved. You've mastered a new skill. Riding. Your riding skill has improved, and your experience points have increased by 1. Unfortunately, mastering the new riding skill didn't bring Ryan any information about his job change. However, learning a useful new skill is a joy in itself. 3 days later, this routine continued. After a few days of research, Ryan had basically figured out how to quickly advance his dog trainer class level. Basically, if he fed his greyhound puppy a nutritious meal, his dog training skill would increase by 4 to 5 points, and his dog trainer class experience would increase by 1 point. But if he walked the dog, the progress was much faster, with about 15 minutes adding 1 point to his dog trainer class experience. So Ryan had a new daily chore, walking the dog. Every night, after feeding Cookie, Ryan would take him for a walk. This made Ryan, who had never owned a dog in his previous life, sigh with delight. In addition, 2 days ago, while preparing a nutritious dog meal, Ryan had activated another dog trainer class skill, dog food making. Perhaps because the dog food Ryan had formulated was special, every time Ryan prepared it, his dog food making class skill would increase rapidly, and his dog trainer class level would also increase rapidly. You made dog food, and your comprehension level increased. You learned a new skill. Dog food making. Your dog food making skill improved, adding 5 experience points. You focused on dog food making, adding 2 dog trainer experience points. With this series of actions, Ryan's dog trainer experience points skyrocketed. Just now, he successfully reached dog trainer level 2, 0/300. Reaching level 2 in just 3 days, this rocket-like speed was something Ryan had never anticipated. Ryan also received 1 attribute point and 1 skill point as a reward. This made Ryan chuckle to himself. Sure enough, many times, choice is more important than hard work. Chapter 78. However, Ryan also discovered one thing about the third new class, the dog trainer, that was different from the blacksmith and night watchman. It lacked a core skill. In this respect, the dog trainer was similar to the entry-level militiaman class. Therefore, Ryan speculated that the dog trainer would likely have to wait until he transitioned to a new class before gaining a core skill. In addition, over the past 3 days, the giant bear breathing technique had successfully advanced from level 2 to level 3, 0/500. Just the day before yesterday, practicing the giant bear breathing technique had given Ryan a bonus of 1 to his strength. This further demonstrated the fundamental role of the knight's breathing technique in the knight's extraordinary path. Also, the improvement in his breathing technique had brought Ryan a significant change. His control over his muscles seemed to have improved. Specifically, Ryan could now control his strength burst with ease. Previously, whenever Ryan used his core skill, Strength Burst, he would completely ignore the fact that his strength doubled. But now, Ryan can gradually control the intensity of these bursts, for example, limiting the increase in strength to 50% or 70%. This change not only demonstrates Ryan's more refined control over his own strength, but also indirectly increases the duration of the bursts. Roughly speaking, if Ryan controls his bursts to around 50%, they can last for around 2 minutes. If he goes all out, the duration is around 50 seconds, slightly better than the previous 45 seconds. In addition, the after effects of muscle soreness and numbness will be significantly reduced depending on the intensity of Ryan's bursts. This delighted Ryan. Refining the control over one's own strength is a true improvement in one's power. Name: Ryan Kalin. Occupation: Blacksmith Level 2, 0/300, Night Watcher Level 3, 30/500, Dog Trainer Level 2, 31/300, Constitution 10, Strength 11, Agility 9, Spirit 11. Remaining attribute points 2. Remaining skill points 1. Ryan saw on the attribute panel that, except for agility, all other attributes had already reached the 10-point mark. Suddenly, Ryan remembered that, long ago, the system had indicated that the prerequisites for the Knight Squire class change required strength of at least 8 points, agility of at least 8 points, and constitution of at least 8 points. This should mean that the aforementioned standards, or the physical fitness threshold for a level 1 Knight Squire, were met. So if strength, agility, and constitution all exceed 10 points, does that mean I'm a level 2 Knight Squire? That should be about right. A difference of 2 points in strength, agility, and constitution is a very noticeable difference. Besides anything else, Ryan recalled his practice with his swordsmanship instructor, Humbert, 2 days ago, and quickly understood why Humbert had that expression. It wasn't that Humbert was holding back, it was because he'd gotten stronger. A reasonable guess is that once all 3 attributes exceed 12, I'm likely a level 3 Knight Squire. In other words, if I add another point to my agility, bringing it to 10, I'd be at the level of a level 2 Knight Squire. Well, in just over a month, I've gone from a skinny teenager to a level 2 Knight Squire. That's quite the progress, isn't it? Regarding these 2 attribute points, besides keeping one as a reserve, Ryan hesitated between using the other one for constitution and agility. Constance could mitigate the aftereffects of his core skill, Power Burst, and increase the duration of his training. But agility was equally important, especially since his giant bear breathing technique wasn't primarily known for boosting agility. Using force to defeat cleverness was true, but even the greatest force was useless if it couldn't hit the opponent. After pondering for a moment, Ryan still hadn't made up his mind. The same dilemma arose regarding skill points. The core skill, Danger Sense, was currently at level 2, which was basically sufficient. So, Ryan considered investing a bit in giant bear breathing, directly upgrading it from level 3 to level 4. This would likely provide further gains in strength and constitution in a short period of time. On the other hand, Danger Sense was a core skill that could only be upgraded with skill points, while giant bear breathing could be improved through training. But Ryan thought carefully. Danger Sense is a sense of danger. When danger strikes and there's no escape, it's still one's own strength that determines victory or defeat. And night breathing technique is the key to rapidly strengthening and enhancing one's own strength, determining that outcome. So, after a moment's deliberation, Ryan finally decided to invest a few skill points in giant bear breathing technique. As giant bear breathing technique reached level 4, instantly, memories of practicing giant bear breathing technique were instilled into Ryan's mind. These memories were fragmentary fragments of breathing exercises, images flashing through Ryan's mind and quickly imprinted into the memory of his muscles and fascia. When Ryan opened his eyes again, it was as if he had gone through a month or 2 of arduous training in the giant bear breathing technique. He felt a distinctly strange sensation throughout his body, a tingling sensation emanating from his fascia. Driven by instinct, Ryan reapplied the black tongue oil and began practicing the third form of the giant bear breathing technique. As expected, the tingling sensation intensified. Ryan felt the fascia within his body begin to mutate, as if extending strands of fine, incredibly tough fascia fibers, deeply rooted in his bones and muscle fibers. This change significantly enhanced Ryan's explosive power and resistance to blows, and his outer skin became even tougher, like oil-soaked cowhide. Additionally, Ryan felt an itchy, hot sensation in his chest, as if he couldn't feel relieved unless he roared. At this moment, a system notification quietly arrived. Congratulations, you've unlocked the exclusive secret technique combining giant bear breathing and giant bear swordsmanship, Roaring Strike. Immediately, a delighted Ryan spotted a brand new icon on his night watch panel, located above giant bear breathing and giant bear swordsmanship. The icon depicted a roaring giant bear head, its mouth wide open, and its fangs sharp, appearing lifelike and ferocious. Roaring Strike Level 1, Secret Technique Effect. Harness the immense lung power to simulate the sonic impact of a giant bear's attack, combined with a whirlwind slash. Note: Roaring Strike is a secret technique and cannot be directly upgraded with skill points. Roaring Strike Level 2 requires the following requirements. 1. Giant Bear Breathing Level 5 or higher, Giant Bear Swordsman Level 5 or higher. 2. Strength 12 points, Constitution 12 or higher. So that's it. It seems that feeling of not feeling refreshed unless I roar is probably due to the lung training provided by the breathing technique. If it weren't already night, Ryan would have roared a few times. But thinking of Claire's demonstration, he shook his head. There was a good chance his shout would wake up the residents of nearby Goldhire Town. There was no other way. Ryan could only endure it for now. Finally, Ryan discovered that he had unknowingly and easily surpassed the half-hour requirement for the third form of the giant bear breathing technique. This meant he could already practice the fourth form of the giant bear breathing technique. Chapter 79. However, the fourth form can be practiced tomorrow, as Ryan feels that his breathing training time for the day is almost up. Too much practice is worse than too little. After a moment's thought, Ryan retrieved the ornately bound beast taming diary from under his bed and began to carefully read through it. The relevant information contained within was extremely useful to Ryan, as evidenced by the dog nutritious meals alone. Thus, Ryan planned to continue his research and see if he could come up with a few more recipes, perhaps even accelerating his dog trainer career level. Also, the challenge currently facing Ryan was how to decipher the unknown text. This was a major problem. If he couldn't decipher the meaning of the text, he wouldn't be able to learn a crucial section of the book, the potion recipes. Considering that Dog King Cole had said at the time that he had invited several so-called scholars from the county city to decipher it, the difficulty of deciphering this text must be enormous. But expecting Ryan to give up so easily was obviously impossible. Perhaps this is related to a specific event that led to my advancement from dog trainer to animal tamer, or perhaps the book contains a crucial potion. It's hard to say. One thing is certain, if I can thoroughly research and create the potion, I'd be able to significantly elevate my dog trainer rank. Ryan pondered this carefully, and came up with two possible solutions. The first was for Ryan to copy down several discrete pieces of foreign text, write them on a piece of paper, and give it to the head maid, Shadia, asking her to search the castle library for relevant text or annotations. The second option was to wait until he officially joined the night watch, and then research the relevant information on his own through official channels. Just as Ryan was pondering this question, there was a gentle knock on the door. "Come in." Ryan knew it must be Anna. It had been like this for the past few days. Mint would bring Cookie to their room before bed to play with her. And once Mint fell asleep, Anna would take Cookie to Ryan's room. Perhaps because Ryan was both a dog trainer and Cookie's owner, Cookie always chose to return to Ryan's side before falling asleep. "Anna, is Mint asleep?" Ryan turned and said softly. "Yeah, he just fell asleep. I'll be back now." Anna glanced at Ryan and nodded shyly, but the moment she turned, she seemed to notice something. "Hey Ryan, what a unique amulet. Can I see it?" Anna pointed curiously at the wooden amulet Ryan had placed next to the book. "Of course." Ryan casually picked up the wooden amulet and handed it to Anna. Anna took it and examined it carefully with delight. Then, with her fair fingers, she carefully touched the pattern on the amulet's surface, as if caressing a newborn baby. "What a unique amulet! The carvings are so lifelike and feel so delicate," Anna exclaimed. It was clear that Anna loved the amulet. Just as Ryan was about to tease Anna, something unexpected happened. Ah! The wooden amulet suddenly emitted a soft green light, startling Anna so much that she almost dropped it to the ground. But Anna seemed to sense the softness and comfort of this green light, so she suppressed her fear and continued to hold the amulet in her hand. Ryan had already approached, and he too was baffled. He had held the amulet for several days, but no matter how he touched it, he had never experienced anything as strange as the one just now. Ryan, I feel like I can control this green light. Anna looked up, her wide eyes fixed on Ryan, and said seriously, "Don't be nervous and don't move." "Let me see," Ryan soothed. Ryan carefully felt it, and the green light seemed to have an inexplicable attraction, drawing him closer. Ryan's higher spiritual attributes were now taking effect. He seemed to sense that this strange green light was emitting a certain herbal fragrance and the vitality of life. Aside from that, Ryan's danger sense hadn't reacted at all, so he was almost certain that the green light was not dangerous. Moreover, Anna was clutching the amulet, her entire body bathed in the green light. If there was a problem with the green light, Anna would be the first to suffer. So, Ryan took a bold step and slowly reached out to the green light. The moment Ryan touched it, the green light suddenly shifted from the amulet, instantly enveloping Ryan's entire body. Suddenly, Ryan felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring, as if his placenta were floating in the amniotic fluid. And an unknown energy, representing life and vitality, was now flowing continuously into his body. It gave him a sudden sense of clarity. The air in the entire room felt much fresher, and Ryan felt as if he were inhaling and exhaling the essence of plants and trees with every breath. It felt like being transported from a big city to the Shenangjia forest area. The air was incredibly fresh, and the negative ion content was off the charts. Slowly, the green light faded. Ryan felt incredibly well. He looked down and noticed that the few small scars on the back of his hand, left from previous battles, had vanished without a trace. The back of his hand now felt like a freshly peeled egg, without a trace of scars. This is definitely a supernatural power. But it's clearly not the supernatural power of the Knight's Path. It seems more like magic or sorcery, utilizing some strange energy particles, Ryan thought with certainty. But why could Anna trigger it, while he had touched it so many times with no reaction? Ryan was puzzled for a moment. Suddenly, Anna's brow furrowed slightly, and her delicate body swayed. Ryan immediately noticed that Anna was clearly exhausted. Is it because of the strange green light from the amulet? Ryan quickly stepped forward, supported Anna, and said softly, "Anna, are you okay? Why don't you rest in bed for a while?" A faint blush crept onto Anna's fair face, seemingly from being supported by Ryan. But she obeyed Ryan's instructions, and slowly sat down on the bed. "I'm fine. I just feel tired, like I've been sewing all day and feel dizzy." Ryan immediately realized that Anna's condition was a perfect example of someone experiencing excessive mental exertion. It seemed Anna had triggered some formation or other on the wooden amulet, causing the green light. The entire triggering process required a considerable amount of mental energy. Deep in the distant Ferdinand forest, a tall, slender female elf with jet black hair suddenly turned and looked south. In that direction, she seemed to sense her lost natural healing amulet. She frowned, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, as she carefully sensed it again. Yes, that familiar vibration, though faint, was unmistakable. It seemed someone had triggered her amulet. Chapter 80. Although Ryan really wanted Anna to trigger it again to test his hypothesis, seeing Anna's pale face, it was clearly not the right time. "Anna, how did you spend your childhood?" "When I was little, I moved around with my mother. I don't remember ever staying in one place for more than a year. So, every time I got to know a place, I'd have to leave again. No children wanted to be friends with me. Later, I stopped actively making friends. I knew I'd be gone soon, and if I had friends, I'd be sad after they left." Anna slowly recounted her childhood experiences. "Do you know why your mother kept moving?" Ryan asked. Anna shook her head slightly, a hint of confusion in her eyes. She inexplicably gave Ryan a feeling of weakness and loneliness. Also, from Anna's account, it seemed as if her mother was constantly avoiding something. Hence the need to keep moving. Of course, the above is merely Ryan's personal speculation. Speaking of this, Ryan couldn't help but recall the last time his friend George had mysteriously mentioned to him that Anna's mother had been kidnapped. Who told George that? I think it was his father. Ryan tried to recall the situation. What about you, Ryan? I think you've changed a lot lately. You've gotten taller and stronger, and you look, well, full of energy. It's like you've become a completely different person. Anna turned and smiled sweetly at Ryan. Faced with Anna's praise, Ryan scratched his head, momentarily unsure what to say. He's a completely different person. Ha ha ha. Maybe it's because of the servant training. After chatting for a while, Anna seemed genuinely exhausted, so Ryan quickly sent her back to rest. After several days of investigating Ryan, Rules had confirmed that the intelligence he had submitted to Michelle last time was indeed flawed. It seemed that he had completed a wanted mission and certified as a junior bounty hunter. This made Rules' regard for Ryan rise to a new level. If before, he had only slightly respected him, now he truly respected him. After all, in Rules' eyes, Ryan's previous personal experience was like a blank slate. Born into a farming family, he grew up in Gold Hire and had hardly ever left. And yet, in just over a month, this farmer's son had undergone a transformation, becoming a bounty hunter. Such stories are too legendary, often appearing in tales sung by troubadours. Even if this young man named Ryan had once been taught by Miss Claire, this level of improvement was still too astonishing. After all, Miss Claire was indeed known as the genius knight of Meister County, but that didn't mean Ryan was also. At first, Rules thought Ryan was attending a servant training session, but after pretending to pass by the training ground several times, he couldn't find the black-haired boy. After observing him several times, he confirmed that Ryan was no longer attending the servant training session. This actually made him happy. After all, since the last attack by the ferocious Knoll, the Habsburg Manor had strengthened its defenses. Even for him, quietly killing a servant within the manor would be extremely difficult, and would involve considerable risk. Since the enemy wasn't at the Habsburg Manor, he must be at home. So, Rules began searching for the location of the Ryan residence. Just last night, he had treated a drunk to a drink at the Oak Tavern in Gold Hire Town. For a mere silver coin, he had learned the location of the Ryan residence from the drunk. Then, Rules was delighted to discover that the Ryan residence was located near the southern edge of Gold Hire Town, bordered by woodland and rarely visited. It seemed like a perfect spot for an attack. After last night's reconnaissance, Rules quietly arrived at the alley near the entrance of the Ryan residence early this morning and began staking out his position. Coincidentally, less than 5 minutes after Rules began his stakeout, Ryan, carrying a sheepskin-wrapped two-handed sword, headed for the clearing in the woods for morning exercises. This made Rules' face curl slightly. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. It seemed like luck was on his side. A moment later, Rules followed Ryan from a distance, arriving at the clearing deep in the woods. However, as he watched Ryan practicing the giant bear sword technique from afar, he was filled with indescribable shock, his eyes flickering. How is this possible? From the investigation and information, this young man named Ryan had never received any previous training as a knight squire, not even the most basic militia training. And yet, with no prior training, he had achieved this level of skill in just over a month. In comparison, our own Master Dennis's training progress after drinking the divine blood this month is slightly behind. If Rules hadn't seen the young man's clear, bright eyes, he would have thought he was possessed by some evil deity. This young man's knightly aptitude is truly top-notch, on par with Miss Claire, the knightly genius of Mayes County. He now understood why Miss Claire valued this young man's talent. This young man's talent would make him worthy of wooing and cultivating in any empire's territory. Killing such a young man would be a shame. Rules shook his head slightly, sighing inwardly. Although he had long known that Ryan had likely already pledged allegiance to Claire, he still planned to ask him if he was willing to join the Norman family. This was a sign of respect for talent. If he agreed, Baron Norman would surely be delighted. In that case, even a scolding from the young master wouldn't matter to him. But if the other party doesn't agree, that would be truly regrettable. You know, many young eagles have fallen to their deaths beneath the trees before they could even spread their wings and soar. To ensure complete safety, Rules hid far behind a tree and began slowly smearing the deadly pale green poison onto his knight's long sword. While practicing the giant bear sword technique, Ryan had always felt like he was being watched. Perhaps because the malice inherent in this gaze wasn't so obvious at first, his core skill, Danger Sense Level 2, didn't provide a strong warning. But just then, an alarm suddenly sounded in his heart. Ryan knew that the person watching him was real and likely planning to attack. At the same moment, he determined the enemy's approximate location. It was just behind him to the left. Who's there? Ryan's eyes blazed in Rules' direction. This elevated Lures' opinion of Ryan to a new level. Very keen perception, truly an enviable trait. And then, in Ryan's sight, a man in hunting attire, a sword slung across his waist, slowly emerged from the dense forest. Chapter 81. Ryan? A deep male voice rang out. Excuse me, who are you? You don't need to know who I am. Listen carefully, Ryan. I'm giving you a chance now. If you're willing to pledge allegiance to the Norman family, it will be the best decision of your life. The other party didn't directly answer Ryan's question, but instead said something that caught him completely off guard. Ryan was startled. Huh? Is this recruiting? But the other party's condescending attitude clearly sounded like almsgiving. Ryan instinctively felt awkward and uncomfortable. However, Ryan still intended to politely inquire about the other party's background. After all, the other party, who was so arrogant about recruiting, must have a distinguished background, most likely from a hereditary earl or even marquisate. But it seemed that there was only one hereditary earl family in Maester County. The Habsburgs. Ryan naturally asked, "Thank you, sir, for your appreciation, but please forgive my ignorance. Is the Norman family you're referring to a great noble family with fiefdoms in other counties?" "Ryan, what you just said is an insult to the noble Baron Norman. You cannot bear the wrath of the Norman family." A sullen expression crossed the middle-aged man's face. "Baron?" Ryan instantly realized that the man was from a baronial family called Norman, not an earl or marquis as he had imagined. His question had clearly irritated the man, constituting it a provocation and contempt. "But I obviously couldn't possibly agree to his request. Giving up your position as the guardian knight of the fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged Miss Clare to become a servant to a baron whose fiefdoms you don't know where? This is a donkey's brain." "Pa!" Ryan shook his head, his expression straightening. He bowed slightly and apologized. "Sorry, thank you for your appreciation, but I cannot agree. That's such a shame. You rejected an opportunity to live. A genius is about to perish here. What a shame." The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. The next second, the situation suddenly changed. Clang! The opponent immediately drew his knight's long sword, kicked off his toes, and attacked Ryan. So fast! Ryan's pupils shrank. The opponent's speed was no less than the assassin who attacked him last time. Dang! Ryan barely blocked the opponent's long sword with his fine steel greatsword, but he was knocked back 2 steps. If you can't recruit him, then kill him. How domineering. Besides, his opponent's strength and agility are probably close to that of a full-fledged knight. Ryan was surprised, but the opponent was even more surprised. Rules had never imagined that this farmer's son had reached such a level of strength. He could actually withstand his full-strength sword strike and only retreat a few steps. This was even greater than he had expected when he had just seen Ryan practicing swordsmanship. After all, he was a quasi-knight. This showed that his opponent's strength had fully reached the level of a third-level knight squire. No wonder he failed last time. Even compared to me, the gap isn't that big. Is it because of the breathing technique he's practicing? It's just that his speed is a bit slower, clearly 2 levels behind mine. Fortunately, although there are some uncertainties, everything is still under control. Since the opponent was slower than him, the experienced Rules instantly thought of the best tactic. That was to use more of his fastest straight thrusts, catching the opponent off guard. Ryan had just activated a 30% burst of power, exceeding 14 points of strength, yet he was still slightly at a disadvantage. This allowed Rules to estimate the opponent's strength to be around 15, but no more than 16. However, the opponent's speed was far too fast for him. If it weren't for his level 2 danger sense, he might have been injured. Also, there was no need to hesitate about how to increase his points. Ryan immediately used 1 attribute point in agility, successfully bringing his agility to 10 points. Dang! Then, a second later, Rules launched an even faster straight thrust, but it was still firmly blocked by the opposing boy. A hint of surprise crossed Rules' face. The boy's speed had actually increased. He had previously dominated him in speed, but now, he was only slightly ahead. Fortunately, I'm well prepared and have applied a deadly poison. 1 strike is all I need. Rules' sword moves became even more swift, like a raging storm, as he charged at Ryan. Ding ding dang dang. Bang! Rules' sword grazed Ryan's chest, slicing through the surface of his cotton coat. Huh? Plate armor? Thinking he had it all figured out, Rules was surprised to discover the boy was wearing a rare suit of plate armor. His previous attack was rendered ineffective. At this point in the battle, Rules, perhaps even unaware, had gradually deviated from his plan. His original plan was that if Ryan refused, he would finish him off in seconds, dispose of the body, and depart immediately. But now, although he had a slight advantage, the battle had become a stalemate. This makes it extremely difficult to defeat him quickly and escape calmly. This place is not far from the main road. If I delay too long and attract other people's attention, it will be troublesome. It seems that I have no choice but to use my secret technique. Across from him, Ryan also stared intently at Rules, his mind racing, searching for a strategy to defeat him. His swordsmanship is very practical and devastating, and he's experienced. His overall strength is clearly superior to mine. The most troublesome thing is his attack speed, even faster than that of the assassin. Even with 1 point of agility added, it's still not enough. Ryan also considered suddenly unleashing his full power and unleashing a roaring attack. But judging by the opponent's effortless attack, even unleashing all my power might not land a hit if I don't time it right. But if I fail and allow him to catch his guard, I never have another chance. The roaring attack is my only chance of a comeback. I must use it only when I'm absolutely certain. Huh? That faint green glow on the opponent's knight's sword? It's actually poisonous? Taking advantage of this opening, Ryan keenly noticed that the opponent's knight's sword was emitting a faint green glow. This filled Ryan with both shock and anger. If I hadn't been wearing plate armor just now, wouldn't I have been poisoned? Faced with this situation, where there was absolutely no room for error, saving any more attribute points would be a recipe for disaster. Ryan decisively invested his last attribute point in agility. At this point, agility reached 11. His overall condition had returned to peak form. Suddenly Rules moved. He swung his sword again, charging at Ryan. The long sword in his right hand swung rapidly, suddenly splitting into 3. With sharp ear-piercing sounds, he thrust simultaneously at Ryan's brow, neck, and chest. This was Rules' ultimate move, the swift triple strike sword combo, one of the secrets of the dragon military swordsmanship. Chapter 82. In a split second, Ryan instantly determined that this must be the opponent's ultimate move. Using the sword's incredibly fast speed, it stabbed 3 vital points on his body. The rapid speed caused afterimages on his retina, which is why he saw the 3 swords stabbing simultaneously. But Ryan felt no fear, but rather joy. This sword was the opponent's ultimate move, a threat to him, but also, on the other hand, an opportunity. Although the opponent was extremely fast, this killing move must have been delivered with full force, making it extremely difficult for him to suddenly change his form as before. It was like a 100-meter runner trying to stop immediately after sprinting. It was almost impossible. For a moment, a ruthless look flashed in Ryan's eyes. He didn't use the giant bear sword art's only defensive move, the defensive style. Instead, he chose to attack. Power explosion. Ryan's entire body suddenly expanded, his height leaping from around 1.70 meters to around 1.90 meters, his muscles tensing and swelling. Breaking the limit. Are you a full-fledged knight? Rules cried out in shock. This caused Rules' offensive momentum to stagnate, greatly reducing the power of his killing move. Of course, Rules couldn't be blamed. Ryan's power explosion move was so similar to a full-fledged knight's breaking the limit move. Anyone, at first glance, would have mistaken him for a full-fledged knight breaking the limit. Taking advantage of the opponent's slight pause, Ryan's chest bulged, the veins in his neck bulged, and his neck muscles began to twist and swell like a python. This instantly set off alarm bells in Rules' heart, and he instinctively began to retreat rapidly. His ultimate move, the 3 swift sword strikes, came to an abrupt halt. It was no wonder Rules made such a decision. Originally, his 3 sword strikes were aimed at Ryan's vital points, but with Ryan's drastic change in size, even if they struck, they probably wouldn't kill him instantly, they would only injure him. But Ryan's current form was too terrifying, and Rules immediately sensed that his subsequent attack would be a thunderous blow. Rules didn't want to trade his life for his own. So, he had no choice but to retreat. But he had just charged at him at high speed, so retreating immediately was no easy task. However, Rules, worthy of his quasi-knight level body control, was able to control his body from forward to backward in less than half a second. But in that less than half a second, the situation reversed. Ha! With a loud roar, Ryan opened his mouth wide, and a torrent of air blasted out like a cannonball. A massive sonic wave, centered at Ryan's gaping mouth, spread outward like a tsunami. This ranged sonic attack was clearly unavoidable for Rules. Moreover, given the distance between him and Ryan, the sonic wave's intensity was at its peak. Rules felt a sharp gust of wind in his face, causing his entire face to tremble violently. At the same time, his eardrum stung, and his head instantly buzzed. After passing Rules, the sonic wave continued to spread at high speed, rustling the surrounding trees and causing leaves to fall. Although Rules was briefly affected by the sonic attack, a mere fraction of a second, by the time he regained consciousness, he found himself unable to move. Instantly, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. As Ryan unleashed that deafening roar, his muscular hands had already slashed the fine steel sword across Rules' waist and abdomen at high speed, leaving a graceful silver semicircle in the air. Time seemed to stand still for a few seconds. Rules lowered his head. Crash! A stream of blood, along with intestines and other internal organs, splattered onto the ground. Ah! Rules screamed in agony. Plop! Rules dropped his knight's sword and fell to his knees. He struggled to cover the long wound with his hands, repeatedly trying to replace the fallen intestines. Although he had experienced many battles, he had always been the victor. Naturally, he had never experienced such pain. And the fear of near death. Even a knight wouldn't be able to withstand such injuries, let alone one he wasn't. Soon, as his life slipped away, Rules' movement slowed. He raised his head and stared intently at Ryan. He muttered twice, as if about to say something, but ultimately, nothing came out, and he collapsed to the ground. The resentment in his eyes dimmed. Ryan wasn't feeling well either. One hand rested on his fine steel sword, the other clutched his chest, and he began to cough violently. Cough, cough. I used too much force with my first secret technique, roaring attack. I think I injured my lungs a bit. But fortunately, the results were remarkable. Ryan looked at Rules' corpse, feeling a pang of emotion. The opponent's strength was far superior to mine. I estimate his strength and agility to be around 13, or even 14. Even after adding 2 points to agility, he was still firmly suppressed. If I hadn't mastered the secret technique, roaring attack, this battle would have been over. This intensified Ryan's sense of urgency. Throughout the battle, Ryan still had many questions. Where did this Norman Baron family come from? Is he going to die if I don't accept their offer? That's not the case. So how did I become involved with them? Ryan thought for a moment. Perhaps he could find a time to ask Hamilton indirectly. After all, they were transferred from the county seat, and should be familiar with the various nobles in Mayes County. If the fiefdom of this so-called Norman Baron family is in Maester County, Hamilton could likely provide me with some useful information. Without pausing, Ryan stepped forward and cautiously struck the man with another sword strike. After confirming the man was truly dead, Ryan quickly bent down and began searching. Soon, he found a small, black, square bottle in the man's waist bag. Huh? Could this be a deadly poison? Then Ryan found a small bag of gold coins from the man's waist bag, about 10 gold coins and 20 silver coins. The last item was an unusually neatly folded parchment scroll. Judging by its yellowed surface and slightly whitish edges, it seemed quite old and frequently read by its owner. Ryan didn't open it immediately. The sound of his roaring attack was so intense that, even with the dense forest blocking the way, Ryan believed it had already reached the nearby road. So, as soon as Ryan finished searching for the body, he dragged it deeper into the dense forest and covered the signs of battle with a few scratches of his broadsword. After some thought, Ryan decided not to take the other man's weapon. Because the knight's longsword had a distinct pattern on the hilt, Ryan couldn't use it even if he took it. Taking it to a blacksmith forge or something like that also posed risks, so it was better not to take it. Soon, the smell of blood would attract wild beasts, making it a feast for them. After completing all this, Ryan turned and headed home. Chapter 83. Brother, why are you back so early today? Mint, who was teasing Cookie, looked up and saw that it was her brother Ryan who had returned, and asked with a hint of surprise. Anna also looked up at Ryan. Seeing Anna's rosy complexion, Ryan knew that after a night's rest, Anna had recovered from the fatigue of using the amulet yesterday. Something's up. Ahem. Ahem. Ryan patted Mint's head. By the way, Anna, would you be free to come with me? Yeah. Sure. Anna nodded and stood up. However, when she took a closer look at Ryan, she noticed something was wrong. Ryan looked a little unwell, and he had just coughed again. As Ryan passed by her, she seemed to smell a faint scent of blood. She had a deep impression of that smell. That night, her house was also filled with it. This immediately made Anna nervous. Following Ryan into the room, Anna asked anxiously, Ryan, are you injured? Huh? Anna, how did you know? Ryan was a little surprised at first, but then he glanced down at his torn cotton plate armor and understood. It's okay, just a minor injury. But Anna, I think you might want to try touching the amulet again. Ryan wasn't sure if the amulet had a limit on how many times it could be used. Or, after consuming that strange energy, did it need a certain amount of time to absorb some external energy before it could be used again? Yes, of course. I try. Anna nodded heavily, as she was rarely able to help Ryan. Relax, I'm really fine. Cough. Seeing Ryan coughing while saying he was fine, Anna couldn't help but give him a stern look. Immediately accepting the wooden amulet Ryan handed her, Anna focused her attention and gently touched it. Sure enough, the amulet once again emitted a soft green light. This time, Anna seemed to control it a little more easily than before. The green light quickly flew from the amulet towards Ryan's body. Instantly, the green light intensified. Wrapped in the green light, Ryan felt his lungs, which had been tearing with pain, suddenly feel as if a cool trickle of water flowed in from outside his body, quickly covering the damaged capillaries and alveoli in his lungs. An unusually cool and refreshing feeling came from within. A few seconds later, Ryan felt his injuries completely healed, and the coughing symptom disappeared. This made Ryan marvel once again at the miraculous power of this energy. This also proved that the wooden amulet must be a reusable magical item. However, when Ryan looked up, he noticed that Anna's face had turned pale again, just like last night. "Anna, I'm sorry." "Don't say that, Ryan. I'm really glad I could help you." "I really am. By the way, are you feeling better now?" "Of course I'm fully recovered." "Anna, thank you." Ryan smiled and patted his chest, indicating that he was completely well again. After sending Anna back to her room to rest, Ryan curiously opened the parchment scroll. As soon as he opened it, Ryan was a little surprised. At the top, written in large letters, were the words Dragon Empire Military Swordsmanship. Below the words were 7 separate images depicting a small stick figure performing various sword moves. Further down, there were 2 slightly more complex patterns, also depicting tiny figures performing sword techniques. Each figure wielded a one-handed sword. This style was distinct from the giant bear swordsmanship practiced by Ryan. After carefully examining it, Ryan's expression was initially a mixture of surprise and delight, but then a frown slowly settled over him as he pondered. Ryan discovered that the 7 patterns represented basic sword techniques. Their style was simple and straightforward, but upon closer inspection, they were interspersed with a sense of sharpness and even brutality. Because these sword techniques targeted the enemy's vital points, it's no wonder they're called military swordsmanship. Simplicity meant for ease of mastery, while sharpness and brutality were meant for the fastest possible kill. The 2 slightly more complex patterns at the bottom represented secret techniques derived from military swordsmanship. The 3 swift sword strike performed by the middle-aged man just now, and another flash attack. There's no doubt that Imperial military swordsmanship with secret techniques is more than 10 times more valuable than pure Imperial military swordsmanship. For while Imperial military swordsmanship is also a remarkable art, without secret techniques, it's not truly exceptional. If Ryan had only learned the basic 7 styles of military swordsmanship, he might not have immediately been tempted to learn them. But when he discovered 2 secret techniques, his desire to learn them became overwhelming. He had personally experienced the power of the opponent's swift sword triple strike. If the opponent had been determined to trade injury for injury, even if Ryan had managed to win, he would have been seriously injured. The description of the other style, lightning strike, suggested it was even more powerful, but also more difficult to perform, seemingly only for a true knight. This made Ryan quite envious. He decided to give it a try later. At this point, Ryan finally had time to check the system notification. Your giant bear swordsmanship skill has been upgraded, adding 267 experience points. You have fought a battle, adding 131 experience points to the Night Watcher class. Although a normal battle doesn't take long, only about 2 minutes at most, every second can mean the difference between life and death, so the generous experience points awarded are not surprising. Ryan's giant bear swordsmanship level 4, 298/1000, progressed past the halfway point, reaching giant bear swordsmanship level 4, 565/1000. Ryan flipped the system panel back to the homepage, the attributes page. Name, Ryan Kalin. Occupation, Blacksmith level 2, 0/300, Night Watchman level 3, 161/500, Dog Trainer level 2, 31/300, Constitution, 10. Strength 11. Agility, 11. Spirit, 11. Remaining attribute points, 0. Remaining skill points, 0. His current attributes were quite evenly balanced, and he only needed 1 more point in Constitution to reach 11 in each. Afterward, Ryan folded his arms and paced back and forth across the room, concentrating on the recent battle and summarizing its gains and losses. Mice County City. In a mansion, perhaps belonging to a noble or a wealthy merchant, the storage room on the second basement floor had clearly been expanded, its area comparable to the banquet hall of a typical aristocratic residence. While the walls weren't decorated with elaborate murals or grandeur, they were carved with depictions of mysterious and brutal rituals and various bizarre monsters, giving the hall a dark and eerie atmosphere. Such a spacious hall was lit only by 2 mountain-shaped wall lamps. The flames burned vigorously, but they still couldn't illuminate the vast expanse. At this moment, a deep voice rang out from the center of the gloomy hall. How long will the Black Flame prayer ceremony last? Chapter 84. Master Priest, it will probably take about a month. The answer came from a slender figure in knight's armor standing in the center of the underground hall. Why slender? That's because he was over 2 meters 200 feet tall, yet his limbs, even clad in armor, were remarkably slender. To those who were around, his legs resembled the long, thin thighs of a grasshopper, slender yet incredibly springy. Furthermore, the weapon he slung across his back was also quite strange. A serrated, scimitar-like weapon, approximately 2 meters long. However, he was clearly not the most senior figure in the underground hall, for he bowed slightly to the figure known as the priest, sitting in the shadows beside him, reporting, "Time is running out. I sense the lords will gradually awakening. The black flame prayer ritual must be performed as soon as possible. Perform the ritual within half a month, in conjunction with the lord's further awakening." Well, as ordered, Master Priest. However, further intensifying our efforts to obtain materials will inevitably cause unrest and draw further attention from the imperial authorities. Those greedy nobles, now's their time to shine. The priest's low voice tinged with sarcasm. Master Priest, speaking of those nobles, they seem a bit overwhelmed. The black figure waved his hand and said, "Take 12 more bottles of divine blood and appease them. It would be best if these nobles would cooperate. If they find excuses to shirk responsibility, then at least let them turn a blind eye. Have these gangs seize the opportunity these next few days, and at the same time, increase the bounty. Finally, make your preparations. If there's really no time, perform a blood sacrifice." A blood sacrifice, Master Priest. The commotion in Monum last time was quite a commotion. I hear the sword-bearer is very concerned about this matter. The priest waved his withered right hand and said, "I have sensed the Lord's answer to my prayers. Contact Alonso. As the noble most eager to participate in the Black Flame ritual and receive the Lord's blessing, you must do something." "Yes, Master Priest. By the way, have you sent someone to investigate the destruction of the hyena gang? Was it the work of the Empire sword-bearer?" The priest's voice grew noticeably more serious as he mentioned the word sword-bearer. "No, according to our on-site investigation, most of the hyena gang members who died were poisoned. This method doesn't seem like the work of a swordsman. Also, dozens of members were present in the hyena gang's base in the county town. If it was a swordsman, they wouldn't have ended it so hastily. They must have had a comprehensive plan before taking action, and would have rescued these people. It's probably a vendetta or an accidental incident. Perhaps the hyena gang offended a wandering knight or a noble. It's just that. The wound marks are strange. They don't look like wounds caused by a dagger or short sword, but rather like those caused by a broadsword or an axe." The Black Shadow nodded and said, "It's okay. The weapon itself varies from person to person. As long as it wasn't a swordsman, it's good. Hurry up, or by the time the Empire reacts, we might never have such a good opportunity again." "As you command, Master Priest, I do it now." The slender figure bowed slightly, and turned to leave the underground hall. The chief priest was the only one left in the hall. The dim light from the distant wall lamps made it clear that his figure, shrouded in black robes, was noticeably bloated, a stark contrast to his withered arms. That afternoon, Ryan began diligently practicing imperial military swordsmanship. The woodlands near his home were naturally out of the question. But fortunately, military swordsmanship employed a one-handed sword, meaning Ryan only needed a small area to practice. After a moment's thought, Ryan asked Anna for the key. Then, armed with his night watchman-issued half-handed sword, he headed to Anna's house nearby. After slightly moving the tables and chairs aside, he created a suitable indoor practice area. Since Ryan had a base of level 4 basic swordsmanship, 578/1000, he mastered military swordsmanship even faster than he expected. Not long after, a system prompt appeared. "You have practiced imperial military swordsmanship, and your understanding of it has improved. You have mastered a new skill. Imperial military swordsmanship. Your imperial military swordsmanship skill has been improved, and your experience points have increased by 1. It has been detected that the host has mastered a basic swordsmanship that also involves one-handed swordsmanship. Do you want to merge it with the imperial military swordsmanship? This fusion costs 0 skill points. Note: after fusion, the basic swordsmanship will no longer be displayed on the panel, but the host will still be able to use the relevant swordsmanship. Note: after fusion, the imperial military swordsmanship will absorb the advantages of the basic swordsmanship and improve it. The host's experience points in the basic swordsmanship will be converted to the experience points of the improved imperial military swordsmanship at a certain ratio." The first 3 prompts remained unchanged, but the fourth, a completely different system prompt, clearly caught Ryan's attention. "They're all one-handed sword techniques, So they can be fused? No wonder there wasn't this prompt when I was practicing the two-handed sword technique, giant bear swordsmanship. Also, fusion is supposed to cost skill points. Is it because basic swordsmanship and imperial military swordsmanship share some kind of connection, or is it because basic swordsmanship is so basic? So it says it costs 0? A series of questions naturally popped up in Ryan's mind. Obviously, if it costs skill points, Ryan probably wouldn't choose to fuse them right now. Because the current 1 skill point, whether used on breathing technique or giant bear swordsmanship, would bring him substantial improvements. Of course, since the cost was 0 this time, Ryan thought for a moment and chose yes. Then, the basic swordsmanship level 4, 578/1000, on the Night Watch panel suddenly disappeared, replaced by Imperial Military Swordsmanship level 2, 128/300. Over half of his level 4 basic swordsmanship had been converted to less than half of his level 2 Imperial Military Swordsmanship. But this already made Ryan's face light with joy, as it saved him at least 10 days, or half a month of arduous practice. Almost immediately, scattered memories of practicing Imperial Military Swordsmanship flashed through Ryan's mind, gradually merging into his muscle memory. After a while, Ryan keenly noticed a slight difference between his Imperial Military Swordsmanship and the Imperial Military Swordsmanship on the parchment scroll. The strike angles were more precise, and the power seemed greater. This must be what the system prompt said. After integration, the Imperial Military Swordsmanship absorbed the strengths of the basic swordsmanship and improved it. However, probably because the basic swordsmanship was so basic, the improvement was very slight. If it weren't for Ryan's exceptionally keen perception, he wouldn't have noticed it. At that moment, a clear, crisp voice came from the door. "Brother, Uncle Willen is here to see you." Upon hearing this, Ryan immediately stopped practicing Imperial Military Swordsmanship, opened the door, and walked out. The middle-aged man in black leather armor before him was none other than Ryan's familiar Night Watch captain, Willen. Mint smiled sweetly at Willen upon seeing Ryan emerge, then skipped back to digging in the small courtyard with Anna. With Cookie occasionally darting around, the two of them and the dog created a warm and inviting atmosphere. "Ryan, why are you at Anna's?" Willen asked, glancing curiously at the room behind the door. "Haha, Captain Willen, what's up?" Willen looked Ryan in the eye and said, "Ryan, I have good news for you." Chapter 85. The hyena gang in the county capital was destroyed. Dog King Cole and several of their core members were found dead 3 days ago in their lair. The fighting dog manner, Willen recounted slowly. Willen had considered whether this young man, only a few years older than his daughter, might have been responsible. But on reflection, he concluded that it was unlikely. Although Dog King Cole's body had been reduced to ash, unrecognizable, the deaths of the other hyena gang members showed that they had all died from poison. This method was likely the work of a well-trained assassin. Therefore, it was highly likely that the hyena gang, accustomed to their usual arrogance and dominance, had unintentionally offended a noble and were subsequently wiped out by the assassins hired by that noble. "Oh! Captain William, do you know who did this?" Ryan asked, feigning surprise, though he knew the answer. "I'm not sure, but according to my colleagues in the county, and judging by the on-site investigation, it was likely the work of a professional assassin. Many of the hyena gang members and dogs in the manor that hadn't been burned were killed by the poison," Willen explained, shaking his head. Hearing this, Ryan felt a sudden sense of relief. "I originally applied the poison simply to increase my killing efficiency, but I didn't expect it would actually mislead the investigation. You can use it again next time if necessary." After a few words, Willen finally remembered the purpose of his visit and said, "By the way, Ryan, if you don't have anything urgent to do right now, come with me to the town hall. Lord Hamilton is waiting in his office." "Okay, let's go now," Ryan nodded immediately. He also happened to have a question for Hamilton. When Ryan arrived at Hamilton's office, as soon as he entered, he noticed that Sheriff Hamilton, a full-fledged knight, had a weary expression on his face, rubbing his brow with one hand as he flipped through case files. Hamilton saw Ryan come in and nodded, saying, "Ryan, take a seat. Something's been a little off lately. There have been too many security incidents, and some mysterious incidents involving cults, monsters, and so on. Even the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess churches in the county town have been kept busy." Hamilton complained casually. "By the way, Ryan, I called you here because your night watchman paperwork has been completed." Hamilton smiled and handed Ryan a round silver badge, twice the size of a gold coin. Ryan took it and examined it carefully. The front depicted a figure holding a torch in one hand, a sword in the other, and a bow slung across its body. On the back, a figure resembled a bounty hunter's insignia, also bearing the name Ryan Kalin and a long string of numbers. Ryan quickly determined the material. It was primarily pure silver, with a small amount of other metals mixed in to prevent the insignia from being too soft. This is the insignia representing the elite Night's Watch. It takes ordinary Night's Watch members about 2 years to accumulate enough merit points to reach this level, Hamilton said with a smile. Thank you, Lord Hamilton. Ryan's face lit up, and he bowed slightly in gratitude. Don't thank me. It's just a small favor on my part. You've worked so hard, Ryan, and this is the proper reward. By the way, here's the exchange book. It contains all the items you can currently redeem. Take a look. Hamilton handed a small booklet to Ryan. Also, your merit points should be over 100. I'd need to see the exact number. Ryan, Noel, Murlock, you currently have a total of 119 merit points. Hamilton quoted a number. Thank you, sir. Ryan couldn't tell for a moment how much merit points that number could redeem, but at just over 100, he figured it wouldn't be anything useful. Ryan opened the booklet Hamilton handed him. On the cover, he saw the words, Imperial Security and Guard Merit Point Exchange Book, Non-Commissioned Officer. Huh? Isn't that for the solo night watch? Ryan looked up at Hamilton with a hint of surprise. Haha, of course not. Night watchmen, security guards, and even the city guards all fall under the Imperial Security and Defense Forces, so merit points are universal, Hamilton explained with a smile. I see. Ryan suddenly realized, but it made sense, so he opened the booklet and began to read. At the elite level, you can redeem items. Potions, weapons. Ryan quickly realized that his 119 merit points were neither too many nor too few. Basically, he had enough merit points to redeem 4 fine steel greatswords. Wow! There's even the Dragon Empire's military swordsmanship and accompanying military breathing techniques available for redemption? So this merit point value is 1,200? Ryan couldn't help but be a little stunned. You know, he currently has a total of 119 points, not even 1/10 of that. I wonder if any of the Night's Watch elites have successfully redeemed the Dragon Empire military sword technique and accompanying military breathing technique. However, the Dragon Empire military sword technique and military breathing technique can be redeemed separately, for 400 and 800 merit points respectively. Also, the military breathing technique is the only breathing technique in the redemption booklet. So, the Imperial military sword technique he obtained from that middle-aged man was actually worth 400 merit points. As expected, counterattacks are the fastest way to make money. Unfortunately, he didn't see any redemption items related to Black Tongue Oil or the Giant Bear breathing technique. I don't know if it's because his Night's Watch elite level isn't high enough, or if there's some other reason. However, according to Claire, the Giant Bear breathing technique is widely known, practiced and studied by many noble families. Logically, the Imperial military would also be more knowledgeable. In that case, it's likely due to his low level. By the way, sir, does the Night's Watch have a dedicated training ground? Ryan asked. For him, improving his strength is always the most important thing. The woodlands near his home are definitely not suitable for him to visit anytime soon. As for Anna's house, it's okay for 1 or 2 sessions, but it's not a long-term solution. Haha, of course there is one. It's right behind the town hall. Hamilton, as if realizing something, shook off his previous tired expression and stood up with a laugh. Come on, I show you around. And by the way, I introduce you to the others. At this time, except for those on night duty yesterday, most of them should be at the training ground. After leaving the office and turning right twice, Ryan followed Hamilton to a training ground. It wasn't large, only a few hundred square meters, but it was fully equipped with various dummies, targets, and swords. At the moment, quite a few people were training on their own. Ryan glanced around and saw that archery was the most common, accounting for 60% of the people. Sir! Sir Hamilton! Sir Sheriff! Seeing Hamilton arrive, the night watchman, security officers, and others in training stopped what they were doing and greeted him. This is Ryan, a new member of our night watch who just joined today. Everyone should get acquainted, Hamilton introduced. By the way, Ryan, to show everyone your strength, come on, use all your strength and punch right here. Hamilton turned, smiled, and extended his hand to Ryan. In truth, Hamilton had always wanted to test Ryan's strength and qualifications. Ever since Ryan was able to stop the injured, ferociously transformed Noel, he'd harbored this thought. But because he was preoccupied with his own injuries at the time, and because Ryan hadn't officially joined the Night's Watch, Hamilton hadn't spoken up. But now that Ryan had officially become a Night's Watch member, and a direct subordinate, Hamilton naturally thought of testing this promising young man. Chapter 86. Hearing their superior's words, the Night's Watchmen nearby all looked at Ryan with curiosity. Some of the Night's Watchmen had seen Ryan before, during the previous battle against the ferocious gnolls, while others had not. But now, they all gathered around, eagerly watching the young man's performance. Ryan was taken aback at Hamilton's sudden request, but the next second, he smiled, nodded, and readily agreed. Yes, Lord Hamilton. He finally understood why Hamilton's expression had faded when he asked about the Night's Watch's training grounds. It seemed that even then, the other party had the idea of testing his strength. But inwardly, Ryan thought to himself, he certainly couldn't unleash his full power. Otherwise, even 22 points of power would likely exceed the maximum strength of Hamilton, a full-fledged knight. Injuring your boss on your first day? That's just... Ryan couldn't help but shake his head slightly as he imagined that scene. But, I barely managed to fight off a severely injured, ferociously transformed gnoll last time, so my current base strength of 11 is naturally a bit weak. So, I need to boost it a bit, maybe around 30%. Giving my boss a little surprise is definitely worth it. After thinking it over, Ryan made a fist-throwing motion. Then, with a push of his left foot, he flashed past everyone. With a stride and a straight punch, he slammed into Hamilton's outstretched right palm. Bang! A dull sound of fists clashing rang out. As Ryan's punch connected, he felt Hamilton's large hand, like layers of tough cowhide glued together. It cushioned the impact of his punch, absorbed it, and ultimately rendered it invisible. Hamilton controlled the recoil of his force to a very small degree, making it almost imperceptible to Ryan. This subtle control of force represents a deeper mastery of his muscles and other organs, a level Ryan had yet to reach. Excellent. Ryan, your knightly qualities are even greater than I imagined. Hamilton's mouth twitched slightly after he felt the force of Ryan's punch, a mixture of surprise and delight. His eyes fixed on Ryan with a burning gaze, as if he had found a treasure. His palm still stung. Ryan's strength is improving so rapidly. Hamilton bent his right elbow slightly, twitching it a few times at an almost imperceptible speed, then clasped his hands behind his back. Among the night watchmen watching nearby, there were also some who knew what was going on. From Ryan's speed and the crisp sound of his punches, it was clear that the young man before them was of extraordinary strength. And his boss's surprised expression only confirmed their suspicions. Hamilton glanced around, then turned to Ryan and said, "Let's go to my office." When the two of them returned to the office, Hamilton took the initiative and asked, "You should be practicing the giant bear breathing technique, right?" Ryan nodded. Even if he didn't admit it, Hamilton, with his insight, had already seen it. Your current strength has reached the level of a third-level knight squire. At your rate of improvement, you'll be able to become a full knight in about 6 months. Your talent is truly commendable. However, advanced potions will be a major problem. Time is too short. You likely won't be able to collect the required merit points through missions with the Night's Watch. Hamilton seemed to have a thought, and said with a frown, "I guess your teacher will have to figure this out." Master Hamilton, could you please tell me about advanced potions?" Ryan had been wanting to ask. Claire had previously avoided the topic, and Hamilton had only mentioned it casually during the discussion of merit points, without elaborating. "Didn't your teacher Perez tell you?" Hamilton said, looking at Ryan with a hint of surprise. Ryan was slightly taken aback. "My own teacher?" Ryan remembered. "I've never confirmed or responded to Hamilton's claim that Claire taught me my breathing techniques and swordsmanship. So, he's been imagining that my teacher was Lord Perez, who also wields the two-handed great sword. Although Miss Claire said it's best not to spread the news of her teachings on breathing techniques and swordsmanship. The problem now is that I'm facing opposition from within the Habsburg family. At this point, the Night's Watch, one of the official forces of the Empire I've joined, may be the only force that could deter them. Therefore, gaining the approval of my current boss, Hamilton, is crucial. If I keep it a secret, and he casually asks about it when they meet Perez, it would be bad to be exposed." After thinking it over, Ryan felt that there was no need to keep it from Hamilton anymore. On the contrary, revealing this secret would most likely be seen by him as a gesture of goodwill. "Well, Lord Hamilton, I'm actually not familiar with Instructor Perez. My breathing techniques and sword skills were actually taught by Miss Claire," Ryan said, slightly embarrassed, rubbing his nose. "What?" Hamilton was stunned by Ryan's answer. "You clever bastard. You kept it from me for so long." The next second, Hamilton seemed to understand something and laughed. "No wonder you don't even know about advanced potions. It seems that when Miss Claire left Mayes County, you were just getting started, and your talents hadn't yet been fully utilized. Otherwise, she would have made some special arrangements. Maybe she would have taken you to the Imperial capital. Imperial capital? Ryan was stunned at the word. The capital of the Dragon Empire was truly fascinating. If he had the chance, he would definitely visit it. Also, Hamilton instantly understood why Ryan had been assassinated. No wonder you were assassinated last time. Speaking of this, Ryan casually asked, by the way, Lord Hamilton, could you briefly describe the descendants of Count Habsburg? Besides Miss Claire. Hamilton nodded and said, Ryan, I understand what you mean. Count Habsburg's eldest son, Alonso, I have the impression he's quite paranoid. And he seems to be involved in some cult-related matters, which has already attracted the attention of the higher-ups. So, Ryan, it's not convenient for me to intervene in your matter. Even if I did, the result would be, or maybe the opposite of what you want will happen. Lord Hamilton, besides this eldest young master, isn't there a second young master? Ryan was puzzled as to why Hamilton had mentioned Alonso's name directly. Didn't Claire have two brothers? Hamilton was visibly taken aback and shook his head. It can't be Descartes. He's currently in the Imperial Army. How could he care about a small-time figure like you, far away in Mayes County? Besides, Descartes and Claire have always had a good relationship. How could he possibly attack you? What? Ryan raised an eyebrow. That's what happened. It seems the assassin was undoubtedly sent by this eldest young master, Alonso. Yes. This trip wasn't in vain. Finally, I figured out who was behind this. As the saying goes, don't bully. Never mind. We see. Chapter 87. Meanwhile, Habsburg Manor. In a study on the second floor of the castle, Dennis was reading the various income and expenditures of the family estate. But after a few glances, his brow furrowed, and he seemed to have no interest in reading any further. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, a rhythmic knock on the door sounded. This made Dennis' face light up slightly. It seemed that Rules should have completed his mission and returned. Thinking about it, it should be about time. After all, today was the deadline Michelle had mentioned. Come in. Huh? Why are you here? But to Dennis's surprise, it wasn't Rules who came in, but Tina. You know, Tina never appeared in front of him unless he called her. Master Dan Dennis, Lord Rules told me that if he didn't return before sunrise this morning, he told me to tell you that the mission had failed. Tina was clearly afraid of Dennis, not daring to look up, and spoke with her head lowered. What? Say it again. Dennis stood up suddenly, roaring with a murderous look. Lord Littler said. Tina, already terrified of Dennis, stumbled under his murderous gaze, unable to speak clearly. With great effort, Tina repeated her words. The study fell into a long silence. Only the sound of heavy breathing, which seemed to be getting faster and faster. Are you kidding me? Lulurs is a veteran. How could he fail in his mission? And the target was just a farmer's son. Dennis took a moment to digest the meaning of Tina's words. Across from her, Tina trembled with fear, but she caught the word farmer's son. So, a farmer's son could make the young nobleman so furious. It seemed. Ah! Tina screamed as she was grabbed by her braids and yanked down onto the large desk. Sizzle! Tina felt a chill run down her spine as her clothes ripped apart. Then, a sharp pain ripped through her body. After a burst of heavy gasps, Dennis seemed a little tired. But as he let out his anger, he seemed to regain his composure. Looking at Tina, whose body was covered in bruises and sobbing softly, Dennis said coldly, Repeat to me carefully what Rules said to you before he left. Don't miss a single word. Lord Rules said. Tina's words were almost identical to the previous ones, and Dennis could gain no useful information from them. For example, how did Rules fail? Did Claire leave that lowlife some treasure? Where did the two fight? Rules failed his mission, so did he reveal any information to the other party? Also, if Rules were killed, I would undoubtedly be scolded by my father, and I might not even be able to stay at the Habsburg estate anymore. Finally, it looks like this month's quota of divine blood is gone. Dennis pondered for a moment, and found his head filled with a nagging headache. And the one who had caused this current dilemma was actually that person. What's his name? Dennis rubbed his brow. He had been calling him Farmer's Son so much that he had forgotten his name. Oh yes, I remember now. It was Ryan. Dennis wanted to send someone to investigate, but his remaining men were far inferior to Rules. After some thought, he decided not to send anyone out to search for Rules. After pacing around the room for a while, Dennis returned to his desk and sat down blankly. After some more thought, he picked up a quill and began scribbling on a piece of white paper. Soon, a heartfelt apology was complete. The first sentence was, Dear Father. Currently, the situation here was somewhat out of Dennis's control. Especially with Rules's death. He didn't think it was something he could keep secret. Rather than hiding it, he would quickly report it to his father and ask for help. As his father's favorite general, Rules was likely to be investigated by his father. At that time, Ryan would naturally be noticed. Gold Hire Town Administration Hall. In Hamilton's office. Ryan thought about it again. He had figured out the assassin situation. But what connection did that middle-aged man, that Norman family, have with him? Just as Ryan was about to ask, Hamilton took the initiative to discuss advanced potions. This made Ryan's mind focus, and he listened attentively. Ryan, regarding advanced potions, first of all, you have to understand that each breathing method corresponds to a different advanced potion. Fortunately, you practice the more popular giant bear breathing method, so the corresponding advanced potion is relatively easy to obtain. The recipe for advanced potions is actually not difficult. Just a main ingredient, a few auxiliary ingredients, and a little mixing. The difficulty lies in finding a good main ingredient. The most crucial ingredient in advanced potions is generally called a supernatural artifact. For example, the advanced potion for your giant bear breathing technique requires the giant bear paw, a supernatural artifact from a ferocious bear creature. When combined with an advanced potion, the breathing technique's enhanced physical attributes will be significantly enhanced. For example, the swift leopard breathing technique focuses on enhancing agility and a small amount of strength. If the advanced potion is made from a leopard supernatural artifact, such as the shadow leopard tendon, then, after taking the advanced potion, the agility attribute will be significantly improved. However, if the main ingredient is another supernatural creature, such as a wind serpent, the effect will be less significant. Ryan nodded, indicating that he understood Hamilton's point. Advancing through advanced potions not only significantly improves safety, but also enhances the corresponding supernatural qualities granted by the breathing technique. For example, you, Ryan, if you reach the supernatural realm through the giant bear breathing technique and the corresponding advanced potion, you will generally awaken a supernatural characteristic. Giant strength. A special ability that allows you to exert your strength beyond its limits. Supernatural characteristic giant strength? Ryan grasped these keywords sharply, and several thoughts flashed through his mind. I just don't know if it can be combined with my own power burst. I think it's likely possible, but I'm worried my body won't be able to handle it. It seems your physical fitness needs some improvement. Hamilton continued, for example, practitioners of the swift leopard breathing technique, after reaching the transcendent stage, are very likely to awaken the transcendental trait. Swiftness, a special ability that allows them to utilize their agility beyond their limits. But this isn't absolute. There was once a practitioner of the giant bear breathing technique who took the corresponding advanced potion, the giant bear paw from the mountain violent bear, and in addition to awakening the transcendental trait of giant strength, he also awakened a rare transcendental trait, thick skin, a special transcendental trait that combines mysterious energy particles. Hamilton's face lit up with longing as he spoke. Ryan was also surprised. It's possible to awaken two transcendental traits? Chapter 88. This clearly isn't due to the breathing technique, so there are only two remaining reasons. Either it's due to individual physical differences, or it's due to differences in the main ingredients of the advanced potion. Perhaps it's both. After all, the differences between people are sometimes greater than anything else. And there are definitely more than just one or two types of bear-like supernatural creatures. There should be many species. Also, Ryan thought of something else, regarding the special supernatural properties of the mysterious energy particles Hamilton had just mentioned. Sir, the pale blue aura emanating from that violet null we surrounded last time was that particular supernatural property of the mysterious energy particles you mentioned? Hamilton glanced at Ryan with admiration and said, clever. Indeed. That violet null awakened a special innate ability called air breaking. Monster innate abilities are the same as the supernatural properties of our human knights. They're the same thing, but the expression is different to distinguish humans from other creatures. This innate ability not only increases movement speed, but also enhances the effect of severing. It's a supernatural property coveted by those who specialize in assassination, reconnaissance, and the like. Sir Hamilton, since there have been people who have awakened two supernatural properties, are there those who have awakened three? Ryan asked again. Since Hamilton was interested, Ryan naturally seized the opportunity to inquire more. Haha, of course there are, but most of them are because the breathing techniques they practice are extraordinary, and these breathing techniques are mostly only practiced by nobles with a long history. Perhaps, in all of Mayes County, only the Earl of Habsburg might possess it. However, Ryan, the widespread spread of breathing techniques also means that finding or purchasing advanced potions is much easier. For most people, this isn't a bad thing. Hamilton glanced at Ryan and said seriously, "Isn't that true? Isn't it true that the rarer, more powerful, and more difficult a breathing technique is to practice, the better? What kind of logic is that?" Ryan was still a little confused after hearing this. Hamilton continued, not wanting to be in suspense. "For example," he explained, "there once was a powerful breathing technique called Thunderbird breathing, inherited from a hereditary marquis in the Empire. But did you know? The key ingredient in the potion for this breathing technique's advancement is Thunderbird wings. Over the past 1,000 years, the Thunderbird's presence has gradually vanished, and Thunderbird wings, naturally, have become unavailable. Therefore, the potion for this breathing technique's advancement has been consuming the Thunderbird wings stored by the other family. Hundreds of years ago, with the supply of Thunderbird wings depleted, no one has successfully advanced this breathing technique." At this point, Hamilton's face flickered with regret. So that's how it is. The more advanced the breathing technique, the more demanding the potion requirements. And while the more common breathing techniques may be less powerful than the more advanced ones, the key ingredients for their advancement potions are readily available and easily found, Ryan concluded after a moment's thought. "That's right." Hamilton nodded. "So, for commoners aspiring to transcend, practicing the ordinary knight's breathing technique isn't a bad idea." Ding! Detected the host listening to Supernatural Secrets, triggering an advanced class change. Knight, Supernatural. Prerequisites for Knight, Supernatural 1. Any knight's breathing technique must be at least level 5. 2. Strength 12 points or higher, Agility 12 points or higher, and Constitution 12 points or higher. 3. Any riding skill 3 or higher, Shield defense 3 or higher, any archery skill 3 or higher, any melee skill 4 or higher. 4. The corresponding advanced potions. Current requirements are not met. Knight, Supernatural, promotion failed. Huh? This works? Looking at the system prompt that suddenly popped up, Ryan read it carefully several times, feeling both surprised and delighted. He hadn't expected to gain so much from listening to Hamilton's introduction to advanced potions and supernatural powers. Directly triggered his advanced class change information. Looking at the requirements, I don't need to have the Knight Squire class panel to advance to Knight. I was worried before, wondering if I had to first advance to Knight Squire before triggering the Knight class change. Now it seems I was worrying for nothing. Is the first requirement Knight breathing technique level 5? Yes, if you master the breathing technique and use the advanced potions, you can advance to Knight. That makes perfect sense. Ryan? Hamilton saw Ryan stunned and couldn't help but chuckle and tease. Have you heard so much about the supernatural all at once that it's a bit overwhelming? How could that be? I was hoping you'd say more. But Ryan could only think about the above words. Haha, of course not, Lord Hamilton. Thank you so much for your guidance today. I hope you continue to provide me with more guidance in the future. Ryan bowed slightly in thanks. What Hamilton had said today truly answered many of Ryan's questions. Just as Hamilton was about to say something, there was a sudden, sharp knock on the door. Come in. Hamilton's face grew serious, and he looked towards the door. Lord Hamilton, the county sheriff, His Excellency Viscount Hamadi, requests that you travel to the county city immediately. A messenger entered and reported. Hamilton nodded, then turned to Ryan and said, Ryan, it seems I have to talk to you next time. By the way, you should join Team Willen first. He'd take care of your daily duties. Willen has complained to me several times, asking why I haven't completed your induction yet. Yes, Lord Hamilton. Captain Willen and I are quite familiar with each other, and I'm delighted that you could join his team, Ryan said with a smile, standing up. After leaving Hamilton's office, Ryan found Willen at the training ground behind the administrative office. Upon hearing that Ryan had officially joined the company, and had been assigned to his squad as he had hoped, Willen's face lit up. He patted Ryan's shoulder with a big hand and said with a smile, Haha, not bad, not bad. You're finally here. Ryan, you have no idea how many times Lord Hamilton and I have been nagging you about this. Captain Willen, when will I join you on night patrol? Will it start tonight? Ryan asked. Don't worry, tomorrow will be fine. When you get home today, get ready and let your family know. Okay. Ryan nodded. Returning home, Ryan sat quietly in his room, thinking deeply. He initially joined the Night's Watch hoping for protection during his time of weakness. But now it seems the Night's Watch, part of the Empire's official power structure, is a formidable force. What he needs now is to increase his authority or position within the Night's Watch to gain access to more resources and secret knowledge. To achieve this, he must continually complete relevant missions, make contributions, and accumulate sufficient merit points. These missions aren't just routine Night's Watch patrols. The merit points earned from routine work are simply too negligible. Only unexpected and highly dangerous missions, such as the ones Ryan had previously participated in, such as the suppression of the violent gnolls and the extermination of the evil finfish men, can yield significant merit points. So next, I need to do two things. First, continue to train hard and improve my strength. Second, accept as many sudden or urgent Night Watch missions as possible to earn high merit points. As for bounty missions, which bounties are earned by bounties hunters, are fundamentally different from Night Watch missions. However, Ryan wasn't averse to completing some easy bounties during his daytime rest. After all, in Ryan's eyes, those vicious criminals involved in bounty missions were just moving, human-like experience points. Because combat meant Ryan's Night Watch class level could potentially increase, which was naturally a good thing. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could win. So, after all the twists and turns, he finally returned to diligent training and improving his strength. At the same time, Ryan carefully analyzed the 4 requirements for promotion to full knight. First, any knight's breathing technique must be at least level 5. This wasn't a problem. As long as any class advanced 1 level, he could upgrade his breathing technique from level 4 to level 5. Second, the 3 basic attributes of strength, agility, and vitality were only a point or 2 away. Considering that the giant bear breathing technique focused on improving strength and vitality, Ryan would prioritize agility after upgrading. Finally, riding technique and archery technique must both reach level 3. These 2 weren't difficult either. He could practice riding more often at John's farm, and archery at the training grounds in the administrative office. Shield defense was a bit more challenging. He would either have to exchange merit points for combat skills, or find someone to teach him. One day later, Ryan, along with Cookie, began his first night patrol. His night patrol partners were Captain Willen and the diminutive Mateo. They were all acquaintances, so the atmosphere was relaxed, and they chatted non-stop. The topic quickly turned to Ryan's greyhound. "Ryan, this is just a greyhound, right? He looks about 6 months old, right?" Mateo asked, gazing at Cookie, whose fur was smooth, his limbs long, and muscles gradually emerging. "Well, not really. Cookie, probably just over 3 months old," Ryan said, recalling the time. "Huh? How long?" Mateo was immediately taken aback, and Captain Willen also turned to him. "Over 3 months. Ryan, are you really kidding me? Are you kidding me?" Mateo glanced at Ryan suspiciously, as if trying to confirm something. That really isn't the case. Ryan finally realized why Mateo was so suspicious. No wonder. Recently, thanks to Ryan's nutritious meals, even though money was being spent, Cookie's growth had accelerated dramatically, growing taller and stronger almost daily at a noticeable rate. This forced Ryan to endure the pain and spend twice the cost of the entire family's food budget to buy raw materials to feed Cookie. "Well, Ryan, you're so lucky to have bought such a gifted greyhound." Mateo confirmed that Ryan was serious and, after a moment's reflection, attributed Cookie's rapid growth to some kind of talent in the dog before him. Captain Willen, standing nearby, couldn't help but stare at Cookie a few more times, marveling. "Uh-huh. Indeed, I've been having better luck lately," Ryan could only agree with a smile. "By the way, Ryan, I'd tell you a dog food recipe later that might help Cookie grow faster. Mix a raw egg into rice," Mateo said enthusiastically. Ryan was stunned. "This? Mateo, you're so polite. Thank you on Cookie's behalf." Woof woof woof. Cookie suddenly barked wildly toward the alley to the right. Chapter 89. The 3 of them immediately looked in that direction, only to see darkness inside. But Ryan, with his dark vision, could already see 2 tall, dark figures flashing by at the end of the alley. Each of them seemed to be carrying a large sack, half a man's height, wriggling on their backs. "That's Quinn's patrol area, Captain. Should we go check it out?" Mateo clearly noticed something was amiss. 2 people, each carrying a large sack, Ryan said in a deep voice, already suspecting something ominous. Wylan and Mateo looked at Ryan in surprise, as if to ask, "How can you see that clearly?" "Let's go!" "Follow them." After a moment's thought, Wylan decided to give chase. Led by Cookie, the 3 of them quickly caught up. As if they had noticed the dog and 3 men chasing them, the 2 dark figures ahead panicked. In a moment of desperation, they suddenly dropped their sacks and fled at an even faster pace. Just as Ryan was about to catch up, an orange signal firework suddenly flashed in the sky, northwest of where Ryan and his group were. "That's our distress signal. We have to go immediately," Willen said solemnly to Ryan after taking a look. "Boss, it's the children." Mateo had already opened the 2 large bags that had been thrown to the ground. Each contained a gagged and bound child. Seeing the night watchman in black leather armor, the children whimpered and struggled. "Mateo, you stay and take care of the children. Ryan and I will go check over there right away. You stay safe." Willen immediately arranged the division of labor. "Okay, boss. You guys go ahead." "I be careful," Mateo said as he untied the children. Ryan turned to look at the 2 traffickers, who had vanished from view, knowing now was not the right time to pursue them. After all, rescuing his colleagues was more important. But when Willen and Ryan arrived at the northwest corner of town, they found the crisis averted. The night watchmen in this area had also encountered traffickers, but this time they seemed stronger, forcing their way through the encirclement of 3 watchmen and making their escape. In addition, one of the watchmen was stabbed in the right arm while trying to stop the traffickers. Although the other party had already escaped, Ryan still had a vague feeling that something was amiss. The recent child traffickers had become too rampant and frequent. This incident naturally infuriated Sheriff Hamilton of Goldhire, who immediately increased Goldshire's nighttime manpower. However, since that day, Ryan's night patrol area had remained peaceful for 3 consecutive nights. It seemed the traffickers' arrogance had been effectively curbed. At the same time, Ryan gradually became familiar with the duties of a night watchman. The night watchman in Goldhire was primarily responsible for maintaining security in the town at night, fighting fires, dealing with wild animal attacks, and providing warnings of major dangers. During the day, these duties were handled by the security guards. Because daytime was significantly safer than nighttime, the night watchmen were generally more capable than the security guards. Of course, the same was true of their pay. The average night watchman's monthly salary reached 8 imperial silver coins, while elite members, like Ryan, received 1 imperial gold coin. Also, each week, they would receive 1 or 2 days of rest, as arranged by the captain. A night without sleep wasn't exhausting for Ryan, who practiced the breathing technique. After a short nap, he would wake up refreshed. The rest of the day was perfect for other activities, such as practicing breathing techniques in his room, improving his riding skills at John's farm, or practicing swordsmanship and archery at the training grounds. Also, Ryan had indirectly learned something from Captain Willen. The Empire had strict restrictions on commoners learning breathing techniques and supernatural swordsmanship, as evidenced by the large number of merit points required to redeem them. But for nobles, the Empire was very tolerant. Nobles could teach breathing techniques and supernatural swordsmanship to their followers. It's no wonder that so many commoners were desperate to become servants or guards of nobles. This system has a long history, and is widely recognized by nobles of all ranks. Conversely, it's extremely difficult for commoners to rise above the ordinary. Ryan briefly outlined the challenges commoners face in reaching the transcendent level. First, they must join the official imperial organization, gradually earning enough merit points to learn breathing techniques and transcendent combat techniques. Then, they must continue to accumulate merit points to redeem advanced potions. If they are lucky enough to successfully reach the transcendent level and receive imperial canonization, they will become the lowest level of nobility, the non-hereditary knight class. The only unfortunate thing these past few days was that Hamilton, as the sheriff of Goldhire, was incredibly busy. Ryan had originally planned to ask him for swordsmanship lessons and potentially gain some experience points, but he hadn't found the right time. After 3 days, Ryan's fastest-growing profession, dog trainer, which still cost him a fortune, had reached level 2, 223/300. This was partly due to Ryan's all-night patrols with Cookie, which the system considered walking the dog. Ryan had previously calculated that walking the dog for about 15 minutes would increase a dog trainer's professional level by 1 point. So, with all-night dog walks, his experience naturally increased rapidly. The only thing that bothered Ryan was that, as Goldshire's night watch, there were relatively few experts. In the training grounds of the administrative office, if Ryan used the giant bear swordsmanship, he was practically unbeatable within 3 rounds. Therefore, when Ryan competed with other Night's Watchmen, he used a combination of hand-in-hand swordsmanship and imperial military swordsmanship, and took time to practice archery. After a few days, he had made considerable progress. His Night's Watchman class level had reached level 3, 247 out of 500, and his imperial military swordsmanship and basic archery skills had improved even more, reaching level 2, 245 out of 300, and level 2, 121 out of 300. 3 days had passed unnoticed. Today, At dawn, Ryan finished his night patrol. Shortly after returning home, he received a notice from the guards, asking Lord Hamilton to come over. After a moment's thought, Ryan grabbed his sheepskin-wrapped two-handed greatsword, donned the Night's Watch's standard black leather armor, and headed to the town hall. Inside the office, Hamilton handed Ryan a parchment file. "We have to go there in person for this mission." Ryan took the file and expertly flipped through it. He began with the mission description. Several miners had gone missing in the Alim mine. 3 bounty hunters, who had gone to investigate, hadn't been heard of them since. As of yesterday, the number of missing miners had exceeded 10. Now, the miners at Alim mine were in a state of panic. No one dared to go down to work, and the mine was forced to close. Huh? Alim mine? I seem to have heard about the incident before. I didn't expect it to be resolved. The situation is clearly more serious now. Ryan immediately remembered that he had heard about the Alim mine from Hamilton before. Ryan continued to flip through the case file. At the end, the mission description was simply, "Investigate what exactly happened in the Alim mine." This is an investigative mission? Ryan glanced at Hamilton in surprise. Normally, if it were simply an investigation mission, Imperial authorities wouldn't intervene. Most cases would be handled through a bounty offer, leaving the task to bounty hunters. But this time, with Goldhire Sheriff Hamilton dispatched directly, Ryan had a vague sense of the importance of the Alim gold mine. Hamilton's subsequent words confirmed Ryan's suspicions. Although the Alim mine's production has been declining year by year, its importance to Maester County remains paramount. My superiors have asked me to quickly uncover the truth about what happened at the Alim mine. Also, although this is merely an investigation mission, it's very possible that something mysterious is happening in the mine. Hamilton's face darkened. Mysterious? Ryan pondered the word. Indeed, 3 bounty hunters have disappeared, so this situation can already be considered a mysterious event. In other words, there could be a monster or something supernatural in the mine. Sir, if it's a monster, why don't you offer a reward to monster hunters? Of course, I'm just curious, not afraid, Ryan asked. After all, Hamilton had told him that if he wanted to buy wild bear meat, he could find a monster hunter in the county town. Because one of the bounty hunters, Nedved, is an experienced monster hunter himself. His disappearance has resulted in no monster hunter in the county town daring to take on this mission. After listening to Hamilton's account, Ryan nodded. The disappearance of 3 bounty hunters, one of whom was an experienced monster hunter, still gave him a vague sense of foreboding. Lord Hamilton, what do you think might have happened in the mines? Ryan couldn't help but ask. After all, Hamilton was knowledgeable, and should have a good idea of what might have happened. Hamilton pondered for a moment, then said, I initially suspected a kobold might have appeared in the Alim mine, but kobolds aren't very powerful, and usually exist in large numbers. So far, there's been no news of any sightings of kobolds. Also, the disappearance of 3 experienced bounty hunters suggests it's highly unlikely kobolds are present. So, I suspect some kind of monster specialized in lurking and attacking has appeared in the mines. For example, stinger scorpions are very adept at lurking and launching surprise attacks. They also particularly favor the deep, humid environment of mines. If they strike a miner or bounty hunter, they silently and effectively deliver a fatal blow. They won't even have time to scream. Of course, it could also be another group of monsters specialized in ambushes, like cave dwellers. It's hard to say at this point. Hearing Hamilton's well-reasoned analysis, Ryan nodded, his worries eased considerably. With their experienced superior leading the team, safety shouldn't be a major concern. Ryan, aren't you planning on earning more merit points to exchange for advanced potions? This might be a good opportunity. Generally speaking, for quests like these, the merit points are 3 to 5 times higher than for ordinary quests, or even higher. Also, if the monsters are easy to defeat, we can just take them out. That way, we earn even more merit points, Hamilton said to Ryan with a smile. Ryan's eyebrows immediately raised, then he laughed. In fact, even if Hamilton hadn't called him, if he'd known the rewards of this quest were so generous, he would have volunteered to join. Ryan knew full well that he didn't need the 6 months Hamilton suggested to become a knight. If all went well, in about a month or 2, he would meet the other requirements for the knight class upgrade, except for advanced potions. So, Ryan was in dire need of merit points to exchange for advanced potions. Although the mission ahead was somewhat dangerous, with Hamilton, a full-fledged knight, personally leading the team, the danger should be relatively manageable. Ryan felt that if he was careful, he shouldn't have any major problems. That would be great. By the way, sir, when do we leave? We leave in a while, once everyone arrives. We've also sent people from the county capital. Once they arrive, we set off together. Also, I've had Willen and the others prepare some antidotes, ropes, fishing nets, and other supplies. Ryan, if you have anything else to prepare, there's still time to do it. Yes, sir. Hearing that someone from the county capital would be joining them, Ryan nodded. In fact, Ryan already had most of what he needed with him. However, considering he was going to search the mines, Ryan thought it might be a good idea to bring Cookie along, because dogs have a much more sensitive sense of smell and hearing than humans. So, Ryan returned home again and took Cookie with him. When he returned to the town hall entrance, he noticed a new group of people. Hamilton also emerged and approached them. Lord Hamilton, long time no see. A middle-aged man with a mustache and dressed in a well-fitting hunting suit bowed slightly to Hamilton. Ryan could vaguely sense that the man was quite powerful. While not a full knight, he was clearly a knight squire. Hello, Steward Schmidt, Hamilton said with a smile and a nod. Lord Hamilton, Viscount Hamadi originally wanted to come in person, but he was busy, so he asked me to accompany him to inspect the Aline gold mine. Lords Habsburg and Viscount Hamadi are both very interested in what's happening at the gold mine, the middle-aged man named Schmidt said with a smile. This time, in addition to inviting the knowledgeable bard, Lord Indri, to accompany us, I've also specially recruited 3 experienced bounty hunters from the county town. The butler, named Schmidt, extended his hand and introduced an elderly man with a goatee, wearing a gray hood, a wooden staff, and a gray robe. The old man pulled his hood back and bowed slightly to Hamilton. Lord Hamilton, it's an honor to meet you. Hello, Lord Indri, Hamilton replied with a smile and a nod. When Ryan heard the introduction of the knowledgeable bard, he couldn't help but take a closer look. I wonder if they recognize the unknown words in my beast-taming journal. Unfortunately, my identity, timing, and so on are not suitable now. Schmidt then pointed to the 3 men in gray leather armor and said, these 3 are experienced bounty hunters. Lord Hamilton, Faruja, Saran, and Asim are at your service. The 3 sturdy bounty hunters stepped forward and bowed slightly to Hamilton. Welcome. Hamilton nodded slightly. Although he was leading the team this time, he knew the Night's Watch was more adept at cooperative combat, and experienced bounty hunters would be more adept at reconnaissance and searching. At this moment, Hamilton saw Ryan had also arrived and nodded slightly. Now that everyone is here, shall we set off now? Of course. The sooner we set off, the sooner we can complete our reconnaissance mission. Schmidt smiled and nodded in agreement. So, the 12 elite night watchmen, including the 5 from Schmidt's side, rode on horses and quickly headed towards the Aline gold mine, southwest of the town of Shimmering Gold. Chapter 90. It was late autumn, and as the group gradually moved along the road southwest of Gold Hire, the scenery on both sides gradually changed. The previously mostly harvested wheat fields transformed into a gently rolling hilly landscape. The leaves of the large forest on the hills had turned yellow, and under the sunlight, they resembled a beautiful golden painting. Since everyone was riding horses, it took Hamilton over an hour for the official investigation team to reach a point halfway up a hill. This was the main entrance to the Aline gold mine. A middle-aged man dressed as a gold mine supervisor, accompanied by several miners wearing half-length coarse coats and knee-length shorts, were already waiting at the mine entrance. Ryan looked around and saw a large area behind the gold mine gates filled with wooden huts, seemingly the miners' homes. Faint cries could be heard, likely from the families of the miners who had lost loved ones. A dozen or so carts were scattered around the dark mine entrance, and a roughly 1-meter wide iron track led into the mine. A wooden fence, over 2 meters high, surrounded the entire gold mine entrance and living quarters. These fences were made of sturdy beechwood. Captain Willen approached and briefly questioned the miners, whose hair was disheveled. They had no idea what was going on inside, but they reported hearing strange crashing sounds and then terrifying screams. When they gathered a group and rushed over, they found only traces of blood. Later, after a series of incidents, they no longer dared to investigate. Especially after the bounty hunters vanished without explanation, the miners were afraid to even enter the mines. Clearly, these answers were of little use to the group's quest to uncover what was happening inside. Quickly, Hamilton, who was listening in, decided they needed to enter the mines for a direct investigation. So, the 3 bounty hunters led the way, followed by several night watchmen, including Willen and Ryan. Schmidt, Indri, and Hamilton were in the middle, and at the end were the remaining 7 or 8 elite night watchmen. The entire group formed a long, continuous line, slowly advancing deeper into the mines. It wasn't that they didn't want to adopt a tighter security formation. It was due to the unique terrain of the mine tunnels. The tunnel at the gold mine's entrance was relatively spacious. After years of excavation, it could accommodate 3 or 4 people walking side by side. Oil lamps hung on the rock faces on both sides, providing clear illumination and enabling faster progress. As we went deeper, especially after passing a fork in the tunnel gradually narrowed. The oil lamps hanging on the tunnel walls were also damaged, and visibility plummeted. That fork just now led to the old mine. The gold there was almost completely mined decades ago. This new tunnel we're walking through was only opened about 20 years ago. While the gold reserves aren't as high as the old mine, they're still considered medium-sized, the mine overseer explained. The problem is in the new mine. As they went deeper, few of the oil lamps on the rock walls were lit. At this point, the only source of light was the torches in everyone's hands. Everyone's alertness reached its highest point. Why aren't the oil lamps here lit? Are they out of oil? A bounty hunter walking in front couldn't help but mutter. Well, if the oil lamps aren't refueled, they only last 2 or 3 days. It's been a while now, so... The overseer tried to explain. But Ryan had a vague sense that something was amiss. As he went deeper into the mine, his level 2 danger sense began to warn him frequently. It seemed as if something dangerous was lurking deep within the tunnels, and this feeling was now growing stronger. This made Ryan tense his muscles, ready to dodge or attack at any moment. Something's amiss. Look at this oil lamp. It looks like something has torn it right out of the rock face. At this moment, a bounty hunter walking in front seemed to notice something. He held up his torch, illuminating one side of the rock face. Several scratches were clearly visible. They looked as if they had been inflicted by the claws of some beast. Just as everyone focused their attention in the direction he pointed, a gaping maw suddenly burst forth from the intersection of the tunnel floor and the rock face, biting down on one of the night watchmen. Look out! Ryan, always on guard, reacted immediately and shouted. But he was directly behind the night watchman, so he couldn't block the blow in time. However, Ryan reacted incredibly quickly, delivering a powerful kick to the attacked night's watchman. The kick narrowly avoided the attacker's attack, allowing him to dodge the maw's bite. The next second, everyone exclaimed in shock as they reacted. In the flickering firelight, a bounty hunter shouted with horror, "It's a crystal lizard! There's a crystal lizard right here!" Ryan possessed dark vision, allowing him to clearly see the attacker's entire form. This monster, known as the crystal lizard, was 3 or 4 meters long, its skin speckled with mineral texture. It was incredibly difficult to distinguish when it lay crouched where the ground met the rock wall in the gold mine tunnel. No wonder even Cookie hadn't noticed. Now, he was barking furiously at the crystal lizard. Although Ryan had kicked his fellow night's watchman away, the crystal lizard swung its long tail, striking the watchman hard in the lower back. With a crack, the night watchman was flung back and slammed hard against the mine wall. His spine seemed to have been severely injured, and he rolled over in pain. At this moment, the 2 bounty hunters nearby reacted immediately, thrusting their half-swords at the crystal lizard several times. Ding! Ding! Sparks flew, but the effect was minimal. The mineral-textured skin on the crystal lizard's back was likely as defensive as that of similarly thick ore. The bounty hunter's attack seemed like mere tickling. Be careful. The crystal lizard's back is its strongest defense. Attack its eyes or abdomen. An old voice came from the center of the group, a warning from the legendary and knowledgeable bard, Indri. But knowing and being able to do it are 2 different things. Among those who could do this at the moment was Hamilton, the official knight stuck in the center of the group. Ryan was also in a difficult position. After all, stabbing an eye with a 2-handed great sword was far more difficult than stabbing it with a 1-handed sword. In the dark and narrow mine tunnels, the crystal lizards moved quite quickly. While not as fast as a cheetah, they were on par with wild boars. Staying the walnut-sized eye with a long sword was no easy task. As for the abdomen, that was even more difficult. The crystal lizard needed to be flipped over. Although it wasn't long, its muscles were dense and its skin was thick, suggesting it was quite heavy. Ryan estimated it to be no less than 600 or 700 pounds. So, although they knew their opponent and their weaknesses, the 3 bounty hunters at the front were temporarily helpless, allowing the crystal lizard to repeatedly maul 2 elite Night's Watch members. After a moment of confusion, everyone began to react, drawing their swords and aiming at the crystal lizard. Seeing its sneak attack had failed and no opportunity to exploit, the crystal lizard quickly turned 180 degrees, swung its tail, and fled deeper into the mine. Catch it! Don't let it get away. If the crystal lizard managed to escape, given its ability to hide, finding it would be extremely difficult. Ryan, standing in front of the group, leaped forward and slid his fine steel great sword under the crystal lizard. Then, with a powerful 2-handed shove, he lifted the 600 or 700-pound crystal lizard into the air. Ryan's control of the force was quite skillful, just enough to flip the crystal lizard 90 degrees, exposing its soft, grayish-white underbelly to him. If anyone could have seen the crystal lizard's front at this moment, they would have seen a rare flash of panic in its walnut-sized eyes. And its powerful limbs now thrashed helplessly in midair. Swish! A flash of silver light flashed across. Instantly, a narrow gash over a meter long was opened on the crystal lizard's relatively soft belly. A stream of pale green, fluorescent blood spurted out. Then, the crystal lizard fell heavily to the ground, a pool of pale green, fluorescent blood instantly gushing out from beneath it. After struggling a few times, it ceased moving. This scene instantly made the 3 bounty hunters look at Ryan with new eyes. Originally, when they first entered the mine, they had assumed that Ryan's youthful face meant he was a new night watchman, uninformed. Therefore, the 3 had no desire to engage in conversation and barely spoke a word to him the entire time. But an expert knows the difference with just one move. If it were them, they would have been completely unable to flip a 600 or 700-pound crystal lizard with a single lift of their hands, even if they had precharged their strength, let alone with Ryan's swiftness and naturalness. It was clear that the young night watchman before them was no rookie, but a formidable expert. At this moment, Hamilton, Indri, and Schmidt finally squeezed from the center of the group to the front. When Hamilton saw Ryan kill the crystal lizard on the spot, he couldn't help but smile, stepped forward, patted Ryan on the shoulder, and said, "Well done." Schmidt, after sizing Ryan up and down, smiled and said to Hamilton, "Lord Hamilton, can we conclude this investigation? It seems the culprit behind the Alim mine has been found and successfully killed by your men. I can also return to the county capital as soon as possible and tell the Earl and Baron this good news." The bard, Indri, holding his staff, walked up to the crystal lizard, squatted down, and examined it carefully. He said, "So it's truly an extremely rare crystal lizard. No wonder most of the miners who were killed didn't even have time to cry out. Crystal lizards typically lurk quietly before pouncing on their prey. They prefer habitats like human mines. They have a strong sense of territory. Typically, only one appears in each mine. However, these creatures are rarely seen nowadays. This crystal lizard can fetch a very good price. Lord Hamilton, the crystal lizard's blood is of some use to me. Can I buy some?" Hamilton glanced at Ryan. Seeing that Ryan showed no objection, he smiled and said, "Sir Indri, of course not. However, as Sir Schmidt said, let's get out of the mine first." "Ha ha, of course." Indri laughed. So, for elite night watchmen carried the crystal lizard in the front. Hamilton and the other 3 remained in the center, while Ryan was enthusiastically approached by 3 bounty hunters. The contrast was astonishing. The group slowly returned along the winding tunnels of the mine, their spirits high because the trip had gone so smoothly. Moreover, according to the bard Indri, the crystal lizards are extremely valuable, and both the Night's Watch elite and the bounty hunters could reap considerable spoils or rewards from this quest. Although 2 Night's Watch elites were injured, this was significantly less than the expected losses. After all, Lord Hamilton had already stated before the departure that this was a mysterious event. The Night's Watch elite were mentally prepared for the difficulty of this mysterious event. What no one noticed was that a pair of fist-sized yellow eyes suddenly opened from the rock wall of the mine tunnel, silently observing Ryan and his group from behind as they passed by.